Come on, boss, just throw in a little more, please. Just a bit. My car payment's due tomorrow. They're gonna repo it. I can make it worth your while. For real.
House rules. $1,000. Max think it's low? Go shop around.
Fine. Sorry to waste your time.
System. Pawn shop critical hit system activated. Wait. Screw it. Already bankrupt anyway. Time to gamble. Feeling generous today. 1,200. Final offer.
Oh really? Thank you, boss. Oh my god, thank you.
Critical hit reward. 30-day redemption. Principal plus interest. Here's your ticket. Holy crap. $3,000.
Boss, you're not closed yet? I came to thank you.
No cups in the shop. Let's go upstairs.
I just broke up with my boyfriend. He took off with all my money.
I was this close to living on the street.
You literally saved my life.
I just made a deal.
So, I did say I'd repay you, right? This guy. That loan company just called. They got the payment.
Open for business. Need something, find me.
Humph. All right, boss. Hang out.
Yeah.
Hey, countryman. Brand new iPhone. Bought it just a few days ago. Tight on cash. Had to pawn it.
A knockoff, a few $100, and you call it brand new? I don't take trash. Get lost.
This is a genuine goods channel. Know the business?
Get out before I call the cops.
Hey, check this out. What's it worth?
$300.
Deal.
Special critical hit reward. Acquired. Basic luxury goods appraisal knowledge. The zipper pull's too shiny. No patina on the brass. The stitching on the side corner is off by a thread. A fake. The old man got taken for a ride back in the day.
Hey, what can you give me for this?
300.
Morning, boss. Shaoli, haven't had breakfast yet, have you?
Look at that figure. A ripe peach, ready for picking. Sujia, what's all this?
We made too much at the shop for lunch. Brought you some. Try my cooking.
Sujia, you really shouldn't have gone to the trouble.
Don't be so formal with me.
This lady's got something on her mind.
How is it? To your taste?
It's good.
Eat up then. Stop ordering takeout from now on. I'll just bring you a portion whenever I make something.
Her hands are shaking.
How's business at your shop lately?
Same as always. Barely scraping by. Thanks, Sujia. How much do I owe you?
If you mention money again, I'll be seriously offended.
Shaoli, remember to wait for me tonight, okay?
Haley, not interrupting. Lunchbox?
It's upstairs. Come on in, Sue, have a seat. I'll go get it.
Actually, I'll just come up with you. Don't want to be a bother.
All right, let's go.
You keep this place pretty tidy.
Want a drink? This woman came prepared tonight. Sister, it must be tough running that shop all by yourself.
Tough? You have no idea.
It's been 3 years since your husband passed, right?
3 years and 4 months. Sometimes, I can barely remember his face. Close my eyes, see him. I failed him. But I just get so damn lonely sometimes. Lee. Tell me, am I a bad woman?
How could you ever be a bad woman?
Really?
Really?
No. No, I can't. I can't do this. I'd be betraying him.
3 years of guilt. Isn't something a few drinks can wash away.
I should go. It's late. Remember to come by for dinner tomorrow.
Interesting. This is way more interesting than a straight-up proposition.
Got it from a flea market, boss. Moving, can't take it with me. Just trying to get a few bucks for it.
Let's be real, Pops. This thing's just a dust collector. Best offer, 50 bucks. Take space. Might sit here till the end of time. You're better off keeping it. At least it's a memory.
Yo, you take used sneakers?
They're worn.
Wore 'em half a year. Scrubbed clean, good as new.
Good as new, my ass. Not taking him.
Limited edition, resells for 700 to 800 easy. I'll cut you a deal, you flip him for a quick profit.
It's icky.
Huh.
I said the shoes are icky. I don't want him. Get now. Take him and get out. Turn right. Damn, money sure makes a man bold these days. Screw this. I ain't touching that nasty cash. A woman with baggage? You gotta let her simmer. The harder you chase, the faster she runs. Leave her alone. Let her mind spin out.
Boss, I'm moving to a retirement home. Can't take all this with me. Think this is worth anything?
Solid weight. Doesn't feel like plated junk. Sterling silver mark. Genuine article. All right. $3.50. Standard silver. No collector's value. Price is fair. Not great. Not terrible.
Deal. I'll take it.
Critical hit reward. 1,000 bucks acquired.
Hey Lee, you here? The Smiths, the laundry folks a couple blocks over. They're moving to Donghai.
And?
They're fire selling a ton of old junk. Just saw him hauling out antique furniture, dusty paintings. A whole bunch of weird jars and vases. Like a damn garage sale on steroids.
When's the sale?
This weekend. They're out of here Monday, gotta clear everything. So, let's check it out. Might score a hidden gem.
All right. We'll see.
You buying?
Fire's decent, but it's no top tier. Clarity's around versus. Not bad, not great. Cuts pretty symmetrical, hearts and arrow style. No major flaws. For its time, the craftsmanship's solid. It's a 1-carat diamond, VS Clarity. Color's probably not terrible. Second-hand market, maybe 4,000 to 5,000 bucks. I could do 2,500.
Deal.
Keep the ticket. You've got 30 days to redeem it.
Won't need it. I'm not coming back for it.
Special critical hit reward. 8,000 bucks acquired. 8 grand. The max before was 3. This time it just spits out 8. Hey, 2,500 for the ring. System kicks back 8,000. So I get a free ring worth over 4 grand. And pocket an extra 5,500 cash. This system is insane. Property taxes for the year? Done. Easy living for a year. Used to sweat over a measly 200 bucks. This feels pretty damn good. That piece of crap Toyota's days are numbered. My good life might just be getting started.
Hey, man. Open for business, huh? Ha. Check this out. Got a real gem here.
Hermes. Look at that shape. Gotta be a Birkin, the holy grail.
Ha ha ha.
Just the smell of it. I'm already halfway convinced. My first big test after learning. The font's crisp. Every detail's by the book. Matches the authentic stamp knowledge in my head perfectly. Hardware checks out. Stitching's flawless. Weight and feel are spot on to the data. 100% certain. Genuine article, brand new, protective film still on. A clean Hermes Birkin.
Hey, bro, what's there to even check? This thing's a no-brainer. Absolutely legit. You know how much it costs to make a top-tier fake? First, find a seller online, pay in crypto. Still don't get it. Then wait for them to ship it. Cross-border from Yangcheng. Risk custom seizure. I take all the risk for another fake? What's the point? But a real one? Guess the cost. All I need is a black ski mask, a cheap hammer, and these Nike running shoes. Take a quick jog down Rodeo Drive, pick any luxury store. 5 minutes, and it's mine. Cost? Practically zero. You tell me which is the better deal.
So
this thing is absolutely real.
right, it is real. I could do $4,500.
What? 4,500? You messing with me? This is a Birkin. Brand new. You know what they sell for in store? You can't even get on a wait list.
Of course I know. What is your paper trail clean? Got a receipt? An authenticity card? I'm buying secondhand here, not stolen goods. You got no proof, no nothing. I take this, I'm taking a risk. For 1,500, take it or leave it. Don't want it? Take it back. I'm not hurting for inventory. Half truth. No paper trail means risk, but the profit margin's just as huge.
I know this bag's worth a fortune. But besides a pawn shop that doesn't ask questions, I got nowhere to move it. Other places max out at 4,000. Try selling online? I'll be having coffee with the feds in under 3 days. Fine. 4,500 it is. You're a hard man, bro.
Critical hit reward. $5,000 credited. Spent 4,500. System gave back 5,000. So I got a brand new Hermes Birkin for free. Plus 500 cash in my pocket.
Hey bro, name's Siliku. I'll bring my best to you.
Deal. This bag, I can flip it for 8,000 easy. Maybe even 10 grand. This deal is pure profit. This Siliku guy, he's all right. He's going to be a big client and my personal cash cow for sure. Been avoiding the pawn shop for days. Got two little devils fighting it out in my head.
Shaoli, you're here. Come, sit, eat.
Sujia, don't go to any trouble. I'm not picky.
All right, you sit tight. I'll go whip something up in the back. No outsiders today. I'll have a drink with you.
She's really throwing caution to the wind tonight.
Shaoli, these past few days I've been all over the place. You must think I'm being ridiculous.
I get it. What do you know?
I couldn't sleep a wink last night. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw you. That night, I cursed myself 10,000 times in my head. Su Wanqing, have you no shame? He's only in his 20s, but I'm a woman too. 3 years. 1,000 nights. Every night after I lock up. It's just me. Alone in this cold, empty place. Not even a shoulder to lean on. Little Lee. I can't take it anymore. I'm done. I give up.
You sure about this?
Yeah. Little Lee, carry me inside. Little Lee. My life's completely wrecked because of you.
This woman's heart is completely won over. From today, this line is officially hooked, and the kind that won't let go, no matter what. You hungry? We were so busy drinking earlier, barely touched the food.
Ha. You filled me up. Not hungry. Stay put. I'll go heat up the dishes and bring them in. You must be exhausted after all that.
Ah, having a considerate landlady to take care of you. Wouldn't trade this life for being a god.
I couldn't find clothes. Saw you awake. Made some breakfast. Get up and eat before it gets cold.
Not bad skills.
As long as you like it. Little Lee, you coming back tonight?
If nothing's up, I'll be here.
Then I'll wait for you.
Ah, today's that clearance sale Danny mentioned. Nothing better to do. Might as well go check it out. Might just score some good stuff. This old junk? Wouldn't take it for free. Just takes up space. Old clothes, old toys. Can't even be bothered looking. No collector's value at all. The weight's off. This box is small, but it's heavy as hell. Definitely not regular sheet metal. It's silver. The hallmark for pure silver. Tiffany Company. This is a goddamn vintage Tiffany. Pure silver cigar box. Take this to an auction. In good condition, it'll fetch a few grand. Easy.
Hey, watch it. You. Yeah, you.
Hey buddy, this piece of crap box, and that busted. Lamp, $20 for the lot. You selling or what?
Sold. Hit it. Send it later. Now hurry up. Don't block my customers.
$20 for a Tiffany antique silver piece worth, at least. A few thousand. Now that's a score. This feeling of striking gold in the dirt, the ultimate hustle. It's even better than a direct $8,000 critical hit. A lot of viewers ask why I only buy, never sell. Well, here it is listed online. Completely different from AnimeNexus. This girl, she's blindingly pure.
Boss? Hello?
Pawning something?
MHM. Boss, I just want to pawn this for a while. I'll definitely buy it back. I promise.
Rare species jadeite. Faint green florals, good translucency. Could get 3 grand on the market, no problem. I could give you 2,000 for it.
Huh? Thank you, boss.
NYU, right? So you're practically my junior. Critical hit reward. $3,000 in the bag. Another no-brainer deal. Pure profit.
Hey, boss, can I get your number? Just so I can reach out if I want to buy the bracelet back.
Sure.
Seriously, thanks a ton. The price was way better than I expected. As a thank you, let me buy you a coffee. If you've got the time.
Whoa, she's not shy. All right, but not today. Shop's still open. Rain check.
Cool. I'll hit you up later. Won't keep you. See ya, boss.
This innocent junior might be interesting. Picked up a bunch of small stuff lately. Spent close to 10 grand. Crits total about 14K plus my savings. My bank account's solidly over 50 grand now. Bucks.
Hey, man. Check this out. What'll you give me for it?
This guitar.
My grandpa's old thing. Not into that sentimental junk. Can't play it either. Just name a price.
An ancient beginner's model. Worthless on its own. Frets are shot. Needs all new strings. Too old. No collector's value. The restoration alone would cost a fortune. $300.
Can't go higher than 3? Fine, man. Deal.
Special critical hit reward. $20,000. 20 grand. For a $300 piece of crap guitar? This system. Flipping a junker for 20K? It's seriously messed up. Gotta get a new ride. My beat up Toyota just doesn't cut it anymore. Doesn't match my new financial profile.
Lee, dinner's ready. Made your favorite today, sweet and sour pork. Come try it. Hey, it's broad daylight.
The door's shut. We'll hear if anyone comes.
Just eat your food. You're getting more and more shameless. Boss, sorry to bother you. My class schedule for this week is out. I was wondering if you're free Saturday afternoon. We could go to that Starlight bar near the school gate.
All right, Saturday at 2 p.m. See you then.
Boss,
Been waiting long?
I'll get your drink. Don't be silly, I said it's my treat. Senior, thanks for listening to all my nonsense today.
No problem. Let me walk you back.
MHM. My place is just up ahead. Do you want to come up for some water?
This innocent junior doesn't know how to hide her intentions at all. Not a single clue. Wasn't the plan to offer me water?
I'll go get you a glass. Ah.
The water can wait.
Why, you're leaving already?
Yeah, gotta open the shop.
Senior, do you think I'm easy?
No. You're a very sincere girl. In the adult world, we all get what we need. No room for all that drama.
Hey boss, check this out. What's it worth?
A pro can spot a fake from a mile away. Real LV uses eco-friendly resin glue. The smell is subtle, not this cheap industrial crap. That alone is a dead giveaway.
Hurry it up, will ya? I'm on the clock. This bag is legit. Got it from the boutique last month. I even kept the receipt.
The feel is off. Real wax linen thread has a slight tack. This is slick as regular nylon. Another red flag. The rayon lining is heavy-duty canvas with texture. Slippery as cheap pantyhose. Faker than a $3 bill. The craftsmanship is trash. Let me break it down for you. First, the hardware color is wrong. Real pieces use brass. It's a muted satin gold. Yours is way too shiny. Blinding, like cheap costume jewelry. Second, the stitch spacing is off. Real saddle stitching tightens at the corners. But the spacing is always even. Yours is a mess. All over the place. A third-rate sweatshop could do better. Third, and most damning, the lining material. A real Neverfull has a striped canvas lining. Rough, textured. And yours? Slick as a bar of Dove chocolate. What? You want people to know it's fake? Any more questions? You call this a scam? You're an amateur. It's authentic, no haggling. For $1,500, take it or leave it. We'll meet tomorrow to check the goods. Cost me $20, flipped it for 225 times the profit. The thrill of the score. It's addictive.
Hey man, this a pawn shop?
Yeah, you looking to pawn something?
Ex-boyfriend gift. Broke up, sick of seeing it.
Standard 18K gold chain. Belt values maybe $600. I could do 400.
Deal.
Critical hit reward. 1,200 bucks acquired.
You're an interesting guy. I've been watching you from outside. Just lounging in that chair all day, lazy cool vibe. Not like other hustlers.
This girl doesn't waste any time, does she?
Name's Halu. I'm a yoga instructor. Sitting around like that all day is murder on your lumbar spine. Hey handsome, interested in a free private session at my studio?
This isn't just about yoga. The subtext is loud and clear. It's free.
Of course. Here's my personal number and the studio address. I'm free anytime after 3 p.m. tomorrow. Drop by whenever you need to unwind.
Well, she's certainly forward.
Shaoli, did you have a visitor at the shop today?
I won't call him out. Just let him put on his little show. Somebody's going to be drinking vinegar.
Hey, you made it.
You invited me. How could I say no?
Good call. Now, shoes off. Let me check your foundation. No, your waist is sagging. Back straight. Feel your tailbone reaching for the ceiling. Yes. Feel that stretch in your back muscles?
Huh. This private session is more hands-on than I expected. A simple stretch, and he took a full 5 minutes to teach it.
All right, next up, pigeon pose for hip opening.
Push your body down a bit more.
Not bad. You're way more flexible than I thought.
This kind of eye contact, it's more intense than any words.
Last move. Let's make it a partner stretch.
This girl really knows how to play.
Hey, you've got some serious stamina. Way better than those gym rats who just chug protein shakes and call it a day.
You're not too bad yourself.
Damn right. To be honest, this is the first time I've made a private training session this exciting.
Well, you're welcome to book my sessions anytime.
Anytime.
Life really is about movement, huh? Sporty types are more direct and physical. It's refreshing. This damn sun is scorching my throat dry. Whoa, this place has expanded all the way to Mulholland. If it weren't for all the foreigners around, prices are higher here than back home. But for LA, it's a damn bargain.
Hey handsome, what can I get you to drink?
Round face, dimples, baby face. That combo is seriously lethal. A large iced lemonade, please.
You got it. One large iced lemonade. So, handsome, you're originally from the homeland, right? Your accent doesn't sound local.
Yeah, international student.
Hey, Belgian.
I'm Shinseki, here to study and work. What about you, handsome? Limu.
Hey handsome, listen up. Our standard limit is 3 slices, but I gave you 5. Don't tell the boss, okay? He'll dock my pay.
All right, my lips are sealed.
Relax, handsome. Come back soon.
Shinseki muttered to herself, as she deftly scooped half a cup of ice from the machine beside her. Then she grabbed a jar of lemon slices. While adding the slices to the cup, she stole a quick glance at Limu. He was looking down at his phone. A sly grin tugged at her lips as her hands moved quickly, tossing in 2 extra large slices. She then put a finger to her lips, lowering her voice. Hey handsome, listen up. Our lemon water normally gets 3 slices. I gave you 5. Don't tell the boss, okay? He'll dock my pay. Limu looked up, just in time to see her playful, slightly smug expression. He couldn't help but smile. This Sichuan girl was something else. All right, I won't say a word. Seeing him smile, Shinseki started giggling herself. Her hands kept working, and soon a large cup of ice-cold lemon water was ready. She handed it over. Here you go, handsome. Your lemon water. Take it easy. Come back and support the shop next time, yeah? She waved at Limu, her smile sweeter than the lemon water. Limu took the hefty cup, took a big gulp. The cool, sweet and sour liquid slid down his throat, instantly washing away the day's heat. He gave Shinseki a nod, then turned and left this Mishiwa Ice City in a foreign land, returning to the pawn shop. Back at the pawn shop, Limu put the half-drunk lemon water on the counter, settling back into his somewhat lazy afternoon. As evening approached, the shop was nearly empty of customers. Limu was just about to close up when the door chime jingled. A familiar, scorching hot figure walked in. It was Su Wanqing, but today's Su Wanqing was different from any time before. She wasn't wearing her usual casual home clothes, nor the gentle, moon-white cheongsam. She wore a black cheongsam with a high slit. The tight black silk clung to her ripe, voluptuous curves, leaving nothing to the imagination. The full curve of her chest seemed ready to burst from the fabric. The slit on that cheap how is sky-high, practically to the hip. Her long legs and black stockings. Tease and play peekaboo. Every click of her heel hammers right into a man's pulse. Her face is perfectly painted, lips like fire. She radiates this aura, this queen bee energy, staking her claim. She walks right in, doesn't even acknowledge Limu, just heads straight for the door. Click. She locks it. Just like that. Limu leans back in his chair, watching the whole show, eyes narrowing to slits. Sister Sue's not here for tea today. What's this all about, Sujia? We're not even closed yet. He's playing dumb. We're closing early. Su Wanqing turns, striding toward him. Her stilettos tap the floor. Sharp, clear, decisive. Each click feels like a needle to Limu's chest. She reaches the counter, sets down a thermal lunchbox. But she doesn't leave. Just stands there across from him, looking down like she owns the place. Little Lee, why haven't you come to see your sister today? Her voice is soft, honeyed, with a hint of a pout you can barely catch. Forgot me already? Just been busy. Limu shrugs. Busy. A dangerous curve plays on Su Wanqing's red lips. I think you got a taste and lost your appetite, she says, walking around the counter, right up to Limu's side. A wave of expensive perfume and raw, womanly scent washes over him, drowning him. Before Limu can get a word out, Su Wanqing makes her next move. She doesn't sit in the chair beside him like usual. No, under his stunned gaze. She spins and plants herself right in his lap. That shocking softness, that firmness through silk and stocking, comes down on him full force. Sujia, what are you? Limu's hands fly to her lush waist, steadying her. Don't move. Su Wanqing lifts 2 slender fingers, pressing them gently against his lips, silencing him. She melts in his chest, arms around his neck. You little devil, bite and run? Nothing in this world comes that easy. She leans in, her nose almost brushing his. Her eyes, pools of mischief, are pure provocation. I've figured you out, you heartless brat. Talking's useless with you. You need to be punished. Properly. Gotta teach you a lesson you won't forget. He tightened his arm around Limu's neck as he spoke. It was part playful, part demanding. Limu felt the warm, soft body in his arms, and that teasing, barely there touch, his throat went dry. This woman just keeps getting better at this game. Harley's camera full. After that fiery punishment game with Su Wanqing, Limu felt like his kidneys had just been through another brutal stress test. Once a mature, beauty cuts loose completely. That pin-up intensity is not something your average guy can handle. The next few days, Limu's life was straight up bliss. Run the shop for cash by day, Sujia's homemade lunch at noon. Afternoons brought the juniors sweet check-ins. Evenings at the yoga instructor's private lessons. He was almost too busy. That afternoon, Limu had just seen off a regular customer who had come to redeem a gold necklace. He was about to lean back and close his eyes for a minute when the door chime suddenly erupted. In a frantic, ear-splitting ding-dong ding-dong, Limu frowned, eyes snapping open, and then he saw a figure that instantly jolted him wide awake, swaggering in. A girl, tall, with a body that was just unreal. But the real showstopper was the getup. It screamed for attention. Her face was caked in thick white foundation, eyes ringed with insane smoky makeup, pink on one side, blue on the other. Her lips were painted into a creepy, wide grin with lipstick. Long blonde hair, dyed the same pink and blue, pulled into two high pigtails. She wore a ripped tee with some English print on it. Below that, shorts so short they were basically red and blue denim underwear, fishnets, and white platform boots. In her hand, she carried a baseball bat with "Good Night" printed on it, just casually slung over her shoulder. She chewed gum as she walked. Harley Quinn. A real life, walking, talking Harley Quinn. Limu's jaw practically hit the floor. The cosplay accuracy was off the charts, especially that manic, wild, and sexy vibe. She nailed it to the bone. Hey, Puddin'. The girl sauntered up to the counter, thunked the bat down. It landed with a heavy thud. She let out a wolf whistle at Limu. The bubblegum she was chewing popped with a sharp snap. A wild, captivating smirk curled at the corner of her lips. You buy cameras, right? Yeah, we do. Limu leaned back in his chair. His gaze swept over her from head to toe. Those impossibly long, fishnet-clad legs. TSK. Always your model. Had her fill. She relished his attention, pushing out her chest, tapping the counter lightly with the tip of the baseball bat. If you're done looking, get to work. She pulled it and back behind her. She fished out a camera from it. A pretty professional-looking Sony mirrorless, placed on the counter along with a massive lens. There, Sony A7M4. Lens is AG Master. Bought it last month. Need cash for a new cosplay outfit. Name your price. She said it with utter nonchalance, as if the expensive gear was just a toy to her. Limu slipped on gloves and started the inspection. First, he checked the body serial number and shutter count. Shutters under 1,000 clicks. Basically brand new. He unscrewed the lens, inspected the mount and the lens coating. No scratches. No fungus. $900. Limu named his price. This setup's over $3,000 new. Could fetch over 2 on the used market. 900. That's a low ball, and he knew it. Only 900? The girl's voice was theatrically high-pitched. Her face showed no real disappointment. Instead, she leaned in with a grin, propping herself on the counter. Her tight t-shirt strained against the glass. Come on, can't you do any better? Look how cute I am. She batted her big eyes at Limu, putting on that Harley Quinn-esque, innocent yet unhinged act. No, Limu was unmoved. Fine, you're cheap. The girl pouted, but agreed instantly. 900 it is. Deal. Limu filled the paperwork. She took the cash. Done. Critical hit reward. $1,500 bucks acquired. Limu filed the slip away. Started the standard functional check. Power on the camera. Screen's good. Buttons work. Then he opened the gallery. Usually, clients wipe their memory cards before pawning. Private photos and all that. But clearly, clients always delete private photos and memory cards before pawning. But obviously, damn, this cosplay chick has no shame. She didn't even delete the dozens of photos in the gallery. Limu was just checking the camera's functions. He casually opened the first picture. First was a girl in a black hat with lead acid, kneeling on couch, tongue out. Innocent, seductive, provocative. That face was the same Harley Quinn lookalike right in front of him. Limu's finger paused for a second, but he kept a straight face and swiped to the next one. The second picture, she was in a nurse outfit. The white nurse skirt was hiked way up, showing off the garter belt and that absolute territory underneath. He kept swiping. Third, fourth. Each photo was more risque than the last. The character she was cosplaying got more niche too. There were even a few taken in a bedroom, with a big bed right in the background. Girl wearing all sorts of interesting cosplay outfits, striking all kinds of provocative poses. Limu could feel his own breathing getting a little heavy. Damn, this girl really knows how to play. Flip to scant 2B cosplay pic. The girl across from him seemed to notice something was off. Thought she'd snatched the camera. But he waited, and nothing happened. He looked up, right into her eyes, which were full of amusement. She had somehow leaned over counter, watching keenly. So, what do you think, sweetheart? She breathed the words right into his ear, her voice sugary sweet. My figure's not bad, right? Limu caught a whiff of her sickly sweet popcorn scent. He cursed siren in his head, but his face was stone cold. Passable. He gave a bland comment, then right in front of her, swiped to an even hotter picture. Ooh, that one's my masterpiece. His ring showing almost naked queen foil. She wasn't the least bit embarrassed. Instead, she puffed out her chest proudly. Took me 3 hours just to do the body paint for that shot. Limu didn't reply, just silently swiped to the next one. Don't just look. Give me some feedback. Her arm draped right over Limu's shoulder. She practically draped herself all over him. Out of all these sets, which one's your favorite? I could wear it for you next time. This wasn't a hint anymore. It was a full-on proposition. Limu finally lowered the camera, turned to look at her. Less than 10 centimeters between them. Personally, I got no issues with the photos. He drawled, but according to pawn shop rules, during the pledge period, this camera and all its accessories, temporarily my property. My responsibility. AI Wei stared at his deadpan. Utterly shameless expression, blinked once. Then she burst out laughing, shoulders shaking. Huh, you're a real piece of work, you know that? She licked her blood-red lips, her eyes gleaming with the thrill of a worthy opponent. Fine, then you better take real good care of it. That's my entire collection in there. If it gets lost, or if you damage it. She leaned in even closer, voice dropping to a dangerous, husky whisper. You'll have to pay me back. With you. With that, she straightened up and held out her phone to Limu. Add me on Facebook to keep an eye on you. For when I get the cash. To buy back my privacy. She emphasized keep an eye in privacy. Limu chuckled, pulling out his phone to add her. I'm AI Wei. Limu. AI Wei rolled the name on her tongue, then flashed him a grin that was pure Harley Quinn. Unhinged and utterly captivating. Okay, Limu, you better keep my little treasures safe. If even one goes missing, I'll be coming for you. She picked up her baseball bat, shot Limu a wink, and sauntered out, hips swaying. Limu watched her go, then looked down at the camera, still displaying the image of the Elven Queen, and shook his head. He popped the memory card out of the camera, locked it away in the deepest drawer of the counter. As for the camera itself, he just tossed it onto a shelf behind him. The real value of this thing wasn't the camera. Chapter 19. This stuff is definitely clean. Harley's invitation after friending AI Wei. Limu figured the girl would immediately blow up his DMs. But for 2 whole days, AI Wei's profile was silent. No activity at all. Limu didn't mind. He enjoyed the peace. Business as usual, grinding for cash. He just closed the deal and was leaning back in his chair, eyes shut. A familiar, thunderous stomping approached, and the door chime dinged again. Limu didn't even need to open his eyes. He knew who it was. Hey bro, it's me again. Delight's booming voice rattled the glass display cases. Limu opened his eyes with a sigh. The mountain of man squeezed through the doorway. This time, a bulging backpack was slung over his shoulder. Hey, could you ease up next time? Limu pointed at the door, which looked ready to collapse. My little shop can't take your demolition derby. No problem, my man. Deliko grinned, walking up to the counter. He dropped the backpack, unzipped it, and pulled out 2 seal boxes. Thump, thump. He slapped them on the counter. Check these out. Fresh off the rack from the Apple Store. Still warm. Limu glanced at them. 2 brand new MacBooks. Let me guess, another trip to Rodeo Drive. For a crash course in economics? Limu teased. Nope. Deliku shook a thick finger, his expression a weird mix of dead serious and proud. After last time, I did some deep thinking, bro. My old theory was too shallow. Oh, Limu perked up, intrigued. What new nonsense was this? I realize a guy like me doesn't need a crowbar or a ski mask. Deliku puffed out his chest, tapping it with mock gravitas. My real asset is this. What is it? It's this face, man. He pointed to his own dark-skinned face. Utterly sincere. Take a good look. What do you see? Limu squinted. I see. Broke. Wrong. Deliku looked pained. It says honest. Reliable. Trustworthy. Get it? This face is my VIP pass. He was on a roll now, gesturing wildly as he painted the scene. So today, I walk into the Apple Store. The 6'5" white security guard, his eyes lit up, gave me a bear hug so tight. You wouldn't believe it, man. So then I go in. Place is packed. I browse around, spot these 2 beauties. Pick him up, head to the register. You paid? Limu was skeptical. That's not the point. Deliku waved a dismissive hand. The point is on my way to pay. I suddenly felt unwell, dizzy, vision went blurry. I needed to breathe some free air, man. So I just walked out the door with both laptops. So you still didn't pay? Limu cut straight to the point. That's not the point. Deliku retorted, getting defensive. The second I stepped out, that security guard was right on my heels. Bro, he was escorting me all the way. So enthusiastic. Follow me for a good 100 meters. Kept yelling, hey, slow down. Now what kind of dedication is that, huh? That's the American service spirit. Enthusiastic escort, my foot. He was chasing you, telling you to stop. Limu had enough of this nonsense. No more arguing. He just picked up one of the laptops and started inspecting it, unboxing it, booting it up, checking for dead pixels. Then he went online to check the serial number. Confirmed it was a brand new, unactivated unit. Did one last check. No iCloud lock or anything. Same for both. Alright, the goods are clean. Limu closed the laptop. For both. $2,000. Just 2. Deliku wasn't having it. Bro, these are brand new. Retail is almost $4,000 for the pair. You're cutting my price in half. Deliku, you know where this stuff comes from. I'm taking a huge risk here. Limu leaned back in his chair. Spoke slowly. If the cops trace this back, my whole shop gets shut down. $2,000. Take it or leave it. He pulled the same move as last time. Deliku saw that get the hell out of my face look, and started waffling again. Finally, he caved. Wincing in pain, he nodded. Fine, you win, you bastard. Limu smirked, wrote up the ticket, and counted out the cash. Deal done. Critical hit reward. Plus $2, $500. Another killer score. Deliku took the money, counted it, and stuffed it in his pocket. The pained look vanished instantly. Back to his cheerful self. Hey man, your prices might be criminal, but you're alright in my book. He gave Limu a wink. Next time I come through, I'll have more goodies for you. He slung his now empty backpack over his shoulder and left, humming. Limu watched him go and shook his head. That guy's a walking ATM. He stashed the 2 laptops away, thinking he could flip them online for $1,500 each. That's a clean grand profit right there. Plus the system's critical hit bonus of $2,500. Comes out to $3,500 pure profit. Money printers got nothing on this. Feeling good. He turned on the shop music, leaned back in his chair, and started tapping his foot to the beat. Around 7 p.m., Limu closed up shop, wandered over to the restaurant next door run by Su Wanqing. Had a solid dinner. She even insisted on packing him leftovers for a late-night snack. The whole domestic goddess act was getting stronger by the day. Limu carried the still-warm takeout box, a toothpick dangling from the corner of his mouth. He ambled back to his pawn shop. He plopped the leftovers on the counter. Figured it was still early. No rush to head upstairs, so he sank back into his usual chair, about to kill some time on his phone, when his phone buzzed in his pocket. He pulled it out. A Facebook message popped up. From AI Wei. He tapped the chat. No text from her. First, she sent a location pin. A mid-range apartment near Chinatown. Not far from him. Limu stared at the address. Before he could even ask what she meant, AI Wei's second message arrived. The owner of the photos is here to collect. And a third. You got the guts to show up, sweetheart? Followed by a little devil emoji just to rub it in. Limu read the lines on his screen and just grinned. 2 days. She finally cracked. Chapter 20, A Feast of Cosplay. The Return of Harley Quinn. Limu looked at the message AI sent, dripping with pure provocation. The smirk on his face just kept growing. This girl really was a wild card. A total menace. He didn't reply. Just shoved the phone back in his pocket. Flipped the lights off, locked up, and fired up his beat-up Toyota. He headed straight for the location she dropped. The address led to a mid-tier apartment building near Chinatown. Limu took the elevator to the 7th floor, found a unit. Pressed the buzzer. The door opened almost immediately. AI stood there. But she looked nothing like the wild Harley Quinn from the shop now. The insane, heavy makeup was gone, revealing a clean, sharp face. Her golden hair was down messy. She wore nothing but an oversized men's white t-shirt, the hem just barely covering her hips. Too long, smooth legs were completely bare, exposed to the cool air. She was barefoot, a can of ice-cold beer in her hand. She leaned lazily against the door frame. Her gaze a mix of sleepy and assessing, looking Limu up and down. Well, you actually came, sweetheart. She took a sip of her beer, raising an eyebrow at him. He took a sip of beer and raised an eyebrow at Limu. Thought you'd chicken out after that challenge. You think I'd miss this? Limu smirked. He pushed past her into the small apartment. But it had character, or more accurately, it looked nothing like a normal girl's apartment. More like a hardcore otaku's secret lair. No paintings on the living room walls. Instead, they were plastered, with meticulously crafted cosplay outfits, from the classic striped number of 2B, to Mai Shiranoi's skimpy, red ninja getup. She had it all. A massive weapon rack was crammed in a corner, bristling with all sorts of props. Katanas, magic staves, lightsabers, and a dizzying array of character accessories. A professional ring light stood in the center of the room. The high-end computer screen beside it was still frozen on a video editing software interface. The whole place reeked of a bizarre mix of hardcore weeb and basement-dwelling gamer. Make yourself at home. AI shut the door, gesturing vaguely to the couch, which was also buried under a mountain of plushies and figurines. Limu didn't hesitate. He flopped down, snagging a rem, body pillow, and hugging it to his chest. So, he looked at AI, cutting to the chase. How does the photo owner plan to collect? Chill out. AI walked to the fridge, pulled out another beer, and tossed it to Limu. Then she plopped down onto the rug, leaning back against the couch, right next to his legs. She cracked open her beer, took a long swig, then drawled. Before we talk payment, shouldn't we discuss the ownership of that memory card? Nothing to discuss. Limu took a sip of his beer, his tone flat. By the rules, you pawn the camera until you redeem it. The camera and everything inside it is in my custody, including my photos. AI turned her head, looking up at him with a glint of mischief in her eyes. Sure, but the copyright to those photos is mine. The likeness rights are mine too. AI stated matter-of-factly. You just have custody of the card. You don't have a right to look at the pictures. That's a violation of my privacy, got it? Is that so? Limu was ready. He fished the tiny memory card from his pocket. How about I just format it right now? No privacy violation, no custody hassle for me. Don't you dare. AI snapped, lunging for it. Limu easily swatted his hand away. Watching him fume and squirm was actually pretty damn funny. See, you can't bear to part with it. Hey, I put a lot of work into shooting that stuff. AI puffed out his cheeks, huffing with indignation. You have any idea how much time and effort went into those photo shoots? Just the props and makeup alone took days. Exactly. Limu slipped the memory card back in his pocket. Safeguarding your work. Thank me. You should be thanking me. AI was left speechless by that twisted logic. He stared dumbfounded. Finally, he could only take another big, resentful gulp of beer. Fine, you win. He pursed his lips, but the anger in his eyes was fading, replaced by a spark of competitive excitement, a playful challenge. He was starting to realize that trading barbs with this guy was actually kind of fun. He wasn't like the other men he'd met. They either got hypnotized by his looks, or clammed up the second he got a little sharp. This one, he was always cool, always collected. He always found some unexpected way. Fishing now, beating both hissed and mused. Alright, fine. I'll admit, for now, that card is legally yours. AI's eyes darted, a new tactic forming. He leaned in closer. His voice dropped, laced with a hint of temptation. But as the custodian, you gotta have some thoughts, right? A review? AI's arm slid very naturally, onto Limu's knee. His finger traced lazy circles around a rip in the denim. All those top-tier cosplays, all those photos. You must have a favorite. Let me hear it. What kind of critique would a true connoisseur give? He emphasized the word connoisseur with a smirk. Limu watched his act and smiled. Like a relentless siren. His gaze swept over the racks of elaborate costumes on the wall, finally landing on the most eye-catching set in the corner. A vibrant red and blue ensemble. A review, huh? He paused, thinking, then spoke slowly. The rest? They're fine. Just a bit. Try hard. Going for sexy, just to be sexy. Feels forced. Oh, AI raised an eyebrow. A flicker of defiance. Only one set had any real feeling to it. Limu's eyes locked back onto his. Which one? Harley Quinn. Limu held his gaze. He said, word by word, that Harley Quinn cosplay of yours, it's got soul. It's like the real deal. AI froze. She hadn't expected Limu to give that kind of review. He'd taken so many photos. This was the first time someone saw past the sexy surface and glimpsed what he was really trying to express. An indescribable thrill and sense of satisfaction instantly flooded his chest. Really? He asked, almost disbelieving. Really? So you think, is it the photo that has soul? AI licked her lips, her gaze turning intense. Or is me who's more soulful? Before Limu could answer, AI suddenly stood up. Wait here. She crooked a finger at Limu, then turned and ducked into a nearby dressing room. Limu watched those two, pale, endless legs disappear behind the door. He took a swig of his beer. In his mind, he knew the main event of the night was about to begin. About 10 minutes later, the dressing room door opened. Even Limu, who'd seen it once before, felt his breath catch for a second. When he saw who stepped out, it was the same fiery red and blue getup, the same fishnets and white thigh-high boots, the same baseball bat with good night printed on it. But this time, in the dim light, her entire aura seemed crazier than last time in shop, and way more flavorful. AI was fully in character. Her expression was unhinged with a touch of allure. That signature, unsettling smirk played on her lips, that resting on her shoulder, She stalked toward Limu, step by step. The click of her boots on the floor was sharp, menacing. Evening. Hudden. She stopped before him, bent down, and used the bat to gently lift Limu's chin. Her voice was pure, manic glee. You come all this way just to stare? Limu leaned back on the couch, unmoving, just watching her perform. Staring's not enough. AI Wei's face moved closer, almost touching his. Want to taste something even sweeter? She said, running the tip of her tongue over her crimson lips. The invitation in her eyes was crystal clear. Then she straightened up, gesturing at the couch with the bat. Lie down, she commanded, every inch the queen. Limu chuckled and played along, lowering himself onto the couch. AI Wei watched his compliant demeanor. A smug grin spread across her face as she straddled him. Now do you understand who's in charge? Her gaze bore down on Limu, full of condescension. She tapped the baseball bat lightly against his chest, savoring the feeling of total control. But just as her triumph peaked, the man beneath her suddenly moved. Limu moved like lightning. He snatched the bat that was teasing his chest. With a powerful twist of his hips, he flipped their positions. In an instant, the bewildered harlequin was pinned beneath him. The power dynamic reversed in a heartbeat. AI Wei's mind went blank, still processing the shift. And now, Limu gripped her chin. A wicked smirk played on his lips. His voice dropped to a villainous rumble. Who's in charge? AI Wei stared into his predatory eyes. She was silent for a beat and burst into wild laughter. She laughed until her sides hurt, tears welling up. Ha ha ha. You're something else. She wrapped her arms around his neck and pulled him close. He's this fierce clingus. The monogrammed baseball bat rolled off the couch, thudding dully onto the carpet. Sometime later, the lights in the room were off. Only the neon glow from outside filtered through the lines, casting shifting, fractured patterns on the walls. Chapter 21. The Ice Queen, Cao and Ju. A luxury by any other name. The roleplay with AI Wei haunted Limu all day. That girl knew how to have fun, as she played for keeps. No strings attached afterward, just the occasional Facebook message. With a new cosplay pic asking, like what you see, like she was showing off a trophy. Limu was perfectly happy with this arrangement. Purely physical, no emotion package. The shop was quiet. He'd taken in from Billy Koo, planning to list them online. Suddenly, the door chime rang. But it wasn't the usual cheerful ding-dong. It was a heavy, jarring thud, like something had slammed against the glass. Frowning, Limu pulled off his headphones and looked up. A woman dressed head to toe in black pushed the door open. Limu frowned, took off his headphones, and looked up. A woman dressed in black pushed the door open. She walked in without a flicker of expression. The woman was tall, gotta be at least 5'9", maybe more. She was wearing a pair of equally black high-heeled ankle boots. They made her seem even taller. She had on a sharply tailored, long black trench coat. The belt was cinched tight, emphasizing a slender waist. On her face was a pair of massive sunglasses, almost covering half her features. Her lips were painted with a deep, dark shade of lipstick. From head to toe, she radiated. Stay the hell away from me, chill. Like a walking iceberg, she strode up to the counter. Without a word, she slammed a clearly expensive-looking black handbag down onto the velvet pad with a thump. Louder than Delikes' bag toss. Limu's eyelid twitched, but his face remained impassive. Boss, sell all of this. Her voice was just like her, cold and hard, devoid of any emotion. Just give me a price. With that, she just leaned against the counter, as if whatever happened next had nothing to do with her. Limu gave her a quick glance, then turned his gaze to the handbag. He reached out, unzipped it, and looked inside. Then he couldn't help but take a sharp breath. The bag was stuffed with glittering jewelry. Necklaces, bracelets, earrings, rings, all kinds of pieces, tangled together in a chaotic mess. Under the desk lamp, they shimmered with a blinding glare. Limu dumped the entire contents of the bag out onto the velvet pad with a noisy clatter. The sharp, rapid clinking of metal sounded especially pleasing in the quiet pawn shop. He started sorting through them quickly. A Cartier love bracelet, a Bulgari penny necklace, a Tiffany Keys pendant, Van Cleef Arpels Alhambra earrings, all top-tier luxury, and judging by the condition, most looked almost new. Clearly hadn't been worn much. Limu's heart started beating a little faster, but the expression on his face grew even calmer. Then the Ice Queen, standing across from him. He knew this was exactly when he couldn't show any weakness. He put on gloves, picked up the Cartier bracelet, and began the most intense, focused professional session since he gained his appraisal knowledge. He started with a quick scan of the engraving inside the bracelet, checking the font, spacing, depth. Every detail matched the data in his head for the genuine article. Then he picked up the Bulgari necklace. He examined the spring clasp closely. The brand logo and precious metal marks were crisp and clear. No ambiguity whatsoever. Next, the Tiffany key. He even pulled out a high-powered loop to inspect. The minuscule brand engraving on the key's teeth. 1 piece, 2 pieces, 3. He worked at lightning speed. Each item spent no more than half a minute in his hands. The stay never lasted more than half a minute. But he didn't miss a single critical authentication point. The whole time, he was dead silent, his focus absolute. The Ice Queen across from him started off looking supremely bored. But as she watched, a subtle shift occurred behind her shades. A subtle change was gradually taking place. She figured this was just some rundown pawn shop in a forgotten corner of Chinatown. The owner, some nobody just scraping by. She never dreamed this young guy, faced with a pile of high-end luxury worth a fortune, wouldn't show a hint of greed or shock. Instead, he rated a level of cold, professional effort. That actually unnerved her. He wasn't appraising luxury goods. He was a surgeon, methodically dissecting a corpse. After about 10 minutes, Limu had gone through everything. All legit. He ran the numbers in his head. Market value for this lot, brand new, close to 100 grand. All the new ones added up to nearly $100,000. Even secondhand, you could flip it for 30, 40K easy. He looked up at the woman, his voice flat. For the lot, $21,000. That's about 30% of the resale value. A brutal lowball, but for a pawn shop, taking on a batch of high-value goods with shady provenance, it's a fair price. Limu braced for haggling, or for her to just walk. I was even prepared for her to just walk out. Instead, she just fell silent for a few seconds. Then she nodded. Done. Her curtness threw him off. She genuinely didn't seem to care what the stuff was worth. Limu didn't waste words. He wrote up the ticket, counted the cash. $21,000 in cash. Ran it through the bill counter twice. The wording filled the shop. Deal closed. Critical hit reward. Plus $8,000. Limu's heart hammered against his ribs again. Spent 21K. Hit for 8. So he only spent 13 grand in the end. And scored this whole pile of top tier jewelry. Worth at least 60, 70,000 on the market. Jackpot. He forced down the surge of adrenaline. He slid the cash and receipt across the counter. She took the money, shoved it in her bag. Then she turned to leave. You don't want the receipt? In case you want to redeem it later, Limu called after her. She stopped, turned back, and surprised Limu. She raised a hand and took off those massive sunglasses. A face of textbook Chable Air's perfection was suddenly staring right at him. Skin like cold fluorescent light, deathly pale. Eyes, classic phoenix eyes, corners tilted up just so, radiating a built-in, icy distance. Stunning, but in a way that felt aggressive. Unsettling. She just stood there, those frigid phoenix eyes, sweeping up and down Limu, like she was appraising a piece of meat, as if seeing him for the first time. Your name. Her voice was flat, cold. Limu. Piaoenju. He said it, put his shades on, and left. Didn't look back once. Not a single question. Not a word. Limu watched her retreating figure, then looked down at the glittering pile of jewelry on the counter. He rubbed his chin. That ice queen. There's definitely a story there. Chapter 22. The simp comes barking for his stuff. Absolutely of shiny, expensive trinkets. Limu felt like his tiny little pawn shop had suddenly morphed into a damn vault. He was starting to get it now. That ancient nobleman's itch, hoarding gold and jewels. What was their deal? Turns out just looking at the shiny crap every day actually lifts your mood. People had a few of the trendier, easier to flip pieces. A Tiffany key necklace, a Bulgari charity bracelet, and snap some photos. Gonna list them online in a bit. Each one of these little beauties could net him a cool grand. He was in the zone when, dingling, the door chime again. Thinking it was a new customer, Limu didn't even look up. Pawn or buy. Just set it on the counter. He waited and waited. Nothing. Dead silence. Weird. He finally glanced up, and there he was, this Asian guy in a slick suit, hair greased back like a damn movie star, just standing at the counter, glaring at me with this dark look. Guy looked late 20s, head to toe, designer labels. That Patek Philippe Nautilus on his wrist alone was worth more than everything pawned here yesterday. And his face, just like that ice queen Piaoenju, had that distinct plastic surgery Korean vibe. Clearly another South Korean. Got a problem? I leaned back in my chair, my tone flat. What is it? Yesterday, did a girl named Piaoenju come here to sell a bunch of jewelry? His voice matched his whole demeanor, dripping with his condescending, holier-than-thou arrogance. Gotta admit, his English was smooth. My eyes narrowed a fraction. Well, the real owner shows up. Judging by the attitude, this Korean dude is definitely connected to Piaoenju. Yeah, that happened. I nodded, not bothering to deny it. Any items? He held out his hand like it was his God-given right. A command. Give it back to me. I almost laughed at the sheer audacity. On what grounds? I looked at him amused. Miss Piao pawned those items to me herself. The receipt has her signature, black and white. Legally, they're mine now. Why the hell should I hand them over to you? I bought all those things for her. He snapped like I just stabbed him. Got all worked up in a second. Slammed his palm down on the counter. I spent thousands on it. She sold it? Do you have any idea who I am? My father is. I cut him off mid-sentence. Didn't let him finish. I don't give a damn if your dad's God or Jesus. In my shop, you play by my rules. I pulled yesterday's transaction slip from a drawer. Waved it right in his face. See that? Piaoenju's signature. Transaction's legal. If you want to stuff back, you got two options. Held up two fingers. 1. Get Piaoenju herself here within 30 days. Or bring me a notarized authorization from her, plus the principal and interest to redeem them. 2. Wait until the pawn period is over. Then you can buy them back from me at market price. Aish, you son of a bitch. You're messing with me. He lost it completely, jabbing a finger in my face. They're things I paid for. Why can't I just take them back? So I have to wait 30 days, then pay for my own stuff again? Or are you out of your goddamn mind? Limu watched his pathetic, impotent rage. It was almost sad. This sad sack probably dropped tens of thousands of bucks, and didn't even get to hold his goddess's hand. What a simp. Now that his fantasy's dead, he wants the gifts back. Talk about dedication to the cause. This is a transaction between me and Ms. Park. What the hell does it have to do with you? Limu put the receipt away, his tone still flat. If you got a problem, go find him. Get your refund from him. Don't make a scene here. Useless. If I could find that bastard, you think I'd be here? The man roared, clearly already been shut out. Listen up. Today, you either give me my stuff back, or I'm gonna trash this dump, he said, making a move to grab a nearby chair. Limu didn't even flinch from his seat. He just tilted his chin toward the corner of the ceiling. Say hi to the camera before you start. The man followed his gaze. Only then did he notice it. In that inconspicuous corner, a red light blinked on a surveillance camera aimed right at him. 24/7 high-def, audio and video. No exceptions. Limu said, taking sweet time. Every word you just said, every move you made, it's all recorded. Crystal clear. You're already looking at commercial harassment and threats. Make one more move, and I'm calling the cops. He paused, a smirk curling his lips. Then we can find out what's stronger. Your powers or the U.S. legal system. The man froze mid-action. The chair held awkwardly in midair. Couldn't put it down. Couldn't swing it. His face turned beet red. He never dreamed this pawn shop owner, who looked like some average college kid, would be this hard to crack. Knows his stuff. Knows the law. Won't budge. Won't bend. Like a damn porcupine. No way to get a grip. You son of a. You'll pay for this. After a long moment, he finally set the chair down, all bluster. Pointing a shaky finger at Limu, he spat out the classic line. Then, just as Limu thought he'd slink off with his tail between his legs, the guy pulled a thick wad of cash from his pocket. Slap. He slammed it on the counter. How much did she pawn it for? I'm buying it back. Limu looked at the money, then back at him, and smiled. Sorry. These items are still under pawn contract. Not for sale. What's your problem? The man froze. No problem. Limu shrugged. I told you. Gotta wait till the pawn period's over. Then we sell at market price. Thinking you could buy him back at pawn price? You're dreaming. He stared at this arrogant prick with pure disbelief. This batch is worth at least 60k bucks at market. This little punk wants it back for the 20k pawn value? Get the hell out of here. That's basically robbing me blind. You. The man choked on his words, face turning purple. He pointed a trembling finger at Limu, speechless. Finally, he just stomped his foot and slammed the door shut. The poor wooden door let out a painful creak. Limu watched him leave and shook his head. Then, using yesterday's transaction slip, he found a phone number Piao and Ju had registered. He thought for a moment, typed out a text, and sent it. Miss Piao, hello. Mr. Han, he just came to the shop. He seemed emotionally unstable. Wanted to buy back the items you pawned yesterday. Handled it. Just a heads up. You might want to be careful going out lately. Text sent. Limu tossed his phone aside. This covered his ass. Kept that rabid dog from coming back. Also, a bit of a friendly warning. A girl alone in a foreign country. Getting stalked by a guy like that. Messy. Sure enough, less than 10 minutes later, his phone buzzed. A reply from Piao and Ju. Did he cause you any trouble? Limu looked at the message. A bit surprised. The Ice Queens. First words were concern for him. He typed back, nah. An almost instant reply. I'm so sorry for all the trouble. To make it up to you, let me treat you to dinner tomorrow night. If you're free. Limu looked at the invitation. A smirk playing on his lips. Chapter 23. After drinks whiplash. The Ice Queen calls him Appa. Getting Piao and Ju's invitation. Wasn't a shock. Limu just sent back a simple okay. Then tossed the phone aside again. An invite from a beauty, like her? He never says no. The next evening, Limu closed up shop early. He pulled up in his beat-up Toyota. Following the address Piao and Ju sent, he arrived at a high-end Korean barbecue joint in Koreatown. The moment he parked, he spotted Piao and Ju already waiting. She'd clearly put in the effort too. A far cry from her back-off battle stance at the pawn shop. She was completely different. Gone was that oppressive black trench coat. In its place, a cream-colored, form-fitting turtleneck sweater. The soft fabric clung to her frame, outlining a figure that was deceptively slim, with curves that meant serious business. The way it strained across her chest. No contest. Below, black skinny jeans. Hug a pair of long, perfectly straight legs. Paired with a slightly red black ankles. The whole look was killer. Like a chili pepper wrapped in ice. Cold on the outside, fire within. Her makeup was subtle, flawless. Those narrow, phoenix eyes still held a hint of distance. But the hostility was gone, replaced by an unreadable, assessing gaze. You made it. Seeing Limu, she gave a slight nod, gesturing for him to sit. Limu sat across from her, didn't stand on ceremony, and immediately picked up the menu. However, how's your day? Piao and Ju leaned back, arms crossed, her queenly aura undiminished. All right, Limu didn't play humble either. He ordered 2 portions of the top-tier snowflake wagyu, some tongue, some pork belly, then handed the menu back. What a drink. Soju okay? Piao and Ju asked. You pick. I'm easy. Soon, the server brought the charcoal and meat. The sizzle of grilling quickly cut through. The slight awkwardness between them. Piao and Ju handled the tongs like a pro. Clearly a regular. She placed a perfectly seared piece of wagyu on Limu's plate. Then, she poured herself a shot of soju and filled one for Limu. About yesterday, sorry for the trouble. She raised her glass towards him. All his day's work. Limu clinked glasses with her, downing the fiery shot in one go. To the trouble I caused you. Bottoms up. Piao and Ju says, tilting her head back and draining her glass completely. A few shots of soju down, and that icy face of hers finally starts showing a faint flush. The glacier's beginning to thaw. That's just how he was. She seems to remember something, smirking self-deprecatingly. A narcissistic control freak. He chased me for 2 years. I never said yes, but he was like damn glue. Couldn't shake him off. If I didn't take his gifts, he'd just follow me around. I talked to someone, he'd grill me. Who's that? What's your relationship? Limu listens quietly, his hands still moving, placing a grilled beef tongue slice on her plate. You did the right thing. A guy like that. What? Keep him for Christmas. He remarks flatly. Piao and Ju pauses for a second, then snorts out a laugh. It's the first time Limu's seen her smile. Her smile is nothing like her usual Ice Queen face. Those narrow phoenix eyes curve into pretty crescents, softening her whole presence. You're pretty funny. She picks up the bottle, refilling both glasses. All that stuff I pawned that day. He gave it to me, wouldn't take it back. Never had the chance. After he finally blew up, my first thought was to get rid of all that disgusting crap. Limu listens quietly, doesn't interrupt, just silently refills her empty glass. He knows right now, she doesn't need comfort. Just someone to dump all her garbage on. You know the funniest part? Piao and Ju downs another shot, her gaze starting to get a little hazy. He actually thought buying all that junk. Many owned me. Thought if he was nice to me, I had to like him back. Had to live my life his way. What a goddamn hopeless, average-ass dude with a god complex. So selling it was the right move. Limu finally speaks, tone matter-of-fact. Keeping that stuff would just keep reminding you of that nasty past. Torturing yourself. His words are brutally blunt. But Piao and Ju doesn't get mad hearing it. Instead, her eyes light up, her gaze on Limu shifting. A flicker of something unnameable. Appreciation. She realized this guy was different from every man she'd ever met. Completely different. She expected him to spout the usual crap other guys did. You deserve better, or don't let him get to you. But he didn't. Limu was talking to her on a completely equal level, even with a hint of casual indifference. He didn't care about her family, her looks. He was just stating what he saw as a fact. It felt novel. Comfortable. Come on, another round. She felt like she found a kindred spirit. She refilled their glasses. Soon, the soju bottle was empty. Piao and Ju's tolerance wasn't great. Her cool, beautiful face was flushed. Her gaze started to get hazy. She started talking more too. No longer the woman of few words. She began rambling to Limu about all the stupid crap from her time studying in the States. Limu remained the perfect listener, not interrupting, just grilling her a piece of meat whenever he poured her a drink. At some point, Kyunju had shifted, sitting right next to Limu. The booth was small. With her this close, their knees were practically touching. The scent of her expensive perfume, mixed with soju, invaded Limu's senses. Limu, she suddenly said his name. You're really nothing like those Korean guys. She looked up, her drunken, phoenix eyes locked on him, a hint of something unintentionally suggestive in her gaze. Then, as if making a decision, in a voice only he could hear, she whispered Appa. That Appa was soft, sweet. Drink slurred her words. The contrast was electric. Limu's heart skipped a beat. He didn't speak, just reached out, wrapped an arm around the Ice Queen's waist, and kissed her. When they reached a nearby hotel, Kyunju seemed to shed all pretense. She wasn't the untouchable queen anymore, just a woman desperate to be held, to be claimed. When Limu pinned her to the bed, she didn't resist. Instead, her arms snaked up, tightening around his neck. The harder it was suppressed before, the more violently it erupted now. She let it all out in the most primal way, releasing all that pent-up emotion. She kept crying Appa over and over. She'd wrap her long legs around Limu. This Ice Queen, usually so aloof and untouchable, was completely melted into a puddle of pure desire. The next afternoon, when Limu woke up, Kyunju was already gone. A note was left on the nightstand, written in her sharp, angular handwriting. Last night was amazing. Thank you, Appa. Limu looked at the note and smirked, then casually tossed it in the trash. Chapter 24. A bum's broken pocket watch yields a god-tier reward. After that intense session with Kyunju, Limu felt like he'd leveled up his game. A new understanding of conquering women. And anyway, you gotta be direct, aggressive, feed their hormones, be more passionate to satisfy their hormones. For mature beauty like Su Wanqing, you need patience. Grind it out. Fill that void inside her. But for an ice queen like Pyonju, be colder, harder. Shatter that icy shell with dominance. Shatter that icy shell of hers. Make her feel the fire burning beneath your steel. Every woman's a different flavor. He savored each one. That morning, not long after Limu opened shop, a figure reeking of stale booze and body odor staggered its way inside. A classic American bum. Hair like a rat's nest, face covered in scruff. The tattered jacket he wore was stained beyond recognition the moment he entered. The relatively fresh air of the pawn shop instantly turned pungent. Limu instinctively wrinkled his nose, taking a half step back. Boss, the bum leaned on the counter, a cloud of cheap liquor fumes. His bloodshot eyes were glazed over. Come on, spare some change. I'm dying of thirst. Sorry, this ain't a charity, Limu said flatly. Limu said expressionlessly. Got something to pawn? Show it. If not, the door's that way. There's a convenience store on the corner. I got something. The bum slurred, then extended a grimy, blackened hand, fumbling around in his filthy pockets for what felt like an eternity. Finally, he pulled out a pocket watch. Smack! He slapped it onto the counter. It looked even older. Looked worse off than him. The brass case was covered in green patina and black grime. The watch crystal was shattered, and the exposed dial was badly yellowed. Even one of the hands was missing. Limu didn't even bother touching it with his hand. He just used a pen to flick it closer and gave a glance. Not worth pawning. Wouldn't give $5. It's just taking up space. Pure e-waste. Boss, look, this is an antique passed down from my great-grandfather. The bum was still talking it up. Give me 100. No, just 50's fine. I just want 2 bottles of whiskey today. Looking at him, Limu was getting impatient. There's no reasoning with people like this. He just wanted to get this moving biohazard out of his shop. Counted $50, tossed it on the counter. Take the cash, leave the junk, and get the hell out. Done talking. Pay to make it go away. Thanks, boss. You're a saint. His eyes lit up. He snatched up the $50, tucking it into his coat like it was treasure. Then he bolted out of the pawn shop without a backward glance, probably headed straight for the liquor store. Limu watched him go and shook his head. He was about to sweep that broken watch into the trash. But the moment his fingers touched the cold metal shell, the moment the system judged the transaction complete, that long-dormant system prompt, with an unprecedented, ear-splitting, skull-rattling roar, exploded in his mind. Critical hit reward. God-tier reward acquired. Spider Gene, budget version. Limu froze solid on the spot. His mind went completely blank. That's Spider Gene. What the hell, system? Are you glitching? You can get this from a critical hit. Before he could process the sheer shock, an indescribable, terrifying heat erupted violently from the base of his spine. It felt like 10,000 volts of electricity surging through his entire body. Limu couldn't even manage a full scream. His whole body convulsed uncontrollably. He arched backward violently, like a shrimp thrown onto a hot griddle. Pain. Unimaginable pain. He felt every bone, every muscle, every nerve, every single cell in his body being torn apart by a brutal, overwhelming force. A brutal, tearing shatter. Then a complete, agonizing reassembly. He could even hear it clearly. The grinding of his own bones. The sickening snap of muscle fibers being stretched to the limit. His vision started to blur. A high-pitched whine filled his ears. The whole world seemed to be pulling away, just as he thought this terrifying force was going to rip him apart for good. The agony, like a tide, receded in a matter of seconds, replaced by something unprecedented, a feeling of rebirth, of impossible lightness and ease. Limu gasped for air, drenched in a cold sweat, like he'd just been pulled from the water. He leaned on the counter, swaying, forcing himself upright. The whole process lasted less than 10 seconds. But to him, it felt like a goddamn century. He looked at his hands, flexed his fists. Nothing seemed different at first. Then he realized his world had changed. Everything was razor sharp. He could see every minute grain in the wood of the counter, He could see the dust motes dancing in the air, almost invisible to the naked eye. His hearing was off the charts. He could hear the homeless guy 2 blocks over, the one he just paid, arguing with a convenience store clerk over a $2 discount. He could hear the startled yelp from a waiter dropping a cup in the corner cafe. Everything was crystal clear, 3-dimensional. But that wasn't the craziest part. The craziest part was he felt explosive power coursing through him, a gut-deep certainty. If he wanted to, he could punch right through. This solid would counter in front of him. This is the spider gene. Limu stared at his fist, muttering to himself, eyes wide with shock and savage joy. The system called it a low-spec version. No web-slinging, no wall-crawling like in the movies. But this raw, physical enhancement to the limit, and that sixth sense like a danger premonition for someone living in a country where shootouts are a daily headline. This is the ultimate cheat code. Beats any fancy appraisal knowledge any day. Way more valuable than tens or hundreds of thousands of bucks. This is a lifesaver. He took a deep breath, forced down the wild excitement, walked to the shop entrance, hung up the close sign, and pulled down the security shutter. He needed a quiet environment now to properly test just how far this reborn body of his had evolved. Chapter 25, Petals in the Wind. AI Ways risque video invitation. After locking up, Limu felt he couldn't wait another second. That power rampaging through his body, feeling like it was about to explode, made him desperately need a place to let it all out. He scanned his small pawn shop, but finally gave up on testing inside. Too cramped, no room to move, and if he lost control of his strength, wrecking something valuable, that'd be a real loss. He thought for a moment, grabbed a few quarters from the register, and slipped out the back door. Behind the shop was a narrow, dark alley. High walls on both sides, usually deserted. The ground was littered with discarded boxes and dumpsters. The air reeked of damp mildew. No cameras. Perfect testing ground. Limu walked deep into the alley. Facing a model brick wall, he took a deep breath. First, speed and accuracy. He pulled a quarter from his pocket, pinched it between thumb and middle finger, mimicking those martial arts masters from movies. He flicked it hard at the wall about 7 or 8 meters away. Whoosh! A sharp sound tore through the air. The small coin traced. A near-invisible silver streak. Then a dull thud. Like it had hit soft tofu. The entire coin embedded itself into the hard brick wall, leaving only a shallow indentation. Limu was stunned. He stepped forward, ran a finger over the mark, tried to pick at it. The coin was really lodged in there. Couldn't pry it out. Is this humanly possible? If that hit a person, would it be any different from a bullet? Suppressing his shock, he stepped back to his spot, pulled out 3 more coins. This time, faster. Flick, flick, flick. 3 sharp whistles, almost one sound. 3 new dents instantly appear on the opposite wall, forming a perfect equilateral triangle. The spacing between each coin looks like it was measured with a ruler. Unfreaking believable. Limu stares at his own fingers, cursing under his breath. This kind of terrifying power, explosive force, and pinpoint control, it's just broken. Speed test done. Now he's curious about his raw strength. He bends down, picks up a half-broken red brick from the ground, weighs in his hand, then his fingers suddenly clench. A sharp crack. The hard brick crumbles in his grip, into a pile of red dust, sifting through his fingers. Limu looks at his unscathed hand, swallows hard. What the hell am I? He feels like he could walk into any world's strongest man contest and take the damn trophy. Finally, his gaze lands on the old metal drain pipe, in the alley corner, thick as a bowl. Cast iron. Looks solid as hell. He walks up, takes a deep breath, recalling those boxing movie stances. Hips twist, weight shifts a straight punch, drives right into it. A deafening boom echoes through the narrow alley, where his fist hit the hard iron pipe. It's like it was struck by a sledgehammer. A deep, clear fist-shaped dent caves in. The whole pipe vibrates violently, shaking dust from the walls. Shit, that was loud. Limu startles himself with the power. He quickly pulls back, looks around like a thief, sighs in relief when he sees no one. He stares at the terrifying dent, then at his unmarked fist. Finally, he gets a clear picture of his new strength. Forget killing a bull with 1 punch. He feels like he could knock out an elephant. Testing complete. Limu feels refreshed, energized all over. That pent-up, restless feeling from the whole day gone. The pent-up frustration from the whole day. Finally got that pent-up energy out. Whistling as he strolled back to the shop. Another afternoon of mind-numbingly boring shop duty later. As evening fell, Limu locked up the store. He ambled over to Su Wanqing's restaurant next door. Little Lee, you're early today. Su Wanqing saw him come in. Her smile turned her eyes into crescents. Found him a clean spot. Starving, so I'm mooching a meal. Limu plopped down without ceremony. Just wait. Sis will go whip you up some noodles. Soon, a steaming bowl piled high with beef and greens. Braised beef noodles was placed before him. Limu was genuinely ravenous. He grabbed his chopsticks and started shoveling it down. His enhanced body had a metabolism that was frighteningly fast now. He felt like he could eat a whole cow. Sure enough, in under 5 minutes, the huge bowl was empty. He drank every drop. Had enough? Su Wanqing rested her chin in her hand, watching him with an amused smile. Another bowl. Limu pushed his bowl forward. Su Wanqing went to ladle him another serving. Then a third bowl. Limu polished off 3 and let out a contented belch. The look in Su Wanqing's eyes had shifted to something off. Lily, she leaned in closer, poking his arm curiously. What's with you today? You're eating like you just crawled out of famine. And I feel like there's something different about you. Oh, really? Limu grinned. What's different?
Can't finger on it. Su Wanqing tilted her head, thinking hard. Just, you seem way more alive than before. Your eyes are brighter. Did something good happen lately?
Good things happen every day. Limu looked at her lovely face, so close now, and suddenly reached out, giving her firm backside. A firm, playful squeeze. Ah, Suwan jumped, her face instantly flushing red. She glanced around quickly. She swatted his hand away. You little devil. Getting more and more shameless. What if someone saw? Limu just chuckled, not teasing her further. Full and satisfied, he sauntered back to his shop. That night, after a shower, lying in bed, Limu still felt like he was buzzing with endless energy. This vigor wasn't normal. He tossed and turned. Unable to sleep, my phone buzzed once. It was AI Wei video calling. Limu answered. AI Wei's face, perfectly made up, popped onto the screen. The background looked like a hotel room. She must have just gotten out of the shower. Her blonde hair was still a bit damp. She was only wearing a black lace slip. Against the headboard, she purred, hey sweet thing. Busy? She winked at the camera, her voice sugary and thick. About to crash. So early? Limu said. AI Wei pouted, then shifted the phone's angle. Slowly, she panned the camera downward. I bought some new lingerie. You're the expert critic. Tell me, quick. Does this new outfit look good on me? In a frame, the neckline of her lace slip plunged dangerously low, almost down to her navel. The breathtaking expanse of pale skin and that deep, shadowy valley looked downright hypnotic in the dim, golden light. Limu felt his throat go dry. It's fine. He offered the bland assessment. Just fine. AI Wei sounded distinctly unimpressed. She leaned closer, arching her back. Hey, good look. I bought this just for you, she purred. As she spoke, the tip of her tongue darted out, trailing slowly over her glossed lips. This woman knew exactly how to push buttons. The outfit's nice, but it doesn't hold a candle to that Harley Quinn getup you wore last time. That had soul. Limu leaned back on his own headboard, speaking lazily. When you wore that, you were glowing. For real. AI Wei's eyes lit up instantly. Of course I was. Her gaze shifted, a new idea sparking. You know what I think? Next time, we should do a Spider-Man theme. You could be the hero. I'll be Black Cat. Or maybe Spider-Gwen. We'll see. Limu deflected, leaving her hanging. Ugh, you know fun. AI Wei pouted again. She traded a few more flirty lines with him before ending the call. Limu flipped his phone face down on the nightstand. That restless energy he just managed to burn off. The restless heat I just let out was stirring again because of her. He stared at the ceiling. Couldn't help but sigh. With this much stamina, one girl might not be enough to keep up. Might need a whole crew to help me work it off. Do I need to find a few more to help burn it off? Chapter 26, Grinding for Rewards. The bargain hunting micro-influencer, Bela. Slashing upgrade isn't just about strength speed. It supercharged my stamina too. Limu found his energy levels were through the roof. Before, running the shop for 10 plus hours a day. Left him a zombie at night. Now, 4 or 5 hours of sleep. And he's back in the game, wired and ready. He's got energy to burn. One morning, the shop's dead. Limu's mindlessly scrolling his phone. When the door chime jingles, an old guy with gray hair shuffles in. He's clutching a cheap-looking pen. Kid, you buy pens? The old man sets the thing on the counter. The paint's chipped. The cap's cracked. Limu takes one look. This piece of junk? You could get a dozen of these for $10 at the dollar store. Total trash. Not worth buying. He wouldn't take it for free. He's about to say no, but a thought hits him. Since he got the pawn shop critical hit system, he's never figured out the trigger. What if any deal he closes, no matter how worthless the crap, has a chance? If that's the case, he could just buy up all the cheap junk for $1 or $2. Then sit back and wait for the system to pop. If it works, he'd be set. Figured it was worth a shot. Limu decides to use this crappy pen as a test. Yeah, I'll take it. He fishes a $1 coin from the drawer, tossing it on the counter. $1. Take it or leave it. The old man can't believe his junk pen's worth $1. He grabs the coin, grinning, and shuffles out. Limu stares hard at the pen, focusing, waiting for that familiar chime in his head. 1 second, 2, 3, but the expected ding never comes. Silence. No critical hit reward. No cashback. Nothing. Limu picks up the worthless pen, turning it over in his hands. Finally, he chucks it into the trash by his feet. Guess he was dreaming too big. Leaning back in his chair, he thinks it over. Starts to get a handle on things. This system's clearly not some easy money. The system's not a loophole he can exploit. Critical hit triggers. It ain't about the act of pawning itself. It's about whether the deal behind it is a real transaction with actual value changing hands. Like what he just tried. Spending $1 to buy junk just to game the system. That kind of fake, zero business logic deal. The system doesn't even register it. Once he figured that out, Limu actually felt a weight lift. Maybe this is better. At least now he won't be hoarding trash, just to try and glitch the system for a reward. Saves him from wasting cash and getting nothing. Just focus on the real business. The rewards will come when they're supposed to. Putting that aside, Limu remembered the 2 MacBook Pros he had listed on the trading platform. Perfect timing. A local buyer snagged one. Messaged, want to do the deal in person. Half an hour later, the buyer showed up at the pawn shop. After checking the goods, $500 got wired straight into Limu's account, minus what he paid Old Black for it. He cleared over $500 on this one. That Old Black. His stuff is always a guaranteed profit. In a good mood, Limu had just seen the guy out and sat down when the doorbell chimed again. A girl dressed like an internet influencer click-clacked in on her high heels. She looked maybe early 20s. A head of flaxen-colored wavy hair, rocking that full-on, trendy Instagram baddie makeup. She was all high-maintenance polish. The moment she stepped in, those expertly lined eyes started scanning the glass display cases. Her gaze finally landed on a small black chain strap bag, a Chanel WOC, a classic. One of the few solid, high-demand items in Limu's shop. Boss, how much for this bag? $1,200. Limu tossed out the price casually. $1,200? The girl leaned on the counter, staring at the bag with pure, unadulterated want in her eyes. Can you go any lower, please? Nope. Limu's reply was short and final. Oh, come on, don't be like that. The girl turned on the charm, pouting at him. Boss, I really love this bag, but I only have 1,000 on me right now. Can you cut me a break? Think of it as making a friend. Making friends is one thing. Business is business. Limu shook his head, unmoved. 1,200, not a penny less. Seeing her flirting isn't working, the girl bites her lip, her eyes darting. Seeing she's got an idea. Hey, listen, how about this? She leans in closer, lowering her voice. Wearing that, I've got a secret to tell you. Look, my name's Bela. I'm an influencer, a blogger. I know a ton of people. My girlfriend's my circle. Closet stuffed with unworn designer goods. They're always looking to offload stuff, or need quick cash and want to pawn things. So here's the deal. Knock 200 off that bag. Sell it to me for 1,000 bucks. In exchange, I'll send all of them your way. How's that sound? I'm talking prime clientele here. They spend way more freely than I do. Limu listens, raises an eyebrow. He doesn't answer right away. He leans back, fingers tapping the desk, putting on a show of weighing the pros and cons. But the little calculator in his head already finished crunching the numbers ages ago. That Chanel WOC, he sourced it from another channel for just 600 bucks cost. Even selling it to her for the 1,000 she mentioned, he'd still clear a clean 400 profit. A solid deal either way. And the client referral she's offering, that's just the cherry on top. He's been worried his little hole-in-the-wall shop has no reach. Stuck with the same old customers. If he could really tap into her whole influencer circle's potential client base, that measly 200 buck discount he'd be eating would be one hell of a high return investment. The math checks out, no question. But not a hint of that shows on his face. If he agrees too fast, it'll look like he's desperate for the business. Make her think she scored a huge win. Introducing clients. Limu left the words hang for a moment. Then, as if finally making up his mind, he puts on a reluctant face and sighs. All right, fine. You seem sincere enough. I'll let it go for 1,000 bucks. He pauses, then adds, but let's be clear up front. If your friends really need the service, send my way. Don't waste my discount. Really? That's amazing. Bela's face lights up the second he agrees. Absolutely over the moon. She hadn't expected her offhand idea to actually work. In her sudden burst of joy, she leans right over the counter, plants a quick kiss on Limu's cheek. Thanks, boss. You're a real one. Don't you worry about a thing. I've got tons of friends. I'll send a whole army of customers your way, guaranteed. Limu was caught completely off guard by sudden gratitude. He just froze for a second. Man, American girls really are direct. After the kiss, Bela seemed to realize she'd gotten a bit carried away. A faint blush colored her cheeks. Thrilled, she got what she craved. She whipped out her phone, scanned Limu's QR code, and zipped over that 1,000 bucks without a second thought. All right, boss, it's a deal. I'm out of here. I'll bring you clients in a couple days. Clutching her precious Chanel WOC, she gave Limu a wave and practically skipped out the door. You could see the joy in her every step. Once the shop settled back into silence, Limu touched the spot on his cheek where she'd kissed him. A slow grin spread across his face. A 200 buck discount. A free, driven salesperson sends me business. Now it's a good deal. As for that girl, she just talked away saving 200 bucks. Like she pulled off the scam of the century. Little does she know, the one who played the sharpest game was the reluctant seller all along. Chapter 27, the $0 heist. He said he came to be the muscle, but the gun was pointed right at my head. After seeing off the thoroughly satisfied influencer, Bela, Limu leaned back in his chair and stretched with a satisfied groan. Just past 3 p.m., the dead zone of the day. Limu was dozing off when the chime above the door jangled. Limu's eyes snapped open. A gaunt white man shuffled in. He was wearing a gray hoodie, the hood pulled low, hiding most of his face. Hands in pockets, eyes darting nervously. He glanced back, shifty, after entering. A faint alarm bell went off in Limu's head, but he didn't dwell on it. People pawning stuff. You get all sorts in this line of work. Pawning or buying? Limu straightened up, asking the routine question. Pawning. The man's voice was raspy as he approached the counter. He looked left and right, confirming Limu was the only one in the shop, then pulled a black handgun from his hoodie pocket and placed it on the counter. How much for this? Limu gave the gun a once-over. A common Glock 17. Sorry, no gun license. We don't take firearms. Limu shook his head. In the States, you need a federal firearms license to deal or pawn guns. His little shop didn't have that. Touch that stuff, you're looking at jail time. Look closer. This isn't a regular gun. But the man didn't pull it back. He pushed it forward instead, his voice getting urgent. Limu frowned. This guy just doesn't get it. But out of habit, he glanced down anyway to check the piece out. The moment his eyes landed on the gun, something changed. An icy chill exploded from the back of his neck without warning, like a bucket of ice water dumped right on his head. It shot through his whole body. His scalp crawled. Spider sense. The kind of high alert warning that only kicks in when death is staring you down. Almost the instant the sense screamed, Limu's whole world seemed to slow down. He could feel, crystal clear, the man's other hand, the one still in his hoodie pocket, moving in what looked like slow motion, pulling out a smaller pistol. The dark muzzle was aimed right at his head. Open the safe, or I blow your brains out. The man's low, menacing growl sounded drawn out and sluggish to Limu now. No hesitation. In that split second, Limu's enhanced body reacted on instinct. He jerked his head aside. Seeing the move, the robber instinctively squeezed the trigger. Bang! A muffled gunshot tore through the small shop. A bullet whizzed past his ear, embedding itself in the wall behind him. But at the same time, Limu's right hand shot out, like a striking viper, clamping down on the man's gun wrist. His fingers clenched with brute force. Crack! The sound of snapping bone was sickeningly clear. F! The robber screamed in agony. His gun clattered to the floor. Limu gave him no time to recover. His left hand braced on the counter, and he vaulted over it effortlessly. Then a clean, straight punch connected solidly with the robber's jaw. The guy didn't even have time to grunt. His eyes rolled back, and he crumpled to the floor, out cold. From a spider gene blaring to knocking the robber out cold, the whole thing took less than 3 seconds. Limu stood there, staring at the unconscious thug on the ground, then at his own hand, the one that just snapped the guy's wrist. His heart was hammering against his ribs. This was the spider gene and the enhanced body in action. If not for that life-saving warning, that first shot might have been his last. After a few seconds of cold sweat, Limu steadied himself. He stepped forward, kicking both guns into a corner. Then he pulled out his phone and dialed 911. 30 minutes later, sirens wailed in the distance, growing closer. Feds and an ambulance finally arrived. With a broken wrist and a dislocated jaw, before loading him onto a stretcher, a cop walked over to Limu to take his statement. "Sir, can you walk me through what happened?" Limu immediately put on a face of shaken relief. He pointed to his own chest, his voice deliberately trembling. "He just pulled a gun on me. My mind went completely blank. I panicked, don't know where the strength came from. Just flailed around on instinct. Guess I must have hit him somehow." He shook his head, the picture of bewildered terror. A perfectly ordinary shop owner, who just narrowly escaped death. Probably just dumb luck. I must have been a rookie, all clumsy-like. The cop glanced at the scuffle marks on the floor, then checked the security feed. Sure, the shopkeeper's reflexes seemed a bit sharp. Caught red-handed, he let slide. "You were brave. And lucky, sir." The cop gave a shoulder pat, finished the report, and left. Only when everyone was gone did Limu finally let out the breath he'd been holding. He knew this kind of impossible power could never see the light of day. The wrong kind of attention would mean endless trouble. Word spread through Chinatown fast. They said the owner of that rundown pawn shop, that Dragon Country guy, was not someone to mess with. Took down an armed robber with his bare hands. After that, the small-time punks thinking of testing their luck thought twice. No one dares to even think about messing with this place anymore. Yes, the whole mess worked out, put the fear of God in him. Evening was falling as Limu was about to lock up. Su Wanqing came rushing over, footsteps frantic. He practically slammed the door open, and the second he saw Limu, sitting safe and sound behind the counter, those pretty eyes of his instantly welled up. "Limu," he gasped, all pretense of composure gone, and just threw himself forward, wrapping Limu in a tight hug. His whole body was trembling uncontrollably. "Are you okay? Are you hurt?" He buried his face in Limu's chest, voice choked with tears. "I just got back from my errands. They said you were robbed in daylight with a gun. You scared me. My legs are still weak. It's okay. Look at me. I'm perfectly fine." Limu was momentarily stunned by the sudden launch into his arms. Then he reached out, gently patting that trembling back, soothing in a soft tone. It took a long while for Su Wanqing's emotions to finally settle a bit. He lifted his head from Limu's embrace, those dewy, peach blossom eyes scanning him up and down, looking left and right, checking if he was unharmed. "Really okay? Really okay? You terrified me." Only after confirming Limu was truly unscathed did the full force of the delayed fear hit him. Tears started plopping down. He raised a fist and gave Limu's chest a light, half-hearted thump. "You little idiot. What were you trying to prove, playing the hero? What if something really had happened to you? What would I do then?" His words came out in a rush, tinged with hurt. The whole scene, he looked exactly like a worried little wife fretting over a man's safety. Hearing this, warmth spread through Limu's chest. He pulled Su Wanqing to sit on his lap. All right. I'm fine, see? Don't cry. You'll ruin your pretty face." He reached up, wiping away her tears. Su Wanqing sniffled. His eyes fell on the messy counter and floor. "I'm so worried and scared. Sit still. I'll clean up for you." He made to get up, but Limu held him firm, guiding him to lean back against his chest instead. Su Wanqing couldn't win against him, so he gave in. He just stayed there, nestled against Limu's side, tidying the scattered pins and ink pad on the counter. Limu sat in the chair, one arm around her waist, his thumb stroking gently over the fine silk of her Chong Sam, a silent comfort. As she was tidying up the edge of the counter, a couple of receipts got knocked to the floor. "Oops." Su Wanqing let out a soft gasp. She slipped off Limu's lap and crouched down to pick them up. Limu remained seated in the chair, looking down. From this angle, he could see a few loose strands from her pinned-up hair, draping down her pale neck, and the side slit of her chi pao as she crouched. Black stockings shimmered. It was a kind of effortless, mature allure, seeming to sense Limu's lingering gaze on her. Su Wanqing paused in her retrieval. She slowly looked up, meeting his eyes from below. On that pretty face, still marked by tear tracks, a flush instantly bloomed. The worry in her eyes had now melted into threads of shyness. "What are you looking at?" Her voice was a tiny whisper, but she didn't look away. Limu chuckled, reaching out to gently tilt her chin up. Chapter 28. Gym Grind. The next day, Sakura Dom, Xiao Yijinchi, Limu wasted no time. He signed up for a year at the swankiest gym in the neighborhood, partly to burn off some steam, and partly to see just what this new body of his was capable of. The place was top-notch. All the equipment was imported high-end stuff, plenty of space. Even during the post-work rush, it didn't feel packed. Limu changed into his gear and headed straight for the free weights. He started with a 10-minute jog on the treadmill to warm up, then began working his way through the machines, starting with the lightest plates, adding more and more. He quickly discovered something that even shocked himself. The so-called max weight on these machines felt like child's play to him. Whether it was the chest press or the lat pull down, even with the pin set at the very bottom stack, he cranked out reps like it was nothing. Didn't even break a sweat. The muscle heads around him, drenched and veins popping, were staring at him like he was a freak. This Asian guy, just over 6 feet, not even looking that jacked. Over 200 kilos without even breaking a sweat. What the hell is he? Some kind of machine. Limu basked in the stunned stares around him. He was loving it, but didn't want to overplay his hand. After testing a few machines, he headed to the bench press. Time to see what he's really made of. He just laid down on the bench, heavy panting and metal clanging beside him. The clang of metal hitting the barbell. A huge white guy built like a grizzly bear. A muscular white guy built like a grizzly bear, straining to push a terrifying-looking weight. A weight that looked terrifying. His face was deep red, veins bulging like worms on his arms. Veins bulged like earthworms on his arms. Grunting and roaring nonsense. "Hey babe, watch this. I've almost got it," he yelled, Heard a wink and hear an Asian woman stretching nearby. An Asian woman stretching made exaggerated faces. Limu followed his gaze, and his eyes lit up just a little. She looked to be in her late 20s, dressed in a black sports bra and yoga pants. Her figure wasn't the powerful, fiery kind like Tails, but a perfectly balanced, lush curves. Her skin was cool, pale tones and indoors. A simple bun revealed her slender neck and delicate collarbones. What really caught the eye was her aura. A cool elegance clashing with the gym's raw vibe, like a quiet lily blooming in the middle of a noisy street. Stretching, completely absorbed her own world, indifferent to everything around her. He can do it. The Asian woman was clearly annoyed by the meathead's noise, but out of politeness, she gave a half-hearted cheer. Fueled by the goddess's encouragement, the guy roared like a beast possessed, putting every last ounce of strength into it. The barbell wobbled, rising maybe 10 centimeters, before his strength gave out. It crashed back onto the rack with a loud clang. Failed. A few stifled snickers came from around them. The guy's face turned the color of liver. He scrambled up from the bench, embarrassed, tried to approach the woman again, but she just frowned, grabbed her towel, and turned to leave, clearly done with him. Hey, don't go, beautiful. That was just a warm-up. Next set, I swear I'll get it up. The musclehead just wouldn't let up, trying to follow her. Limu watched the whole thing go down. He let out an annoyed click of his tongue. It wasn't about playing the white knight. He was just sick of the racket this guy made earlier. All that pathetic grunting and screaming. He walked over, under the musclehead's stunned gaze. He added 2 more plates to the barbell, one on each side. You done hogging the rack, Rocket? Limu patted the bar. If you're done, move. The musclehead sized Limu up. He eyed me with contempt. You know the weight? I was struggling with 200 kilos. And you're adding more? Doesn't seem that heavy, Limu said. He lay back on the bench, gripped the bar. Every single eye in the free weights area snapped to him. With the whole room watching, waiting for the show, Limu took a deep breath, a slight flex in his core. His arms pushed. That monstrous 240 kilo weight, the one the musclehead couldn't even budge, slid by him without so much change expression. Effortlessly. 1 rep, 2, 3, 10. He finished a perfect set of bench presses, not even breathing hard. Then he racked the weight, smooth and steady. Dead silence fell over the entire gym. Everyone looked like they'd seen a ghost, staring, jaws on the floor, at this seemingly scrawny Asian kid. The musclehead's mouth hung open. His eyes were about to pop out of his skull. His face went from sneering to shocked to utterly humiliated. Finally, without a word, he grabbed his towel and slunk away. Limu ignored all the stares. He just thought the weight was still too light for him. It didn't even come close to testing his limits. He stood up, about to go add a couple more plates. But the Asian woman he'd indirectly helped walked over. Hello. Thank you for earlier. She gave a slight, polite bow. Her voice was soft, but clear and gentle, with a distinct Japanese accent. It's fine. He was annoying, Limu replied flatly. My name is Xiao Yizhenshi. The woman introduced herself. You're from Longwa? Yeah. Born and raised. Started conversation easy but casual. Limu learned that this woman, Xiao Yizhenshi, was Japanese by birth, but had grown up in America. Although Japanese by birth, he grew up in America. She runs a second-hand luxury boutique around here. Specializes in high-end consignment and resale. A second-hand luxury boutique? Limu's ears perk up. He's suddenly very interested. And we might just have some business to do. Xiao Yizhenshi asks curiously, you're in the trade? Pawn shop. 2 blocks over, in Chinatown. Limu keeps it short. His eyes genuinely lit up. He knows a reliable supply line is crucial. Pawn shops are a major source for luxury goods. And it really is fate. He flashes his first genuine smile of the day. Well, that's all. If you don't mind, let's change contacts. We can set up a proper meeting to discuss collaboration. Sure. Limu takes out his phone and adds him on Facebook. I won't keep you from your workout then. Lisan, Xiao Yizhenshi gives another slight bow. Then he turns and leaves. Limu watches her retreating, curvy figure. He gives a mental nod of approval. That Japanese Wanisan has a certain flavor. Chapter 29. Watch that day's premiere. Zhenshi's evening invitation. After the gym, after shower, Limu feels refreshed. That restless energy is finally mustered off. Changed into clean clothes, he leans back in his chair. His mind drifts back to the gym today. That Japanese guy, Zhenshi, the aloof face, the voluptuous build, that ice queen, keep your distance vibe. Now that's the kind of conquest that's worth the effort. The night passes without incident. The next morning, not long after Limu opened shop, his phone buzzes in his pocket. Caller ID, Deliku. Hey man, Delik's voice booms. You at the shop? A buddy's coming with goods. Hook him up. What kind of goods? Good stuff. Absolute top shelf, I promise. Deliku swears my guy is solid. Not long after hanging up, the entrance bell chimes. A short, stocky Mexican guy walks in. Looks about 30. It's definitely the real deal. Deliku assures him over the phone. Trust me, bro. My guy is solid. Soon after hanging up, the door chime rings. A short, stocky man from Mogo enters. The man looks about 30. A thug with a scorpion tattoo. Mean-faced. The kind you know ain't right just by looking at him. He steps in, eyes darting left and right, checking the place out. Then he shuffles up to the counter, lowers his voice. In heavy, broken English, he says, Deliku sent me. You got the stuff? Limu keeps it short. Yeah. The guy grins a nasty little smile. Shows off 2 rows of teeth, stained yellow from smoke. He pulls a beat-up cloth bag from inside his jacket. Fishes out 2 things wrapped in cheap tissue paper. Dumps him on the counter. Unwraps him. 2 luxury watches. One's a Rolex Submariner, the black one. The other's an Omega Seamaster 300. Solid stuff on the second-hand market. So boss, what do you think? My goods are top-notch, he boasts proudly. Let me tell you, he brags. My pipeline is the most solid in all of LA. Got supply for days. You want it? I got it. Oh yeah, what pipeline? Limu picks up the Submariner. He inspects it casually as he asks. Hey, trade secrets, trade secrets. The guy waves a hand, playing it all mysterious. He wants to brag, but holds back details. Might as well have hot stamped on his forehead. Limu's amused inside, but he doesn't call him on it. He focuses on checking the goods. The Rolex sub. First, he twists the ceramic bezel. 120 clicks. Feels crisp, solid. No mushiness. Sounds like the real deal. He grabs a loop, takes a close look at the dial. The font printing, the date window. Font's full sharp. Date window even has that classic magnifying effect. Finally, he flips it over. Checks the case back engraving and bracelet. Genuine. Does the same routine on the Omega Seamaster. The transparent back reveals a fine movement. The pieces are good. They're real. Limu puts the watches down, looks at the guy. But you got no papers, no original box. Not even a warranty card. Just 2 naked watches. Well, what's the big deal? They're real, ain't they? The guy says, sounding a bit shaky. It's a huge deal, Limu drawls. A full set with papers and box. Versus your sketchy, naked watches here. The price difference is massive. I take your stuff. Moving it's a pain, and the risk is sky high. The guy's left speechless. He knows exactly how he got these watches. Papers and boxes? Where do you get those? I'll give you $5,000 for the pair. Take it or leave it. Limu threw out a number. That's only because I owe Deliku a favor. Take it or leave it. Watches with papers and boxes. They go for at least $15,000 on the secondhand market. But for 2 hot, bare watches with no provenance, $5,000 is more than generous. The kid's face was a mask of pain, but he knew the score. Hot merchandise. Already tampered with? No one's touching that. $5,000 is a damn good deal. Fine deal. He gritted his teeth and agreed. Limu wrote the slip, counted the cash. Transaction complete. The moment the kid stepped out of the shop with the money, that familiar system chime blasted through his mind, louder and more intense than ever before. Special critical hit reward. Acquired. BMW M4. Registered to host. Vehicle located in public parking lot. 3 blocks away. Zone A, space 32. Holy shit. Limu's brain short-circuited. A critical hit? A car? A freaking BMW M4? He stood frozen. His thoughts scrambling to catch up. The system can do this? His hand dug into his pocket on instinct. His fingers closed around something cold. Solid. The blue and white logo was unmistakable. The paperwork's already handled. Staring at the key in his hands, Limu muttered to himself. This is insane. Forged registration? 2. The IRS would have a field day. Then again, if this thing can fake something like Spider Gene, burying the surge relation, he locked the 2 watches in the safe. Then he shut the shop down right then and there. He couldn't wait another second. He had to see his new ride. Now, following the system's directions, Limu power walked the 3 blocks. He found the public lot in no time. There, in Zone A, space 32, sat a brand new snow white BMW M4. Its sleek lines, aggressive front fascia, and those sexy quad exhaust tips were a full-on assault on Limu's senses. Every detail screamed perfection. He clicked the fob. Beep beep. The lights flashed twice, as if greeting its new master. Limu pulled the door open and slid into the driver's seat, as if responding to its new master. Limu opened the car door and got in. A fresh leather and that new car smelled marvelous. He ran his hand over the buttery smooth M-series steering wheel, then glanced at the high-tech dashboard display. A shiver of pure excitement ran through him. This was a BMW M4. Brand new. This was back in $70,000 to $8,000. Selling his beat-up Toyota wouldn't even cover the cost of one of its damn wheels. He slid the key into the ignition and gave a twist. A low, throaty growl answered him. The sound of pure power. The steel beast had awakened. Limu stomped on the gas. The car shot forward instantly, hitting him to the seat with a force that made him let out a wild, exhilarated whoop. Cruising the streets of LA in this shiny new M4, soaking up the envious stares from pedestrians. Felt damn good. Right then, he decided. He listed that piece of crap Toyota online a second got back. Who the hell needs that junk when you've got this? After a long, satisfying drive to get it out of his system, Limu finally, reluctantly, steered the car. Back to the pawn shop. He parked, rolled up the gear shirt, and slumped into the gear chair. His mind was already racing with plans. Maybe get the car wrapped? Spring for some premium insurance? He pulled it out. A Facebook message from Xiao Yuzhenxi. Leave free tonight? To celebrate our partnership, and thank you for having my back, I'd like to take you to a really nice izakaya. Below the message was a pinned location for the restaurant. Limu looked at the message and smirked. A brand new BMW and a date with a beauty tonight? Well, I tasted pretty damn sweet. Chapter 30. He made the first move. He got the location from Zhenxi. Sent back a quick okay, and checked the time. Still early. No rush. He tidied up the shop at a leisurely pace. Took a shower, threw on some clean casual clothes, and finally grabbed the keys to his shiny new M4. With a casual swagger, he headed out. Passing low, thrilling engine roar filled the air. The white BMW M4 sliced into LA's glittering night. Took another shower and changed into clean casual clothes. Then, I picked up the brand new BMW M4 key fob and sauntered out the door. A low, pleasing engine roar followed. The white BMW M4 shot out like a bolt of lightning into LA's glittering night lights. Zhenxi's izakaya is in a quiet, small storefront. The interior is exquisitely refined, a wave of Japanese style hits. But the interior is exquisitely refined, a wave of traditional Japanese style hits you. Limu parks the M4 right out front. He steps inside and spots Zhenxi already waiting. She's in a private booth by the window. She looks completely different from the woman at the gym. She's changed into a lavender, off-the-shoulder kimono-style dress. The fabric is soft, draping loosely over her frame. It only accentuates her full, voluptuous curves. Her pale, rounded shoulders and delicate collarbones are on full display. Under the izakaya's dim, warm light, her skin glows like polished ivory. Her long, dark hair is loosely tied up in a bun at her nape. A few stray strands frame her face, combined with her cool, yet gentle features. She looks like a classical beauty, stepped right out of ukiyo-e print, full of grace. Lisan, you made it. Seeing Limu, a faint smile touches Zhenxi's lips. She rises and pulls out the chair opposite for him. Sorry, traffic was a nightmare. Running late. Limu offers the casual excuse, taking a seat. Not at all. I arrived early. Zhenxi says softly. Today, her speech carries a hint of that. Distinctly Japanese female deference. It makes her seem exceptionally gentle. She claps her hands lightly. The server quickly brings over a bottle of sake and several delicate appetizer dishes. Their house sake is very authentic. Lisan, please try. She picks up the small sake bottle and personally pours a cup for Limu. Thanks. Limu raises his cup, clinking it with hers. The sake is smooth, sweet, with a light rice aroma. It's good. To celebrate our successful partnership, Jinshi raises her cup. Her gentle eyes meet Limu's, holding sincere warmth. They drink, one cup after another, discussing business. The atmosphere is surprisingly easy. Gotta admit, Jinshi is a real powerhouse. In her field, her knowledge of the pre-owned luxury market runs even deeper than Limu's. Limu is happy to engage. While he has the system's knowledge base, he lacks the hands-on, practical experience. After a few cups of sake, a faint flush blooms on Jinshi's pale cheeks. A soft blush began to creep across her cheeks. She grew more talkative, straying for business. She started sharing stories about her life back in the States. They mostly just listened quietly, rarely interjecting. He only reached to refill her glass when it was empty. After pouring her another one, Jinshi lifted her glass but didn't drink. She just stared into the clear liquid. Then with a sigh, she said, "Lee-san, do you ever feel lonely here? All by yourself?" "It's manageable," Limu replied casually. "Because you keep busy, right? Don't have time to think about it." Jinshi swirled the drink in her glass gently. Her gaze grew distant. I feel lonely every single day." She paused, as if gathering courage from the alcohol. "You don't know," she murmured. "Technically, I have a fiancé." Limu raised an eyebrow, but stayed silent, listening. 3 years engaged, she laughed bitterly. She downed the sake in one go. The line of her slender, pale throat curved gracefully. 3 years. Guess how many times we've seen each other? 5 times. You can count on one hand. His name is Jintai. He's at the headquarters in Japan. The so-called young elite. Always busy, always in meetings, always expanding his empire. Every video call is just him talking about work. Her voice grew softer. A hint of long-suppressed resentment crept in. "Everyone envies me. They call me lucky. A fiancé with a future. A merger of powerful families. A perfect match. But who knows what these 3 years have really been like for me? Might as well be a widow. Open the shop alone. Close up alone. Go back to that cold, empty apartment alone." Limu said nothing, simply refilled her glass. Some bitterness needs to be poured out to find relief. Comfort from others is often just useless noise. Jinshi held the fresh glass. Her eyes were getting red. "All he ever gives me is money. Empty promises. I'll marry you when I'm successful." She looked up, her eyes holding a reckless, drunken resolve. "Truth is, I'm thinking of calling it off. This arrangement in name only. I'm tired, Lee-san, tired of holding up. If I keep going like this, I'll waste my whole life in that empty shell of a home." With that, she threw back the drink in one gulp, as if trying to swallow down 3 years of loneliness, and that hollow relationship all at once. Limu watched him, already reading the situation. This wasn't some unbreakable fiancé, more like a condemned building waiting to collapse on its own. Just needs one last push. "So call it off." Limu said it casually. His tone as flat as commenting on the weather. Why keep a relationship that just drains you? Only brings misery. Jinshi was stunned. He didn't expect Limu to be so blunt. He looked at Limu, his eyes glassy with drink, flickering with something strange. He was used to men who'd either tell her to endure it, or offer fake sympathy after hearing her complaints. Someone like Limu, who cut straight to just end it, was a first. That detached, seen-it-all attitude somehow felt safe, and damn attractive. The meal lasted over 2 hours. When they left, Jinshi was too drunk to stand steady, swaying as he walked. Limu had to support him. Lee-san, thank you for listening to all my nonsense today." Jinshi leaned most of his weight against Limu's body, mumbling. "It's fine," Limu said, holding him up, inhaling the intoxicating mix of sake, and a faint, feminine scent from his skin. His own pulse kicked up a notch. At her apartment door, Jinshi fumbled with the key, trying several times before it clicked. "I am here. Thanks for walking me back." He stood head bowed, not daring to look at Limu. "Go on in." Limu nodded, turning to leave. But the moment he turned, Jinshi seemed to summon a colossal courage. He jerked his head up, rose on his toes, and pressed a fleeting kiss, right on Limu's lips. They were cool from the sake, yet soft and warm. A touch, then gone. "I didn't mean. I'm drunk." After the kiss, Jinshi panicked like a startled rabbit, waving his hands, face burning crimson, stammering excuses. Limu watched the adorable, pure yet seductive display, and broke into a grin. He didn't speak, just reached out, grabbing the wrist that was still flailing in the air. Jinshi's body froze instantly. The next second, Limu was following him through the now open door. Chapter 31. Cherry Blossom Elegance. It's under a temptress. The door clicked shut behind them. It sealed away the last shred of Jinshi's sanity. The apartment was dark. Only moonlight and neon from the window bled in, casting a fractured glow on the entryway floor. The air was thick with a refined Japanese incense, mingling with the scent of sake, still clinging to Jinshi's skin. It created a heady, intoxicating cocktail. The moment Limu pulled her inside, Jinshi's body was still tense. She was pressed back against the door, her delicate face flushed from the drinks, etched with pure panic and confusion. We shouldn't be doing this. We just met. We're business partners." Her gentle eyes held a plea, as if trying to convince Limu. Or maybe herself. "Oh really?" Limu watched her. This picture of adorable contradiction, mouth saying no, body going limp as a rag doll. He chuckled low, didn't answer. Just leaned in, capturing those cool, sake-flavored lips again. MPH. Jinshi's protest was smothered. She gave his chest a few token pushes, feeble as a kitten's. Within seconds, all resistance melted away. Her hands, once braced against him, slid up to wrap around his neck. Her response was clumsy, desperate, hungry, when the long, liquor-sweet kiss finally broke. Jinshi was boneless, draped over Limu completely. She gasped for air, her usually serene face now a mask of raw, heated desire. The image of the poised, professional proprietress was utterly gone. Limu scooped her up, earning a sharp gasp, and headed straight for the bedroom. Jinshi's apartment wasn't large, but it was meticulously curated. Every detail spoke of understated luxury and its owner's flawless taste. Limu tossed her onto the king-size bed with its silky sheets. The soft mattress swallowed her. He leaned over her, gazing down at the Japanese correctional officer, now completely lost in passion. A primal urge to conquer blazed through him. No, Yamada said don't. As Limu's hand slid up her silk dress, Jinshi's weak protests were the last of her resistance. But her voice was soft, lacking any conviction. It sounded more like an invitation than a refusal. Limu ignored her, silencing her babbling mouth with action. The proof was in the pudding. Women from the land of the rising sun have a certain innate talent in these matters, especially someone like Jinshi. Outwardly, the picture of prim and proper restraint. A repressed older woman finally unleashed. Once she let go, that contrast was a killer. The impact was damn near lethal. What followed was inevitable. His body, enhanced by the spider gene, pushed his stamina and endurance to a terrifying level. And Jinshi, this repressed older woman of 3 years, unleashed a shocking fighting spirit of her own. They went from headboard to footboard, bedroom to living room, couch, turning the whole damn apartment into a war zone. She vented every ounce of loneliness and frustration pent up for 3 years. Time lost meaning. Eventually, the room fell silent. The air hung thick with the smell of sweat and sex. Jinshi lay limp as a boneless kitten, sprawled across Limu's chest. She couldn't move a finger. Her sleek black hair, now soaked through with sweat, stuck to her cheeks and neck in wild strands. A beautiful kind of wreckage. You monster, she breathed, voice ragged. It took her a moment to find it. She gave a weak thump on his chest. Limu just smiled. He gently brushed her tangled hair behind her ear, savoring the calm after the storm. Get the picture now? Yeah. Jinshi buried her face in his chest. Her voice was muffled, a mix of petulance and post-satisfaction laziness. Had I known, I wouldn't have pretended. Oh, Limu looked at her, amused. So you were plotting this all along? No. Jinshi's face flushed. She gave his chest a playful nip, a mix of protest and pout. It's all your fault. I was curious about your look at the gym. Just curious, and a little something else. Jinshi's voice grew smaller and smaller. She nuzzled his chest like a kitten. A long time passed. Then he spoke up again, his voice low. Lee-san, tell me, am I a bad woman? Why would you say that? I'm clearly with Jintai, but with you, her words carried a hint of confusion and self-doubt. This Jintai of yours, is he good to you? Limu asked flatly. At the mention of Jintai, Jinshi's body stiffened noticeably. He was silent for a long time, then gave a self-deprecating laugh. Good? What's good? He lifted his head, those gentle eyes now filled with nothing but loneliness and disappointment. He's a selfish bastard. These 3 years, he's always been busy with his career. We'd go half a year without seeing each other. Every video call, it was all about his company's performance, his future plans. He never once asked me if I was tired being alone in America. All he ever gave was money and that empty promise. That line about marrying me once he made it. He buried his face back into Limu's chest. His voice held a barely perceptible tremor. That's not what I wanted. Otherwise, I wouldn't have called off the engagement. Limu didn't speak. He just reached out and gently stroked her smooth back. He knew it. This prim, reserved iceberg of a woman from Japan. Tonight, he'd finally melted her completely. What she needed wasn't some high and mighty business partner. She needed a place to let her guard down, to act like a little girl again. And he happened to be that place. They lay there quietly, savoring this rare moment of tenderness, just as the atmosphere in the room was growing warmer, more intimate. A shrill video call ringtone shattered the silence, blaring violently in the quiet bedroom. Jinshi's body went rigid. Both of them turned their heads towards. The phone on the nightstand vibrated wildly. In the dim room, the cold screen light was blinding. On it, a man's profile picture pulsed insistently. Below it, a name was crystal clear, Jintai. Chapter 32, the unanswered call. Jinshi's midnight snack in the kitchen. A jarring, insistent video call ringtone shatters the intimate calm that had just settled over the bedroom. On the nightstand, a phone screen lights up. Its cold, white glow bleeds into the dim room. The name Jintai pulses on the display. Limu leans back against the headboard, one arm resting casually atop the covers. He glances at the screen, then looks down at Jinshi, who's still catching her breath against his chest. He stays quiet, waiting, wondering how this Japanese beauty will react. Jinshi's body does tense for a second, but to Limu's surprise, she doesn't scramble up like a startled rabbit, stumbling to get up in a panic. She doesn't panic and grab for the sheets. She just lies there still, the dazed, misty look in her eyes from moments ago. Steadies, growing calm, even cold, as she watches the screen flash. The ringtone keeps blaring, stubborn. Jinshi extends a pale arm, reaching across Limu's chest to pick up the phone. She doesn't answer. Her thumb presses the power button once, straight to voicemail. She mutes it with a flick, then tosses the phone aside like trash. She buries her face back into Limu's chest, into his sweat-damp skin, and takes a deep, shuddering breath. Not gonna pick up? Limu strokes her long, dark hair, asking slowly, casually. Don't want to. Her voice is hoarse, laced with a lazy, post-release exhaustion. What's the point? Hear him mumble some excuse about work being crazy? Listen to him whine about how stressed he is? The usual be understanding lecture? She sneers. Her voice is flat, final. A heart already checked out. I've decided to end that pathetic engagement. After that, we're nothing to each other. Why keep pretending? She lifts her head. Her gentle phoenix eyes meet Limu's now, holding a reckless, determined light. Limu-san just now. It hit me. I'm done. Let him vanish from my world. For good. As the words leave her, it's like a mountain slides off Jinshi's shoulders. You can see the relief wash over her. Limu watches. A smirk of satisfaction tugged at his lips. She's smart and tough. Unlike hypocritical saints acting like whores. That kind of straightforward attitude really does it for him. Nah, not hungry. With her emotions finally settled, that healing link her Japanese housewife started bubbling back to the surface. She focused lightly with fear. Her voice was soft as she asked, "You must have burned a lot of energy just now. Let me whip you up some late-night grub?" "Sure, host call." Limu didn't stand on ceremony. Jinshi threw back the covers and got out of bed. She didn't bother looking for proper clothes. Instead, she just grabbed a black silk robe from a nearby hanger. She wrapped it loosely around herself, the sash left undone. The neckline gaped open wide. Pale skin stark against the black silk was downright dazzling. Barefoot on the thick carpet, she padded out of the bedroom. Limu lounged in bed a moment longer, listening to the faint sounds coming from the kitchen. That fire he'd just banged. Spider Jean body's condition flaring up again. Had a truly insane recovery rate. He pulled on some pants and followed her out. Jinshi's apartment had an open-plan kitchen, flowing right into the living room. A warm, orange-hued pendant light glowed overhead. Limu leaned against the kitchen door frame, watching her busy back with keen interest. Jinshi stood at the quartz countertop, a chef's knife in hand, icing scallions and prepping ingredients with practiced ease. That damn black silk robe was way too slippery. With each chop of the knife, one shoulder of the robe had quietly slipped down, revealing the smooth, pale curve of her shoulder. The hem of the robe only reached mid-thigh. Those long, perfectly shaped legs gleamed temptingly under the light. Here she was doing the most mundane domestic thing, yet her silhouette right now radiated a lethal, sultry charm. Limu watched for a bit, but couldn't hold back. He moved in silently. He wrapped his arms around her from behind, pulling her close. Jinshi jumped, startled by the sudden ambush. The knife in her hand even trembled. Damn, you move like a ghost. Let go. I'm trying to chop here. You chop, I'll hold. No conflict. Limu, shameless as ever, rested his chin on her shoulder. His hand slipped with practiced ease under her loose robe. MH. Jinshi's body instantly went limp. Her chopping rhythm fell apart completely. The once neatly diced scallions became a ragged mess. Lisanne, stop it. She tilted her head back, leaning against Limu's chest. Her breathing hitched. The knife is sharp. What if I get hurt? And focus on the chopping. Limu chuckled, not only ignoring her, but lowering his head to nip at the pale, slender column of her neck. That was it. Jinshi was done for. This Japanese beauty queen, all poised and proper on the outside, was ridiculously sensitive. With Limu's teasing, any thought of making a late-night snack vanished. Clatter. The chef's knife finally slipped from her grasp, hitting the cutting board with a sharp ring. In the nearby pan, the broth began a steady, rolling boil. Steam rose, seeming to raise the temperature in the whole kitchen by degrees. But the soup is boiling over. Jinshi made one last feeble protest, her voice already a breathy, liquid whisper. Her hands came up to grasp. Limu's wandering one at her waist, not to push him away, but in a gesture of surrender. The heat's just right. Limu spun her around, scooped her up in one fluid motion, and set her down on the cold marble countertop, staring into those predatory eyes. The last shred of thought about food was flung into oblivion. Then take it slow. She blurted out the shameless, filthy line, her own cheeks burning with the audacity of it, and she actively looped her arms around Limu's neck. In the kitchen, the broth in the pan continued its reckless, rolling boil. Beneath the sound of the bubbling, other, more scrap noises began, the clinking of bottles and jars on the counter. That late-night snack was definitely going to be delayed. Chapter 33, busted by Su Wanqi. Locker auction incendiary outfits. After another in-depth academic exchange in Jinshi's tastefully Japanese-themed apartment, Limu finally left in the early morning, feeling utterly satisfied. Gotta admit, that 27-year-old Japanese lady is a real piece of work. Underneath that prim and proper exterior lies a volcano that's been suppressed for 3 years. Once it erupts, that passion and energy could practically melt a man. Limu drove the brand new white BMW M4 down the empty LA streets at dawn. The intense G-force and the sweet roar of the engine made every cell in his body feel like it was cheering. A hot car, a beautiful woman, damn life, just keeps getting sweeter. He pulled up to the pawn shop. Just as he parked the car smoothly and stepped out, he spotted a familiar figure. At the shop door, lunchbox in hand. It was Su Wanqi. Today, she was wearing a very casual, light blue dress. Her hair was loosely tied up with a hairpin. She was just about to use the spare key to open up like usual. Then she saw Limu getting out of the BMW. Su Wanqi froze completely. Her key hung in midair. Those pretty peach blossom eyes scanned the sleek, aggressive lines of the white sports car, then looked Limu up and down in his casual clothes. Her eyes were full of shock and confusion. Little Lee, this car is yours? Her voice held a note of disbelief. Yeah, Limu walked over, took the keys from her hand, and opened the shop door. What do you think? Pretty slick, huh? Slick is an understatement, but where on earth did you get the money for this? Su Wanqi followed him into the shop, taking out the breakfast from the lunchbox. Couldn't help but ask. This thing must have cost a fortune, right? Suspicious. Wasn't that a Toyota? The little rascal didn't come back all night, and now he shows up in the morning with a brand new sports car. Could he have been kept by some rich lady? The mere thought made her feel a strange pang of sourness. That junker needed an upgrade, Limu said. He couldn't reveal it was a system reward. He had to be vague. Got lucky a couple days ago, scored a big win. Made a nice chunk of change, so I swapped the ride. Su Wanqi tapped his hat, but looking at Limu's completely unbothered expression, he seemed honest. She circled the BMW M4, parked out front, and the more she looked, the more stunned she felt. She didn't know much about cars, but even I know that blue and white logo doesn't come cheap. Kid, you make some money and don't even know how to save it. Why buy such a flashy car? He said it like that, but the pride in his voice was impossible to miss. Seeing the man, she's into making it big. She's happier than anyone. A car's a man's legs. Limu sat down. He started on the soup dumplings. Between bites, he joked, when I get a free day, I'll take you, Sujia, for a spin up the highest mountain. See how you like the view from the top. Uffed. Su Wanqi's cheeks flushed. She gave his arm a light punch. You're so inappropriate. Just eat your breakfast. It won't be get cold. Even as she scolded him, the smile in the corners of her eyes was impossible to hide. After seeing Su Wanqi off, Limu opened the shop for business as usual. Maybe his luck had been too good lately, because the morning was dead quiet. Not a single serious customer all morning. Limu didn't mind the downtime. He was just about to fire up his computer for a few rounds of gaming, when the doorbell chimed. Danny's chubby, lumbering figure wobbled in. As usual, he was holding a half-eaten burger. He walked right in, grabbed a chair like he owned the place. He put it under the AC vent. He let out a long sigh, looking thoroughly pleased. Using my place as your personal chill-out zone, Limu shot him an amused look. Hey Lee, don't be like that. Danny mumbled through a huge bite of burger. Mumbled incoherently. I'm here with some fresh, hot intel for you. Oh, do tell. A buddy of mine who works at the warehouse says early next month, that public storage center on the east side is gonna have a bunch of lockers go up for forced auction. Danny said between chews. Seems like a few renters owe like half a year's fees. Can't even get a hold of him. Rules say the stuff inside goes to the storage company, and they can put it up for public sale. Hearing storage locker auction, Limu's interest was instantly piqued. That's a time-honored treasure hunting gig. Here in the States, people stash all kinds of stuff they don't need right now, but can't bring themselves to throw away. Then they forget to renew the lease for various reasons, leading to the contents being auctioned off. Most of it's junk, worthless crap. But occasionally, you hit a surprise. Antiques, jewelry, cash, even firearms. Anything's possible. It's like opening a mystery box. The thrill is real. Is the scale big? Limu asked. Heard it is. Seems like a dozen units are going up at once. Danny brushed the breadcrumbs off his hands. So, want to go check it out? I heard last time someone paid $300 for a locker and scored a Harley inside. Yeah, maybe. We'll see. Limu nodded, mentally filing it away. Danny shot the breeze a while longer, finished his burger, soaked up enough AC, then finally got up and left satisfied. Limu, meanwhile, pulled out his phone and started searching for info on storage locker auctions. The afternoon dragged on, the shop dead quiet. Limu slumped in a chair, almost dozing off. That's when the bell above the door chimed. A sharp, clear sound. Limu lifted his head lazily, glanced toward the entrance, and his eyes narrowed slightly. A slow, amused smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. A figure pushed the door open and stepped in. The silhouette seemed familiar, but the get-up today was completely different from anything he'd seen before. A sharp, eye-catching head of red short hair, a black outfit, a leather catsuit that clung to every curve, leaving nothing to the imagination. Her zipper half open, pale skin peaks. Her walk wasn't the usual bouncy, energetic stride. It was trained, sharp, and oozed a lethal sensuality, like an elegant, deadly black panther. Chapter 34, Cosplay Interrogation. The agent's tedious questioning was cut short by the bell. A figure pushed the door open and stepped in. The silhouette seemed familiar, but the get-up today was completely different, unlike anything he'd seen. Sharp, eye-catching red hair, a black outfit, a leather catsuit that clung to every curve, leaving nothing to the imagination. The zipper down the front was half open, revealing a sliver of pale skin and a hint of shadowy depth. Her walk wasn't the usual bouncy, energetic stride. It was trained, sharp, and oozed a lethal sensuality. A pair of prop guns hung at her hips, like an elegant, deadly black panther. Hey there, sweetheart, AI said, walking up to the counter. Striking the classic Black Widow combat stance for Limu. Black Widow's classic combat pose. A confident, alluring smirk plays on her lips. Miss me? Limu sits up straighter. His gaze shamelessly sweeps over her. Smoking hot, swapping skins faster than game devs, he teases. So what's a verdict? Black Widow. Nailed it? AI spins around proudly. The leather of her suit creaks softly. The sound is oddly tantalizing. Landed a big client gig. Suit just got delivered. Couldn't wait to show it off. Needed a pro's opinion first. And, she leans in closer over the counter. Her nose almost brushes his face. Her voice turns furiously. Limu catches a whiff of that familiar. He smirks inwardly. This party girl talks about appraisal, but the restless, hungry glint in her eyes says it all. If we're appraising, looking ain't enough. Limu rises slowly. He walks to the safe behind him, unlocks it from a bottom compartment. He pulls only 8 set in. Then, from inside it, he fishes out the memory card, the one stuffed with all of AI's various private collection shots. Click. The card slides into the camera. AI watches the camera that was once hers, now held hostage by Limu, under the guise of a pawn. Her expression shifts to a mix of excitement and a strange, thrilling tension. Bossly, you're gonna shoot the photos yourself? Obviously. Gotta give my exclusive model the full service. Limu powers on the camera, adjusts a few settings. He gestures to the open floor in the pawn shop center. Over there, by that old couch. Let's get a test shot. AI a born performer at heart, snaps to attention. She struts to the couch. She assumes another classic Black Widow combat-ready pose. One knee down, torso leaning forward. The tight leather pants straining over her backside instantly become the absolute focal point. Click. Limu checks the screen. His brow lifts slightly. Pose is okay. Lacks intensity. He puts the camera down and walks right over. Suit's too tight. The waistline works. He says, reaching out without hesitation. But the arch in your back isn't stretched out. His hand pressed right against AI's lower back. The man's palm was broad and warm, through that thin layer of skin-tight leather. The heat transferred clearly to AI's skin. AI's body jolted violently. Her breath hitched for a moment. Arch your back down. Lift your ass a little higher. Yeah, that's the angle. Limu's hand slid down from the small of her back. As it passed over that dramatic curve, his fingers pressed down, hard and deliberate. The leather was stretched taut, ready to tear. Limu. AI's voice trembled. She bit her lip, glaring back at him. But her eyes were overflowing with something else. Don't move. Hold it. Limu was the strictest photographer. He ignored her protest, stepping back. He raised the camera, firing off a dozen shots of that tempting form. Click, click, click. The shutter broke the shop silence. Each click ratcheted up the tension in the air. Stand up. Let's get a front shot. Limu commanded. AI obeyed, leaning against the counter's edge. Arms crossed. We're not getting it right. Depth up top. Limu moved closer, camera in hand. His gaze landed on the metal zipper, pulled her chest. The whole point of the Black Widow suit is that zipper half undone. Without asking, he reached out and pinched the small zipper pull. I think this needs to go a little lower. he murmured, tugging the zipper down. About 2 inches. Zip. The sharp sound of the zipper echoed between them. The already tight leather parted. A dazzling expanse of pale skin, a deep valley. Enough to trap a man's gaze. AI Wei, today it's you. AI Wei felt a sudden chill. Her blood rushed straight to her head. She looked at Limu, so close. At those predatory eyes of his. Her legs felt weak. This photo shoot was a sham. This bastard was toying with her on purpose. Provoked by Limu's brazen guidance. The wildfire inside AI Wei was fully ignited. She suddenly shoved the camera from Limu's hands. Clatter. Her hand went to her thigh, drawing a prop pistol from its holster. She jammed it against Limu's chest. Bossly, were your hands in the wrong place just now? She tilted her chin up, her gaze turning dangerous and alluring. Instantly slipped into the agent role. Limu watched her get into character and couldn't help but smirk. He set the camera down and raised his hands. He adopted a surrender pose. Agent, I was just providing artistic direction. Pointing a gun at a legitimate businessman like this doesn't seem very by the book. The book? I'm the book here. AI Wei grinned triumphantly. The prop gun in her hand slid slowly up Limu's chest. Finally, the tip lifted his chin. Bossly, you're surrounded. Start talking. Now. She delivered the line with a snarl, stepping forward. Her long leg shot up, and she planted herself right on the countertop. She pinned him loosely between her thighs. Spill it. What are you hiding in this shop? Secrets? Like traces of other women? She leaned in close. Her red hair brushed against his cheek. Her warm breath hit his neck. Now you're just being unfair, Limu drawled. His hands were up, but his eyes roamed freely over the open collar of her shirt. This dump? Where would I find another woman like you? A top-tier agent. Men lie. It's what they do. AI Wei scoffed, deliberately swaying her hips. Leather and denim rubbed with a sharp, grating sound. She could feel it clearly. The man's breathing growing heavier. Looks like I'll need to use persuasion. She fixed Limu with a sultry gaze. She lowered the prop gun. Her hands went straight for his neck. Her red lips moved to his ear. Chapter 35, Spider Gene Unleashed. The Black Widow's Downfall. Want the answer? That'll cost you, agent. The moment Limu finished speaking, the excitement in AI Wei's eyes flared. Cost me? Let's see what a prisoner like you can make me pay. She didn't back off an inch. Instead, she pushed further. She leaned in and nipped his earlobe with her teeth. Not painful, but a tingling shock. A jolt of electricity shot through him. That one bite shattered the last shred of Limu's patience. For playing along. A cost, huh? The playful look vanished from Limu's face. It was replaced by a predatory grin. He slammed his raised hands down. No more of that cooperative surrender act. Instead, he clamped his hands right around AI Wei's slender, cinched waist. The grip was so tight, it forced a sharp gasp from her. Hey, what are you doing? That's not in the script. The moment Limu's hands, blazing hot, locked on her slim waist. AI Wei's carefully maintained agent persona instantly deflated. She even forgot her lines. The script? Limu leaned in, his voice a low rumble. From now on, I'm the director. He scooped her up, strode a few steps to the wide, worn-in leather executive chair, and pressed her down into it. This chair's a relic from my grandfather's time. The leather's top grade, huge and soft. AI Wei sank deep into the plush cushion. Then, he reached over and hit the switch for the wall-mounted shutter. Rattle clank. A heavy, metallic groan echoed as the security shutter descended, sealing out the afternoon sun completely. The pawn shop was plunged into a dimness, lit only by a few emergency lights. Agent, your interrogation is over. Limu leaned down, planting his hands on the chair's armrests, engulfing AI Wei entirely in a shadow. He pinched her delicate chin, his voice dropping to a true villain's purr. Now it's my turn to interrogate you. Why you can't? I have diplomatic immunity. AI Wei was making her final. Utterly pointless, character-driven protest, but her voice came out soft, almost inviting. On my turf, there's no immunity. Limu chuckled darkly. That provocative Black Widow-style catsuit, with its still unzipped front, became the most inconvenient thing imaginable. In the dim shop, the light locked out by the shutter. The old leather executive chair, having served for decades, let out its first, most strained protesting creak. After a sharp, startled gasp, any pretense of AI Wei's cool, professional agent facade shattered completely. Her striking, short red hair head wildly across the black leather backrest, red and black tangled in the murky light, painting a scene of raw, visceral impact. The monstrous stamina and endurance Limu gained from the spider gene, proved in moments like this, overwhelming for anyone, is a sweet disaster. What highly trained female agent, under that kind of absolute, overwhelming force? Any pretense was shattered to pieces. Time ticked by. Who knows how long it was? The intense interrogation in the shop finally began to subside. AI Wei lay slumped like a puddle of mud in a wide leather chair, not wanting to move a single muscle. The flush hadn't faded from her delicate face. Her eyes dazed and lazy, utterly satisfied. Huh, you're a freaking monster. She shot Limu a weak glare. Reaching up, she haphazardly smoothed her messy red hair. If I'd known you were this animal, I never would have played this stupid agent game. You're the one who said you were going to interrogate me. Limu poured a glass of water and handed it to her, looking innocent. I was just cooperating with your work. Cooperating? AI Wei took the water and gulped it down. She kicked him half-heartedly. That wasn't cooperating. That was taking full advantage. She cursed him, but her expression gave her away. That look of pure satisfaction screamed worth it. After resting for a while, AI Wei finally caught her breath. She remembered the real business, picking up the forgotten camera from a floor. Right? Let me see the photos we just took. She scooted next to Limu, their heads close together. As they started flipping through the shots, Limu's focus might not have been entirely on photography earlier, but his skills were legit. AI Wei looked cold, deadly, and sultry. He captured the Black Widow vibe perfectly. The shots are so dynamic. Wow, these are amazing. AI Wei stared at the fierce, gorgeous version of herself in photos, her eyes sparkling. This one's killer. And this one, oh my god, I'm so photogenic. She excitedly picked through them, planning to post to her social account. Thousands of followers. This one can go up. She selected a full body shot of herself kneeling on one knee. She looked back, gun in hand, heroic, nailing the Black Widow's aura completely. Every inch that needed covering was covered. And this side profile shot has such a mood. She picked another one, a close-up with perfect lighting. Limu watched from the side, then suddenly pointed at one photo. Don't post that one. That photo was the one he took. After he helped her lower the zipper. Although
角度刁钻没拍到关键，但那敞开的领口和深邃的沟壑还是充满了无限的遐想。为什么啊？这张多有感觉，艾薇有点不舍，感觉太好了，所以不能发。李牧言简意赅，这种有感觉的留着我自己看就行了，发出去便宜那帮忙。艾薇愣了一下，随即反应过来，俏脸又是一红。她看着李牧那副理所当然的独占嘴脸，心里却莫名的涌上一股甜丝丝的感觉。切，独占欲还挺强。她娇嗔的瞪了他一眼，但还是乖乖的把那几张尺度大的照片都从待发送的相册里挪了出来，单独存进了一个加密文件夹。诺，这些少儿不宜的都给你存好了，独家版本只对你一个人开放，满意了吧？最终他只挑了3张最飒、最不暴露的美照，配上一句今日份的寡姐，杀气够不够？发了出去，动态刚发出去没几分钟，下面就涌进来上百条评论。女神好飒，这身材，这气场，绝了！求姐姐出更多黑寡妇的图。看着清一色的彩虹屁，艾薇得意的晃了晃腿。她很清楚自己在做什么，那些真正勾人的福利是用来抓住男人的钩子，而不是用来满足那些只会动嘴的键盘侠的。懂得藏着掖着，只给特定的人看，这才是他这种顶级博主的生存之道。而现在能看到他独家版本的人，就只有眼前这个霸道的男人。一想到这，艾薇看着李牧的眼神就又多了几分不一样的味道。整理好一切，艾薇心满意足的准备离开。她重新拉好皮衣的拉链，戴上墨镜，瞬间又变回了那个酷飒的黑寡妇。行了，本特工任务完成，该撤退了。他走到门口，回头冲李牧抛了个媚眼。下次有了新皮肤，我再来找你这个专属摄影师验货，随时欢迎。李牧靠在椅子上，笑着挥了挥手，看着艾薇那扭着腰肢、心满意足离开的背影，李牧摇了摇头，脸上带着一抹笑意。这种不用负责，还能时不时玩点新花样的红颜知己，确实是生活里最好的调味剂。他站起身，重新拉开了卷帘门，午后的阳光重新洒了进来，店里那点旖旎的气氛也随之一扫而空。第36章。再到蜜雪冰城，川蜀甜妹的主动送走了心满意足的黑寡妇艾薇。李牧感觉自己这一下午的精力又被消耗了个七七八八。他靠在老板椅上，回味着刚才那场酣畅淋漓的审讯，嘴角不自觉的就往上翘。这 cos 妹子是真会玩。接下来的2天，李牧的典当行又恢复了往日的平静。中午来了几个客户，当的都是些旧手机、旧首饰之类的玩意儿。李牧按流程收了，系统也触发了几次几百刀的小额暴击，不痛不痒，但胜在稳定。他现在对这种小钱已经有点看不上了，心态稳如老狗。到了午后，店里彻底没了客人。洛杉矶的太阳跟个大火球似的挂在天上，晒得马路都快冒烟了。店里那台老旧的空调呜呜的响着，吹出来的风却半点不给力，又闷又热。李牧被热得有点发慌，心里那股子邪火也有点压不住。他看了看空无一人的店，干脆在门口挂了个外出用餐，稍后回来的牌子，拉下半扇卷帘门，准备去唐人街那边溜达溜达，买杯冷饮降降温。他开着那辆白色的宝马 M4，在街上慢悠悠的晃着。不得不说，这豪车开起来的感觉跟他那辆破丰田就是不一样。光是路人投来的那些羡慕嫉妒恨的目光，就让他心里那点虚荣感得到了极大的满足。在街角的位置，他再次看到了那个熟悉的白色雪人招牌蜜雪冰城。李牧把车停在路边，推门走了进去，一股熟悉混合着香精和糖精的甜蜜冷气扑面而来。店里那首洗脑神曲依旧在魔性循环。帅哥，你可有好一阵子没来了。柜台后面那个扎着马尾、穿着红色围裙的圆脸女孩，一看到李牧，眼睛瞬间就亮了，脸上的笑容比那杯柠檬水还甜。正是陈思琪。自从上次见过一面后，这还是李牧第一次再来，最近有点忙。李牧靠在点餐台上，笑着说道：“一杯冰鲜柠檬水，老样子。”好嘞，陈思琪脆生生的应了一句，手上的动作那叫一个麻利。他一边往杯子里加冰，一边还偷偷抬眼瞟了李牧一眼，看他正低头看着自己，他俏脸微微一红，然后冲他狡黠的眨了眨眼。只见他拿起装珍珠的勺子，以迅雷不及掩耳之势，飞快的往杯子里舀了3大勺黑乎乎的珍珠，那分量都快赶上小半杯了。嗨嗨，他装模作样的清了清嗓子，然后压低了声音，跟做贼似的说道：“帅哥，看你好久没来了，今天给你个老乡福利，你莫跟我们老板说啊，不然要扣我工资的。”李牧看着他那副俏皮又有点小得意的可爱模样，不由得笑出了声。这川妹子真是个活宝。行，天知地知，你知我知，这就对了吗？陈思琪看他这么上道，也咯咯的笑了起来，很快就做好了一杯分量十足的柠檬水，递了过来。帅哥，上次忘了加你了，加个脸书呗，下次你来之前提前跟我说一声，我好给你提前下单。他掏出手机，调出自己的脸书2维码，理由找的那叫一个清新脱俗。李牧笑了笑，也没拒绝，拿出手机扫了码，加上了好友。好了，不耽误你做生意了。李牧拿着那杯几乎有小半杯都是珍珠的柠檬水，冲他挥了挥手：“帅哥慢走哈，记得常来。”陈思琪在后面用他那带着川渝味的嗓音喊道。李牧喝了一大口柠檬水，冰凉酸甜的汁水顺着喉咙滑下去，瞬间就驱散了所有的燥热。他坐进宝马车里，刚准备发动车子回店，想了想，又推开车门走了回去。再来一杯奶茶，全糖。他冲着一脸惊喜的陈思琪说道。回到典当行，李牧把卷帘门重新拉开，刚在椅子上坐下没多久，苏婉清就端着那个熟悉的保温饭盒，扭着腰肢走了进来。他今天穿了一件浅紫色的 修身旗袍，头发依旧松松的挽着，浑身上下都透着一股子成熟人妻的温婉韵味。小李，吃饭了。他把饭盒放在柜台上，一样样的把菜拿出来。今天给你做了你爱吃的。他话还没说完，就看到李牧手边那杯还没喝完的奶茶，动作顿了一下，他又瞅了瞅李牧那张明显心情不错的脸，嘴角一直挂着若有若无的笑意。苏婉清心里顿时就有点不是滋味了。哟，今天这是有什么大喜事啊？他把筷子递给李牧，嘴上虽然是笑着，但那语气怎么听都带着点阴阳怪气，看把你乐的，嘴都合不拢了。是不是下午见了哪个漂亮妹妹，被人家给勾了魂了？李牧一听就知道这姐姐的老坛陈醋又翻了。他接过筷子，也不解释，只是笑嘻嘻的看着他，然后他指了指柜台另一边那杯还没开封的奶茶，喏，专门给你带的，还吃醋吗？苏婉清看到那杯奶茶，脸上的表情才多云转晴，那点小情绪瞬间就烟消云散了。他拿起那杯奶茶，插上吸管，美滋滋的喝了一口，但嘴上还是不饶人。哼，算你还有点良心。说吧，下午是不是又去鬼混了？哪能啊！李牧一边吃着饭，一边揣着明白装糊涂。我就是看天热，出去买了杯喝的，顺便给苏姐你也带一杯，这不应该奖励一下吗？奖励？苏婉清白了他一眼，想得美。李牧看他那副口是心非的娇俏模样，凑过去，在他耳边低声坏笑道：“真不给奖励啊？行吧，那看来之前我说的晚上开新车带你去山上兜兜风的事也得取消了。”他故意拉长了声音，本来还想带你去山顶，找个没人的地方看看星星，聊聊人生呢。呸！苏婉清被他这句骚话说的俏脸一红，在他胳膊上轻轻捶了一下，那点小情绪瞬间就飞到了九霄云外。谁要跟你去看星星聊人生？没个正经！他嘴上虽然骂着，但眼角眉梢那股子藏不住的春意却已经彻底出卖了他。那晚上8点我来接你。李牧看他上钩了，乘胜追击。苏婉清红着脸，声若蚊蝇的应了一声，然后就端着空了的饭盒跟逃命似的跑了。李牧看着他那摇曳生姿的背影，笑了笑，搞定。第37章写美夜游。好莱坞山顶的风景。晚上8点，李牧准时开着那辆白色的宝马 M4 停在了苏婉清的餐厅门口。苏婉清显然是早就收拾好了在等着，他一看到车灯闪烁，就从店里走了出来，还顺手拉下了卷帘门。今天的他又换回了那身最能凸显他身材的黑色开叉旗袍，脸上画着精致的妆容，红唇似火，浑身上下都散发着一股子准备去战斗的妩媚气息。上车，李牧降下车窗，冲他吹了声口哨。德性。苏婉清白了他一眼，但嘴角那抹笑意却是怎么也藏不住。他优雅地拉开车门，提起旗袍的下摆，小心翼翼地坐进了副驾驶。那双被黑色丝袜包裹着的修长美腿，在收进车里的一瞬间，画出了一道极其诱人的风景线。系好安全带了，李牧侧头问了一句：“那坐稳了？”李牧咧嘴一笑，露出一口大白牙，然后猛地一脚油门踩了下去。嗡！这头白色的钢铁猛兽瞬间发出一声震耳欲聋的咆哮，像一只离弦的箭一样，猛地就窜了出去。啊！苏婉清被这突如其来的强烈推背赶吓了一跳，整个人都死死地贴在了座椅靠背上，发出一声短促的尖叫。他下意识地伸出手，一把就抓住了李牧的胳膊，指甲都快嵌进了他的肉里。你开慢点，不要命了你！他又怕又气地喊道，一颗心砰砰直跳，都快从嗓子眼里蹦出来了。这才哪到哪啊！李牧感受着胳膊上传来的柔软触感，哈哈大笑起来。他手上的动作不停，方向盘在他手里像是有了生命一样，每一次转向都精准无比。宝马 M4 强大的性能在此刻被发挥到了极致，车辆在夜间的车流中灵活的穿梭，每一次加速超车都会引来苏婉清一阵压抑不住的惊呼。很快，车子就驶离了市区，开上了通往好莱坞山顶的盘山公路。这里的路灯变得稀疏，周围也越来越安静，只有引擎的轰鸣声和轮胎摩擦地面的声音在山谷里回荡。李牧脸上的笑容变得越来越放肆，他直接切换到了运动模式，油门一脚踩到底，整辆车再次发出一声咆哮，像疯了一样贴着盘山公路的内侧弯道开始急速狂飙。窗外的景色飞速的向后退去，强烈的离心力让苏婉清感觉自己的身体都快要被甩出去了。他吓得闭上了眼睛，死死地抓着李牧的胳膊，嘴里发出一阵又怕又兴奋的尖叫。啊！李牧，你这个疯子，快把车停下，别怕，有我在呢。李牧享受着这种掌控一切的感觉，他甚至还有闲心伸出一只手，在他那被旗袍包裹的紧绷绷的大腿上不轻不重地拍了一下。苏婉清浑身一颤，下意识的就想去拍开他那只作乱的手，但车子正好又是一个急速过弯，吓得他只能更用力地抱紧了他。那又软又弹的触感让李牧嘴角的笑容更盛了。十几分钟后，伴随着一阵刺耳的刹车声，白色的宝马 M4 一个漂亮的甩尾，稳稳地停在了山顶的观景台上，周围一片寂静，只有山风吹过树梢的沙沙声。苏婉清脸色煞白，整个人还瘫在副驾驶座上，大口大口地喘着气，胸前那惊人的饱满剧烈地起伏着。过了好半天，他才缓过神来，然后一扭头就看到旁边李牧那张带着坏笑的脸，他气不打一处来，伸出粉拳就在他胸口用力地捶了一下。你这个小坏蛋，想吓死我啊！他嘴上虽然是骂着，但那双水汪汪的桃花眼里却全是劫后余生的兴奋和刺激。这不是没事吗？李牧抓住他作乱的手，放在嘴边亲了一下。怎么样，刺激不刺激？刺激死了！苏婉清红着脸，把头转向窗外，不再理他。车窗外是整个洛杉矶璀璨的夜景，万家灯火汇聚成一片望不到尽头的星河，在脚下静静的流淌，美得让人心醉。车里两人谁也没再说话， 气氛在沉默中慢慢的变得有些暧昧。李牧解开安全带，倾过身子，凑到了苏婉清的面前。苏姐，苏婉清看着他那双在夜色里亮得惊人的眼睛，心跳又开始不争气的加速。这地方风景好，还没人打扰，是个适合锻炼身体的好地方。贫嘴，苏婉清红着脸啐了一口，却没有躲开。李牧也没再多说什么，伸手揽过他的肩膀，低头吻了上去。苏婉清象征性的推了他2下，很快就软在了他的怀里，伸手回搂住了他的脖子。狭小的车厢里，气氛一点点烧了起来。李牧的手隔着光滑的旗袍，能清晰的感受到那盈盈一握的纤腰和那惊人的弧度。苏婉清的呼吸越来越乱，那身黑色旗袍被揉得有些褶皱，那截被黑丝包裹的大腿也在不经意间触碰到李牧的腿。这里不会有人来吧？他贴在李牧耳边，声音又软又猛，带着点不易察觉的喘息。没人。李牧低笑一声，伸手把座椅又往后放了放，车窗玻璃上慢慢蒙上了一层薄薄的雾气，将车里和车外那片璀璨的夜景悄悄隔开。接下来的事都被这层雾气温柔地盖住了，只有那辆白色的宝马在山顶的夜色里，随着山风轻轻地舞动了起来。也不知道过了多久，车窗上的雾气渐渐散去，苏婉清整个人都软在座椅上，靠在李牧怀里，连一根手指头都不想动。她那身一丝不苟的旗袍此刻也变得有些凌乱，脸颊上还带着没褪去的红晕，眼神里满是慵懒。你呀，他有气无力地瞪了李牧一眼，伸手在他腰间的软肉上掐了一把，就知道欺负我。这话说的明明是你舍不得我。李牧摇下车窗，山顶清冷的夜风吹了进来，让他感觉无比舒爽。贫嘴，苏婉清嘴上骂着，身体却很诚实的又往他怀里靠了靠，找了个舒服的姿势，像只慵懒的猫。两人就这么靠着，看着窗外那片流淌的星河，谁也没说话。过了好一会儿，李牧扔在中控台上的手机突然嗡嗡震动了一下。第38章储物柜拍卖，500刀赌一个看不见底的柜子。从山上回来的路上，苏婉清在副驾驶睡得迷迷糊糊。深夜的洛杉矶路上，除了流浪汉，几乎已经没有什么行人。把苏婉清送回家后，李牧才掏出手机看了一眼，是胖墩丹尼发来的消息。嘿，李，别忘了，明天上午10点，城东那个公共仓储中心有储物柜拍卖，好多老柜子，说不定有宝贝，你来不来？李牧想了想，随手回了个好，就把手机扔到了一边，上楼补觉了。这种能开盲盒捡漏的好事，他可不想错过。第二天，李牧睡到自然醒，神清气爽。他磨蹭到9点多，才慢悠悠地开着那辆白色的宝马 M4 往城东开去。到了仓储中心，老远就看到一片空地上已经聚集了不少人，闹哄哄的，跟个菜市场似的。丹尼早就等在那了，看到李牧的宝马，眼睛都直了。法克，李，你小子什么时候发大财了？连 M4 都开上了。他围着车子转了2圈，满脸的羡慕嫉妒恨。前2天运气好，收了点好东西。李牧随口敷衍了一句，拍了拍他的肩膀，别废话了，情况怎么样？别提了，来晚一步。丹尼一脸的懊恼，刚才有个柜子开出了一辆半新的哈雷摩托，被一个老莫花800块就给拿下了。狗屎！我要是早来10分钟。李牧笑了笑，没说话。这就是储物柜拍卖的魅力，充满了不确定性，可能花几百块开出哈雷，也可能花几千块开出一堆真正的垃圾。很快，拍卖会正式开始。一个穿着工作服、嘴皮子利索的像机关枪一样的拍卖师，领着一群人来到了第一个待拍卖的储物柜前。好了，各位，规矩都懂，我就不废话了。拍卖师拿出一把大铁剪，咔嚓一声剪断了门上的锁，然后把卷帘门往上拉开了大概30厘米的一道缝。5分钟，你们只有5分钟的时间，用手电往里照，不许进去，不许碰。5分钟后，100块起拍。他话音一落，一群职业捡漏客就跟饿狼见了肉一样，蜂拥而上，一个个掏出自己的强光手电，挤在那条小小的门缝前，拼了命的往里照。李牧和丹尼站在人群后面，没往前凑，看到没？前面那几个都是老油条了。丹尼在一旁小声的给李牧科普着，那个戴牛仔帽的叫老约翰，专收老家具；那个穿花衬衫的是夫妻档，专门倒腾2手家电；还有那个拿着小本子不停记的，是个数据流，他会记下每个柜子的特点，然后分析出货的概率。李牧听着，目光也在人群里扫视着，他发现来这的大多都是些想靠这个发点小财的底层人，一个个眼神里都带着贪婪和惊欲。5分钟很快就到了，拍卖师拉下卷帘门，开始叫价，100刀了，有没有人出100刀了？150、200，价格很快就被抬到了350刀。李牧刚才也照了一眼，那柜子里堆满了发霉的床垫和一些破旧的儿童玩具，连个像样的家电都看不见，纯纯的垃圾柜。最后，这个柜子被一个新手模样的年轻人以400块的价格拿下了。在周围人一片同情的目光中，那年轻人兴冲冲地拉开柜门，然后脸上的表情瞬间就凝固了。里面除了发霉的床垫，就是一堆被耗子啃过的破布娃娃。别说400块了，倒贴钱让人来拉走都费劲。接下来又开了几个柜子，大多也都是些不值钱的破烂，偶尔能开出个半旧的电视或者吸尘器，也赚不了多少钱。李牧一直没出手，就那么冷眼旁观，直到第7个柜子，当拍卖师拉开门缝的时候，一股浓重的灰尘和霉味就从里面扑了出来。手电光照进去，里面乱七八糟的堆满了一些用防尘布盖着的旧家具，还有几个破旧的皮箱和木盒，看着比前面那几个垃圾柜还要垃圾。大部分捡漏客都是照了一眼就没了兴趣。好了，各位，这个柜子50刀起拍，有没有人要？拍卖师有气无力地喊道。现场一片寂静，没人应价。就在拍卖师准备流拍，直接进入下一个的时候，100，一个淡淡的声音响了起来，是李牧。所有人的目光瞬间都集中到了他身上，带着点看傻子的意味。这种垃圾柜居然还有人要！拍卖师也是一愣，随即大喜，这位先生出100刀，还有没有更高的？150，一个沙哑的声音从人群的另一边响起。李牧转头看去，是那个戴着牛仔帽的老油条老约翰，他此刻正眯着眼睛，眼神里带着一丝金光，显然也是看出了点什么。 李牧心里升起一丝兴致，知道是遇到对手了，但他脸上却不动声色。200、250，老约翰跟得很紧。300、350，价格一路攀升，周围的人都跟看戏似的看着他们俩。丹尼在旁边急得直拽李牧的胳膊。算了吧，这柜子看着就不对劲，别上头了。李牧没理他，他刚才在手电光一闪而过的瞬间，凭借着被蜘蛛基因强化过的恐怖视力，清清楚楚的看到了，在那块防尘布的边缘露出了一个木箱的小边角，那个边角的木材纹理是一种极其罕见带着鬼脸花纹的紫檀木，就那一个角都价值不菲。这个柜子他今天必须拿下。400，李牧继续叫价。450，老约翰的脸色也开始变得有点凝重，显然他也在赌。500，李牧这次没有丝毫犹豫，直接喊出了一个让全场都倒吸一口凉气的价格，脸上还带着一副老子今天就跟你杠上了的疯狂表情。老约翰看着他那副势在必得的样子，又看了看那个黑漆漆的柜子，眼神里闪过一丝犹豫。储物柜拍卖，最忌讳的就是上头。他虽然也觉得那柜子里可能有好东西，但毕竟没亲眼看见，花500块去赌一个不确定的未来，风险太大了。最终他还是谨慎地摇了摇头，退出了竞价。500刀一次，500刀2次，500刀3次，成交。拍卖师兴奋地一敲锤子，恭喜这位先生，这个柜子是你的了。周围的人群里顿时响起了一阵幸灾乐祸的议论声。这亚裔小子是个新手吧？花500块买这么个垃圾柜，脑子坏掉了？可不是嘛！老约翰都放弃了，他还往上冲，纯纯的冤大头。丹尼更是一脸的生无可恋，捂着脸不敢看。李牧对周围的议论充耳不闻，他走到仓库管理员那里，付了钱，拿到了钥匙，在所有人或同情或嘲笑的目光中，他走到了那个储物柜前，他抓住卷帘门的把手，往上猛地一拉，哗啦一声，卷帘门被整个拉到了底，带起一片呛人的浮灰，在空气中飞舞。第39章。停产的百达翡丽，小学妹的思念卷帘门被整个拉到底，带起的浮灰在光线里飞舞。之前隔着门缝就飘出来的那股霉味，这会儿门全开，没了遮挡，一下子涌了出来，比刚才冲了不少。站在最前面的丹尼被熏得连后退，一边挥手扇风，一边咳嗽。法克里，这里头是养了一窝耗子吧？这味儿真上头。李牧没说话，他眯着眼睛等那片浮灰落下去，才打开手机的手电筒往里照。柜子里面乱七八糟的堆满了一些用防尘布盖着的旧家具，墙角扔着几个破旧的皮箱，地上还有一堆散落的旧报纸和杂志，整个就是一大型垃圾场。完了，这500刀乐是真打水漂了。丹尼看了一眼，顿时就哀嚎了起来，捂着脸不敢再看。周围的人群里也传来了一阵压抑不住的哄笑声。我就说吧，这小子就是个新手，纯纯的冤大头，花500块买一堆垃圾，这智商税交的，够他喝一壶了。李牧对周围的嘲笑充耳不闻，他直接从工作人员那借了副手套和口罩戴上，一头就钻进了那个跟垃圾堆一样的储物柜。他先是把最上面那几层盖着灰的旧家具搬开，扔到一边，下面露出几个大纸箱子。他打开第一个，里面全是发霉的旧衣服，又打开第二个，里面是一些过期的罐头和厨房用品。看到这里，丹尼已经彻底绝望了，周围的嘲笑声也越来越大。李牧依旧不为所动，他将目光投向了角落里那几个最不起眼的旧皮箱，以及那个他之前惊鸿一瞥看到的紫檀木箱。他走过去，打开了其中一个皮箱。就在他扒开最上面那层防尘布的时候，手指突然碰到了一个冰冷坚硬的盒子。他心里一动，把盒子拿了出来，是一个挺精致的首饰盒，擦干净后能看出是上好的天鹅绒材质。他打开盒子，眼睛瞬间就亮了一下，里面躺着几件还不错的女士首饰，一条 K 金项链，一对珍珠耳环，还有一个小钻石胸针。光是这些金和钻石的材料钱，加起来就得值个1-2千美刀了。Oh my god， 出货了！丹尼第一个就叫了起来，他刚才还一脸生无可恋，现在瞬间就跟打了鸡血一样凑了过来。李，你小子这运气也太好了吧，这一下就回本大半了啊！周围那些等着看笑话的捡漏客，脸上的表情也瞬间变得有些精彩。那个老约翰更是眼神一凝，死死地盯着李牧手里的那个首饰盒。李牧没理会众人的反应，他把首饰盒放到一边，将手伸向了那个他真正看中的紫檀木箱。他把箱子从一堆杂物里搬出来，用袖子擦了擦上面的灰尘。箱子不大，但分量很沉，光是这个紫檀木的箱子就值不少钱了。他在所有人的注视下，轻轻打开了箱子上的铜扣，咔嗒一声，箱子开了，里面铺着黑色的丝绒垫，垫子中央安安静静地躺着一块看起来很老旧的怀表。怀表的表壳是银质的，已经有些氧化发黑，但表盘上的珐琅彩绘却依旧清晰。周围的人看到只是一块旧怀表，都有些失望地摇了摇头。只有那个老约翰猛地推开人群凑了过来，死死地盯着那块怀表，眼神里全是震惊。法克，是百达翡丽的 Ref96，他失声叫了出来，声音都在发抖。这可是上世纪30年代的经典款，这品相至少值5000不6000美刀。他这一嗓子就像一颗炸弹，瞬间在人群里炸开了锅。花500块买了一堆垃圾，结果翻出了价值1-2千的首饰和一块价值6000美刀的古董怀表。这一单里外里净赚了小1万美刀。丹尼已经彻底傻了，那些刚才还在嘲笑李牧的捡漏客们，此刻一个个肠子都快悔青了。老约翰懊悔的一拍大腿，最终还是服气的竖起了大拇指。小子，你眼光不错，今天我老约翰认栽了。李牧笑了笑，把东西收好，心情不错，赢了这一把。他心里那点赌徒的瘾也被勾了起来。接下来又轮到一个柜子，这柜子比刚才那个看着干净多了，里面摆着几个崭新的纸箱，还有一台看起来挺新的健身器材。这个看着不错啊。丹尼一看就来了精神，撺掇道：“那几个新纸箱里面指不定装着啥好东西呢。”李牧用手电照了照，那几个箱子封得严严实实，看不出里面是什么。他犹豫了一下，刚才那柜子他 他是看到了紫檀木的边角，心里有底才下的手。可这个柜子，他扫了一圈，并没有看到任何能让他确定的线索。但赢钱的兴奋劲儿还没过去，加上丹尼在旁边一个劲儿的撺掇，他一时也有点上头。700刀，李牧报了个价，这次竞争的人不少，价格被他直接抬到700，吓退了其他人。等他兴冲冲的把柜子开了，把那几个崭新的纸箱拆开一看，脸瞬间就垮了。箱子里装的全是某个微商囤积卖不出去的瘦身茶和减肥代餐，一堆早就过期的三无产品。至于那台崭新的健身器材，搬出来一掂量，是个廉价的塑料货，地摊上几十块钱一个，这一柜子东西加起来都不值100块。噗，旁边刚才还羡慕他的丹尼，这一下没忍住笑了出来。李，你这回可栽了，700块买一堆减肥茶，你这是要开微商啊？李牧看着那一堆花花绿绿的减肥茶，也是哭笑不得。果然，捡漏这玩意儿没有十拿九稳的事。刚才那一把是他看准了才赢的，这一把纯粹是赢钱上头，凭运气瞎赌，亏了也是活该。行了，别笑了。李牧拍了拍丹尼的肩膀，你不是说你看好那个家电柜吗？怎么样，开出宝贝了没？丹尼脸上的笑容瞬间就僵住了。别提了，他一脸的肉痛。我花300块拿下的那个柜子，里面就一台坏了的旧冰箱和几个生锈的工具箱，倒贴钱都没人要，亏了300多刀。李牧顿时也乐了，合着俩人今天都交了笔学费。不过他靠着那块怀表和那盒首饰，里外里还是大赚了一笔。这点小亏，毛毛雨倒是丹尼赔了300多，肉痛的直咧嘴。两人收拾好各自的战利品，一个拎着古董怀表喜气洋洋，一个抱着一堆破烂垂头丧气，在众人复杂的目光中离开了拍卖场。回到店里，李牧第一时间就把那块百达翡丽的古董怀表小心翼翼地锁进了保险柜，这玩意儿得找个懂行的收藏家才能卖出好价钱。至于那盒首饰，过2天交给珍惜处理就行。至于那一堆700刀乐买来的减肥茶，李牧看着堆在墙角的那堆破烂，叹了口气，准备回头当垃圾扔了，就当是花钱买个教训。忙完这一切，他靠在椅子上，拿出了手机，手机屏幕上正好有一条新消息，是林诗雨发来的。学长在忙吗？下面还配着一张他在图书馆的自拍，照片里的他捧着一杯奶茶，冲着镜头甜甜的笑着，清纯又可爱。李牧笑了笑，回了过去，不忙，刚发了笔小财。对方几乎是秒回，哇，那恭喜学长，为了庆祝你发财，好久没见了，这个周末我请你看电影怎么样？后面还跟了一个撒娇的表情包。李牧看着手机，嘴角的笑意更浓了，这小学妹怕是有点食髓知味了。第40章过气迪士尼甜心，你真的不认识我？看着手机屏幕上林诗雨发来的那个撒娇表情包，李牧靠在椅子上，单手打字回了过去。行，周6下午见，地点你定。回完消息，他把手机往桌上一扔，这小学妹几天不见，倒是越来越主动了。第2天上午，洛杉矶的天气依旧热的能把柏油马路烤化。李牧拉开店门，第一件事就是把昨天花700刀乐从储物柜里盲赌回来的那一堆过期减肥茶和破塑料器材统统打包扔进了后巷的垃圾箱里。700块买个教训，不亏，只要那块百达翡丽的老怀表还在保险柜里躺着，他这波就是血赚。把垃圾处理完，李牧泡了杯冰美式，靠在柜台后面的一张躺椅上，一边喝着冰咖啡，一边有一搭没一搭的刷着二手交易平台的行情。临近中午，外面的街道上连个鬼影子都看不到。就在李牧以为今天上午又要挂铃的时候，门口的迎客门铃突兀的叮咚响了一声。李牧懒洋洋的抬起头，走进来的是个女人。让李牧觉得有点离谱的是，在这气温直逼35度的洛杉矶夏天，这女人竟然把自己裹得跟个木乃伊似的。她身上穿着一件长款的浅色风衣，领子高高竖起，头上压着一顶黑色的棒球帽，脸上还戴着一副几乎能遮住大半张脸的香奈儿蛤蟆镜。就这打扮，不知道的还以为是哪个刚抢完银行的在逃通缉犯。女人一进门，先是像做贼一样，有些神经质的回头看了看店门外，确认没人跟着，这才小心翼翼的把门关严实。李牧瞅着她这副神神叨叨的样子，眉头微微挑了一下。干点当行这1年多，他什么奇葩没见过？这种打扮的，要么是借了高利贷被追债的，要么就是拿了家里或者老公的贵重物品出来偷偷变卖的，反正肯定是个惹了麻烦极度缺钱的主。当东西还是买东西？李牧没动地方，依旧靠在躺椅上，连站起来迎客的兴致都没有，语气平淡的像白开水。那女人似乎被他这过于随意的态度弄得愣了一下，隔着那副大墨镜，李牧能感觉到她正在打量自己。买不是当东西。女人的声音很好听，带着一点天生的甜美，但此刻却透着一股子难以掩饰的疲惫和沙哑。她走到柜台前，从风衣口袋里掏出一个看起来有些年头的黑色丝绒小袋子。李牧注意到她把袋子放在柜台上的时候，那只白皙纤细的手正在不受控制的微微发抖。很显然，掏出这东西几乎用尽了她全身的力气。李牧没去管她抖不抖，在他眼里这只是个普通的客户。他坐直身子，拿起那个绒布袋，解开抽绳，把里面的东西倒在了垫子上，是一条蒂芙尼的 Kiss 系列钻石项链，外加一个卡地亚的经典 Love 系列带钻手镯。东西一出来，李牧的眼神就微微亮了一下。虽然这女人的打扮像个神经病，但这拿出来的东西倒是实打实的硬通货。他戴上白手套，拿起那根卡地亚的 Love 手镯，熟练的找到内侧的螺丝扣位置，拿起10倍放大镜仔细的看着。螺丝扣边缘的打磨非常圆润，没有任何切割的毛刺感，内圈的750钢印和独立编号也清晰无比，字体有着卡地亚特有的深浅变化，成色不错，钻石没掉。李牧放下手镯，又拿起那条蒂芙尼的钥匙项链，对着台灯的光看了看镶嵌的碎钻火彩。这种碎钻不值什么大钱，主要是卖个牌子和工艺。项链背面的 Temp、Co 标记一如既往的规整，确认都是真假火候。李牧在心里快速的过了一下行情，这2样东西 如果是专柜全新，加起来大概在2万美刀左右。但二手市场行情腰斩，特别是这种没有票据和原装盒子的裸件，回收价格还得再压一压。这2件一起4000刀了。李牧摘下手套，把东西推回柜台中央，看着对面那个戴着墨镜的女人，4000刀死当价，不能再多了。他给的价格非常公道，甚至比外面那些黑心同行还要高出几百块。他本以为这女人会跟其他客户一样，为了几百块钱磨叽半天，但没想到那女人只是盯着柜台上的首饰看了几秒钟，那隐藏在墨镜下的肩膀微微耸动了一下，似乎是在做着某种极其艰难的告别。然后他深吸了一口气，干脆利落的点了点头，好，4000就4000。他的声音有些颤抖，但却没有任何讨价还价的意图，这反倒让李牧多看了他一眼。4000美刀可不是一笔小数目，这女人连还价都不还，看来是真的走投无路，急需现钱救命了。不过这跟他没关系，带证件了吗？例行登记。李牧从抽屉里拿出单据，女人犹豫了一下，从口袋里摸出一张驾照，递了过来。李牧扫了一眼上面的名字，斯凯勒，他随口念了一句，把名字抄写在单据上，字迹飞快，对他来说，这就跟登记一个叫玛丽或者杰西卡的名字没有任何区别，只是一个为了应付联邦法律的代号而已。但对面那个叫斯凯勒的女人，在听到李牧念出她名字的那一瞬间，整个身体明显紧绷了一下，她下意识地往后退了半步，双手死死地抓着风衣的边缘，墨镜下的眼神充满了防备，似乎随时准备夺门而逃。然而他等了半天，对面那个年轻的亚裔老板在念完他的名字后，只是头也不抬地继续填着表格，没有惊讶的尖叫，没有掏出手机要求合影，甚至连抬头多看他一眼的兴趣都没有。斯凯勒愣住了，他曾经是红遍全美的迪士尼甜心，是无数青少年心中的偶像。虽然这几年因为转型失败，加上得罪了制片人被封杀，事业一落千丈，但走在大街上依然时不时会被狗仔偷拍，或者被认出来的路人指指点点。他今天把自己包成这样，就是怕被人认出来，看到他沦落到要靠变卖昔日首饰来度日的窘境。可眼前这个男人在看到他的真名后，竟然毫无反应，他是真的不认识自己，还是装的？签字吧。李牧把填好的单据转过去，把笔推到他面前。斯凯勒回过神来，咬了咬嘴唇，在那张单据上飞快地签下了自己的名字。李牧确认无误后，打开保险柜，点出40张100元大钞，4000刀了，你点点，把钱推过去的同时，叮，触发暴击奖励，获得8000美刀。熟悉的电子音在脑海中准时响起，8000美刀，这已经是普通暴击能给出的最高额度了。李牧心里猛地一爽，这一下不仅把刚刚付出去的那4000刀补回来了，还倒赚了一大笔。他的嘴角控制不住地往上扬了扬。斯凯勒把那沓现金抓在手里，胡乱地塞进风衣口袋。这是他拒绝了那个恶心制片人的潜规则后，手里仅剩的最后一点钱了，能不能撑过下个月的房租都两说。他拿起桌上属于自己的那份回执单，转身朝门口走去。走到那扇吱呀作响的木门前，斯凯勒停住了脚步，不知道出于什么心理，他突然转过头，伸出手，将鼻梁上那副巨大的香奈儿墨镜轻轻推上额头，一张充满了典型美式甜心风格，金棕色卷发散落，但眼角眉梢却带着浓浓忧郁和疲惫的脸庞，彻底暴露在了空气中。他就那么毫无遮掩的回头深深地看了李牧一眼，李牧正好端起冰美式准备喝，视线不经意地扫过去，正好对上他的目光。怎么还有东西要当？李牧咽下咖啡，有些莫名其妙地问了一句。斯凯勒看着他那双清澈见底，没有半点狂热和八卦，只有纯粹看客户眼神的眼睛，突然觉得紧绷了几个月的神经莫名其妙地松弛了一下。他是真的不认识自己？没有了。他摇了摇头，重新把墨镜拉下来，推开那扇木门，瘦削的背影彻底消失在洛杉矶刺眼的阳光里。第41章，樱花国老板娘借口看货。醉翁之意不在酒，斯凯勒的出现对李牧来说只是漫长经营生涯中一个毫不起眼的小插曲。他甚至没把那个叫斯凯勒的女人跟任何一个明星的名字联系起来，在他眼里，对方只是一个落魄需要用钱的普通客户而已。第二天上午，李牧刚开门没多久，门口的迎客门铃就响了。他抬起头，看到2个年轻的女孩正站在店门口，对着里面指指点点，小声地议论着什么。你确定昨天从这里出去的那个真是他？好像是啊，那身形，那气质，错不了，就是斯凯勒。天哪，他怎么会来这种地方？不会是真的破产了吧？李牧听着那2个女孩的议论，眉头微微挑了一下。斯凯勒？哪个斯凯勒？他把昨天那个戴墨镜的女人的样子在脑子里过了一遍，还是没对上号的名人。算了，管他是谁。就在他准备低头继续玩手机的时候，门铃又响了。这一次走进来的是一个他熟悉的不能再熟悉的身影，小野珍惜。今天的珍惜又换了一副行头，她穿了一身极其干练的女士职业套装，白色的真丝衬衫，领口的扣子一丝不苟地扣到了最上面一颗，外面是一件黑色的修身小西装，下半身是一条刚好到膝盖的黑色铅笔裙，将她那丰腴挺翘的臀部曲线包裹得淋漓尽致。腿上是薄薄的肉色丝袜，配上一双黑色的细高跟，一头乌黑的长发在脑后盘成了专业的发髻，整个人都散发着一股子精明干练的女老板气场。但李牧知道，在这副端庄禁欲的外表下，包裹着的是怎样一副食髓知味的妖精本质。李桑，早上好。珍惜走到柜台前，冲着李牧微微欠了欠身。早啊，珍惜老板。李牧笑了笑，今天怎么有空大驾光临我这小破店？当然是来谈正事了。珍惜从随身携带的公文包里拿出一份文件，放在柜台上。上次李桑说你店里积压了不少高奢货品，正好珍惜这边缺货源，想过来看看，顺便把合作的细节敲定一下。他这番话说的滴水不漏，但李牧从他那双看似平静，实则眼底深处藏着一团火的眼睛里，还是看出了几分醉翁之意不在酒的味道。这妞儿恐怕谈生意是假，想再回味一下才是真的。行啊，合作当然要谈。李牧也没点破他 他站起身，从保险柜和后面的货架上拿出了几件压箱底的硬通货，有老黑送来的那2块名牌手表，有朴恩珠当掉的那批珠宝里的几件小精品，还有他从储物柜里淘来的那块停产好表。珍惜看到那块停产表的时候，眼睛明显亮了一下。他戴上随身携带的白手套，拿起那块表仔细地端详着。没想到李桑的眼光这么毒辣，他由衷地赞叹道：“这种小众品牌的停产好货，一般人发现不了，放到我们店里最少能卖到8000美刀。”两人就这么一件件地看着货，讨论着代售的分成和流程。就在两人聊得差不多的时候，门口的门铃又响了，一个穿着工装裤，看着像是附近工人的中年男人走了进来。“老板，收老瓷器吗？”他从一个布包里小心翼翼地捧出了一个青花瓷碗，“我先接待一下客户。”李木冲珍惜点了点头，他接过那个瓷碗，入手很沉。说实话，李木对古董瓷器这块基本就是个半吊子。他从小在典当行长大，金银数码奢侈品还能看个门道，但这种老瓷器水太深，他一向是能不碰就不碰。他翻过来看了看碗底的款制，又看了看碗身的胎釉，只能勉强判断出这应该是个有些年头的老物件，但具体是什么年代什么窑口值多少钱，他是真两眼一抹黑。“老板，这可是我们家祖传的，我爷爷说最少也是清朝的。”那男人在一旁吹嘘着。李木心里没底，也不敢给高了，万一是个不值钱的民窑大陆货，收高了砸自己手里。行吧，看着是个老物件，他斟酌了一下，开了个保守的价。这碗品相一般，碗沿还有个小磕碰，我给你300刀了，当不当？那中年男人显然也不太懂行，听到300，犹豫了一下，估摸着自己也卖不出更高的价，便点了点头。行，300就300。李木麻利的开了单子，付了钱，那男人拿着300块，乐呵呵的走了。就在他走出店门，这笔交易彻底完成的瞬间，李木脑海里那熟悉的电子音突然响了起来，叮！触发暴击特殊奖励，获得古董瓷器鉴定知识初级，又来一个新知识。李木心里一喜，一股温热的感觉从后脑勺涌了上来。无数关于龙国历朝历代瓷器窑口、器型、釉色、款制的专业知识瞬间就塞满了他的大脑。前后不过几秒钟，当李木再次低头看向手里这个刚花300块收来的青花瓷碗时，眼神已经完全不一样了。这一看，他乐了，他这是又捡了个小漏，刚才他还吃不准，现在用新得来的知识一看，这碗的门道就清清楚楚了。这是清中期福建德化窑烧制的民窑青花碗，虽然是民窑，但胜在器型规整，青花发色也透亮，是同时期民窑里的上品。碗沿那个所谓的磕碰，其实只是个不影响品相的细小窑瓷。这么个碗拿到古董市场上去，少说也能卖个1500-1600，运气好碰上喜欢的2000都有人收，300块收的，转手翻好几倍，又是一笔稳赚不赔的买卖。李桑，那个碗怎么样？看你表情像是捡到宝了。一旁的珍惜将李木脸上那一闪而过的惊喜看在眼里，好奇地凑了过来问道。李木把碗递到他面前，借着这个机会慢悠悠地给他科普了起来。你看这碗底的款制，这幅字的写法比较随意，是典型的清中期德化民窑特征，还有这胎体偏厚重，釉色温润。他一边说一边用手指点着碗上的细节，那副专注又笃定的专家派头看得珍惜一愣一愣的。他发现眼前这个男人就像一个永远也挖不完的宝藏，你以为他只是个体力不错的帅哥，结果他还是个商业头脑精明的典当行老板。你以为他只是懂点奢侈品，结果他连龙国的古董瓷器都研究得这么透彻。这种深藏不露的专业和神秘感，对他这种见惯了浮夸男人的成熟女性来说，简直就是最致命的毒药。李桑，你懂得真多。他的声音里带着一丝他自己都没察觉到的崇拜。略懂略懂。李木把瓷碗收好，冲他笑了笑。那个珍惜的脸颊微微有点发烫，他下意识地整理了一下自己的铅笔群，然后用一种公事公办的语气说道：“李桑，你的库房在哪？我想去看看，你那边还有没有别的存货？”李木看着他那副假装镇定，但眼神已经开始飘忽的样子，心里乐了，这妞儿终于是憋不住了。行啊，他指了指店铺后面那扇小门，库房就在后面。珍惜老板请便。珍惜冲着他优雅地笑了笑，然后踩着高跟鞋，扭着那被铅笔群包裹的滚圆的翘臀，率先进了库房。李木看着他的背影，反手就在店门口挂上了暂停营业的牌子。整个典当行再次安静了下来。李木转过身，抬脚走进了昏暗的库房里，顺手关上了门。库房里堆满了各种杂物，光线十分昏暗，空气中弥漫着一股子旧货的味道。珍惜刚走进去，就被身后跟进来的李木一把就抱住了。呀，他轻呼了一声，手里的公文包都掉在了地上。李桑，你干嘛呀？我们不是说好来看货的吗？货待会儿再看。李木从背后抱着他，一只手已经不老实的顺着他那深修身的西装，隔着薄薄的丝袜抚上了那丰腴的大腿。现在先让你的李桑好好验验你这件货。他低头在他那散发着淡淡香气的脖颈上轻轻的咬了一口。珍惜的身体瞬间就软了，嘴里发出着断断续续的抗议，但那点力气连推开他的手都做不到。别在这里，我觉得这挺合适的。李木坏笑一声，直接就把他按在了旁边一张堆满了旧报纸的桌子上。库房里那张老旧的桌子很快就发出了不堪重负的吱呀声。第42章卖破车遇见老同学，连打的啪啪响。珍惜那少妇在库房里被折腾的够呛，走的时候腿都是软的。李木把库房里那张老桌子擦了擦，心情大好，这开典当行的日子真是一天比一天有盼头了。第二天一早，李木刚拉开卷帘门，就迎来了一个背着书包的白人大学生。那学生拿了个屏幕边角有点碎的旧 iPad， 说是想换点生活费。李木按流程检查了一下，机子没修过，还能正常用，就是外观磕碜了点，随口报了个150刀了的价。学生痛快地签了字，拿钱走人。就在对方跨出店门的瞬间，系统那几句穿透力的电子音在李木脑子里轰然炸响。 叮，触发暴击特殊奖励，获得8000美刀，8000美刀。李牧手里还捏着那台破 iPad， 呼吸猛地停滞了一下，这系统简直不讲道理，一台150块的破烂电子产品，直接给他干出了8000美刀的奖励。李牧掏出手机，看着银行 app 里刷新后越来越多的数字，嘴角根本压不住，他随手把那台 iPad 扔到货架底下，拉过椅子坐下。这人一有钱，看着门口停着的那辆破丰田，就怎么看怎么不顺眼了。反正现在有了宝马 M4， 那破车留着也是占位置。他干脆掏出手机，给这破车拍了2张照片，挂到了洛杉矶当地的二手交易平台上，标价2000刀，备注只接受当面看车现金交易。挂上去没1个小时，就有人发私信问价，约好了中午过来看车。中午12点刚过，一辆出租车停在了典当行门口，车门推开，走下来一男一女。男的穿着一身自以为很精英的西装，但那料子一看就廉价的很。女的则是个白人，金发有些干枯，骨架很粗大，一张脸上长满了雀斑，画着夸张的眼影，嚼着口香糖，一副谁也不放在眼里的傲慢模样。李牧坐在柜台后面，抬眼瞅了一下，这男的怎么看着有点眼熟？那男的牵着白人女友的手，大摇大摆地走进典当行，左右打量了一圈那满是灰尘的老旧货架，脸上露出一抹毫不掩饰的嫌弃。当他把目光转到柜台后的李牧身上时，整个人明显愣了一下，紧接着那眼神里就爆发出了一阵狂喜和高高在上的优越感。李牧，我靠，真的是你啊！那男的夸张地叫了一声，快步走到柜台前，拍了拍玻璃，我还以为我看错了呢。看到那个卖车的帖子，我还说李牧这名字怎么这么眼熟，原来真是你。李牧脑子里转了2圈，总算把这张脸跟记忆里的某个人对上号了。王伟，以前在南加大读商科时候的同学，这小子在学校里就是个出了名的精美分子，天天在朋友圈发美利坚的空气有多甜，看不起国内的一切，做梦都想找个白人老婆，拿绿卡融入所谓的主流社会。是我，就是你们来看车的。李牧没接他套近乎的茬，语气平淡的像杯白开水。行啊哥们，毕业这么久都没你消息，原来你窝在唐人街开当铺呢。王伟根本没管李牧冷淡的态度，他现在的感觉就像是一个亿万富翁回乡下视察，遇到了当年混得不如他的穷亲戚一样，那种迫不及待想要炫耀的心情都快从毛孔里溢出来了。他故意把身边那个白人女友往怀里揽了揽，给你介绍一下，这是我女朋友阿曼达，我们马上就要订婚了，到时候绿卡一拿，我算是纯正美利坚人，彻底在这边扎根了。王伟得意的扬起下巴，用英文对那个叫阿曼达的麻子脸女人说道 Honey， 这是我大学同学，是这家店的。老板。阿曼达瞥了李牧一眼，大大的翻了个白眼，从鼻子里哼出了一声，算是打招呼。李牧差点没忍住笑出声，就这女人的长相和那水桶一样的腰身，搁在洛杉矶稍微好点的酒吧都没人愿意多看一眼，王伟居然当个宝一样到处炫耀，也是难为他了。挺好。李牧靠在椅子上，手指随意的敲着桌面，恭喜啊！所以车你们还看吗？看，当然看。王伟清了清嗓子，装出一副大老板的派头。是这样，我那辆奔驰最近送去保养了。阿曼达非吵着要去郊区玩，我寻思着租车不划算，干脆随便买辆便宜的二手车代步，用完就扔了也不心疼。他这话说的又虚荣又拙劣，一个真开奔驰的大老板，谁会花2000刀买一辆随时可能抛锚的10几手破丰田？这孙子估摸着就是个底层打工仔，为了出行方便，可是口袋又没几个子，最后只能买这种二手破车代步。李牧心里跟明镜似的，但他懒得拆穿。他现在刚入账8000美刀，看着眼前这个跳梁小丑，只觉得这人可悲到了极点。车就在门口，钥匙在这，你可以去试一圈。李牧把那把磨损的掉色的丰田车钥匙扔在柜台上，王伟拿着钥匙出去捣鼓了10几分钟，又带着那个一脸嫌弃的女友走了进来。哥们，你这车况也太烂了，发动机声音听着就不对劲，空调还不制冷。王伟敲了敲柜台，摆出一副谈判的架势，看在老同学的面子上，1500刀月，我今天就开走，怎么样？1500卖不了。李牧眼皮都没抬，你嫌烂可以去别家看看。唉，你这人怎么这样？王伟急了，他兜里一共就凑了不到2000美刀，刚才打车还花了50，要是李牧不降价，他今天这逼面子可就丢大发了。他索性换了一副说教的嘴脸，李牧，不是我说你，你这眼界就是打不开，在这破当铺里耗着有什么前途？你应该像我一样多出去社交，融入真正的主流圈子。王伟越说越来劲，口沫横飞，你要是愿意，改天我让阿曼达给你介绍几个白人女孩，你也赶紧解决一下绿卡问题，总比你天天守着一堆破烂强吧。李牧看着他那副小丑一样的嘴脸，眼神终于彻底冷了下来，他刚准备开口让这孙子滚蛋，就在这时，典当行那扇破旧的木门被人推开了，一股带着点魅惑的香水味瞬间驱散了店里原本混杂着汉堡和灰尘的味道。苏婉清踩着一双黑色的细高跟，摇曳生姿地走了进来。她今天穿了一件深紫色的改良修身旗袍，将那熟透了前凸后翘的完美曲线勾勒得惊心动魄。那张白皙温婉的脸上画着精致的淡妆，一颦一笑都透着一股子能把男人魂都勾走的成熟风情。她刚一进门，整个典当行仿佛都亮堂了起来。王伟和他那个叫阿曼达的麻子脸女友，瞬间就像是两只被掐住了脖子的公鸡，声音戛然而止。王伟的眼睛瞪得老大，死死地盯着苏婉清，眼珠子都快掉地上了。跟眼前这个角色尤物比起来，他身边那个引以为傲的美利坚女友，简直就像个还没进化完全的大猩猩。小李，苏婉清看都没看旁边那两个呆若木鸡的人，直接走到柜台前，他那双勾人的桃花眼看着李牧，声音又软又糯，带着一丝撒娇的意味。我昨天有只耳环好像掉你车里了，你把车钥匙给我，我去找找。静，死一般的寂静。王伟的脑子嗡的一声，感觉像是被雷劈了一样。什么情况？这个极品美女不仅跟李牧有关系，昨晚还坐过他的车。李牧看着苏婉清，嘴角勾起一抹笑意，他慢悠悠地把手伸进口袋， 掏出了一把带着蓝天白云标志的电子车钥匙，随手扔在了柜台上。滴滴，随着苏婉清拿起钥匙按下解锁键，典当行门外那辆停在破丰田旁边、线条极具攻击性的崭新宝马 M4 瞬间闪烁起了耀眼的迎宾灯光。苏婉清拿着钥匙，扭着水蛇一样的腰肢走出门去，拉开了宝马的副驾驶车门，低头在座椅缝隙里翻找了一下。过了一会儿，他手里捏着一只珍珠耳环，又摇曳生姿的走了回来，把车钥匙放回柜台上。找到了，还真掉你车里了。他冲李牧笑了笑，那笑容里带着只有2人才懂的亲昵。姐先走了，晚上记得过来喝汤，我专门给你炖了牛鞭。说完，他才像刚注意到旁边还有人似的，礼貌性的冲王伟和他女友点了点头，然后才转身迈着优雅的步伐离开了典当行。直到苏婉清的身影彻底消失在门外，王伟才像是被人从梦里唤醒了一样，猛地回过神来。他转头看向李牧，眼神里充满了难以置信的震惊和嫉妒。李牧靠在椅子上，食指交叉放在桌面上，语气依旧是那么平淡，就像在谈论今天的天气。车1500真卖不了，我看你也是老同学，给你个实在价，1800刀，你要就要，不要就拉倒。这破车我宁可拉去废车厂报废，也不差这几百刀。王伟的一张脸瞬间从涨红变成了死灰，刚才打车花了30，他兜里现在只剩1800多。可看着李牧桌上那把宝马钥匙，又看着门外那个绝色佳人消失的方向，他感觉自己再多待1秒钟，脸都要被抽肿了。他甚至都不敢再继续还价，从兜里掏出一叠皱巴巴的美钞，强撑着数了1800块扔在柜台上，抓起那把丰田钥匙，拉着还在发呆的麻子连女友，头也不回地冲出了典当行。听着门外那辆破丰田发出剧烈的引擎轰鸣，李牧靠在椅子上无声地笑了起来。对付这种跳梁小丑，降维打击永远是最爽的。第43章反差的蜜雪甜妹，你个龟儿子！傍晚6点多，李牧关了典当行的门，溜溜达达的去了隔壁。苏婉清果然是说到做到，后厨里正温着一锅用料极猛的牛鞭汤。这30多岁的女人一旦死心塌地的跟了你，那可是真把你当头牛在养了，恨不得把你身上每1两肉都榨出价值来。李牧连干了2大碗，又在后厨跟苏姐腻歪了一阵，直到把这位美艳的老板娘弄得连连求饶，他才心满意足的抹了抹嘴出来。这基因强化过的身体加上10全大补汤，效果不是盖的。他感觉自己现在肚子里像是有团火在烧，整个人都透着一股子燥热的邪劲儿。李牧刚走出典当行，正寻思着要不要去跑个10公里消耗一下过剩的精力，兜里的手机突然嗡嗡震动了2下。他掏出来一看，是一条脸书消息，头像是一个比着剪刀手笑出2个可爱酒窝的女孩，是蜜雪冰城那个川妹子陈思琪。帅哥在干啥子？今天发工资了，出来，老子请你搓一顿好的，报答你这段时间经常来给我冲业绩。看着屏幕上那股子熟悉的川渝辣妹味，还有那副财大气粗的暴发户口吻，李牧嘴角一勾，这不败火的节目来了，想打瞌睡就有人送枕头，这运气来了真是挡都挡不住。他立刻单手打字回了过去，行啊，吃什么？我胃口可不小。那边几乎是秒回，随便你挑，老子今天大出血了，就去唐人街那家老鼠人老火锅，10点钟我下班，不见不散。晚上10点，唐人街那家名叫老鼠人的9宫格火锅店里，人声鼎沸，空气中全都是花椒和辣椒混合着牛油的霸道香味。陈思琪今天没穿那深红色的工作围裙，而是套了一件略微有些紧身的白色短袖 T 恤，下面是一条水洗蓝的牛仔短裤。这身打扮走在大街上其实很普通，但穿在她身上，硬生生是被那傲人的上围给撑出了几分惊心动魄的3D 效果。老板，先来2打冰镇啤酒，要冰透的哈。一落座，这川妹子就先扯着嗓子喊了一句，然后豪迈的拿开瓶器起开2瓶，砰的一声推到李牧面前。今天这顿说好了我请哈，你不准跟我抢，不然老子跟你翻脸。陈思琪拍了拍自己那颇具规模的胸脯，一副江湖大姐大的派头，行，听你的，今天就吃大户了。李牧也没跟他争，心安理得的拿起筷子就开始在翻滚的红油锅里捞毛肚。2人一边吃着火辣辣的火锅，一边灌着冰凉的啤酒，这气氛一下子就熟络了起来。陈思琪是真的能吃辣，那满是红油的变态辣锅底，他连眉头都不皱一下，大口大口的吃着，一边吃还一边用手扇着风。几瓶啤酒下肚，他的脸上泛起了2团诱人的红晕，额头上也渗出了一层细密的汗珠。因为太热，他时不时的扯着那件本来就紧身的 T 恤领口透气。李牧坐得近，从他这个居高临下的角度看过去，那领口里面若隐若现的深邃风景，简直比锅底里的红油还要让人上火。你看那锤子哦！陈思琪似乎察觉到了李牧的目光，但他一点也没那种扭捏的小女生做派，反而大胆地瞪了回来，拿酒杯在桌上重重一颗。没看出来啊，李老板，平时看着人模狗样的，眼睛也这么不老实，怎么长得好看还不让人看了？李牧靠在椅子上，端起杯子跟他碰了一下，语气随意得很。再说了，又没少块肉，你龟儿嘴还挺平。陈思琪被他这副厚脸皮的样子给气笑了，端起酒杯一口干了。来，今天老子非得把你喝趴下不可。这川妹子的酒疯也是1等1的彪悍，喝到最后，他还真跑去前台把账给结了，拦都拦不住。只可惜拼酒这种事，他遇到的是被蜘蛛基因改造过，连酒精代谢速度都远超常人的李牧。1个半小时后，火锅店门口，李牧稳如老狗的站在夜风里，连根头发丝都没乱。而刚才那个叫嚣着要把他喝趴下，还抢着买单的陈思琪，此刻已经整个人都软趴趴的挂在了他的身上。走，老子还能喝，再去整点烧烤。陈思琪嘴里含糊不清的嘟囔着，2只手死死的抱住 李牧的胳膊，大半个身子的重量都压了上去，那惊人的饱满就这么肆无忌惮地蹭着李牧的手臂，这谁顶得住啊？行了，别整了，再整你明天就不用去摇奶茶了。李牧直接伸手揽住他的腰，半拉半抱的把他弄上了停在路边的宝马 M4，车子没开多远，拐过2条街就停在了典当行门口。李牧拉开卷帘门，把这个已经彻底醉成了一滩烂泥的甜妹扶上了2楼的阁楼公寓。刚一进门，一阵冷风吹过，陈思琪似乎稍微清醒了一点点，她挣扎着从李牧怀里站直了身子，一双大眼睛迷离地打量着这个不大的单身公寓。这是你家？他打了个9格，伸出手指戳了戳李牧的胸膛，眼神里带着点挑衅。你个老色批，趁我喝多了把我带回来，是不是想干坏事？你说呢？李牧顺手关上房门，似笑非笑地看着他。听到锁舌咔嗒一声落锁的声音，陈思琪似乎终于意识到了什么危险，但他骨子里那种川妹子的要强，让他输人不输阵。切！他一仰下巴，努力做出一副老江湖的架势，大声嚷嚷道：“你以为老子怕你哦？老子在蜀都混的时候，你还不知道在哪川开裆裤呢！”说着，他竟然主动往前跨了一步，一副视死如归的表情，伸手去扯李牧的衣服。李牧心里都快笑抽了，这小辣椒真是典型的外强中干。他懒得再看他这拙劣的表演，直接反客为主，一把就抓住了他2只乱动的手腕。以他现在的力量，即使只是轻轻一握，陈思琪也感觉自己的手像是被铁钳子夹住了一样，动弹不得。你干嘛？陈思琪惊呼一声，终于慌了。李牧没说话，手上稍微一用力，直接把他整个人拉进了怀里，然后狠狠地吻住了那张还带着火锅麻辣味的红唇。陈思琪的眼睛瞬间瞪得溜圆，她拼命地扭动着身子想要挣扎，但在李牧那种绝对的力量压制面前，她的反抗就像是一只溺水的小猫一样微不足道。不过10几秒钟的功夫，那张刚才还满嘴跑火车的小嘴就彻底沦陷了。李牧一只手揽着她的腰，直接把她抱了起来，几步走到床边。当最后那层防线被彻底撕开，那种不容抗拒的侵略感排山倒海般袭来的时候，这个天不怕地不怕的川渝小辣椒终于绷不住了，那层泼辣的伪装瞬间碎了一地。你个龟儿！陈思琪的眼角泛起了泪花，原本咋咋呼呼的嗓音，此刻竟带着一丝哭腔。你个杀千刀的，你轻点骚！第2天上午，李牧是被一阵极其诱人的葱油香味给弄醒的。他睁开眼，摸了摸身边，床铺已经是空的。他穿上睡衣走出卧室，狭小的开放式厨房里，陈思琪正穿着他的一件宽大白 T 恤，光着2条白花花的大腿，手里拿着筷子在锅里搅和着。醒啦！听到动静，陈思琪回过头，她脸上没化妆，经过昨晚的一番滋润，皮肤看着水灵灵的，哪里还有半点昨晚在火锅店那种江湖大姐大的影子，完全就是一个贤惠的邻家小媳妇，好香啊！李牧走到她身后，从后面圈住她的腰，下巴搁在她的肩膀上。那是老子不，我可是正儿八经学过的。陈思琪下意识的又想爆粗口，但话到嘴边硬生生咽了回去，脸蛋红了一下，用手肘轻轻拐了李牧一下，去，赶紧去洗漱，面马上就好了。10分钟后，2人面对面的坐在小餐桌前，2碗热腾腾的煎蛋清汤面摆在面前。李牧尝了一口，面条筋道，汤底鲜香，煎蛋火候刚刚好，里面甚至还奢侈的放了几根青菜。在这万恶的资本主义社会，早上能吃上一口这么地道的龙国热汤面，简直就是一种奢望。看不出来啊，你还有这一手。李牧几口就把面吃了一大半，那是也不看老子是谁。陈思琪下巴一扬，昨晚丢掉的面子似乎又找回来了一点，但一看到李牧那似笑非笑的眼神，他瞬间又想起了昨晚自己是怎么哭着求饶的，脸刷的一下就红了起来。李牧看着他这负心虚可爱的样子，心情大好，这泼辣的小野猫，以后这蜜雪冰城的奶茶算是可以随便白嫖了。第44章5000刀的医疗费，但甜甜圈是真好吃。吃完那碗热气腾腾的清汤面，李牧感觉整个人的胃都熨贴了。到了中午，陈思琪还回去唐人街街角那家蜜雪冰城摇奶茶，反正店里这会儿也没什么生意。李牧难得有闲心，顺手拿了车钥匙，打算送他过去。不用送，走2步就到了。这大热天的，你就在店里吹你的空调吗？陈思琪一边换着鞋，一边嘴硬的说道，但那双亮晶晶的眼睛里却全是藏不住的欢喜。怎么，怕被你们老板看见，扣你工资啊？李牧笑着在他那满是胶原蛋白的脸颊上捏了一把，爬开，你个老色批，没个正经。陈思琪没好气的拍开他的手，脸蛋却红扑扑的。2人溜溜达达的走在唐人街的街头，洛杉矶中午的太阳依旧毒辣，烤得路边的柏油马路都有些发软。陈思琪又恢复了那副川渝辣妹的本性，一路上叽叽喳喳的，看到街边卖烧腊的店，非要凑过去看2眼；看到路边有流浪狗，也要啧啧2声，跟昨晚在床上那个只会哭着求饶的小花猫简直判若两人。2人就这么一路斗着嘴，不知不觉就快到蜜雪冰城那个标志性的雪人招牌附近了。行了，就送到这吧，等会儿被同事看见又要八卦老子了。在一个比较偏僻的街角，陈思琪停下了脚步，过河拆桥啊。李牧靠在街角的砖墙上，似笑非笑的看着他，锤子哦，老子晚上还要来找你算账呢。陈思琪白了他一眼，左右看了看，确认没人注意这边，然后他突然踮起脚尖，伸出双臂搂住李牧的脖子，在那张还带着点戏谑的嘴唇上狠狠地啃了一口。等老子下班。丢下这句充满江湖气的话，他红着脸，跟只受惊的兔子似的，转身就跑进了不远处的冷饮店里。李牧摸了摸嘴唇，看着他那充满活力的背影，不由得笑了笑。这川妹子谈起恋爱来也是辣味十足。送完人，李牧慢悠悠地顺着原路往回走，路过一个十字路口的拐角时，他随意地扫了一眼，只见一家关着门的商铺屋檐下蜷缩着一个衣衫褴褛的身影，是个流浪汉，身上披着一件脏得看不出颜色的破夹克，手里举着 一块破纸板，上面歪歪扭扭的写着几个英文单词，大概意思就是饿了需要点零钱。洛杉矶这种流浪汉太多了，李牧平时根本连看都懒得多看一眼，但他今天心情不错，加上兜里刚好有几张皱巴巴的一美刀纸币，他走到那人跟前，随手拿了张一美刀扔在了他面前的破碗里。谢谢老板，谢谢好心人。那流浪汉操着一口生硬的英语，连连道谢。李牧正准备走，却突然觉得这声音有点耳熟，他停下脚步，低头仔细地瞅了那人一眼。流浪汉满脸的污垢，头发跟一堆杂草似的顶在头上，胡子拉碴，看着像个40-50岁的老头。但李牧那被蜘蛛基因强化过的视力和记忆力何等惊人，只看了2眼就把这张脸跟记忆里的某个人给对上号了。这不是之前跑来他店里拿个华强北几百块包邮的山寨苹果手机，非要当成最新款来骗钱的那个走线大侄子吗？当时这孙子被他拆穿赶走的时候，嘴里还骂骂咧咧的说他没有格局，活该发不了财，怎么现在混成这副德行了？唉，我说你不是那个有特殊渠道弄原装苹果手机的老乡吗？李牧饶有兴致地蹲了下来，似笑非笑地看着他。那流浪汉浑身一僵，猛地抬起头，他盯着李牧看了半天，那双浑浊的眼睛里终于闪过了一丝错愕和极其难看的光芒。他认出李牧了，老乡。他尴尬地咽了口唾沫，恨不得把头埋进裤裆里，哪里还有当初在店里那副理直气壮的嘴脸？怎么混成这样了？你的特殊渠道呢？李牧双手抱胸，纯粹是抱着看猴戏的心态。那走线佬被他这么一讥讽，本来还想嘴硬2句，但看了看碗里那一美刀，再加上这段时间的悲惨遭遇，心里的苦水顿时就憋不住了。唉，别提了，都是这倒霉催的。他叹了口气，用脏兮兮的袖子擦了擦鼻子，开始大倒苦水。那天从你那出来，我想着手里的钱快花光了，得找个营生啊。我看别人跑外卖挺赚钱，就把最后那点身家全搭进去，买了一辆5手破车，寻思着跑 Uber 外卖。他越说越委屈，谁知道这边的车真他娘的不经用。我第一天送外卖，路不熟，在一个路口没刹住，把前面一辆凯迪拉克的屁股给追尾了。我一个走线过来的，没身份没驾照更没保险，那车主一下来就要报警，我哪赔得起啊？最后没办法，车直接被交警扣了，那可是我全部的身家啊！李牧听得直摇头，没身份没驾照还在美利坚开车，出了事没被直接遣返就不错了，那就算车没了，你手脚还在唐人街刷个盘子也不至于要饭吧？李牧看了一眼他那脏兮兮的手，这就是最坑人的地方。走线佬一拍大腿，声音都拔高了8度，指着自己手腕上一块已经结痂的疤痕，激动地说道：“你看这，就撞车的时候，胳膊在这磕破了点皮，流了点血。我当时也是脑子进水了，听人说这边的医院急诊服务好，就跑去挂了个急诊，想让人家给包扎一下。结果呢，走线佬说到这里，眼珠子都快瞪出来了，满脸的难以置信和愤怒。我就在那个急诊室里坐了半个多小时，有个医生过来看了看我的手，问了我2句话，就说没事，连个创可贴都没给我贴，就让我回去了。我寻思这服务也不咋地啊。结果1个星期后，医院的账单寄到了我当时租的那个地下室。他伸出5根脏兮兮的手指头，在李牧眼前晃了晃，声音都在发颤：5000刀，老乡，整整5000美刀啊！就看了一眼我的手，跟我聊了2句天，居然收我5000刀的急诊咨询费，我拿什么还？我车都没了。房东看我惹了医院的账单，生怕连累他，连夜就把我连人带行李全给赶出来了。这他妈的医院简直比抢劫还黑啊！李牧听完，差点没忍住笑出声来。这孙子算是切身体会到什么叫资本主义铁拳了。在美利坚没买高昂的医疗保险，赶去挂急诊，那简直就是在给医院送钱。别说看擦伤了，叫个救护车都能让你倾家荡产。这种事，但凡有点常识的留学生或者老华人都知道。这走线佬还真把这当成遍地是黄金，干啥都免费的天堂了，这不挺好的吗？至少你感受到了自由的医疗体系。李牧站起身，拍了拍手上的灰尘，懒得再听他抱怨。对这种人，他生不出一丁点的同情。自己选的路，就算是一路要饭也得自己走完。就在他转身准备离开的时候，身后的走线佬突然弱弱的开了口：“那个老乡，老板。”他指了指碗里那1美刀，讨好的笑了笑：“你能再给1美刀不？怎么嫌少？”李牧转过头，冷眼看着他：“不是。”走线佬咽了口唾沫，指了指街对面的那家甜甜圈店，咂巴了一下干瘪的嘴唇，露出一个极其诡异且满足的笑容。1美刀不够买个甜甜圈的，老板，你还真别说，这美利坚的看病虽然能要人命，但这个甜甜圈是真他娘的好吃，比老家的面窝窝甜多了，那糖霜绝了。李牧愣了2秒，看着眼前这个浑身酸臭，连下顿饭在哪都不知道，却还在对美利坚甜甜圈回味无穷的流浪汉，突然觉得这世界真他妈的魔幻。李牧哑然失笑，摇了摇头，他当然不会去同情这种人，但今天这个魔幻且荒诞的故事确实值回票价了。他随手又从兜里摸出一张皱巴巴的1美刀纸币，手腕一抖，纸币轻飘飘地落进了走线佬那油腻腻的破碗里，就当是给这个愚昧同胞的一点最后善意了。这货真要是为了少吃一口甜甜圈饿死了，这唐人街岂不是少了个大乐子？吃你的甜甜圈去吧。李牧没再理会身后那个连连磕头道谢的身影，双手插兜，慢慢地走进了洛杉矶有些刺眼的阳光里。第45章。看走眼的老黑，被混混围着的斯凯勒把那个要饭还嫌1美刀吃不了甜甜圈的走线佬抛在脑后。李牧慢慢悠悠地溜达回了店里，刚走到门口，就看见一个高大壮硕跟个黑铁塔似的背影，正撅着屁股趴在玻璃柜台上，往店里面瞅。看啥呢？是不是想顺点什么东西？李牧走过去，在那个宽阔的背上拍了一巴掌。嘿，兄弟！老黑德里克回过头，一看见李牧，那张黑脸上瞬间绽放出2排标志性的大白牙，然后极其熟络地上前给了李牧一个熊抱。我刚才看店里没人，还以为你小子发财了，连店都不开了呢，出去逛了会。李牧挣脱他的熊抱，走进柜台里坐下，说吧， 今天又给我带什么好东西来了？德里克也不废话，直接把他背上的一个大麻袋砰的一声扔在了柜台上。都在这了，兄弟。他拉开麻袋的口子，里面花花绿绿的，全是名牌包。李牧粗略扫了一眼，得有6、7个，牌子挺杂，古驰、香奈儿、LV 都有，成色看着倒是不错，好几个都跟新的一样。你这进货量见长啊！李牧戴上白手套，开始一件件的往外拿。别提了，兄弟，现在这日子没法过了。德里克叹了口气，一脸的苦大仇深。加州这破地方，什么都在涨价。那该死的房东昨天又跟我说要涨房租，我不努力点进货，下个月就得带着我那几个兄弟去睡大街了。他这话说的凄惨，但配合他那壮如牛的体格和一麻袋的赃物，怎么看怎么滑稽。行了，别在我这哭穷。李牧没理会他的抱怨，拿起一个古驰的酒神包，开始仔细的看了起来。皮质的手感很细腻，老花的纹理也对得上。他翻开内衬，看了看拉链头背面的刻字，又摸了摸皮标的厚度，确认是正品。接着是第2个香奈儿的流浪包，第3个 LV 的托特包。李牧的速度很快，得益于系统赋予的鉴定知识，他现在看这些包就跟看自己手心里的纹路一样清楚。连看了5个都是真货，而且成色极佳，估计都是德里克不知道从哪个富婆的车里或者更衣室里顺出来的。当他拿起第6个，一个看起来非常新的 LV 老花水桶包时，手指只是在内衬上划了一下，动作就顿住了。他把包翻过来，拿个放大镜对着底部的5金铆钉瞅了2眼，然后直接把包扔回了麻袋。这个不要，拿走。怎么了，兄弟？这可是我昨天刚进的货，全新的。德里克急了，伸长脖子问道：“全新的高仿？”李牧靠在椅子上，慢悠悠地说道：“这包的5金光泽太亮了，一眼假，内衬的布料摸着发滑。正品是粗糙的帆布感。德里克，你这进货的眼光还得练练啊。”德里克的脸色变了变，有点尴尬的挠了挠那头短硬的卷发。他干这行全凭眼明手快，哪懂什么鉴定，偶尔看走眼弄个假货也是常有的事。行吧，假的就不要了，剩下那5个你能给多少？他不再纠缠那个假包，直接切入正题，都是来路不明的货，一个给你算400刀了，5个2000刀。李牧报了个价，这些包要是放到正规二手平台上，每个起码能卖个800、900甚至上千，他这打包价压得不可谓不狠。哦，兄弟，你这刀子宰得也太深了。德里克夸张地叫唤了起来，2000刀，这可是5个名牌包，你这是在抢劫！2000刀，现金结账，没有任何后遗症。李牧不为所动，甚至还从抽屉里拿出2沓厚厚的100元大钞，在桌上磕了磕。要是嫌少，你可以拿着这堆包去找那些有发票的当铺试试，看他们敢不敢收。面对这一堆绿花花的美钞和李牧拿捏死死的态度，德里克那点可怜的抵抗力瞬间就土崩瓦解了。行，算你狠，2000就2000。他一把抓过桌上的现金，一边数一边嘟囔着：“你这吸血鬼，早晚有一天我会换个下家。”他这也就是过过嘴瘾，整个唐人街附近能这么痛快且安全消化他这批货的，除了李牧，再找不出第2家。交易完成的瞬间，李牧脑子里系统那清脆的提示音开始了疯狂的连击，叮，触发暴击奖励，获得800美刀钉，触发暴击奖励，获得1000美刀钉，触发暴击奖励，获得500美刀，5件物品，5次普通暴击。虽然单次数额都不算太大，但加起来也足足给了他3000多美刀的现金返利，算上他付给德里克的2000刀成本，这波等于是白得了5个名牌包，还倒赚了1000多刀现金。看着银行 app 里跳动的数字，李牧心情大好，看德里克那张黑脸都觉得顺眼了不少。行了，别抱怨了，下次有好东西再来。李牧把那几个包收进柜台后面的库房，顺便把那个假包也踢到了一边，打发走老黑。下午又零零散散的来了2个客户，当了一块旧手表和一根金链子，李牧按流程收下，又小赚了一笔。傍晚时分，看着外面渐渐暗下来的天色，李牧伸了个懒腰，决定提前关门。今天赚的不少，加上最近身体强化后精力一直很充沛，他没打算继续守店，而是拿上钥匙，开着那辆崭新的宝马 M4 出了典当行。他打算去街区里随便转转，吹吹晚风，欣赏下美利坚的夜景。洛杉矶的夜晚并不像表面上看起来那么平静，尤其是在唐人街边缘这些相对偏僻的街区，霓虹灯照不到的阴暗角落里，总是藏着各种各样的污垢。李牧开着车，车窗降下，音响里放着轻松的音乐。当车子缓缓驶过一个路灯坏了2个，显得有些昏暗的街角时，李牧眼角的余光不经意地扫了过去，一条漆黑的小巷口，3个打扮的流里流气，光着膀子露出大片劣质纹身的黑帮混混，正呈半包围的姿势，把一个女人死死地堵在墙角。这种小混混在街头调戏妇女的戏码，在这一带每天都在上演。李牧本不是什么爱多管闲事的人，看了一眼就打算踩油门开过去，但就在车灯扫过那个女人的一瞬间，他脚下的动作猛地停住了。那个女人把自己裹得严严实实，头上戴着棒球帽，脸上那副巨大的香奈儿蛤蟆镜在刚才的拉扯中已经掉在了地上，露出了一张虽然带着惊恐但依旧精致甜美的脸。那是几天前来店里当首饰的那个神秘女人斯凯勒。此刻的她正像一只受惊的小鸟，紧紧地抱着自己的包，后背死死地贴着砖墙，无助地往角落里缩。哟，这不是我们的大明星斯凯勒吗？其中一个染着黄毛的混混显然是认出了他，语气里带着一股子让人作呕的下流和兴奋。怎么，大明星现在混得这么惨了，连个保镖都没有？ 大半夜的还在这种地方溜达。老大，这可是以前在电视上天天见的女神啊！另一个胖子混混眼睛都在冒绿光，一边说着，一边不怀好意的伸手去扯斯凯勒那件单薄的风衣。既然这么落魄了，不如赔哥几个玩玩，哥几个手里有的是钱，滚开，别碰我！斯凯勒尖叫着，拼命地挥舞着手臂，但他的反抗在3个强壮的混混面前显得那么的苍白无力。眼看着那个黄毛混混一脸淫笑的就要凑上去，吱一声尖锐的刹车声在寂静的街角突兀的响起，白色的宝马 M4 带着一阵刺眼的大灯强光，直接停在了小巷口，将那3个混混的眼睛晃得一阵睁不开。妈的，谁啊？找死是不是？黄毛混混被强光刺的用手挡住眼睛，气急败坏的回过头破口大骂。宝马车的车门推开，李牧面无表情的从车上走了下来，他没有立刻动手，也没有像个超级英雄一样大喊大叫，他只是把车门砰的一声关上，然后双手插在兜里，眼神玩味的盯着那几个混混。嘿，伙计们，你们想对我的顾客做点什么？一个带着几分戏谑的声音在空旷的街角响起。第46章，混混挨了顿胖揍。甜心斯凯勒的感动，那几个正围着斯凯勒动手动脚的混混被这突如其来的一声断喝吓了一跳，他们不约而同的转过头，循着声音和刺眼的车灯光看向巷子口，只见一个身材高大的亚裔青年正双手插兜，面无表情的从一辆崭新的白色宝马 M4 上走了下来。他关上车门，发出砰的一声闷响，在这寂静的街角显得格外清晰。妈的，哪来的亚洲小子想学人当英雄？那个染着黄毛的混混头子看清来人只有一个，而且还是个看着没什么威胁的亚裔，脸上的表情瞬间就从错愕变成了恼怒和不屑。他松开抓着斯凯勒胳膊的手，带着2个小弟晃晃悠悠的朝李牧走了过来。小子，我劝你别多管闲事，不然今天晚上你可能就得躺着回去了。黄毛混混一边说，一边把手指关节捏得咔吧作响，脸上带着狞笑。斯凯勒也愣住了，他做梦都没想到会在这里以这种方式再次见到这个几天前才刚刚见过面的典当行老板。他看着李牧孤身一人朝那3个一看就不是善茬的混混走过去，一颗心瞬间就提到了嗓子眼，下意识的就想让他快跑，但李牧接下来的动作却让他把到了嘴边的话又硬生生的咽了回去。面对3个气势汹汹的混混，李牧脸上没有半点惧色，他只是慢悠悠的掏出了自己的手机，然后把摄像头对准了那几个混混。屏幕的光在昏暗的巷子里照亮了他那张平静的有些过分的脸。我再说一遍，把手松开，然后滚蛋。他的声音不大，但却带着一股子不容置疑的冷意。顺便提醒你们一句，从我下车开始，我这手机就一直开着录像，而且我已经按了快捷报佛伯勒，佛伯勒最多15分钟就到。你们是想现在体面的自己走，还是等会儿被佛伯勒叔叔考上带走？自己选。那3个混混的脚步瞬间就停住了，他们面面相觑，显然没想到这小子不按套路出牌，一上来就又是录像又是报 FBI。法克，你他妈吓唬谁呢？黄毛混混虽然心里有点发虚，但当着自己小弟和美女的面子上下不来台，他色厉内荏的指着李牧吼道：小子，我警告你，赶紧把手机给老子收起来，不然老子今天连你一块收拾。看来你们是选第2条路了。李牧看着他们那副样子，失望的摇了摇头，然后把手机揣回了兜里。既然敬酒不吃，那就只能吃罚酒了。兄弟们，干他！黄毛混混看他收了手机，以为他怂了，顿时胆气又壮了起来，怒吼一声，第一个就挥舞着拳头冲了上来。他那砂锅大的拳头带着一阵风声，直直的就朝着李牧的面门砸了过来。斯凯勒吓得尖叫一声，下意识的就闭上了眼睛，不敢再看。然而预想中那血肉模糊的场面并没有出现，在李牧那被蜘蛛基因强化过的动态视力里，黄毛混混这看似凶猛的一拳简直慢的像是在放电影慢动作，他甚至能看清对方拳头上每一根粗大的汗毛和因为用力而涨红的脸。李牧只是不慌不忙的往旁边侧了侧身子，就这么一个简单的动作就让那是大力沉的一拳擦着他的鼻尖挥了个空。黄毛混混一拳打空，身体因为惯性一个踉跄，还没等他站稳，李牧动了，他的动作快如闪电，根本不给对方任何反应的机会。他反手一记手刀，带着一阵风声，精准无比的劈在了黄毛混混的脖颈大动脉上。黄毛混混哼都没来得及哼一声，眼睛一翻，整个人就像一滩烂泥一样软绵绵的就倒了下去。剩下的2个混混都看傻了，他们甚至都没看清发生了什么，自己老大就莫名其妙的倒下了。你他妈的找死！其中一个胖子混混反应过来，怒吼着就从侧面扑了上来，想抱住李牧的腰。李牧看都没看他，只是在对方扑过来的瞬间随意的抬起了自己的膝盖，砰一声让人刺耳的闷响。胖子混混那200多斤的身子就像是被一辆高速行驶的卡车撞中了一样，整个人弓着身子就倒飞了出去，在地上滚了好几圈，抱着肚子像只被煮熟的大虾一样，连惨叫都发不出来了。最后一个混混看到自己2个同伴在1秒钟之内就被轻松解决，吓得腿都软了，脸上的表情从凶狠到错愕，最后变成了极致的恐惧。他怪叫一声，转身就想跑，但李牧哪会给他这个机会？他一步上前，伸手就像拎小鸡一样抓住了那混混的后衣领，然后抬起一脚狠狠地踹在了他的屁股上。那混混直接就是一个狗吃屎，连滚带爬的摔出了好几米远。滚！李牧吐出了一个字，那混混如蒙大赦，连滚带爬的跑到自己2个同伴身边，架起还在地上抽搐的黄毛和胖子，屁滚尿流的消失在了巷子的黑暗里。整个过程从动手到结束不超过10秒钟，干净利落，摧枯拉朽。斯凯勒慢慢的睁开眼睛，看到的就是这样一幅画面。那3个刚才还不可一世的壮汉 此刻已经不见了踪影。而那个身材看起来并不算特别魁梧的典当行老板，正背对着他站在巷子口，拍了拍手上根本不存在的灰尘，姿态从容的像刚刚只是赶走了几只烦人的苍蝇。强烈的反差和震撼让斯凯勒的脑子一片空白，他就那么呆呆的看着李牧的背影，心脏不受控制的狂跳了起来。李牧转过身走回他面前，你没事吧？他看着这个还处在震惊中，脸色煞白的落魄甜心，语气平静的问道，我没事。斯凯勒下意识的摇了摇头，他看着李牧，眼神里充满了复杂的情绪，有感激，有震惊，但更多的是一种说不清道不明的依赖和安全感。他长这么大，从来没有一个男人能像眼前这个人一样，在他最绝望无助的时候，如天神下凡般出现，用如此强势霸道的方式将他从深渊里拉出来。没事就行。李牧点了点头，看他身上也没什么伤，便指了指巷子口的大路，这里不安全，自己打个车早点回去吧。说完，他没再多看斯凯勒一眼，也没像那些英雄救美小说里的男主角一样嘘寒问暖，或者提出要送他回家。他只是揣着兜，转身就朝自己那辆停在巷口的宝马走去，仿佛刚才那场惊心动魄的打斗对他来说只是一件微不足道的小事。斯凯勒愣在原地，看着他那潇洒离去的背影，张了张嘴想说点什么，但最终还是一个字都没能说出口。直到那辆白色的宝马 M4 发出一声低沉的轰鸣，彻底消失在夜色里，他才如梦初醒般的回过神来。他拿出手机，看着屏幕上那个刚刚才存下的号码，又看了看李牧离开的方向，那双漂亮的蓝色眼睛里闪烁着前所未有的光芒。这个男人跟他见过的所有男人都太不一样了。他掏出手机，熟练地叫了一辆网约车，然后拉了拉自己那件被扯得有些凌乱的风衣，坐上车，消失在了洛杉矶的夜色之中。第47章，川妹子下班的贴心，环保少女上门贴脸，把那几个不长眼的小混混收拾了一顿。李牧开着宝马 M4 在街上又漫无目的兜了一圈，吹了吹洛杉矶的晚风，把身上那点戾气全吹散了。等他把车开回典当行，卷帘门拉开一半的时候，看了眼墙上的挂钟，晚上10点05分。他刚在柜台后面的老板椅上坐下，甚至还没来得及倒杯水喝，只听门外传来一阵清脆熟悉的脚步声，紧接着一个扎着马尾穿着白 T 恤牛仔短裤的身影就熟门熟路的从卷帘门底下钻了进来。你龟儿终于回来了。陈思琪两只手各拎着一杯超大号的冰鲜柠檬水，脸蛋热得红扑扑的，一进门就毫不客气的数落起来。老子下班过来一看，门关着人还不在，还以为你跑出去鬼混了呢。李牧看着这泼辣的小辣椒笑了笑，伸手接过一杯柠檬水，插上吸管猛吸了一口，冰凉酸甜的汁水瞬间顺着喉咙滑进胃里，舒坦极了。出去兜了兜风，李牧靠在椅子上看着他，怎么着，大晚上下了班不回宿舍休息，跑我这小破店来查岗啊？查你个大头鬼哦！陈思琪白了他一眼，但那眼神里却没有多少杀气。他把另一杯柠檬水放在桌上，然后干脆绕过柜台，挤到了李牧那张宽大的老板椅上，半边身子直接靠在了他的怀里。老子不是说过了吗？等老子下班。他扭过头，那张满是胶原蛋白的圆脸上带着点娇憨，凑到李牧的鼻尖前说：“刚才到底是兜风去了，还是泡哪个洋马去了？”女孩身上那股特有的奶香味，混合着柠檬水香精甜甜的味道，一个劲儿的往李牧鼻子里钻。我要是去泡洋马了，现在还能坐这儿喝你的柠檬水？李牧顺势一手揽住他那盈盈一握的细腰，另一只手在他紧绷的牛仔短裤上不轻不重的捏了一把，手感惊人的好。哎呀！陈思琪像织触电的猫一样弹了一下，脸颊瞬间飞上2抹红晕，嗔怪地拍开他的手，乱摸啥子？这店门还开着呢，万一有人进来，这么晚了，哪有正经人还会来店里？李牧坏笑着，干脆把他整个人抱坐在自己腿上。除了你这个企图对老板图谋不轨的女流氓，呸，你才是流氓！陈思琪嘴硬地反驳着，身体却软绵绵地贴在李牧宽阔的胸膛上，手指有意无意地在他胸口的肌肉上画着圈圈。川妹子就是这点好，嘴上再怎么泼辣，骨子里那种主动却是一点都不藏着掖着。两人就在这有些昏暗的老柜台后面，你一句我一句的斗着嘴，气氛越来越黏糊。李牧的双手也不安分，惹得陈思琪时不时的发出一声求饶。差不多闹到了快12点，陈思琪怕真在店里擦枪走火，强撑着软绵绵的腿站了起来。行了行了，不跟你扯了，老子真得回去睡觉了，明天早班要累死个人哦。他整理了一下被李牧弄得有些凌乱的衣摆，红着脸在他脸颊上啄了一下。走了哈。看着这小辣椒风风火火跑出去的背影，李牧笑着摇了摇头，这小妮子倒是越来越招人疼了。第二天一早，李牧睡到自然醒，洛杉矶的天气依然好得不像话。他泡了杯速溶咖啡，坐在柜台后面刷着网页，顺便等着上门的生意。快到中午的时候，门口的迎客门铃被人哐当一声粗暴地推开了。李牧抬起头，眼睛差点被晃出眼花来。走进来的是个看起来大概18、19岁的白人女孩，或者说是个特立独行的斗士。她留着一头荧光绿的短发，发根处的黑颜色都长出来了，看着十分扎眼。身上穿着一件用废旧布料拼凑而成，看着跟乞丐装一样的环保概念 T 恤，上面还用红漆歪歪扭扭的写着几条看不懂的标语。最绝的是他的眼神，那种充满狂热，自以为站在道德制高点上的偏执眼神。而且他手里还举着一个手机，摄像头正对着李牧，显然是在开直播。就是这种充满罪恶的剥削场所，绿毛少女对着手机屏幕慷慨激昂地喊道：“家人们，看到没有？这种典当行就是资本主义毒瘤的帮凶，他们低价盘剥穷人最后的东西，然后用高昂的价格转卖出去，不仅在物化女性的消费欲，更是变相 向鼓励浪费资源，严重破坏我们的地球生态。他喊完，啪的一下把手机立在柜台上，指着李牧的鼻子：“你怎么能这样？”他几乎是用吼的声音喊出这句经典台词。你在这个充满剥削的温床里，良心不会受到谴责吗？你知道那些被你倒卖的首饰和包包在生产过程中排放了多少二氧化碳吗？李牧靠在椅子上，手里还端着半杯咖啡，像看傻子一样看着这个不知道从哪窜出来的神仙。大白天的，这就遇到活的环保仙女了。你吼完了吗？李牧眼皮都没多抬一下，语气平淡的像在和木头说话。你这种傲慢的态度，正是资本的傲慢。绿毛少女感觉自己的神圣受到了挑衅，气呼呼的喊道，试图把音量提得更高来压制李牧。行了，李牧直接打断了他，把手里的咖啡杯搁在桌上，身子往前探了探。第一，我这里是二手买卖的营业场所，你用不要的东西换成钱去吃去喝，我把这东西卖给另一个需要它的人，让他不用被当成垃圾扔掉或者回炉重造。如果说一件东西从新用到旧，再在不同人手里循环使用几十次，这都不算环保，那你告诉我什么叫环保？李牧的语气里带着几分嘲讽，难道非得把东西全扔海里再去买新的才叫环保？绿毛少女愣住了，她那些背了滚瓜烂熟的台词里显然没有包含应对这种二手最环保逻辑的答案。你这是强词夺理，你们卖的那些物品本身就是消费主义的毒药。他结结巴巴的反驳。第二，李牧看都没看他那因为激动而涨红的脸，指了指他正举着开直播的手机。如果我没看错的话，你手里拿的是上个星期才发布的最新款 iPhone 17 Pro Max 吧？李牧冷笑一声，据我所知，这台手机的生产碳排放量不低，而且里面的芯片还可能用到了一些血汗工厂的稀有金属。你一个口口声声抵制消费主义、要拯救地球的人，买最新款手机的时候，手起没起过抖？而且那件衣服，李牧的目光移向他身上的乞丐装，虽然你是用废旧布料拼的，但上面涂的那些红色漆料是严重的高污染化学制品，很难降解。绿毛少女这下彻底懵了，她的脸色瞬间涨得通红，然后又变得煞白。偏偏这时，她放在柜台上直播的那台手机屏幕里的弹幕开始疯狂刷屏滚动起来，李牧那几句话通过手机麦克风清晰地传了出去。那些原本在直播间里看热闹或者拱火的网友瞬间炸了锅。笑死我了，这亚裔小子说的没毛病啊！二手买卖不是最环保的吗？小丑竟是我自己系列，打脸来得太快，就像龙卷风，抵制消费主义，转头买了最新款苹果，环保仙女可真会双标呢。那件红漆衣服绝了，环保本保，哈哈哈！看着满屏倒嘲和讽刺的弹幕，绿毛少女刚才那股子不可一世的斗士气焰，像被戳破的皮球一样瞬间瘪了下去。她试图对着屏幕解释两句，但那结结巴巴的狡辩在如潮水般的嘲笑中显得苍白无力。如果没东西当，门在后面，麻烦出去的时候顺手带上，冷气别跑了。李牧指了指门口，下了逐客令，绿毛少女再也绷不住了，她甚至连一句狠话都没敢撂下，满脸通红，灰溜溜的逃出了典当行。李牧看着她落荒而逃的背影，笑着摇了摇头，跟这种脑子里只有口号没长半两肉的奇葩计较，都是在浪费时间。到了下午，一个愁眉苦脸的大学生来店里，当了一部破旧的微单相机换房租。李牧随便看了看，给了$100了收下。在大学生走出门的瞬间，叮，触发暴击奖励，获得1200美刀。看着手机里到账的消息，李牧伸了个懒腰，这有钱赚还能顺手训猴的日子，过的就是滋润。第48章，陪小学妹看电影。黑灯瞎火里的手到了周末，李牧难得的没开门营业，他睡到下午才起来，洗了个澡，换了身清爽的衣服，开着那辆白色的宝马 M4，晃晃悠悠的到了南加大附近。他把车停在林诗雨宿舍楼下的路边，掏出手机给他发了条消息。没过5分钟，一个白色的身影就从公寓楼大门里跑了出来。林诗雨今天穿了一件纯白色的吊带连衣裙，裙摆只到大腿中部，外面套着一件薄薄的防晒衫，她本身就白得发光，这身打扮走在洛杉矶刺眼的阳光下，整个人简直就像是在发亮一样，清纯的让人挪不开眼。周围几个路过的南加大男生眼睛都看直了，甚至还有个胆子大的吹了声口哨。林诗雨没理会那些目光，他一眼就看到了李牧那辆惹眼的宝马 M4。他虽然不知道李牧什么时候换了车，但看到坐在驾驶座上冲他招手的男人，他的脸上瞬间绽放出了一抹极其甜美的笑容，像一只欢快的小鸟一样跑了过去，拉开副驾驶的车门，一阵冷气扑面而来。林诗雨坐进车里，一边系安全带，一边有些惊喜地打量着车子的内饰。学长，你换车了？这车好漂亮，这2天刚提的。李牧笑了笑，没多解释。他看着坐在副驾上，因为刚跑了几步而鼻尖微微见汗的小学妹，心里那股子火突然就有点往上窜。食髓知味，这句话一点都不假。自从那晚之后，两人虽然一直在脸书上聊天，但还真没好好聚过。李牧探过身子，没等林诗雨反应过来，直接就捏住他的下巴，在那张粉嫩的嘴唇上狠狠地亲了一口。林诗雨显然没想到他大白天的在校门口就这么大胆，象征性的推了2下，然后就顺从的闭上了眼睛。这个吻很短暂，但却明确的奠定了两人今天这次约会的基调。他们可不是什么刚认识出来试探的纯情男女，而是已经深入交流过的食肉动物。讨厌，外面还有人看着呢。一吻结束，林诗雨脸红的像个熟透的苹果，娇嗔的瞪了李牧一眼，但那眼神里却全是快要溢出来的水光。看就看呗，我亲自己的女人，谁管得着？李牧一脚油门，宝马车发出一声低吼，驶离了校区。两人约好看电影的地方 是附近一家挺有名的汽车影院，但因为是大白天，他们选了室内场。林诗雨挑了一部最新上映的科幻动作大片，他买了2杯超大杯的冰可乐，还有一桶几乎抱不住的大爆米花。两人走进影厅的时候，电影已经开场了，里面黑灯瞎火的，或许是因为这部片子已经上映了好几周，又或者是白天的缘故，整个放映厅里空荡荡的，没几个人。李牧牵着林诗雨的手，借着屏幕微弱的光，走到了最后一排最角落的情侣座。这位智选的，一看就不是为了看电影来的。两人坐下，电影屏幕上正演着2艘飞船在太空中疯狂的互射，巨大的爆炸声震的座椅都跟着发颤。李牧对这种爆米花电影实在没什么兴趣，他靠在真皮座椅上，偏头看向身边的林诗雨，女孩正捧着爆米花，目不转睛地盯着屏幕，屏幕的光打在她那张白皙精致的侧脸上，忽明忽暗。李牧伸出右手，非常自然地搭在了她身后的椅背上。林诗雨的身体微微僵了一下，但很快就放松了下来，甚至还主动往李牧的怀里靠了靠。李牧的左手也没闲着，他伸过去抓住了林诗雨放在大腿上的一只手。女孩的手很小，也很软，李牧捏着她的手指把玩了一会儿，然后不经意地将手附在了她那条光洁修长的大腿上。呀！林诗雨发出一声极轻的惊呼，下意识地并拢了双腿。她转过头，在黑暗中瞪着李牧，那双水鹿般的眼睛里满是慌乱和羞涩。学长，别闹！她声音小的只有李牧能听见，带着一丝颤抖的哀求。虽然两人已经有过更亲密的接触，但这毕竟是在公共场合，万一被前面的人听到或者看到，他会羞得找个地缝钻进去的。我没闹啊！李牧一脸无辜地看着大屏幕，仿佛刚才那只不老实的手根本不是他的。电影挺好看的。林诗雨被他这副厚脸皮的样子气得不行，他伸出手想要把大腿上那只作乱的大手拿开，但李牧的手却像是在他腿上生了根一样，纹丝不动。不仅如此，他的手指还在那细腻滑润的肌肤上极其有节奏地轻轻摩挲了起来，那种带着一点点粗糙薄茧的触感，在黑暗和冷气交织的影院里被无限地放大了。林诗雨感觉自己大腿那一块的皮肤都快烧起来了，他不敢出声，生怕引起前面观众的注意，只能死死地咬着下唇，一只手死死地按着李牧的手背，试图阻止他进一步的动作。但他越是反抗，那种偷偷摸摸的禁忌感就越强烈。李牧显然很享受这种感觉，他能感觉到手心底下那具温软的身体正在不受控制的轻微颤抖，也能听到女孩那原本平稳的呼吸声正在逐渐变得急促和紊乱。屏幕上突然爆发出一阵巨大的轰鸣声，2艘飞船狠狠地撞在了一起，借着这巨大的声响掩护，李牧的手突然一个翻转，直接穿过了那层薄薄的防晒衫下摆。林诗雨猛地倒吸了一口凉气，整个人都软在了座椅里。他那双按着李牧的手，此刻不仅没有了推拒的力气，反而变成了紧紧地攥着。他的脸红得快要滴出血来，双眼蒙上了一层水雾，只能用乞求的眼神看着李牧，嘴里发出着如同小猫般压抑的呜咽。李牧笑了笑，他凑过去，在女孩那已经滚烫的耳垂上轻轻咬了一口。你这腿真滑，他声音极低的在他耳边说道，这句话就像是一个点燃炸药桶的火星。林诗雨再也绷不住了，他放弃了抵抗，甚至主动的将身体往李牧的方向倾斜了一下，将脸深深的埋进了他的肩膀里。电影整整放了2个多小时，这2个多小时里，屏幕上放了什么，两人谁也不知道。当影厅的灯光亮起的时候，林诗雨像只受惊的兔子一样，猛地从李牧怀里弹了起来。她那件白色的吊带裙变得有些凌乱，头发也散落了几缕，脸上更是红得像晚霞一样，眼角还带着没干的泪痕。她手忙脚乱地整理着自己的衣服，连看都不敢看李牧一眼。李牧倒是神清气爽，他站起身，伸了个懒腰，拿起桌上那杯冰块已经完全化掉的可乐，一口气喝了半杯。走吧，带你去吃顿好的。他笑着对还在慌乱整理裙摆的林诗雨说道。你个坏蛋！林诗雨瞪了他一眼，那眼神里没有半点杀伤力，反而全是一股子被欺负过后的娇媚。两人走出电影院，外面的天已经完全黑了，洛杉矶的夜生活才刚刚开始。第49章再进学妹宿舍，舒惨的球迷要肘击大地从电影院出来。两人在附近找了家口碑不错的墨西哥餐厅，大概是因为在影院里那番刺激的暗中互动消耗了太多体，林诗雨这顿饭吃得格外香，小脸一直红扑扑的。李牧倒是没吃多少，他的心思早就不在吃饭上了。吃饱了，看着林诗雨放下叉子，拿纸巾擦了擦嘴，李牧端起水杯抿了一口，饱了。林诗雨点点头，那双水汪汪的眼睛看着李牧，带着一丝不加掩饰的期待。那走吧，送你回去。李牧结了账，带着他上了那辆白色的宝马 M4。一路上，车厢里的气氛显得有些安静，但这种安静并不尴尬，反而像是暴风雨来临前那种让人心跳加速的沉闷。到了林诗雨那栋有些年头的学生公寓楼下，李牧停好车，没像上次那样在楼下磨叽，直接熄火下车，牵着他的手就往楼上走。到了3楼的那个单间门口，林诗雨刚拿出钥匙打开门，李牧就熟门熟路的跟了进去，反手咔嗒一声把门锁上，然后一把将他按在了门板上。林诗雨连灯都没来得及开，嘴唇就被牢牢的堵住了。这已经不是李牧第一次来这个小单间了，他闭着眼睛都能知道床在哪，鞋柜在哪。他在黑暗中极其熟练地把那双碍事的帆布鞋踢掉，然后抱着怀里已经软成一滩水的女孩，几步就走到了那张单人床边，把人扔了上去。学长，林诗雨陷在柔软的被子里，声音软糯的能拉出丝来。他在电影院里被撩拨起来的那股雌火憋了一路，此刻终于找到了宣泄的出口，没有了公共场合的顾忌，在这专属于他自己的私密小空间里，这个平时看着清纯无比的学妹展现出了比上次更加惊人的热情。房间里很快就只剩下粗重的呼吸声和床板不堪重负的细微摇晃声，窗帘没拉严实，一缕清冷的月光透进来，刚好照在 散落在地板上的那件白色防晒衫上。第二天一早，李牧从那个熟悉的单人床上醒来，林诗雨像知树袋熊一样，手脚并用地缠在他身上，睡得正香，嘴角还挂着一丝满足的笑意。李牧小心翼翼地把他的胳膊挪开，下床穿好衣服，他也没叫醒他，只是在床头柜上留了张写着回去开店的纸条，便开着车回了自己的典当行。回到店里，差不多正好是上午10点，李牧泡了杯速溶咖啡，刚在老板椅上坐下，门铃就被人一头撞响了。一个看着30多岁，顶着2个巨大黑眼圈，头发像鸡窝一样的白人男子，像游魂一样飘了进来。这哥们儿穿着一件皱巴巴的西班牙国家队球衣，双眼布满血丝，眼珠子红得跟兔子似的，整个人散发着一股子熬了几个大夜的颓废和绝望气息。老板，手表部。他走到柜台前，声音沙哑的像是砂纸在摩擦，一边说一边哆哆嗦嗦的从手腕上解下一块表，啪的一声拍在柜台上。李牧瞅了一眼，嚯，一块看着有8成新的欧米茄海马，收啊！李牧放下咖啡杯，拿起那块表看了起来，成色还行，打算当多少？给我5000，不，4500刀月就行。那白人男子双手扒在玻璃柜台上，死死地盯着李牧，咬牙切齿地说道：“我今天必须得把本捞回来。”翻本。李牧一边拿着放大镜看表的走时，一边随口问道：“去维加斯了，还是买什么地下盘口了？”一听这话，那白人男子就像是被人踩了痛脚一样，瞬间就破防了。法克，别提了。他双手痛苦地抓着自己那本就凌乱的头发，带着哭腔骂道：“世界杯啊，老子昨天晚上买了西班牙赢，买了2万刀了啊！结果呢？那群该死的软脚虾，那群拿着1000万年薪在球场上散步的废物老头。”他越说越激动，口沫横飞。他们居然跟一个连名字我都叫不出来的什么三流佛的球队踢了个0比0。0比0啊！我甚至怀疑那主力员在上场前是不是吃海参了？我那可是准备付下半年房租和信用卡账单的钱啊！李牧听着这哥们儿歇斯底里的控诉，差点没忍住笑出声来。每年一到这种大型赛事，美利坚这种赌狗多如牛毛的地方，就会批量生产这种绝望的倒霉蛋。所以你现在打算拿着表换了钱，再去买一场？李牧把表放下，似笑非笑地看着他。废话！那白人男子的眼睛里闪烁着一种近乎疯狂的赌徒光芒。今晚还有一场比赛，我只要全压进去，不仅能回本，还能大赚一笔。要是这把再输了，他猛地一拍柜台，脸上的表情变得极其狰狞且决绝。老子明天就去市中心的美利坚银行大厦，找个没有玻璃的窗户，直接自由落体，用老子的手肘去狠狠地撞击地面，让他们看看什么叫绝望。看着这哥们儿把跳楼说得这么清丽脱俗，充满抽象艺术感，李牧是真没绷住，扑哧一声笑了出来。行，为了成全你这艺术般的自由落体，这表我收了。李牧当然不会去劝一个输急眼的赌徒从良，那是圣母才干的事。他是个商人，他只关心这块表能赚多少钱。这块海马成色确实不错，但你这没有原装盒子和保卡，算是个裸表。李牧公事公办的开始压价，4500肯定不行，我最多只能给你3000刀了。3000！白人男子急了，老板，这可是我花了8000多买的，你这也太黑了吧！3000刀了，爱当不当。李牧重新端起咖啡杯，眼皮都不抬一下。你要是觉得低，可以直接拿着它去对面的大厦排队等自由落体了。反正你迟早要跳，不如留着表当个陪葬。这话杀人诛心，但对付这种急于翻本的赌狗，这招最管用。白人男子脸上一阵青一阵白，心里做着极其激烈的斗争。他现在满脑子都是今晚的球赛，如果不赶紧拿到钱下注，他感觉自己现在就会死。行，3000就3000。法克，你这吸血鬼！他最终还是咬着牙答应了，抢过李牧递过来的单据，飞快地签下了一个像鸡爪子爬一样的名字。李牧痛快地点出30张100元大钞，递了过去。那人一把抓过钱，连数都没数，转身就冲出了典当行，那速度简直比100米冲刺还要快。看着他那猴急的背影，李牧摇了摇头，这3000刀了，估摸着活不过今晚12点了。叮，触发暴击奖励，获得1500美刀。熟悉的电子音在脑海中响起。李牧满意的看着手机里到账的信息，这块欧米茄海马他只花了3000刀月的成本，系统又给了1500的返利，里外里算下来，他等于是花了1500块，收了一块能在二手市场卖个5000刀的名表，这买卖简直不要太划算。至于那个倒霉的西班牙球迷，是去别墅靠大海，还是去银行大厦自由落体，那就不是他这个典当行老板该操心的事情了。第50章。古董表遇到个收藏家，斯凯勒的邀请送走了那个要去自由落体肘击地面的西班牙球迷。李牧感觉自己这一下午的乐子都给找足了，他把那块只花了1500刀乐收来的欧米茄锁进保险柜，寻思着回头交给珍稀代售，怎么也能卖个4、5千，又是一笔稳赚不赔的买卖。第二天，李牧的生活又回归了那种有点无聊的日常，白天开店，接待几个当东西换生活费的学生，或者来处理旧首饰的大妈，系统偶尔给个几百上千的暴击，不痛不痒。中午苏婉清照例会端着爱心午餐过来，两人在店里腻歪一会儿。晚上陈思琪会发几条骚扰消息，林诗雨会分享一下学校里的趣事，日子过得波澜不惊，但又透着一股子安逸的舒坦。这种安逸的日子一直持续到3天后，李牧前阵子从储物柜里淘来的那块百达翡丽古董怀表，挂在二手收藏品交易网站上已经好几天了，一直无人问津。毕竟这玩意儿太小众，不像劳力士欧米茄那么大众化，不是真正的收藏家，根本不认这老古董。就在李牧以为这块只能8000刀丢给珍稀出手的时候，平台后台突然弹出来一条新消息 ，ID 名叫钟表匠人的用户发来私信：先生你好，请问你挂的那块百达翡丽 REF96还在吗？李牧精神一振，知道是来了识货的，他立刻回了过去，在的。对方很快又回了过来， 照片看着品相不错，但这种老物件还是得看实物。请问您在洛杉矶吗？我正好在这边，方便的话，我想上门看看货。可以，地址发你。李牧把典当行的地址发了过去，约好下午3点见面。下午3点整，一辆黑色的老款林肯停在了典当行门口，车门推开，走下来一个穿着一身得体灰色西装，戴着金丝眼镜，看着大概60多岁的犹太老头。老头精神矍铄，手里提着一个看起来很专业的工具箱，一进门就开门见山：“你好，我是来一睹那块 REF96风采的，这边请。”李牧把他引到柜台前的会客区坐下，然后从保险柜里将那个装着怀表的紫檀木箱小心翼翼地拿了出来。当李牧打开箱子，将那块经过他精心擦拭和保养，正静静躺在丝绒垫上的古董怀表推到老头面前时，老头的眼睛瞬间就亮了，那眼神就像是饿了3天的狼看到了鲜美的羔羊。他迫不及待地从工具箱里拿出一副白手套戴上，又取出一个高倍的珠宝放大镜。失礼了，他冲李牧点了点头，然后才小心翼翼地拿起那块怀表，凑到台灯底下，开始了他极其专业的鉴定。他先是仔细地观察着表盘上那经典的宝鸡数字时标和柳叶形指针，又看了看表盘珐琅的成色和包浆，这包浆是自然的，至少有70-80年了。老头一边看一边喃喃自语，眼神里的赞赏越来越浓。接着他拿出专业的开盖器，极其熟练地撬开了怀表的后盖。那枚在上世纪30年代被誉为传奇的 KL12-120手动上链机芯就这么展现在了两人面前。即便过了近100年，机芯夹板上那精美的日内瓦波纹打磨依旧清晰可见，18颗硕大的红宝石轴承在灯光下闪烁着迷人的光泽，太美了，太美了！老头看得如痴如醉，他拿着放大镜，几乎要把眼珠子贴到机芯上去了。这打磨，这倒角，这工艺，只有那个时代的百达翡丽才能做出这么完美的艺术品。他足足研究了10几分钟，才意犹未尽地把后盖合上。年轻人，你这块表品相确实不错。老头摘下放大镜，看着李牧，眼神里带着一丝不易察觉的狡黠。不过嘛，也不是没有缺点。李牧笑了笑，没说话。他知道这是要开始砍价了。你看，这表壳的侧面有2道非常细微的划痕，虽然不影响整体，但对收藏品来说终究是个瑕疵。老头指着表壳说道，而且我刚才听了一下走时，日差大概在30秒左右。对于一块百达翡丽来说，这个误差有点大了，需要重新洗油保养，这又是一笔不小的费用。最关键的是，你这块表没有原装的表盒和证书，是个裸表。老头摊了摊手，综合这些因素，我最多只能出到$7500了。李牧听完心里乐了，这老头看着挺专业，砍起价来也是一套一套的。他说的这些毛病确实存在，但这块表的价值可不仅仅在于这些。老先生，您说的都对。李牧点了点头，然后话锋一转，不过您好像忽略了最重要的一点哦，那就是这块表的稀有性。李牧慢悠悠地说道，您是行家，应该比我更清楚。REF96虽然是当年的经典款，但配备这种特殊珐琅彩绘表盘的产量极少，可以说是限量中的限量。这种东西市场上是有价无市，错过这一块，下一块不知道要等到什么时候了。他顿了顿，伸出手指在桌上轻轻敲了敲，9500刀月，少1分不卖。您要是觉得贵，那我就继续挂着，反正我也不急着用钱，总能等到一个愿意为它的稀有性买单的收藏家。老头看着李牧那副云淡风轻的样子，金丝眼镜后面的眼睛微微眯了起来。他知道自己是遇到对手了，眼前这个年轻人不仅懂货，而且心态稳得很不好糊弄。两人对视了足足有半分钟，最后还是老头先败下阵来。他苦笑了一下，摇了摇头，好吧好吧，你赢了。现在的年轻人真是一个比一个精明。他叹了口气，各退一步9000刀月，这是我能出的最高价了，就当是交个朋友，怎么样？成交？李牧也很爽快，他知道这个价格已经很接近这块表的市场价了，见好就收。老头直接开了一张9000美刀的支票，小心翼翼地把那块怀表和紫檀木箱一起收进了自己的工具箱里。临走前，他还递给了李牧一张名片。年轻人，我叫艾萨克，在比弗利山庄那边有个小小的钟表工作室，以后要是有这种好货，可以直接联系我，价格好商量。一定。李牧收下名片，送走了这个精明的犹太老头。500块捡来的漏，转手卖了9000，净赚8500，这买卖做得舒坦。他心情大好的靠在椅子上，刚准备给自己泡杯咖啡，手机屏幕亮了一下，是斯凯勒发来的消息。李在吗？上次的事真的谢谢你，我一直想找个机会当面感谢你，不知道你今晚有时间吗？我想请你喝一杯。看着手机上这近乎热情的邀约，李牧不由咧嘴笑了笑。第51章，旧唱片机暴击5万，赴约斯凯勒。看着手机上斯凯勒发来那条带着点试探的邀约，李牧的嘴角勾起一抹笑意。其实早在救完他那晚回到店里，李牧就有点好奇，随手在网上搜了一下斯凯勒这个名字，不搜不知道，一搜还真给他搜出点东西来。这姑娘当年可是红极一时的迪士尼甜心，主演过好几部火遍全美的青春剧，是无数美丽坚青少年的梦中情人。只不过这几年转型失败，又得罪了人被雪藏，才一路糊到了现在，沦落到要变卖首饰度日的地步。不过知道归知道，李牧也没打算把这事捅破，人家既然想低调，他一个开当铺的也乐得装不认识，省得平添麻烦。这落魄大明星在被救了一次之后，总算是主动找上门来了。他手指在屏幕上飞快地敲击着，回了过去。当然有时间，地址 地址发我。几乎是消息发出去的同时，对方就发来了一个酒吧的定位，是西好莱坞那边一家看着挺私密的清吧，后面还跟了句晚上9点，外加一个脸红的笑脸，搞定了一个。李牧又点开泰勒那条派对邀约的消息，回了个没问题。安排好晚上的行程，李牧伸了个懒腰，心情大好。今天一下午的生意都算是不温不火，直到快傍晚的时候，门口的迎客门铃总算是响了。走进来的是个穿着花衬衫、喇叭裤，留着一头乱糟长发，看着像是刚从伍德斯托克音乐节穿越过来的嬉皮士老头。老头腋下还夹着一台看起来很老旧的黑胶唱片机。嘿，伙计！老头走到柜台前，把那台唱片机往上一搁，看看这个，老宝贝了，给个好价钱吧。李牧戴上手套，拿起那台唱片机仔细看了起来，机身是实木的，上面虽然有岁月的划痕，但做工很扎实，转盘和10硬币的用料也都不含糊。他翻过来看了看底部的名牌，是个叫加拉德的英吉利老牌子，这牌子在玩黑胶的圈子里还算有点名气，做的转盘素来以稳定耐用著称。只不过这台机器的型号比较冷门，又不是那种被炒上天的经典款，加上唱针歪了需要保养，在二手市场上其实并不太好出手。懂行又喜欢的会觉得是个值得淘换的老物件，不懂的看都不会多看一眼。东西是个有点年头的好东西，但你这个型号太冷门了，市场不大，出手不容易。李牧放下唱片机，实话实说，而且这唱针得换，转盘也得重新洗油保养，又是一笔钱。这样200刀了，我收了，才200。嬉皮老头有点不乐意，这可是加拉德啊，我年轻的时候就是用它来听鲍勃迪伦的。加拉德是不错，但你这型号确实冷门，我收了还得压在手里慢慢等买家。李牧摊了摊手，200，你要是觉得低，可以拿去别家问。老头看他说的在理，态度也坚决，磨叽了半天，最后还是不情不愿的签了单子。毕竟这玩意儿搁家里也确实是占地方，能换200块酒钱，他也认了。他拿着钱，嘴里嘟囔着现在的年轻人真不懂艺术，摇着头走了。就在他走出店门的那一刻，李牧脑海里那熟悉的电子音带着一股子前所未有的狂暴气势轰然炸响，叮！触发暴击特殊奖励，获得5万美刀5万。李牧正准备把那台唱片机搬到库房里去，听到这个数字，整个人瞬间就石化在了原地。他甚至怀疑自己是不是因为最近操劳过度出现幻听了。他狠狠地掐了自己大腿一把，撕剧烈的疼痛感传来，告诉他这不是在做梦。他猛地掏出手机，颤抖着手点开了银行 app， 看着那一栏余额往上窜了一大截，他感觉自己的心脏都快要从嗓子眼里蹦出来了。自打绑定了这系统，他的身家就跟坐了火箭似的往上涨，现在更是早就奔着20万美刀的方向去了。可饶是如此，这种一台破唱片机就凭空多出5万刀的暴击，还是让他爽得头皮发麻。他靠在椅子上缓了好半天，才把那股子激动劲儿给压了下去。一台200块收来的冷门货，转手就给他干出了5万美刀的巨额暴击，这系统简直就不讲任何道理。有了这笔钱，他之前盘算过的那些事，比如添这个不错的公寓，或者是不是该把这家小破店重新装修一下，又或者干脆把隔壁另一头盘下来扩充店面。就在李牧畅想着未来的美好蓝图时，门口传来一阵熟悉的脚步声。苏婉清端着那个熟悉的保温饭盒，扭着水蛇腰走了进来。她今天又换了一件旗袍，是那种很显身材的淡粉色，衬得她整个人都像是熟透了的蜜桃，散发着诱人的甜香。小李，吃饭了。她一进门就看到李牧在那咧着嘴傻乐，不由得好奇地问道：捡到钱了？看把你给乐的，差不多吧。李牧心情大好，走过去直接就从后面抱住了她，在她那温润的红唇上狠狠地亲了一口。哎呀，你这小坏蛋，大白天的。苏婉清被他亲得脸颊发烫，象征性地推了他2下，那双水汪的眼睛里却全是笑意。他把饭盒打开，一股浓郁的鸡汤香味瞬间就飘了出来。看你最近消耗挺大的，姐专门给你炖了锅乌鸡汤，好好补补。他一边说，一边给李牧盛了一碗，眼神里带着只有情人才懂得关心和暧昧。还是苏姐心疼我。李牧接过碗，也不客气，坐下来就喝。苏婉清没急着走，就那么靠在柜台边上，笑眯地看着他，说吧，今天又有什么好事啊，让你高兴成这样？他状似无意地问道，但那眼神却像个查岗的小媳妇。没什么，就是做了笔不错的买卖。李牧含糊其辞，是吗？我还以为是又有哪个漂亮妹约你了呢。苏婉清的语气里带着点若有若无的酸味。怎么，苏姐这是吃醋了？李牧放下碗，一把将她拉进怀里，让她直接坐在了自己的腿上。谁吃醋了？我才没有。苏婉清的脸瞬间就红了，嘴硬的辩解着，身体却很诚实的往他怀里靠了靠。没有最好。李牧坏笑着，低头在他那饱满的嘴唇上又亲了一口。你要是真吃醋了，我还真不知道该怎么哄你呢。哼，油嘴滑舌。苏婉清被他这番话说得没了脾气，只能娇嗔的白了他一眼，任由他占着便宜。两人在店里腻歪了1个多小时，到了快7点的时候，李牧才把这个浑身发软的老板娘给送回了隔壁餐厅。回来后看了看时间，离跟斯凯勒约的9点还有一会儿。他到上面小阁楼冲了个澡，从衣柜里翻出了一件质感最好的黑色衬衫换上，又喷了点古龙水。人靠衣装，现在有钱了，这行头自然也得跟上。收拾妥当后，他开着那辆骚气的宝马 M4，照着斯凯勒发来的那个定位，在夜色中疾驰而去。第52章，酒后真性情。与公寓门的主动晚上9点，西好莱坞一家装修的很有格调的清吧门口，李牧刚把那辆白色的宝马 M4 停稳，就看到一个熟悉的身影正站在路灯下，似乎也是刚到，是斯凯勒。今天的他跟前2次见面时那副落魄慌张的样子截然不同，他换上了一条黑色的吊带紧身连衣裙， 裙子的料子很薄，紧紧地贴着她的身体，将那玲珑有致的曲线勾勒得淋漓尽致，特别是那盈盈一握的腰肢和挺翘的臀线，形成了一个极其惹火的 S 型。裙子的后背是大面积的镂空设计，露出了大片白皙光滑的肌肤和漂亮的蝴蝶骨，一头金棕色的卷发被她精心地打理过，随意地披散在肩上，脸上画着精致的淡妆，红唇似火，整个人在昏黄的路灯下，既有女明星的明艳照人，又带着一丝让人心疼的脆弱感。看到李牧下车，斯凯勒冲他笑了笑，主动迎了上来。我还以为你会迟到呢，美女相约，哪敢迟到？李牧走到他面前，目光在他那惹火的身段上扫了一圈，笑着说道：你今天这身可跟上次不太一样，上次是去卖东西，今天是来感谢救命恩人的，当然得穿得正式一点。斯凯勒的脸上飞起一抹红晕，他微微低下头，轻声说道：上次真的谢谢你，我都不敢想，要是你没出现，我会怎么样？举手之劳而已。李牧摆了摆手，并不想在这个话题上多做纠缠。走吧，进去说。两人走进酒吧，在预定好的卡座坐下。斯凯勒点了一瓶波本威士忌，亲手给两人都倒上。这一杯我敬你。他端起酒杯，那双漂亮的蓝色眼睛认真地看着李牧。为了感谢你，帮了我2次。李牧笑了笑，跟他碰了一下杯，一饮而尽。辛辣的酒液顺着喉咙滑下，带来一阵灼热的感觉。斯凯勒也跟着一口闷了，然后又给自己倒了一杯。他似乎有很多话想说，但又不知道从何说起，只能一杯接一杯地灌着酒，像是想用酒精给自己壮胆。李牧也不催他，就那么靠在卡座里，安静地陪着他喝。一连喝了3、4杯后，斯凯勒那张本就白皙的俏脸已经染上了一层迷人的酡红，眼神也开始变得有些迷离。他放下杯子，看着李牧，终于开了口：你是不是也觉得我现在这个样子挺可笑的？什么样子？一个过气明星，一个被公司抛弃，被男朋友背叛，连下个月房租都快交不起的失败者。他自嘲地笑了笑，笑容里满是苦涩。李牧晃了晃杯子里的冰块，没接他这话，而是反问道：你那个前男友也是个演员？斯凯勒愣了一下，随即点了点头。一个小有名气的2线演员，我们是拍一部青春剧的时候认识的。他说着，又给自己灌了一大口酒，似乎是想用酒精来麻痹自己。我为了他，拒掉了公司给我安排的所有饭局和潜规则，一心一意想跟他好好发展。结果呢？他笑了，眼眶却红了。结果他转头就跟一个能给他带来顶级资源的制片人女儿搞到了一起。被我抓到的时候，他甚至连一句解释都没有，还反过来说我太天真，不懂好莱坞的生存法则。他劈腿之后，还在社交媒体上跟那个新欢疯狂秀恩爱，全世界都知道我被戴了顶绿帽子，只有我自己还像个傻子一样。说到这里，他再也绷不住了，眼泪顺着脸颊就滑了下来。一个曾经万众瞩目的迪士尼甜心，此刻在一个只见过几次面的典当行老板面前，哭得像个无助的孩子。酒吧里光线昏暗，音乐舒缓，换了任何一个男人看到这梨花带雨的一幕，恐怕早就心疼的不行，开始各种甜言蜜语的安慰了。但李牧没有，他就那么静静地看着他哭。等他把那股子情绪宣泄的差不多了，才从桌上抽了2张纸巾递了过去，然后他用一种极其平淡，甚至带着点嘲讽的语气开口了：所以你就为了这么个只会靠女人上位的软饭男，把自己搞成这副鬼样子？斯凯勒猛地抬起头，那双带着泪痕的蓝色眼睛里满是难以置信。他以为自己听错了，他以为李牧会安慰他，会说一些别难过了，是那个男人不好之类的废话。他做梦都没想到，他开口的第一句竟然是在骂他。你说什么？我说你眼光不行。李牧靠在椅背上，毫不客气地直视着他的眼睛，那种连自己事业都得靠出卖身体和感情去换的男人，说白了就是个高级鸭子。你也看得上斯凯勒，你当年的眼光也就这样了。这番话可以说是毒舌到了极点。斯凯勒被他对得一愣一愣的，连哭都忘了。他长这么大还是第一次有人敢当着他的面这么不留情面的批评他，但奇怪的是，他心里非但没有半点生气，反而有种莫名的畅快感。是啊，他说的没错，他当初怎么就眼瞎看上了那么一个金玉其外败絮其中的人渣？那种男人，你甩了他，应该是开香槟庆祝才对，难不成你还指望他回心转意吗？李牧继续补刀。噗！斯凯勒被他这句美式吐槽给逗得直接破涕为笑。他看着眼前这个一脸淡然的男人，突然觉得自己这几个月积压在心里的所有委屈和自我怀疑，好像都在他这几句毒舌又一针见血的话里烟消云散了。是啊，为了一个人渣把自己搞成这样，值得吗？谢谢你。他擦干眼泪，第一次发自内心的冲着李牧露出了一个释然的笑容。你是第一个没有把我当成一个需要被同情的易碎品，而是把我当成一个平等的人来对话的。他端起酒杯，主动跟李牧碰了一下，接下来的气氛变得轻松了起来。斯凯勒不再倒苦水，而是开始聊起了他小时候在迪士尼拍戏的趣事。李牧也偶尔分享一些他在典当行里遇到的奇葩客户，两人就像2个认识了很久的老朋友一样，天南海北的聊着。从酒吧出来的时候，已经快午夜了。斯凯勒喝的有点多，走路都有点摇晃，白皙的脸颊上满是醉人的红晕。我送你回去吧。李牧很自然地扶住了他的胳膊，斯凯勒没有拒绝，顺从地靠在了他的身上，将大半个身子的重量都压了过来，把他送到他那间位于好莱坞山脚下的公寓门口。斯凯勒掏出钥匙，试了好几次才把门打开。他站在门口，没有立刻进去，而是转过身抬起头，那双漂亮的蓝色眼睛在夜色里亮得惊人，带着一股子酒后的放肆。他突然伸出双臂，紧紧地抱住了李牧。今晚别走了好吗？他把脸埋在李牧的怀里，声音带着一丝颤抖的恳求。我不想一个人待着。对于这种送上门的邀请，李牧从来就不会拒绝。他反手关上公寓的门，将斯凯勒整个人都抵在了冰冷的门板上，然后他捏住他那小巧的下巴，低头就吻了上去。斯凯勒就像一只找到了港湾的小船，疯狂而热烈地回应着，像是在用这种方式来宣泄自己所有的委屈。李牧抱着他从玄关一路到客厅的沙发， 他能感觉到怀里这个看似甜美的女孩，骨子里其实藏着一团火，一团被压抑了太久，急需被点燃的火，而他就是那个唯一的点火人。第53章，被窝里的甜心。查岗意味的老板娘李牧这一觉睡得格外安稳。等他从斯凯勒那张柔软的大床上醒来时，外面的天已经大亮了。他偏过头，看到身边那个金棕色卷发的女孩，正像只小猫一样蜷缩着身子，睡得正香。经过昨晚一夜的滋润，她那张原本带着几分忧郁和疲惫的俏脸上，此刻泛着一层健康动人的红晕。长长的睫毛在晨光下投下2道浅浅的阴影，睡颜恬静的像个不谙世事的天使。李牧伸出手，刚想捏捏她那吹弹可破的脸蛋，斯凯勒的睫毛就颤了颤，然后缓缓睁开了那双漂亮的蓝色眼睛，四目相对。女孩的眼神里先是闪过一丝刚睡醒的迷茫，然后像是想起了昨晚发生的一切，脸颊瞬间就红透了，下意识的就往被子里缩了缩，只露出一双带着点羞涩和不安的眼睛。早，李牧看着她这副可爱的模样，笑了笑。早，斯凯勒的声音小得跟蚊子哼哼似的，他咬着嘴唇，似乎有点不敢看李牧。我什么？你昨晚是不是觉得我？他终究还是没忍住，问出了那个有点缺乏安全感的问题。李牧没说话，只是伸出手，把他连人带被子一起捞进了怀里，然后捏着他的下巴，在那张还在不安的红唇上印下了一个带着点霸道的早安吻。一个绵长的吻结束，斯凯勒已经彻底软在了他的怀里，连呼吸都变得有些急促，哪里还有心思去纠结那些有的没的？现在还觉得我嫌弃你吗？李牧在他耳边低声笑道。讨厌。斯凯勒把脸埋在他的胸口，声音闷闷的，带着一股子被彻底拿捏后的娇嗔。两人在床上又腻歪了一会儿，斯凯勒从他怀里爬起来，很自然的拿起李牧扔在床边的衬衫套在身上，那宽大的衬衫刚好遮住他挺翘的臀部，两条白花花的大长腿就那么晃来晃去。饿了么？我去做点吃的。你会做饭？李牧有点意外，只会做最简单的。斯凯勒吐了吐舌头，然后像只骄傲的小孔雀一样挺了挺胸，不过煎个蛋烤个培根什么的还是没问题的。李牧靠在床头上，看着他在小小的厨房里忙碌的背影，心里有种说不出的满足感。曾几何时，他做梦都想不到，有朝一日有个曾经在电视海报上才能看到的迪士尼甜心会穿着他的衬衫，光着脚在厨房里为他准备早餐。这感觉确实比赚几万美刀还要爽。吃完一顿虽然简单但充满温馨的早餐，李牧穿好衣服准备离开。斯凯勒从后面抱住了他，脸贴在他的后背上，有点依依不舍。我以后要是想你了，可以到店里找你吗？他这话说的直接又大胆，完全没有了昨晚那种小心翼翼的试探。当然可以。李牧转过身捏了捏他的脸蛋，我的大门随时为你开着。那斯凯勒的脸颊有点发烫，但还是鼓起勇气，那双蓝色的眼睛亮晶晶的直视着他，带着一丝不容置疑的霸道。所以以后你是属于我的，对吧？这妞儿是在宣誓主权呢。李牧被他这副又奶又凶的样子给逗乐了。是，你的都是你的。他笑着揉了揉他的脑袋。行了，快去联系你的经纪人，把那个角色给我拿下来，别一天到晚胡思乱想。得到肯定的答复，斯凯勒心满意足的在他嘴唇上又亲了一下，然后才依依不舍的松开了手。回到典当行，已经是上午11点多了。李牧把店门打开，音乐放上，整个人都跟着节奏晃了起来。他刚把卷帘门拉上去没多久，胖墩丹尼那圆滚滚的身影就晃晃悠悠的凑了过来。嘿，李，你小子总算回来了。丹尼一进门就嚷嚷开了，他熟门熟路的搬了张椅子，一屁股坐到了空调出风口下面，手里还拎着个巨大的炸鸡桶。你今天搞什么飞机啊？他一边往嘴里塞着鸡块，一边抱怨道。我早上路过你这门口好几趟，看你这卷帘门一直黑着，还以为你小子是不是昨晚喝多了起不来，或者是病倒了呢，害我专门跑过来看看。李牧瞅了他一眼，知道这胖子就是闲得无聊，过来蹭空调顺便八卦的。哦，昨晚有点私事，在外面过的夜。李牧随口含糊了一句，坐到了柜台后面。私事？丹尼一听这话，那双埋在肥肉里的小眼睛瞬间就亮了，他凑过来，脸上露出了一个极其暧昧又懂得都懂的猥琐笑容。在外面过的夜？哟呵，李，可以啊，你是不是泡了哪个妞啊？快说说，长得漂不漂亮，身材怎么样？去，跟你没关系。李牧没好气的摆了摆手。嘿，小妾。丹尼也不在意，他啃完一根鸡腿，把油乎乎的手在裤子上一抹，又开始了他天南海北的吹水。说起泡妞，李，你是没见过我当年的风采。他挺了挺自己那圆滚滚的肚子，一脸的回忆杀。想当年我年轻的时候，在这几条街区也是好人物，1.8米的大个子，肌肉块块分明，街区里的姑娘们看见我眼睛都直了。李牧看着他那五短身材和满身的肥肉，嘴角抽了抽，懒得拆穿他。丹尼吹得正起劲，从自己当年如何风光，吹到街区里哪个开洗衣店的寡妇最近又跟送水的搞到了一起，再吹到最近有个倒霉蛋花了1000刀独处物柜，结果开出来一整箱过期的成人用品的奇闻异事，说的是绘声绘色，唾沫横飞。李牧也不打断他，就那么有一搭没一搭的听着，全当是听个乐子。期间还接待了2个来店里当东西的学生，一个当了台 PS5，一个当了快半旧的运动手表。李牧按流程收了，系统也给了2次几百刀的小额暴击。听着丹尼吹牛，数着到账的美刀，这小日子过得倒也惬意。就在丹尼吹得正起劲的时候，门口的门铃又响了，一个穿着淡粉色旗袍、身姿婀娜的熟悉身影，端着个保温饭盒走了进来，是苏婉清。丹尼一看到苏婉清，那吹牛的声音瞬间就卡壳了。他看看苏婉清，又看看李牧，脸上那个懂得都懂的暧昧笑容瞬间就更浓了。合着这小子昨晚在外面过夜，今天又有这么个风情万种的旗袍美人来送饭，这艳福啧。他冲着李牧挤了挤眼，然后麻利的把手里的鸡桶一抱，站了起来。 嗨，那个，我突然想起来，我家里水龙头还没关，我先走了，阿里，改天再来找你吹水。说完，他冲着苏婉清讨好的笑了笑，然后拍拍屁股，飞也似的溜了。这胖子，李牧看着他那落荒而逃的背影，哭笑不得。你这朋友倒是挺有意思。苏婉清把饭盒放在柜台上，一边摆着碗筷，一边状似无意的问道：“今天怎么开门这么晚？我早上过来看了一趟，门还关着呢。”他这话问得跟刚才的丹尼一个味儿，都带着点查岗的意思。昨晚有个朋友找我喝酒，喝多了，在外面睡的。李牧脸不红心不跳的把斯凯勒的事给糊弄了过去。哦，是吗？苏婉清狐疑的看了他一眼，似乎不太相信，但也没再追问。他把一碗炖的奶白的鱼汤推到李牧面前，行了，快喝汤吧，看你这都有黑眼圈了，肯定是昨晚没休息好。李牧看着那碗热气腾腾的鱼汤，又看了看眼前这个嘴上嗔怪眼里却满是关心的女人，心里有点发虚。不过这种被人惦记着的感觉确实不赖。第54章老华侨当传家宝。过气甜心的试镜电话第二天，李牧的生活又回归了那种悠闲又充实的日常。刚开门没多久，手机就震动了一下，是斯凯勒发来的脸书消息，带着点激动又紧张的语气：“李，我接到通知了，之前跟你说的那个角色，导演让我明天去参加最后一轮试镜。”消息下面还跟了好几个双手合十祈祷的表情包。李牧能隔着屏幕都感觉到他那股子既兴奋又忐忑的心情，毕竟这对他来说可能是翻身的最后一次机会了，那不是挺好的吗？李牧回了过去：“紧张什么？拿出你在床上的那股子破釜沉舟的劲儿，一个试镜而已，怕个锤子。”他这话说的一点也不温柔，甚至还带着点调侃，但斯凯勒那边却像是吃了一颗定心丸，很快就回了过来：“我知道了，谢谢你，李。等我试镜结束，不管结果怎么样，我都第一时间通知你。行，等你消息。”李牧笑了笑，把手机放到了一边。没过多久，店里来了个头发花白的老太太，是前阵子来当过首饰的客户。老太太的儿子给她打了笔钱过来，她是专门来赎回自己那条金项链的。李牧按规矩算了本金和利息，把项链还给了她，客客气气的把人送出了门。典当行吗？有当的，自然也有赎的，这才是正常的生意经。老太太刚走，门口的迎客门铃又响了，一个穿着深洗的发白的中山装，看着得有70、80岁的华侨老头，拄着根拐杖，步履蹒跚的走了进来。老人家的精神头看着还行，但脸上却带着一股子化不开的愁绪。老板是龙国人吧？老人家走到柜台前，用一口带着浓重粤省口音的普通话问道：“是啊，大爷，您有什么事？”李牧站起身，客气的问道：“唉。”老人家叹了口气，从一个用布层层包裹的包袱里，小心翼翼地捧出了一个半尺来高的青花瓷罐。这是我们家族上传下来的东西，说是以前从国内带过来的。他把瓷罐轻轻地放在绒布垫上，眼神里满是不舍。我最近身体不好，查出了点毛病，医生说的动个小手术，这边的医疗费太贵了，没办法，只能把这老物件拿出来换点救命钱了。李牧看着那青花瓷罐，心里也是微微一动。他拿起瓷罐，戴上手套，开始仔细地端详起来。罐子入手很沉，胎体厚重，底足露出的胎土带着点火石红，是典型老物件的特征。他翻过来看了看碗底的款制，上面用青花料写着一个大明成化年制的款，但字体写得歪歪扭扭，跟他脑子里那些官窑的标准款制完全对不上。他又拿起放大镜，对着罐身的釉面仔细看了起来，釉面温润肥厚，带着一种岁月的宝光，釉层底下能看到大大小小疏疏落落的气泡，这也是老瓷器的重要特征之一。罐身上画着的是英系图，几个穿着古代服饰的小娃娃在庭院里嬉笑打闹，画工虽然算不上顶尖，但笔触流畅，人物生动，青花发色也沉稳，没有现代化学料那种刺眼的漂浮感。要是放在以前，李牧看到这个歪歪扭扭的款制，估计就把这当成一个不值钱的民窑仿品了。但现在有了系统奖励的古董瓷器鉴定知识，他一眼就看出了这里面的门道。这压根就不是什么大明成化的官窑，而是清代康熙晚期景德镇的窑口专门仿制前朝风格烧出来的一种寄托款瓷器。这种东西在当年就是民间用的普通器物，但毕竟也是有几百年历史的老物件了，放到现在，在古董市场上还是有一定价值的。特别是这种画着英系图的将军罐，器型完整，没有冲线裂缝，更是难得。李牧心里快速的估了个价，这罐子拿到拍卖会上去，拍个3000多美刀不成问题。大爷，您这罐子确实是个清代的老物件。李牧放下放大镜，看着老人家，实话实说，但不是您说的大明成化官窑，是后来的仿品，所以价格到不了那么高。老人家听完，眼神暗淡了一下，显然有点失望。那大概能给多少啊？他紧张地问道。李牧沉吟了一下，按规矩，这种市价3000多的东西，他最多给个1000出头。但看着老人家那双充满期盼的眼睛，又听他说是拿来换救命钱的，李牧心里那点不多的同情心还是被触动了一下。他想起了自己的爷爷，当年也是一个人在异国他乡，靠着这家小小的典当行，艰难的打拼立足。这些老一辈的华人在这片土地上吃的苦，远不是他这种留学生能想象的。这样吧，大爷，李牧开了口，看在咱们都是龙国同胞的份上，这罐子我给您3000刀了，您看行吗？3000，老人家猛地抬起头，那双浑浊的眼睛里满是不可置信。这个价格已经远远超出了他的心理预期。谢谢老板，你真是个好人啊！老人家激动的声音都在发抖，连连道谢。李牧笑了笑，开了单子付了钱，又扶着老人家把他送出了门。这笔生意他基本没赚头，甚至按行规来说都算亏了。但看着老人家那千恩万谢的背影，他心里却觉得挺舒坦。君子爱财，取之有道吗？偶尔当一次好人，感觉也不赖。当然，系统还是很给面子的。叮，触发暴击奖励，获得4000美刀，里外里一算，白的一个古董罐子，还净赚了1000刀。当好人的感觉是真不赖。 送走老华侨，李牧的心情相当不错。快到中午的时候，店里又来了个客户，是个打扮的花里胡哨、身材有点微胖的女人。她看中了柜台里的一个2手卡地亚吊坠，但兜里的钱又不够。老板他冲着李牧抛了个媚眼，夹着嗓子说道：“你看人家这么喜欢，就便宜点卖给我吗？或者你想要什么别的补偿，人家也可以给你的哦。”他一边说，一边还故意挺了挺那被劣质胸垫挤出来的胸。李牧面无表情地瞅了他一眼，那张脸上粉底厚的往下掉渣，眼角的褶子都能夹死苍蝇了，还学人家小姑娘抛媚眼，不打折不议价。李牧直接往椅子上一靠，连多看他一眼的兴趣都没有，要买就付钱，不买就出门，别耽误我做生意。那女人被他这毫不留情的冰冷态度对得脸上一阵红一阵白，最后只能灰溜溜的走了。李牧看着他的背影，撇了撇嘴，长成这样也想来换折扣，真当他这典当行是废品回收站了。第55章，老板娘穿旗袍打扫。瑜伽教练的周末派对送走了那个给自己带来意外之喜的老华侨，又打发了一个想用姿色换折扣的歪瓜裂枣。李牧的典当行总算是清静了下来，他看了看窗外，街上的一些店铺已经挂上了南瓜灯和骷髅的装饰，空气中开始弥漫起了一股子万圣节来临的热闹气氛。李牧伸了个懒腰，正准备给自己泡杯咖啡，门口的迎客门铃叮咚一响，那道熟悉又惹火的身影端着那个熟悉的保温饭盒，又扭着腰肢走了进来。今天的苏婉清似乎是特意打扮过的，她穿了一件墨绿色的丝绸旗袍，那颜色衬得她本就白皙的皮肤更是如同上好的羊脂美玉一般，温润又细腻。最要命的是，这件旗袍的侧边开叉似乎比以往任何一件都要高，高得有些过分了。随着她走路的动作，那开叉处时隐时现，被黑色丝袜包裹着的浑圆修长的大腿简直就像是一道致命的风景线，勾得人挪不开眼。小李，吃饭了。苏婉清把饭盒放在柜台上，一样样的把菜拿出来，嘴上嗔怪道：“你这孩子，中午又不准时过来吃饭，别仗着自己年轻就瞎折腾，身体是革命得本钱，得按时吃饭。”他这话说得像个唠叨的老妈子，但那双水汪汪的桃花眼却带着一股子只有李牧才懂的魅力。这不是等着苏姐你的爱心午餐吗？李牧嘿嘿一笑，也不客气，拿起筷子就吃。苏婉清今天炖的是一锅浓稠奶白的鱼汤，味道鲜美无比。李牧连喝了2大碗，感觉浑身的毛孔都舒坦了。吃完饭，苏婉清却没有像往常一样急着收拾东西走人，她一双美目在店里扫了一圈，然后柳眉就微微蹙了起来。小李，你这店里也太乱了，跟个狗窝似的。她伸出纤纤玉指，在柜台的玻璃上轻轻一抿，指尖上就沾了一层灰。你看你这都落灰了，也没人擦，真是的，没个女人在身边打理就是不行。她一边说着，一边竟然直接从柜台下面找了块抹布，沾了点水，开始认认真真的帮李牧擦起了柜台。李牧靠在椅子上，嘴里叼着根牙签，好整以暇地看着眼前这活色生香的一幕。苏婉清擦得很认真，她俯下身子擦拭柜台下面的时候，那身紧身的旗袍将她那丰腴挺翘的臀部曲线勾勒成一个惊心动魄的完美弧度。而当她踮起脚尖去擦拭后面高处货架的时候，那高高的开叉更是将她那双被黑丝包裹着的修长美腿暴露无遗。这哪里是在打扫卫生，这分明就是在索命。苏姐，我来吧，这种粗活哪能让你干？李牧实在是有点看不下去了，他怕再看下去自己会忍不住当场就把这妖精给办了。他站起身走过去，想从他手里接过抹布，去，你一个大男人毛手毛脚的，哪有我干活细致？苏婉清白了他一眼，推开他的手，继续擦着一个高处的货架，因为够不太着，他整个人都踮着脚，身体的重心有些不稳，摇摇晃晃的。小心点。李牧很自然的就从他身后贴了上去，双手扶住了他那盈盈一握的纤腰。男人的手掌宽大而滚烫，隔着一层薄薄的丝绸旗袍，清晰的传递到了苏婉清的皮肤上。苏婉清的身体瞬间就僵住了，一股熟悉的酥麻感从腰间迅速传遍了全身，她的脸颊瞬间就飞上了2抹动人的红霞，呼吸也变得有些急促。我自己来就行。他小声的抗议着，身体却软绵绵的，将大半个重量都靠在了身后那个坚实的胸膛上。别动，你这样容易摔。李牧在他耳边低声说道，嘴唇几乎要碰到他那小巧的耳垂。他的手也开始不老实起来，扶着腰的手指腹在那光滑的丝绸上极其有节奏的轻轻摩擦着。苏婉清感觉自己的腿都快软了，手里的抹布也拿不住了，啪嗒一声掉在了地上。他刚想弯腰去捡，李牧却抢先一步弯下腰，从他身前将那块抹布捡了起来。这个动作让他整个人都埋进了那片柔软又充满香气的风景里。好了，李牧直起身子，把抹布递给他，脸上带着一丝得逞的坏笑。苏姐，还擦吗？不擦了。苏婉清被他这一连串的骚操作搞得心慌意乱，哪里还有心思打扫卫生？他红着脸抢过抹布，胡乱的在水池里洗了洗，然后就端着饭盒跟逃命似的往外跑。我店里还有事，先走了。跑到门口，他又像是想起了什么，回头冲着李牧嗔怪的跺了跺脚，你这个小坏蛋就知道欺负我。看着他那落荒而逃又风情万种的背影，李牧靠在柜台上无声的笑了起来，这女人真是越来越有味道了。他把苏婉清没喝完的半杯水端起来，一饮而尽，然后重新坐回了那张舒服的老板椅上。今天下午的阳光正好，店里没什么客人，安静的只剩下墙上挂钟的滴答声。李牧伸了个懒腰，正准备眯一会儿，兜里的手机突然嗡嗡震动了一下， 他掏出来一看，是一条脸书消息。点开头像，是一张在海边穿着比基尼，露出大片蜜色肌肤和马甲线的火辣自拍，是泰勒，那个身材好到爆炸，有过一节愉快私教课支援的瑜伽教练。自从上次之后，两人也有段日子没联系了。没想到他今天会突然发消息过来。嘿，帅气的李老板，消息的内容跟他的头像一样，直接又火辣。你这个吃到嘴就抛弃的坏男孩，这都过去多久了？也不说来找我上课，是不是把我给忘了？后面还跟了一个委屈的小狗表情包。李牧看着这条消息，笑了笑，回了过去。这不是忙吗？怎么？泰勒教练有何指教？对方几乎是秒回，指教谈不上，就是想通知你一下，这个周末我在我的海边别墅搞了个万圣节主题派对，都是些身材超棒的朋友，怎么样？有没有兴趣过来体验一点比瑜伽更刺激的项目？下面还附着一个派对的时间和地址。李牧看着那条充满暗示和挑逗意味的消息，又想起了上次在瑜伽垫上那惊人的柔韧和力量感，感觉自己身体里那股子刚被苏婉清勾起来的，又烧得忘了几分。第56章，自以为是的董哥。义乌来的传家宝看着泰勒发来的那条火辣辣的派对邀约，李牧的嘴角勾起一抹笑意。他对这个身材好到爆炸，性格又直接奔放的瑜伽教练印象还是挺不错的，尤其是上次那节收获颇丰的私教课，更是让他回味无穷。他单手打字回了过去，当然这么刺激的派对怎么能少得了我？发完消息，他把手机往旁边一扔，靠在椅子上，心情愉悦地盘算着，到时候要不要 cos 个超人，还是 cos 个蝙蝠侠去呢？接下来的2天，李牧的典当行生意依旧是不温不火，他倒是乐得清闲，每天开门营业，接待几个零零散散的客户，刷刷网页，看看电影，小日子过得那叫一个惬意。这天下午，李牧正戴着耳机看一部老港片，看得津津有味。门口的迎客门铃响了，一个戴着金丝眼镜、穿着身不太合身的廉价西装，看着大概40-50岁的中年男人走了进来。这男人腋下夹着个公文包，头发梳得油光锃亮，一进门就推了推鼻梁上的眼镜，用一种极其挑剔的目光在店里四下扫视着。那派头，不知道的还以为是哪家博物馆的馆长来视察工作了。老板在吗？他走到柜台前，用手指头在玻璃上敲了敲，语气里带着一股子天生的优越感。有事。李牧摘下耳机，暂停了电影，抬起头，淡淡的问道：“有点东西，想让你给长长眼。”男人一脸矜持的笑了笑，然后从腋下的公文包里小心翼翼的拿出一个用黄布包裹着的东西，轻轻的放在了柜台上。他一层一层的解开黄布，露出了里面的物件，是一个看起来很老旧的墨水瓶。那墨水瓶是玻璃的，瓶身泛着一种深邃的绿色，上面还带着点像是从土里刚挖出来的泥垢，瓶口用一个木塞紫色着，整个瓶子都透着一股子古朴的历史感。怎么样？男人推了推眼镜，下巴微微扬起，一副等着被夸奖的表情。我这件宝贝，可是我从一个快破产的农场主手里淘来的，据说是他爷爷的爷爷从欧洲带过来的，正儿八经的古董。李牧瞅了一眼那个墨水瓶，差点没忍住笑出声来。这玩意儿也就能骗骗眼前这种自以为是的二愣子了。他甚至都懒得戴手套，直接伸手把那墨水瓶拿了起来，入手很沉，玻璃的质感也还行，但问题出在那些所谓的包浆和泥垢上。他把瓶子凑到鼻子前闻了闻，一股子若有若无的酸味直冲脑门，这是典型的用强酸腐蚀做旧的手法，时间短，成本低，专门用来坑外行。他又用指甲在瓶身的那些泥垢上轻轻刮了一下，一层黄色的粉末就掉了下来，露出下面崭新的玻璃瓶身。这图还没干透呢。李牧心里暗自吐槽，怎么样，小伙子？那董哥看李牧半天不说话，以为他被自己的宝贝给镇住了，脸上的表情更加得意了。他清了清嗓子，开始了他新一轮的表演。我跟你说，这可不是一般的墨水瓶，这叫罗马玻璃，看见没？这绿色的质感，这独特的气泡，是古罗马时期特有的吹制工艺，距今至少有1000多年的历史了。你看这上面的包浆，温润厚重，在光线下还泛着五彩的光，这叫隔离光，是典型的传世包浆，没有几百年的沉淀，根本出不来这种效果。他一边说，一边还从兜里掏出个小本子，翻开来指指点点。我可是查过资料的，苏富比拍卖行去年就拍过一个类似的，成交价高达8万美刀。他说的头头是道，引经据典，不知道的还真以为他是个深藏不露的古董专家。李牧就那么静静地看着他表演，全程没插一句话，眼神就像在看一个马戏团里上蹿下跳的猴子。等那董哥说的口干舌燥，端起自己带来的保温杯喝了口茶，润了润嗓子，李牧才慢悠悠地开了口，说完了。那董哥放下保温杯，一脸倨傲地看着李牧，怎么样，我这东西你给个价吧，看你也是龙国人，我给你个面子，你给个1万5，我就卖给你了。1万5，李牧像是听到了什么天大的笑话一样，直接被气乐了。怎么嫌贵？那董哥眉头一皱，小伙子，做生意眼光要放长远，我这可是能上拍卖会的宝贝，你1万5收了，转手就能卖3万，我这等于是白送你钱啊！行了，别在这给我上课了。李牧不耐烦地摆了摆手，把那个破墨水瓶推了回去。你这玩意儿，我1分钱都不会收。你说什么？那董哥瞬间就急了，一拍桌子站了起来。你凭什么不收？你是不是看不懂啊？我告诉你，我这可是第一。李牧直接打断了他的长篇大论，伸出一根手指，指了指那个墨水瓶。你所谓的1000年罗马玻璃瓶底印着龙国制造的字样，虽然做就做得挺模糊，但我这眼神还算好，看得清。那董哥的脸色瞬间就僵住了。第二，李牧又伸出第2根手指，你所谓的100年传世包浆，凑近了文艺股子硫酸味，我刚才用指甲刮了一下，里面的玻璃还泛着光呢。这包浆 怕是上个星期才刚从土里长出来的吧。第三，李牧看着对方那已经开始发白的脸，露出了一个残忍的笑容，也是最重要的一点。你这瓶子，我在网上见过同款，义乌小商品市场批发，3块5一个，量大还能优惠。3句话，句句诛心。那董哥站在原地，脸上一阵红一阵白，嘴巴张了半天，愣是一个字都说不出来。他那套引经据典的专业理论，在李牧这简单粗暴的3句话面前被砸得粉碎。还有问题吗？李牧靠在椅子上，好整以暇地看着他。你这小伙子到底识不识货啊？过了好半天，那董哥才憋出这么一句苍白无力的反驳。他为了面子，依旧嘴硬道：“我这宝贝可是真的，你不收，有的是人抢着收，你就是个有眼不识金镶玉的蠢货。”说完，他一把抓起柜台上那个破墨水瓶，胡乱的用黄布包好，然后头也不回，气冲冲的走了。那背影怎么看怎么有几分落荒而逃的狼狈。李牧看着他的背影，笑着摇了摇头，跟这种傻子真是多说一句话都浪费口水。送走了这个自以为是的董哥，李牧看了看时间，离去参加派对还有一会儿。他心情不错的哼着小曲，走到阁楼上，换上了一身专门为了今晚派对准备的行头。李牧放弃了 cos 角色的想法，毕竟他没有事先准备服饰和道具，而且也怪不习惯的，只是简单穿了件黑色的范思哲丝绸衬衫，配上一条修身的黑色长裤，手腕上戴着那块刚收来的欧米奇海马，头发也用发蜡精心的抓了个造型，整个人收拾妥当后，往镜子前一站，一个活脱脱的富家贵公子，哪里还有半点那个守着破当铺的咸鱼老板的样子。行头到位，出发。李牧满意的点了点头，拿起那把骚气的宝马 M4 车钥匙，吹着口哨走进了洛杉矶璀璨的夜色之中。万圣节的派对，他来了。第57章万圣节派对。故作高冷的毛熊国超摩西好莱坞的海边别墅区，一向是洛杉矶富人们的销金窟。李牧开着那辆白色的宝马 M4，在蜿蜒的海滨公路上疾驰，最后稳稳地停在了一栋灯火通明的独栋别墅门口。还没下车，就能听到别墅里面传来震耳欲聋的电音，以及男男女女混杂在一起的狂热欢呼声。门口的草坪上已经停满了各式各样的豪车，法拉利、兰博基尼，甚至还有几辆骚气的迈凯伦。李牧这辆宝马 M4 在里面都只能算是平平无奇。他刚从车上下来，一个穿着性感护士装，手里还拿着个巨大针筒道具的金发辣妹就尖叫着扑了过来。李，我的病人，你可算来了。是泰勒，他今天显然是玩嗨了，脸颊喝得红扑扑的，一上来就给了李牧一个极其热情的拥抱，那饱满的身段毫不客气的就往李牧身上蹭。我还以为你放我鸽子了呢。他松开李牧，在他胸口不轻不重的捶了一下，然后拉着他的手就往别墅里走。快进来，派对刚到高潮，今天我这的好姐妹可都来了，保证让你不虚此行。一走进别墅，一股混合着酒精、香水，甚至还有大麻的糜烂气息就扑面来。巨大的客厅里，灯球旋转，音乐震耳欲聋。泳池里，一群穿着比基尼的辣妹正嬉笑着打着水仗。舞池中央，各种牛鬼蛇神的 cos 装扮挤在一起，疯狂地扭动着身体，有扮成吸血鬼的，有扮成斯巴达勇士的，甚至还有个哥们直接在身上套了个皮卡丘的头套。整个派对现场就是一个大型的荷尔蒙研究所。怎么样，我这派对还行吧？泰勒得意地冲李牧眨了眨眼。还行，就是有点吵。李牧随手从路过的侍者托盘里拿了杯香槟，淡淡的说道：“这就对了，万圣节派对不吵怎么嗨得起来？”泰勒话音刚落，一个同样是金发碧眼，穿着一身黑色猫女紧身皮衣，身材同样火辣的女孩就凑了过来，一把勾住了李牧的另一只胳膊。哟，泰勒，这就是你说的那个体力超棒的神秘帅哥。猫女看着李牧，眼神里全是毫不掩饰的侵略性，看起来确实挺不错的。布兰妮，别动手动脚的，这是我的客人。泰勒拍开他的手，笑骂道：“什么你的我的，好东西当然要姐妹一起分享嘛。”叫布兰妮的猫女咯咯的笑着，冲李牧抛了个媚眼：“帅哥，我叫布兰妮，也是瑜伽教练。你要是觉得泰勒的课太简单了，随时可以来体验一下我的，我保证比他刺激多了。”李牧看着这两个一唱一和的辣妹，笑了笑，没接话。他正准备说点什么，眼角的余光却突然被不远处沙发上的一个身影给吸引了。那是个女人，一个跟整个派对狂热糜烂的气氛都格格不入的女人。她没有像其他人一样穿着夸张的 cos 服，只是穿了一件款式极其简约的黑色晚礼服，一头耀眼的铂金色长发随意的披散着，在昏暗的灯光下泛着一层冰冷的光泽。她很高，即便是坐着，那两条交叠在一起的大长腿也显得极其惊人。最引人注目的是她那张脸，典型的毛熊国人种，五官深邃立体，皮肤白得像雪，配上一双冰蓝色的眼眸，整个人就像一座从西伯利亚冰原上空运过来的冰雕，散发着一股子生人勿近的高冷气场。他的周围围着好几个一看就是富二代的男人，一个个端着酒杯，像苍蝇一样试图跟他搭话，但他自始至终连眼皮都没抬一下，只是自顾自地晃着手里的酒杯，眼神里全是毫不掩饰的厌烦和不屑。那是谁？李牧用下巴指了指那个方向。哦，他。娜塔莎。泰勒顺着他的目光看过去，撇了撇嘴，一个从毛熊国来的超模，最近在洛杉矶这边挺火的，今天是被一个品牌方硬拉过来的，拽得跟个258万似的，谁都不理。你看那个穿着阿玛尼西装的傻瓜叫凯尔，家里是搞房地产的，今天为了泡他，特意花2000刀开了瓶黑桃 A 香槟。泰勒幸灾乐祸地说道。结果呢，人家娜塔莎连正眼都没看他一眼，那瓶酒现在还在那放着呢，成了全场的笑话。李牧顺着他指的方向看去，果然看到那个叫凯尔的富二代正端着一杯香槟，一脸尴尬地站在娜塔莎面前，走也不是，留也不是，脸都快绿了。 活脱脱一个舔狗被当众处刑的典范。李牧看着这一幕，觉得有点好笑。这种派对说白了就是一场大型的狩猎游戏，男人用金钱和地位狩猎女人，女人用美貌和身体筛选男人。而像娜塔莎这种站在食物链顶端的猎物，显然对凯尔这种段位的猎人提不起半点兴趣。李牧也没打算去凑这个热闹，他对这种众星捧月的冰山美人一向是敬而远之，强扭的瓜不甜，这个道理他还是懂的。他干脆拉着泰勒和布兰妮在旁边一个相对安静的角落坐下，有一搭没一搭的聊着天，喝着酒，完全把自己当成了一个局外人。时间一分一秒的过去，派对的气氛越来越热烈，舞池里的人也越来越疯狂。李牧已经喝了不知道第几杯香槟了，布兰妮那个粘人的小妖精更是整个人都快挂在了他的身上。就在他寻思着是不是该找个借口开溜，把这只主动送上门的猫女给带回去办了的时候，一个高挑的身影端着一杯晶莹剔透的伏特加，穿过喧闹的人群，径直走到了他的面前。周围的音乐似乎都在这一刻安静了下来。李牧抬起头，正好对上了一双冰蓝色不带任何感情的眼眸，是娜塔莎，那个对所有男人都不屑一顾的冰山超模，此刻就站在他的面前，居高临下的看着他。他的声音跟他的人一样清冷，又带着一丝毛熊国人特有的硬朗。他指了指舞池中央那些疯狂的男人们，又指了指刚才那个出糗的凯尔，他们所有人都和我搭讪过了。然后他那双冰蓝色的眼睛就那么直勾勾的锁定了李牧，只有你连一眼都没看，为什么？第58章冰山超模得简单交锋。房间的看病时间面对娜塔莎那双冰蓝色眼眸的直视和质问，整个卡座周围的空气似乎都下降了好几度。一直缠着李牧的布兰妮感受到这股强大的气场，独下意识的松开了手，往后缩了缩。只有李牧依旧稳如老狗的靠在沙发上，他甚至都没急着回答，而是又慢悠悠的喝了一口手里的香槟，才抬起眼皮看着眼前这个居高临下的冰山超模，嘴角勾起一抹玩味的笑。看了又怎么样？他淡淡的开口，能当饭吃吗？他这话一出口，别说娜塔莎了，连旁边的泰勒和布兰妮都愣住了。面对这种级别的美女主动搭讪，正常男人不都是想方设法的展示自己吗？这家伙倒好，直接一句给对了回去。娜塔莎那双冰蓝色的眼眸里闪过一丝极其短暂的错愕，但紧接着那抹错愕就变成了一丝饶有兴致的笑意。有意思，这个男人跟外面那些只会围着他摇尾巴的舔狗还真他妈的不一样。他没有生气，反而直接拿起桌上的那瓶伏特加，给自己倒了满满一杯，又给李牧面前的空杯满上。饭虽然不能当，但酒可以。他端起酒杯冲李牧示意了一下，陪我喝一杯。行啊。李牧端起酒杯，跟他那只白皙修长的手在半空中轻轻碰了一下，辛辣的伏特加一饮而尽。你好像很不喜欢这种派对。娜塔莎看着舞池里那些疯狂扭动的人群，语气里带着一丝不加掩饰的厌烦。不，我觉得挺有意思的。李牧的回答再次出乎了他的意料。有意思？是啊。李牧靠在沙发上，指了指刚才那个献殷勤悲剧的舔狗富二代凯尔，你看他像不像动物世界里正在开瓶求偶，结果被雌性一脚踹开的孔雀？噗！娜塔莎一个没忍住，直接笑了出来。他这一笑就像西伯利亚冰原上瞬间盛开的雪莲，清冷又惊艳，把旁边看呆了的泰勒和布兰妮都给比了下去。你这个比喻还挺形象的。他那双冰蓝色的眼睛里第一次带上了真实的笑意。那你看我呢，像什么？李牧上上下下打量了他一遍，然后摇了摇头。你不是动物，你是猎人，在观察着这群正在表演的孔雀，挑选下一个能让你看得上眼的猎物。娜塔莎脸上的笑容微微一滞，她发现自己在这个男人面前好像被看穿了。就在她想说点什么的时候，一个穿着性感护士装的火热身影突然强势的挤了进来，是泰勒。抱歉了，大美女。泰勒一把就挽住了李牧的胳膊，用自己那饱满的身段紧紧的贴着他，半是吃醋半是宣示主权的冲着娜塔莎笑道，我这位尊贵的客人还有更私密的收藏品需要鉴赏一下，恐怕不能再陪你喝酒了。他特意在尊贵和私密两个词上加了重音。娜塔莎看了一眼泰勒那几乎要挂在李牧身上的姿态，又看了看李牧那副不置可否的表情，眼神里闪过一丝了然。他没再多说什么，只是冲着李牧举了举杯，然后转身就回到了自己的卡座。走吧，我亲爱的病人。泰勒看娜塔莎走了，这才满意的哼了一声，拉着李牧就往别墅2楼走去。你的身体好像有点状况，作为你的私人护士，我有义务带你去我的房间，给你做一个全方位的深度检查。他这话说的奔放又直接，李牧被他拉着穿过喧闹的人群，来到了2楼一间装修的很有格调的卧室。房门咔嗒一声关上，将外面那震耳欲聋的音乐彻底隔绝。泰勒一关上门，就跟换了个人似的，他直接把李牧推倒在身后那张柔软的大床上，然后整个人就跨坐了上去，说：“你这个坏家伙。”他居高临下的看着李牧，语气里带着一股子酸溜溜的质问：“刚才跟那个毛熊国的大洋马聊得挺开心啊，是不是看人家长得高，腿比我长就心动了？怎么吃醋了？”李牧躺在床上，双手枕在脑后，好笑的看着他：“我才没有。”泰勒嘴硬的哼了一声，但那撅起的小嘴已经彻底出卖了他。我就是觉得你这个病人不老实，明明说好是来参加我的派对，结果眼睛老是往别的女人身上瞟，必须得好好惩罚一下。他一边说着，一边俯下身子，那涂着口红的嘴唇凑到了李牧的耳边，温热的气息喷在他的耳廓上。你说我是该给你打一针退烧针呢，还是该给你做个全面的身体检查？对于这种送上门的惩罚，李牧向来是不会拒绝的。我觉得我的病情比较严重，需要更深入的治疗，是吗？泰勒媚眼如丝，那我就怕你这小身板会受不了我的独家疗法。他对自己的瑜伽技术向来是充满了自信，但他忘了李牧的身体根本就不是正常人能比的。你可以试试。李牧笑了笑，一个翻身，攻守之势瞬间逆转。一开始 还是泰勒还试图用他那瑜伽教练级别的柔韧来证明自己的实力，但很快他就发现自己错了，而且错得离谱。眼前这个男人简直就不是人。到最后，他那点引以为傲的柔韧，在李牧这强悍的身体素质面前被反击的七零八落。也不知道过了多久，卧室里终于恢复了平静。泰勒像一条脱水的鱼，浑身瘫软地趴在李牧的胸口，连一根手指头都不想再动一下。他那头金色的长发被汗水浸湿，凌乱地贴在脸颊上，眼神里满是被彻底征服后的失神。法克，你简直是个超人！他有气无力地捶了李牧一下，那点力气跟撒娇没什么区别。现在知道谁才是病人了。李牧点了一根事后烟，悠悠地吐出一个烟圈。知道了。泰勒把脸埋在他的胸口，声音闷闷的：“你根本就不是人，你是个怪物。”李牧笑了笑，没说话，只是享受着这征服之后的宁静时刻。第59章，布兰妮的堵门。吊着的鱼更有意思。第二天清晨，温暖的阳光透过落地窗的缝隙，在地板上洒下几道金色的光斑。李牧睁开眼，感受了一下手臂上压着的那具柔软的身体。泰勒还睡得正香，那张平日里充满了野性活力的脸上，此刻挂着极度满足后的慵懒。乌黑的长发散乱地铺在枕头上，嘴角似乎还挂着一丝笑意。他昨晚把这瑜伽教练折腾得够呛，连对方这种常年健身的体力，到最后都只能瘫在床上连连求饶。不得不说，派对、豪车、美女，这种纸醉金迷的生活确实容易让人上瘾。李牧准备去冲个澡，就回店里开门了。他刚一动，泰勒就像一只感觉到主人要离开的小猫一样，迷迷糊糊地睁开了眼。看到李牧已经坐起身，他立刻伸出2条光洁的手臂，从后面环住了他的腰，把脸贴在他坚实的后背上。这么早就走啊？他带着浓浓的鼻音，声音里满是刚睡醒的慵懒和不舍，在他那张脸上蹭了蹭。再睡会儿吗？店还得开门呢。李牧拍了拍他环在自己腰间的手，示意他松开，但泰勒不仅没松，反而抱得更紧了。他像一只八爪鱼一样，整个人都恨不得挂在他身上，用带着一丝魅惑和撒娇的语气说道：“那在走之前，我的好病人，要不要先来一次晨间复诊？”李牧感受着那具火热的身体传来的惊人触感，心里那股子刚压下去的火又有点往上窜的趋势。他也不客气，翻身就把他重新压在了身下。半个小时后，晨间复诊结束，泰勒彻底瘫软在床上，连抬起一根手指头的力气都没有了，只能任由李牧穿好衣服。“你这个怪物！”他看着李牧那依旧神采奕奕的样子，有气无力地吐槽了一句。李牧笑了笑，在他额头上亲了一下，便神清气爽地拉开房门，准备下楼离开。然而就在他踏出房门的一瞬间，他的脚步猛地顿住了。只见隔壁房间的房门也几乎是同时被人从里面一把拉开，一个穿着黑色真丝吊带睡裙，头发乱糟糟的，顶着一对极其明显的黑眼圈的身影，正靠在门框上，用一种近乎哀怨的眼神死死地锁定了李牧。是布兰妮，那个昨晚穿着猫女装的辣妹。她这副样子看着就像是一整晚都没睡着，活脱脱一个被人虐待了的小怨妇。我说，布兰妮一双带着起床气的眼睛死死盯着他，声音沙哑，带着一股子没睡醒的怨念：“你们两个昨晚是不是也太吵了点？”李牧看着他这副样子，心里顿时就乐了。合着昨晚他跟泰勒在房间里折腾的时候，这妞儿就住在隔壁，硬是听了一晚上的现场直播，有吗？我怎么不觉得？李牧靠在门框上，好整以暇地看着他，脸上带着一丝戏谑的笑意。你觉得？你当然不觉得，你爽完了当然睡得香。布兰妮像是被点燃了的火药桶，一想到昨晚自己翻来覆去睡不着，隔壁却战况激烈，他气就不打一处来。他昨晚明明跟泰勒说好了，今晚两个人都看上了这东方帅哥，好东西要一起分享，结果泰勒这骚蹄子居然把他一个人晾在隔壁，自己独享了一整晚。还有刚刚，布兰妮越说越气，耳朵根都红了，你们是不是还加了10的？晨练健康。布兰妮深吸一口气，那股子怨气最终化为了实际行动，他直接上前2步，伸出双手勾住了李牧的脖子，整个人都贴了上去。那昨晚加上今天，都是他占了大便宜。布兰妮凑到李牧耳边，声音带着一丝沙哑的魅惑：“现在他吃饱了，是不是也该轮到我了？”李牧感受着那具贴上来的柔软身体，看着他眼底那团毫不掩饰的火焰，心里也不由得一荡。这布兰妮的身材和泰勒不相上下，而且比泰勒更带着一股子野性和攻击性。说实话，他现在还真有点心动，但是他毕竟是刚跟泰勒晨练完，这会儿正是闲者时间，再加上李牧看着眼前这只急不可耐往嘴里送的野猫，心里突然冒出了一个念头：这种主动送上门的美味，要是一口气全吃完了，未免有点可惜。有时候吊着胃口，让鱼在钩子上多挣扎一会儿，等下次再拉干，那口感可比囫囵吞枣要鲜美得多。今天恐怕不行。李牧笑着，也不着急，慢悠悠地伸出手，把他那2条勾在自己脖子上的手臂轻轻解了下来。为什么不行？布兰妮的眉头立刻就竖了起来。你是不是看不起我，还是觉得我比泰勒差？不是，只是我今天店里真有事。李牧当然不会跟他说实话，只是拿出手机在他面前晃了晃。你看这个点，我可得回去做生意了。他随便划拉了2下屏幕。再说了，这大早上的，街上人来人往，多没情调。他这番话既没有断然拒绝让对方难堪，又顺带给他画了个饼。改天吧。李牧看着他，嘴角勾起一抹笑意，等我有空了，专门找个时间，好好给你补上这堂课。布兰妮被他这番话撩拨的心里像是有猫爪子在挠一样，他咬了咬嘴唇，虽然心里还是有点不甘心，但也知道李牧说的确实是事实。这大白天的，总不能在走廊里就开干吧？那这可是你说的。他最终还是松开了手，但依旧有点不依不饶，拿出手机，飞快地调出自己的2维码，加个脸说：“改天你再放我鸽子，我就天天来你店里堵你。”李牧笑了笑，扫码加上了他的好友。布兰妮看着好友列表里多出来的那个头像，心里那股子怨气 这才总算是消了一点。他抬起头看着李牧，眼神里带着一丝挑衅和期待。那说好了，改天你可别到时候又说自己不行。男人怎么能说不行？李牧笑了笑，收起手机。身后房间里传来了泰勒懒洋洋的声音：李，你要走了吗？下次再来玩啊。面前布兰妮正倚着门框，手里扬着手机冲他晃了晃。记住了，你还欠我一次，我随时会找你讨债的。李牧回头看了看床上那个，又看了看门口这个，这两位瑜伽辣妹，一个躺在床上回味无穷，一个堵在门口等着讨债，弄得他哭笑不得。行了，都回去吧。他冲两人摆了摆手，在泰勒躺在床上依依不舍的告别，和布兰妮靠在门口意味深长的注视下走出了别墅。晨间的海风吹在脸上，带着一股咸湿的气息，吹得人神清气爽。坐到车里，李牧发动引擎，看了一眼手机上新添加的联系人布兰妮，身后还跟着一个吐舌头的猫脸表情。他笑了笑，把手机放到一边，一脚油门，白色的宝马 M4 汇入晨间的车流。第60章苏婉清抓包，货物与珍惜的催单。洛杉矶清晨的阳光总是明媚的，让人有些晃眼。李牧开着宝马 M4，哼着车里电台播放的不知名乡村音乐，一路畅通无阻的回到了唐人街，把车停好，拉开卷帘门，店里那股熟悉混合着老旧物件和灰尘的味道扑面而来，让他那颗在派对上被酒精和荷尔蒙刺激的有些亢奋的心慢慢沉静了下来。还是自己的狗窝待着舒坦啊。李牧伸了个大大的懒腰，浑身上下的骨头发出几声舒服的脆响。昨晚跟泰勒那小野马折腾了大半宿，早上又来了个高强度的晨间复诊。换做以前，他这会儿估计早就扶着腰瘫在椅子上了，但现在有了蜘蛛基因的全面强化，他非但没有觉得半点疲惫，反而觉得神清气爽，身体里依然充满了爆炸性的力量。不过他也不得不承认，这外国娘们，特别是这种练瑜伽的，体力确实不是盖的，真要比起来，可比隔壁那个只会软绵绵求饶的苏婉清能折腾多了。他走到后面的小卫生间，用冷水洗了把脸，换了身干净利索的短袖，然后给自己泡了杯最浓的黑咖啡，端着咖啡在老板椅上坐下。李牧打开了面前的二手交易平台后台，派对归派对，搞钱才是正经事。刚一登录，后台的信息提示音就叮叮当当的响个不停。他之前挂在网上的几件死当小玩意儿，居然在这个周末出奇的好卖。一个花$150收来的8成新 PS5，被一个同城的大学生以$300的价格秒了，要求下午同城配送。还有之前那个老太太当的老银器餐具，因为价格不高，挂上去没2天就被人拍下了。还有几个杂七杂八的经营小饰品，也都零零散散的出了，不错，开门红。李牧一边喝着苦涩的黑咖啡，一边利索的处理着订单。他找来几个纸箱和防撞气泡膜，把那些要发快递的物件仔细的包好，贴上面单，等快递员下午来收。这一波零星的网络出货，虽然没有系统暴击来的那么猛烈，但也给他回笼了将近$2000多的纯利润。这种看着自己眼光得到市场认可，一进一出赚取差价的踏实感，是纯粹的商业乐趣。忙活完这些，已经是临近中午了。店里陆陆续续也来了2-3个客户，一个墨西哥大妈当了个破旧的 iPad， 李牧给了$30，触发了个$500的小暴击。一个看起来有点瘾君子模样的黑人，拿着一部还算新的3星手机来换钱。李牧查了查没有手机记录，$50收下，又报了$1000。一上午下来，银行账户里的数字又悄无声息的往上爬了小2000。李牧靠在椅子上，转着手里的原子笔，心情大好。小李，吃饭了。门口传来一阵高跟鞋的哒哒声。苏婉清今天穿了件月白色的修身长裙，头发简单的盘在脑后，看着温婉又居家。她手里提着个大号的保温饭盒，一走进来，那双勾人的桃花眼就不动声色的在李牧身上来回扫了好几圈。今天这么丰盛啊！李牧闻着饭盒里飘出来的浓郁香味，赶紧起身接过，笑着打了个招呼。哼，我怕某人在外面辛苦坏了，今天特意加了点料补补。苏婉清把饭菜一一摆在柜台上，一碗红枣乌鸡汤，一份爆炒腰花，还有一份凉拌秋葵。她那双漂亮的眼睛眯了眯，身子微微往前倾了倾，像一只嗅觉灵敏的猎犬一样，在李牧身边轻轻吸了吸鼻子。昨天晚上去哪儿演了？他的语气听似随意，但那股子隐隐的酸味，隔着3条街都能闻出来。没去哪啊，这不是有个朋友开万圣节派对，去凑了个热闹。李牧面不改色心不跳，端起乌鸡汤喝了一大口，味道确实鲜，是吗？苏婉清冷笑了一声，伸出一根白皙的手指，突然在李牧的领口处轻轻拨弄了一下。李牧低头一看，心里顿时咯噔一声，他这件短袖是随便套上的，领口稍微有点大。刚才苏婉清这么一拨了，正好露出了锁骨下方一个带着点暗红色的浅浅牙印，那是昨晚泰勒情到浓时没控制住留下来的勋章。你这朋友的派对挺狂野啊，还带咬人的。苏婉清抱着胳膊，居高临下的看着他，皮笑肉不笑的说道。李牧后背微微出了点冷汗，但脸上的表情却依旧稳如泰山。哦，这个啊，他甚至还无所谓的摸了摸那个牙印，随口胡诌道：昨天派对上玩疯了，有个哥们喝高了，非要装什么吸血鬼到处咬人，我这也算工伤了。吸血鬼？男的。李牧语气无比笃定。苏婉清看着他那副死猪不怕开水烫的样子，明知道他大概率是在满嘴跑火车，但偏偏又抓不到什么实锤的把柄。这小坏蛋现在的借口是编得越来越溜了。行了行了，吃你的饭吧，早晚有一天你这小身板得被那些外面的野妖精给吸干了。苏婉清没好气的白了他一眼，倒也没在这个问题上继续纠缠，只是伸手把那个装满腰花的盘子往他面前重重的一推，多吃点，补补你的肾。李牧看着他这副气鼓鼓又无可奈何的小女人模样，心里暗乐，对付这种吃飞醋的女人，只要你脸皮够厚，不承认不推脱，他自己气一会儿也就好了。毕竟他也清楚，他管不住自己，这碗软饭他算是吃得明明白白的。吃完饭送走了还在暗自生闷气的苏婉清，李牧刚准备靠在椅子上打个盹，手机屏幕突然亮了起来，跳出了一条脸书的消息，发件人是小野 珍惜。李桑，你上次不是说之前看的那批高级珠宝等当期一到就马上整理好给我送过来吗？消息的后面还跟着一个委屈巴巴的叹气表情包。珍惜可是等了好多天都没见人呢，李桑是不是贵人多忘事，把这笔买卖给忘了呀？看着这条消息，李牧愣了一下，随即猛地一拍大腿，我靠，还真是忙忘了，这阵子又是应付川妹子，紧接着又陪了学妹和斯凯勒，昨天还跑去泰勒的海边别墅开了派对，这连轴转的日程，直接把朴恩珠那批价值大几万美刀的珠宝死当期给抛到脑后了。要不是珍惜今天主动发消息来催，他还不知道要让这批硬通货在保险柜里吃多久的灰。李牧眼中闪过一丝兴奋的光芒，加上老黑之前送来的那几批名牌包，还有前阵子从一些零散客人手里收的死当货物，以及那个离婚女人的钻戒，这可是一笔极其庞大的大买卖啊！他毫不犹豫的单手打字给珍惜回了过去，哪能忘呢？这2天店里实在走不开，你今天下午在店里吗？我这就把货整理一下，全给你拉过去。在的，随时恭候李桑大驾。珍惜那边几乎是秒回，后面还跟了一个极其可爱的樱花国传统鞠躬表情包。看着那个表情包，李牧站起身，走到保险柜前，嘴角勾起一抹意味深长的笑意。这端庄的樱花国老板娘这么主动催货，怕是等的不仅是那批大买卖，更是等他这个人吧。第61章送货去樱花老板娘那，人比货重要。下午的阳光斜斜地打在唐人街的街道上，李牧从保险柜的最底层拖出了一个大号的黑色行李袋，开始清点自己这阵子攒下来的存货。最先被拿出来的是朴恩珠那堆珠光宝气的顶级首饰，卡地亚、宝格丽、蒂芙尼，足足10几件，每一件都闪烁着金钱的光芒。接着是老黑德里克送来的那6个几乎全新的名牌包，虽然被李牧压到了2000刀白菜价，但拿到外面去绝对是抢手货。然后是那个从老黑介绍来的莫哥国小哥手里收来的欧米茄海马，以及那个离婚女人的钻戒，还有一盒从杂物堆里翻出来的金银首饰，以及那台触发过巨额暴击被他顺手换了唱针简单清理过的加拉德老式黑胶唱片机。看着这堆积如山几乎占了半个柜台的高奢和老物件，李牧满意的拍了拍手上的灰尘，这些玩意儿在他这破典当行里就是一堆死当的呆账，但只要拉到珍惜那边一转手，那就是白花花的美刀。他把这些东西一股脑的塞进行李袋里，拉上拉链，单手拎着出门，扔进了宝马 M4 的后备箱。半个小时后，宝马车稳稳地停在了比弗利山庄边缘，一家装修极其考究，招牌上写着 Marking Vintage 的二手奢侈品店门口。李牧拎着袋子推门进去，店里的冷气开得很足，空气中飘着一股淡淡的高级熏香味道。玻璃展示柜里错落有致地摆放着各种限量版的包包和名表，灯光打得恰到好处，一看就知道这店的老板品味不俗。李桑听到门铃响，正在低头看账本的珍惜立刻抬起了头，那双清冷的眼眸在看到李牧的瞬间，立刻绽放出了一抹难以掩饰的惊喜。他今天穿了一件极其修身的白色丝质衬衫，领口的扣子一丝不苟地扣到了最上面，下半身是一条黑色的 OL 包臀铅笔裙，那裙子紧紧地包裹着他那丰腴挺翘的蜜桃臀。随着他快步走出来的动作，裙摆下那被黑色丝袜包裹着的匀称小腿踩着细高跟，发出清脆的哒哒声。等急了吧？李牧笑了笑，把那个沉甸甸的黑色行李袋往珍惜面前宽大的鉴定台上一搁，你要的货都在这了，哪里能等到李桑的好货，是珍惜的荣幸。珍惜微微欠了欠身，脸上带着职业且温婉的微笑，但那眼神却直勾勾的在李牧脸上打着转。他戴上一副专业的白手套，深吸了一口气，拉开了行李袋的拉链。当看清里面的东西时，这位见多识广的二手店老板娘还是忍不住倒吸了一口凉气。天哪！他小心翼翼地拿出一件卡地亚的满钻满天星手镯，在鉴定灯下仔细地看着。李桑，你这是打劫了哪个比弗利山庄的阔太太吗？怎么又多了那么多顶级硬通货啊？别管哪来的，你就说能不能吃下吧。李牧靠在鉴定台边缘，姿态随意地看着他。当然没问题。一谈到生意，珍惜立刻就进入了工作状态。他拿起一个平板电脑，开始一件件的对这些物品进行专业的清点和估值。这个香奈儿的流浪包，成色99星，现在的市场价大概在3500美刀左右，我挂4000，绝对有人秒。这块欧米茄海马走势很准，虽然没有保卡，但4000刀了的价格还是能稳住的。还有这堆首饰，李桑，这简直是个宝库，光是这几件范克雅宝的4叶草就能卖出个极好的价钱。珍惜一边看一边在平板上飞快地记录着，他工作的样子极其专注，眉头微蹙，红唇紧抿。那件白衬衫被他丰满的上围撑得紧绷绷的，从侧面看过去，那道惊心动魄的弧线简直能要人老命。李牧就那么毫不避讳地盯着他看，他发现这种穿着职业装在自己的专业领域里闪闪发光的女强人，一旦被剥去那层端庄的外衣，那种反差感绝对比那些一开始就主动投怀送抱的女人要强烈得多。这珍珠项链和碎钻胸针，珍惜拿起从首饰盒里拿出的那2件东西，仔细端详了一会儿，抬起头看着李牧。虽然不是顶级大牌，但做工很精细，是那种带有复古风情的孤品，遇到喜欢这种调调的客户，也能卖个1-2千美刀，那就看你的本事了。李牧笑了笑，身体往前倾了倾，凑到了珍惜的身边，两人之间的距离瞬间拉近。珍惜只感觉一股浓烈的男性荷尔蒙气息扑面而来，他敲击屏幕的手指不由得顿了一下，呼吸也变得有些微乱。初步估算了一下，他强作镇定，把平板推到李牧面前。这批货的总体二手市场估值大概在15万美刀左右。15万。李牧挑了挑眉，除了朴恩珠那批珠宝占了大头，剩下的老黑的包、各种首饰，再加上那条珍珠项链，当初收来的成本加起来连15000美刀都不到，这利润率简直比抢银行还要暴利。我们之前谈好的代售抽佣28分成。珍惜看着李牧，声音轻柔，我抽2成。这批货卖出去之后，李桑大概能拿到12万美刀左右的净收入。 你确认一下没问题的话，就在这上面签个字吧，不用确认了，你办事我放心。李牧根本没看那密密麻麻的账目明细，他直接伸出手握住了珍惜那只拿着电子笔的白嫩小手。李桑，珍惜的手像触电般颤了一下，但他并没有抽回去。自等会儿再签也不迟。李牧的手指在他那戴着白手套的手背上轻轻摩挲着，眼神变得充满侵略性。我大老远的跑过来给你送这么大一笔生意，珍惜老板就没点别的表示？珍惜的脸颊瞬间飞上两抹红晕，那原本清冷的眼眸里此刻已经蒙上了一层水汽。他咬着红唇，那副端庄老板娘的架子在李牧这种极具压迫感的挑逗下，正在以肉眼可见的速度土崩瓦解。他太怀念之前在这个男人面前那种被征服的感觉了。这阵子他每次一个人在店里，脑子里都会不由自主地浮现出那些画面，整个人都像着了火一样难受。现在还在营业呢，他声音软糯地抗议着，但这微弱的抗议声听起来更像是一种欲拒还迎的邀请，是吗？李牧低笑一声，另一只手直接搂住了他那盈盈一握的纤腰，隔着那层薄薄的包臀裙，不轻不重地捏了一把。呀！珍惜发出一声极轻的惊呼，双腿一软，整个人大半个身子都靠在了李牧的怀里。他感觉自己的理智已经彻底崩断了，去他的营业，去他的生意，他现在只想要这个男人。他猛地推开李牧，在李牧有些意外的目光中，快步走到了店门口，咔嗒一声脆响，他干脆利落地锁上了店门，然后将门上那个写着营业中的牌子翻到了休息中的那一面。做完这一切，他转过身，踩着高跟鞋，一步步地走回鉴定台前。他那双漂亮的眼睛里，此刻已经没有了半点刚才的端庄，只剩下毫不掩饰的渴望。第62章，对账对到柜台上，就银元开出7万刀，比福利山庄的午后。街道上偶尔有几辆超跑轰鸣着驶过，但这间挂着休息中牌子的二手奢侈品店里，此刻却安静的有些过分。百叶窗被珍惜拉严实了，只透进几缕斑驳的光影，刚好打在那张宽大的实木鉴定台上。刚才还用来清点那批10几万美刀高奢货物的鉴定台，此刻上面的东西已经被一股脑的推到了边缘。那个亮着屏幕，上面还显示着密密麻麻账目明细的平板电脑，正摇摇欲坠的搁在桌角。一只专业的白色纯棉手套孤零零的掉落在深色的木地板上，空气中原本那股淡淡的高级熏香味道已经被一种更加温热且黏糊的气息所取代。你这人真是没个正经。不知道过了多久，店里那股让人心跳加速的安静才被珍惜一声软绵绵的嗔怪打破。他靠在李牧的肩膀上，胸口还在微微起伏着。那件原本一丝不苟的白色丝质衬衫，此刻领口已经松开了2颗扣子，布料上多了几道明显的褶皱，甚至有一颗扣子还扣错了位置。他一头乌黑的长发也有些散乱，几缕发丝贴在带着潮红的脸颊上。虽然嘴上抱怨着，但他那双平日里总是透着清冷的眼眸，此刻却像是蒙着一层春水，眼角眉梢全是藏不住的满足感。怎么，刚才对账对的不满意？李牧靠在鉴定台边上，伸手帮他把散落的头发别到耳后，语气里带着几分得了便宜还卖乖的调侃。不理你了。珍惜白了他一眼，但那眼神怎么看都没有半点杀伤力。他红着脸整理了一下自己有些凌乱的包臀裙，努力让自己重新恢复成那个专业干练的老板娘模样。但只要一看到那张被推得有些歪的鉴定台，他就觉得脸颊一阵发烫，甚至刚踩上高跟鞋的时候腿都忍不住软了一下。账目的事就按刚才说的定。他深吸了一口气，拿起那台险些掉地上的平板电脑，声音里还带着没褪去的沙哑。那批货我先入库，大概1周内能走完一半，到时候我把属于李桑的那部分钱直接打到你账上。行，你办事我放心。李牧笑了笑，这女人虽然在某些时候容易冲动，但一谈起正事，那股子精明干练的劲头还是非常靠谱的。他在珍惜店里又待了一会儿，喝了杯他亲手泡的茶，这才心满意足地拎着空了的行李袋走出了这家高奢二手店，回头看了一眼重新翻回营业中的牌子。李牧发动了那辆宝马 M4，今天这趟不仅把压在手里的大笔呆账彻底盘活了，还顺带重温了一下旧梦。这洛杉矶的天看着是真他妈的蓝。回到唐人街的典当行，已经是下午4点多了。李牧刚把车停好，拉开卷帘门，就看到一个戴着破草帽、穿着一身旧夹克的白人老头，正蹲在门口的台阶上抽烟。老板，终于开门了。老头看到李牧，赶紧掐灭了烟头，从怀里掏出一个有些年头的铁皮盒子当东西。李牧走进店里，在椅子上坐下。对，老头跟着走进来，把铁盒子放在柜台上。老板，你看看这些老币，能给个什么价？李牧戴上手套，打开铁盒子，里面是一摞银晃晃的硬币，互相碰撞发出清脆的声音。他随手拿起几枚看了看，大部分都是美利坚早期的摩根银元和和平银元，年份不一，品相也参差不齐，其中还夹杂着几枚龙国晚清时期的光绪元宝和民国时期的袁大头。祖传的。李牧一边检查一边随口问道。嗨，什么祖传的？就是年轻时候喜欢瞎倒腾，攒了这么些年。老头叹了口气，现在老了，身体不中用了，需要点钱买药，留着这些铁疙瘩也没用。李牧用测金笔和电子秤简单的过了一遍，都是真银，但也仅仅只是普通的流通币，不是什么极其稀有的错版或者绝版，上面还有不少划痕和氧化发黑的痕迹。大爷，这些银元呢，虽然有点年头，但在收藏市场上，品相决定价格。李牧把银元放回盒子里，实话实说，你这些品相一般，只能按普通的银料或者大陆货来收。他在心里快速算了一下， 这一盒大概有30多枚，我整体给你1200刀，怎么样？老头听完眉头皱了皱，他心里预期其实是1500左右，但跑了好几家当铺，有几家甚至只给800。眼前这个年轻老板给的价格虽然没达到预期，但也算是在合理范围内。行吧，1200就1200。老头无奈的点了点头，显然也是急用钱，不想再折腾了。李牧痛快的开了单子，点出12张100元大钞递了过去。老头拿了钱，道了声谢，步履蹒跚的走出了店门。就在老头踏出门槛的那一瞬间，李牧脑海里那个熟悉的电子音突然以一种极其高昂的声调轰然炸响，叮！触发暴击特殊奖励，获得7万美刀。7万！李牧夹着一根还没点燃的烟，整个人瞬间僵在了老板椅上。他掏出手机，手指甚至有些用力的点开了银行的 app， 网络加载的圈圈转了2秒钟，然后余额那一栏的数字猛地往上窜了一大截。呼！李牧死死地盯着屏幕上那一长串数字，长长的呼出了一口浊气。他把手里的烟往桌上一扔，整个人往后一仰，深深地陷进了真皮老板衣里。从绑定系统到现在，他拿过3000，拿过8000，拿过几万刀的，但7万美刀这么多的现金暴击，这绝对是破天荒的头一次。这不仅是一笔巨款，更是一个让他彻底有了抗风险底气的里程碑。要知道，普通的美国中产阶级辛辛苦苦干1年，税后能存下的钱可能都不到7万，而他仅仅只是收了一盒旧银元，就凭空得到了这笔财富，加上珍惜那边即将到账的10几万，他现在的实际可支配资金即将突破惊人的30万美刀大关。30万美刀，在洛杉矶这种地方，虽然买不起比弗利山庄的豪宅，但足以让他把居住环境彻底改善一下了。李牧靠在椅子上，看着天花板，随着资金越来越充裕，他觉得自己是该好好谋划一下，怎么花这笔钱，让自己的生活质量配得上现在的身价了。第63章。3句话医治华侨老母，哥美丽，兼让我救国宝。7万美刀的巨额暴击入账后，李牧感觉自己这间破典当行连空气都变得清新了不少。第二天一早，他神清气爽地拉开卷帘门，准备迎接新一天的搞钱日常。刚把咖啡泡好，一尊大神就走了进来。来人看着50来岁，头上戴着顶瓜皮帽，身上穿着一套极其板正的真丝唐装，手里还盘着2串看着油光水滑的核桃。这人走起路来4平8稳，鼻梁上架着一副圆框的复古眼镜，一进门就用一种悲天悯人的目光将李牧这小小的典当行给环视了一圈。老板是自己人吧？中年男人走到柜台前，用一口字正腔圆的金片子问道，语气里透着一股子老学究的矜持。是买东西还是当东西？李牧靠在椅子上，随口应了一句。这大热天的穿唐装，不是脑子有包，就是别有所图。当一件，不应该说是给一件国宝，找个有缘人。唐装男人压低了声音，神神叨叨的把腋下夹着的一个木盒子放在了柜台上。他小心翼翼的打开木盒，掀开里面层层叠叠的黄绸布，露出了里面的物件，是一件通体泛着天青色光泽，颈部和腹部带着几道凸起弦纹的瓷器。小兄弟，你可得长好眼了。唐装男人痛心疾首的说道，脸上的表情那叫一个悲愤。这件天青又衔文尊，可是传说中雨过天晴云破楚的北宋汝窑啊，是当年8国联军进燕京的时候，从圆明园里生生抢出来的皇家重器。哦，李牧挑了挑眉，没说话，只是静静地看着他表演。我太爷爷当年为了保住这件国宝，那可是散尽了家财，好不容易才从那些洋鬼子手里给买了回来，传到我这代已经是第4代了。唐装男人说到动情处，甚至还摘下眼镜，用袖子擦了擦眼角根本不存在的眼泪。实不相瞒，小兄弟，要不是我那在老家的老母亲突发重病，急需一笔钱做手术，我就是饿死也绝不会把这老祖宗的东西拿出来变卖啊！这故事编的那是跌宕起伏，催人泪下。要是换个刚出社会的愣头青，或者是那些容易热血上头的爱国青年，指不定这会儿就已经开始感动的掏钱包了。大叔，您这故事挺感人。李牧端起咖啡喝了一口，似笑非笑的看着他。不过，您跑到我这开在美利坚贫民窟边缘的当铺来卖国宝，是不是走错门了？这出门左拐左几个站地铁，比弗利山庄那边有的是大拍卖行啊！小兄弟，你这觉悟还是不够啊！唐装男人一听这话，立刻换上了一副恨铁不成钢的说教嘴脸。那些洋人的拍卖行，那都是吸血鬼，这国宝要是落到他们手里，那我们龙国人还有脸见列祖列宗吗？他拍着柜台，义正辞严地说道：“我是看你这店老板也是咱们同胞，这肉烂在锅里，咱们老祖宗的东西还是得咱们自己人收着，这就是情怀，就是大义啊！小兄弟，道德绑架，这是一套接着一套，我这也不求你按拍卖行的大几千万给。”唐装男人见李牧不说话，以为他被自己镇住了，直接图穷匕现：“你给我10万刀了的救命钱，这件国宝我就托付给你了，也算你为咱们挽救流失文物做了一份贡献。10万刀了！”李牧差点没忍住一口咖啡喷出来，这孙子还真是敢狮子大开口啊！他放下杯子，终于戴上了白手套，把那件号称北宋汝窑的弦纹尊拿了起来。其实都不用动用系统给的古董瓷器鉴定知识，光凭他常年在典当行混的直觉，这玩意儿拿在手里那股子轻飘飘的手感就已经足够判死刑了。但他还是翻过瓶子看了一眼底部，只看了一眼，李牧就彻底乐了。大叔，李牧把弦纹尊搁回木盒里，伸出一根手指，我只说3句话。第一，李牧指着那瓷器表面的天青色，您这8国联军时期抢走的传世国宝，颜色亮的都刺眼了，这叫贼光，是用现代化学釉料调出来的死色。真正的汝窑釉面是温润如玉的半亚光状态， 唐装男人脸色开始有些僵硬，刚想开口反驳，第二，李牧根本不给他说话的机会，伸出第二根手指，您看看这瓶身上的开片冰裂纹，里面的缝隙干干净净，人工做就连点老泥都不舍得往里填吗？下次骗人专业点，好歹埋在土里发酵几天。你胡说八道，你懂个屁！唐装男人有点慌了，指着李牧强词夺理，是我不懂。李牧笑眯眯地伸出第三根手指，直接把那个弦纹钻翻了个底朝天，指着底部的款制，但我至少有点常识。他看着唐装男人那瞬间变得惨白的脸，一字一句地说道：但凡玩过2天瓷器的都知道，汝窑作为北宋5大名窑之首，传世的器物极少，而且底部是绝对没有款制的。大叔，您不仅给他画蛇添足的刻了个大宋徽宗御制的底款。李牧顿了顿，嘴角的嘲讽意味拉到了最大。您刻的这个制字，为什么还是个现代才有的简体字呢？大叔，宋徽宗当年还推行简体字改革呢。寂静，死一般的寂静。唐装男人看着那个明晃晃的简体制字，脸颊上的肉疯狂地抽搐了几下。他造假的时候光顾着照葫芦画瓢，想显得高大上一点，怎么就没注意到这写底款的师傅是个文盲呢？嗨，那什么，他尴尬地咳嗽了2声，抓起桌上的黄布，胡乱地把那个弦纹遵一股塞进公文包里。我突然想起来，我老母亲的病好像好点了，这国宝我不卖了，再见。说完，他连那2串核桃都顾不上盘了，夹着包逃也似的冲出了典当行。李牧看着他落荒而逃的背影，笑着摇了摇头，拿爱国情怀来搞诈骗，这帮老逼灯真是把不要脸发挥到了极致。打发走这个跳梁小丑，下午的生意倒是正常了不少，陆陆续续来了3个零散的客户。一个墨西哥大妈当了个破烤箱，李牧给了20刀，触发了个600刀乐的小暴击。一个黑人小伙拿了个还算新的苹果耳机，李牧50刀收下，报了1200刀。苍蝇再小也是肉，蚊子腿也是肉，这种稳稳当当来钱的感觉才是典当行的日常。快到傍晚的时候，一个熟面孔推门走了进来，是上个月来当过一块劳力士的老客户，一个看起来做生意碰了壁的白人中年男。老板，我来数我的表。他把那张皱巴巴的典当回执单放在柜台上，又点出1沓现金，这是本金加上这1个月的利息，你点点。好。李牧接过钱放进点钞机里过了一遍，确认无误后，打开保险柜，把那块劳力士拿出来，连同之前的包装一起递给了他。合作愉快，祝你生意兴隆。李牧客气地说道，做这行有进有出，有当有赎，资金链转起来才是一家健康运转的当铺。谢谢，希望下次来不是当东西，而是来买东西。白人男子自嘲地笑了笑，带上表离开了。送走客户，李牧伸了个懒腰，正准备关门，突然安静了一下午的手机屏幕亮了起来，是一条消息，发件人斯凯勒。第64章，斯凯勒进组与补偿。驱火的小辣椒打发走那个来赎回东西的白人男子后，典当行里再次陷入了清静。李牧靠在老板椅上，拿起刚才亮起屏幕的手机，是斯凯勒打来的语音通话。接通电话后，还没等他开口，听筒里就传来一个激动到有些发颤的女声，声音大的差点震破他的耳膜。李，我过了，我真的过了。斯凯勒声音的这股兴奋劲儿，跟平时那种带着忧郁的情绪完全不同，那声音里带着显而易见的狂喜，甚至还有点语无伦次。那个角色，那个导演原本属于别人的角色，他刚才亲自打电话给我经纪人，说我的试镜表现是最好的，那种从绝望中挣扎出来的眼神太绝了。他说那个角色就是为我量身定制的。李，我拿到了，我要付出了。听着电话里斯凯勒那又哭又笑的声音，李牧靠在老板椅上，嘴角也忍不住勾起了一抹笑意。其实那天在酒吧，他那些毫不留情的话虽然难听，但也是真想骂醒这个沉浸在过去泥潭里的落魄甜心。现在看来效果出奇的好，那确实得恭喜你。李牧靠在老板椅上，嘴角也跟着扬了起来，这下算是重回好莱坞中心了，哪有那么容易？不过这绝对是一个极其重要的开始。斯凯勒在那头开心地说道，随即语气又变得有些感激。李，真的谢谢你，要不是你那天在酒吧把我骂醒，我可能连去试镜的勇气都没有，更别说现在的状态了。行了，别给我发好人卡。李牧笑了笑，既然拿到了这么好的角色，打算怎么谢我？就口头说说。当然不是，斯凯勒急忙说道，但紧接着他的语气又变得有些无奈。我本来想今晚请你吃顿大餐的，但是我马上就要进组了，这么急？剧组那边赶进度，而且这部戏的保密级别很高，要在外州的一个影视基地全封闭拍摄3个月。我下午的高铁，经纪人已经在楼下催我了。说着说着，斯凯勒的声音就低了下去，透着一股子浓浓的不舍。3个月，对于2个刚刚捅破那层窗户纸10岁之位的成年男女来说，这时间确实有点长了，那还真是有点遗憾啊。李牧故意拖长了声音，语气里带着3分调侃7分惋惜。本来还想今晚再好好指点一下你的演技呢，看来只能等3个月后了。唉，漫漫长夜，孤枕难眠啊。他其实倒没觉得多难熬，毕竟身边也不缺人，但对付这种刚刚对你产生依赖的女人，适当的卖个惨，装个委屈，绝对能让他的愧疚感翻倍，从此把你死死的放在心上。果不其然，电话那头的斯凯勒听他这么一说，顿时急了。李，你别这样，我也舍不得你。他的声音软了下来，带着一丝明显的撒娇和讨好。你再等等我好不好？等我杀青回来，我一定好好补偿你，你想怎么样都行。这可是你说的，我记下了。李牧见好就收，两人又腻歪了几句。斯凯勒那边似乎是真的被催得急了，依依不舍地挂断了电话。到了晚上，李牧关了电 店门，洗了个澡躺在床上，正准备找部电影看看打发时间，手机屏幕亮了，是斯凯勒发来的一条消息，只有短短的一句话：给你留的一点补偿预付款，不许给别人看，等我回来。紧接着，一个几十秒的视频文件传了过来，李牧好奇的点开，视频的光线有些昏暗，看背景似乎是在酒店的浴室或者更衣室里，只开了一盏暖黄色的壁灯，镜头晃动了一下，斯凯勒那张精致甜美的脸出现在屏幕里，他显然是刚洗完澡，那头标志性的金棕色卷发还有些湿漉漉的贴在白皙的脖颈上。最要命的是他身上的打扮，他并没有穿那些华丽的明星礼服，而是仅仅穿着一件极其轻薄的黑色蕾丝睡裙，睡裙的领口开得极低，将那深邃的沟壑和惊人的弧度展现得淋漓尽致，大片雪白的肌肤在昏暗的灯光下泛着诱人的光泽。视频里，斯凯勒压低了声音，那声线带着一种平时绝对听不到的慵懒，简直能把人的骨头给叫缩了。他一只手拿着手机，另一只手顺着自己的锁骨一路往下滑去，划过那傲人的弧度，最后停在盈盈一握的腰间。他看着镜头，眼神迷离，仿佛李牧就站在他面前。3个月太久了，如果你忍不住想我了，就看看这个。说着，他竟然大着胆子将那本就少得可怜的蕾丝裙摆又往上撩了撩，露出一截被黑色蕾丝包裹着的修长大腿。在那一瞬间的惊鸿一瞥后，他立刻又害羞地用手捂住了镜头。视频在昏暗中戛然而止，李牧看着已经黑下去的屏幕，喉结忍不住滚动了一下，这他妈是真要命啊！这落魄甜心平时看着忧郁又脆弱，没想到私底下还能玩得这么野。这哪里是补偿预付款，这分明就是一颗点燃了引线就跑的炸弹。被这视频一撩拨，李牧感觉自己这漫漫长夜还真是有点难熬了。就在他寻思着要不要去冲个凉水澡降温的时候，手机又震动了起来。这次是脸书消息，那个扎着马尾比着剪刀手的头像跳了出来，是蜜雪冰城的川妹子陈思琪。帅哥在干啥子？老子马上就要下班了，累死个人喽！看着这条充满了火锅味的消息，李牧眼里的邪火瞬间就找到了出口。这不，败火的来了，在想吃什么宵夜？李牧回道：要得，你在美食街的十字路口等我，我换了衣服就过来找你，今天非要宰你一顿烤肉不可。半个小时后，唐人街边缘的一家烟火气十足的露天烤肉摊上，李牧和陈思琪相对而坐。这小辣椒今天穿了件简单的白色短袖，下面是一条热裤，一双白皙匀称的腿在路灯下晃来晃去。你个龟儿，几天没见，是不是又去哪里鬼混了？陈思琪一边毫不客气地抓起一根烤大腰子咬了一口，一边用那双大眼睛审视着李牧。哪能啊，这不是一直在店里勤勤恳恳地为你攒宵夜钱吗？李牧帮他把啤酒倒满，脸部红心不跳的胡扯。切，信你才怪。陈思琪白了他一眼，但显然对这个回答还算满意。他端起啤酒杯，豪气干云地跟李牧碰了一下，然后仰头灌了一大口冰凉的啤酒下肚。他舒服地打了个嗝，脸颊上泛起一丝红晕。说真的，今天店里人太多了，摇奶茶摇得我手都酸了。他一边抱怨着，一边很自然地挪了挪椅子，坐到了李牧旁边，半个身子的重量都靠在了他身上。是吗？我看看。李牧顺势揽住他的肩膀，拉过他的手，放在手里轻轻捏着。这川妹子的手虽然干活多，但摸着还是肉乎乎的，挺舒服。陈思琪也没躲，就那么任由他捏着，嘴里还时不时地指挥着。唉，你捏捏那个虎口那里，对，就是那里，酸得很。两人就在这人声鼎沸的烤肉摊上，旁若无人地腻歪着，空气里混合着孜然的香味、啤酒的麦香，还有陈思琪身上那股淡淡的奶茶香精味，跟刚才视频里那种高高在上的女明星诱惑比起来，眼前这种触手可及的市井烟火气和这种踏踏实实的温软触感，反而让人觉得更加惬意。吃完烤肉，时间已经过了12点，陈思琪喝了2瓶啤酒，已经有点微醺了。走吧，送老子回宿舍去。他站起身，大着舌头说道，还要一副没喝多的架势。李牧看着他这副娇憨的模样，笑了笑，一把将他横抱了起来，引得周围几个吃夜宵的老黑一阵侧目。你干啥子？放我下来！陈思琪惊呼一声，脸瞬间红到了脖子根。不是说送你回宿舍吗？我抱你回去。李牧抱着他，大步流星的朝点当行的方向走去，顺便回去再帮你做个全身按摩，去罚。听着他话里那毫不掩饰的暗示，陈思琪把脸埋在他胸口，狠狠地咬了他肩膀一口，但那声音却软得像猫一样。你个老色批。第65章累坏腰穿妹子。瑜伽辣妹杀上门。第2天清晨，他睁开眼，正好看到陈思琪扶着腰，皱着一张小脸。你个龟儿！陈思琪感觉到背后的动静，回头瞪了李牧一眼，那张圆脸上满是又羞又恼的潮红。到底是不是属马的？老子这腰现在都直不起来了，等会儿还咋上班嘛？他嘴上凶巴巴地骂着，但那眼角眉梢的满足却是怎么也藏不住的。这不能怪我。李牧枕着胳膊，一脸无辜。谁让你昨晚喝那么多，还非要我帮你按摩去罚的？呸！按摩！陈思琪没好气地捡起枕头朝他扔了过去，然后一瘸一拐地钻进了卫生间。等他收拾利索出来，看着镜子里自己气色红润的样子，又忍不住对着李牧娇嗔了几句，这才扶着腰赶着去蜜雪冰城上早班了。他又躺了一会儿，才慢悠悠地起床洗漱下了楼，拉开卷帘门。洛杉矶初秋的阳光洒在有些斑驳的柜台上，一切都显得那么平静。上午的生意一如既往的清淡，李牧乐得清闲，泡了杯咖啡，靠在椅子上刷着手机，偶尔看看股票和加密货币的行情。他现在的可用资金虽然已经有30万，但这在洛杉矶这个销金窟里也仅仅只是个中产的入门水平。想要真正的实现财富自由，还需要更多的暴击。临近中午的时候，店里总算迎来了一个看着还算靠谱的客户，是个戴着黑框眼镜、穿着格子衬衫的白人青年，看着像是个刚毕业没多久的大学生。他走到柜台前， 从一个有些破旧的摄影包里掏出了一台索尼的微单相机，连带一个看着挺有分量的镜头，搁在了垫子上。老板，这套机子能当多少？青年的语气有些无奈，显然是遇到什么急事了。李牧戴上手套，把相机拿了起来，虽然不是什么稀世珍宝，但他还是按照流程仔细的检查了起来。这是一台索尼 A723，算是前2年的主流干活神机，镜头是个24-70的 G 大师镜头。他先是开机看了看各项功能是否正常，然后调出菜单查了一下快门数，8万多快门了。你这机子没少下功地啊。李牧一边按着按键，一边随口说道，接活用的，平时用的比较狠，但绝对没摔过，也没进过水。青年赶紧解释道，要不是因为下个月房租交不上了，我是真舍不得当他。李牧没接话，又把镜头卸下来，对着外面的强光看了看，镀膜有些轻微的磨损，但好在没有发霉的痕迹，算是正常使用的损耗。他心里快速的盘算了一下，这套机子加镜头，当年买全新的话得要个3-4千美刀，但现在二手市场行情跌得厉害，加上这战损级别的成色，能卖个2000就顶天了，1200刀月。李牧把相机放在柜台上，爆出了一个中规中矩的死当价，这机子快门数太高了，镜头也有磨损，我这收了还得压在手里找买家，1200是极限了。那青年听到这个价格，眉头紧紧地皱在了一起，显然离他的心理预期有些差距。但他站在柜台前犹豫了半天，又看了看外面毒辣的太阳，最后还是叹了口气，行吧，1200就1200，麻烦快点，我赶时间。他妥协了，这年头1分钱难倒英雄汉，为了几百块房租低头的人多了去了。李牧也没废话，利索地开了单子，让他签了字，然后从抽屉里点出12张富兰克林递了过去。那青年拿了钱，把那个空荡荡的摄影包背在肩上，头也不回地走出了典当行。就在他跨出门槛的那一瞬间，叮，触发暴击奖励，获得4000美刀。熟悉的电子音在脑海中准时响起。李牧挑了挑眉，嘴角的笑抑制不住地荡漾开来。1200的成本，4000的现金返利，等于他白得了一套能在二手市场卖2000刀的摄影器材，还倒赚了2800美刀的现金。这种稳稳当当、细水长流的搞钱感觉，才是典当行最真实的乐趣。他把相机收进库房，准备等会儿拍几张照片挂到二手平台上，赚个双份的钱。下午的时光在无聊的手电中慢慢度过，期间又来了2个大妈当救手势。李牧收下后抱了几百刀的蚊子腿，眼看着太阳西斜，快到傍晚6点了，李牧正准备收拾，打算去隔壁苏婉清那蹭顿晚饭。就在这时，门口的迎客门铃突然被人砰的一声极其粗暴地撞开了，那声音之大，震得玻璃门都跟着晃了2下。李牧皱着眉抬起头，然后他就看到了一个浑身散发着危险气息和浓烈荷尔蒙的身影，大步流星地闯了进来。是布兰妮，那个在万圣节派对上在他闲者时间被放了鸽子，憋了一肚子怨气的瑜伽辣妹。今天的布兰妮打扮得极具攻击性，她身上穿着一件紧得不能再紧的黑色运动背心，将那饱满的上围勒得几乎要裂衣而出。平坦的小腹上，清晰的马甲线随着她的呼吸起伏着，下半身是一条灰色的高弹力提臀瑜伽裤，将她那2条修长笔直的大长腿和惊人的腰臀比勾勒得毫无保留。这副打扮走在大街上绝对能让一票男人的眼珠子都掉出来，但此刻她的脸色却并不好看，她那双漂亮的眼睛周围似乎还残留着淡淡的黑眼圈，显然这段时间都没怎么睡好。她大步走到柜台前，双手往玻璃上一撑，身体前倾，那股子混合着汗水的野性味道瞬间就扑面来。李老板，你这生意看起来好像不是那么忙啊。他咬着牙，语气里带着一股子幽怨和压抑不住的火气。李牧靠在椅子上，看着眼前这只炸了毛的野猫，非但没生气，反而觉得有点好笑。还行吧，勉强糊口。他不动声色地回了一句，勉强糊口。布兰妮冷笑一声，直接绕过半个柜台，凑到了李牧的面前。他伸出一根纤长的手指，在李牧的胸口用力戳了戳。3天了，他压低了声音，那股子怨气几乎要化作实质喷在李牧脸上。你这个骗子，那天早上说好了改天补上，结果这3天你连一条消息都没给我发过。你知道我这3天是怎么过的吗？他越说越激动，胸前的饱满也跟着剧烈的起伏着。每次去健身房上课，泰勒那个碧池都在我面前炫耀你有多厉害。我这半个月满脑子都是那天早上你从他房间里出来的样子，看着他这副气急败坏又明显是馋极了的模样，李牧心里的那股子邪火也被成功的勾了起来。这钓鱼嘛，收线不能太急，但也绝对不能把鱼给饿死了。现在火候刚刚好，所以呢，李牧一把抓住他在自己胸口作乱的手指，微微用力一拽，啊！布兰妮惊呼一声，整个人失去平衡，直接跌进了李牧的怀里。所以他趴在李牧的胸口，感受着那坚实有力的心跳，原本的怒气瞬间就化作了眼底那毫不掩饰的渴望。他反手搂住李牧的脖子，声音变得沙哑而魅惑。所以我今天是来讨债的。他直勾勾地盯着李牧的眼睛，用一种不容拒绝的语气命令道：现在关门，你这破店别开了，立刻把你欠的债给我补上。第66章补课的瑜伽辣妹。有机会一起。看着眼前这个几乎要扑到自己身上，一双眼睛里快要喷出火来的金发辣妹，李牧嘴角的笑意越来越浓。这钓鱼的乐趣就在这里。如果派对那天早上顺势收了他，顶多也就是一场普通的交流，但晾了他这3天，让他在泰勒的炫耀和自己的不甘心中反复煎熬，这原本的6分火气硬生生被憋成了10分。现在这火依着起来，可就不是那么容易灭的了。还愣着干什么？布兰妮见李牧没动，一把揪住他胸前的衣领，那股子迫不及待的劲儿简直像要吃人。关门啊！还是你想在这里当着大街上的人让我给你讨债？急什么？李牧轻笑一声， 反手握住他的手腕，稍微一用力，布兰妮就顺势跌进了他的怀里。他伸手按下桌底遥控的开关，伴随着一阵哗啦啦的金属滚动声，典当行的卷帘门缓缓落下，将街道上的喧嚣彻底隔绝在门外。随着门缝最后一丝光线消失，店里陷入了一片昏暗，只有几盏应急灯散发着微弱的光。走吧，我的债主。李牧一把揽过布兰妮那紧致结实的腰肢，半抱半拽的带着她朝2楼的小阁楼走去。刚一进阁楼的门，李牧还没来得及开灯，就被布兰妮像头母豹子一样反扑着按在了门板上。你这个混蛋，让我整整想了你3天。他恶狠狠地凑到李牧耳边，声音里带着压抑了3天的期盼，那股子混合着薄荷和汗水的运动气息，一下子将李牧整个人都笼罩了进去。相比于泰勒那种热情里还带着章法的迎合，布兰妮就完全是横冲直撞的野路子。作为一名同样顶尖的瑜伽教练，他显然对自己那富柔韧又充满力量的身板极其自信，一上来就摆出一副要占据主导的架势，非要在这场较量里争个上风。就这点本事，李牧感受着他那股想要把控一切的劲头，眼中闪过一丝戏谑。这美利坚的小野猫还真以为自己能反客为主了。他也不多话，双手扣住他的腰，手臂一较劲，轻飘的就把这个身高1米7几的辣妹给拦腰抱了起来，按在了那张老木床上。攻守之势瞬间逆转。喂，你布兰妮的惊呼还没喊完，就被李牧低头堵了回去。属于蜘蛛基因那恐怖的耐力，在这一刻才算是真正让他见识到了什么叫人外有人。阁楼里那盏灯最终也没能被打开，只有那张服役多年的老木床在黑暗里发出一阵不堪重负的咯吱声。从一开始那副张牙舞爪非要争个高下的架势，到后来的节节败退，最后彻底举手投降，这只上门讨债的野猫愣是被连本带利的收拾服服帖帖了，最后连讨饶的力气都快没了。也不知道过了多久，阁楼里才重新恢复了平静。当李牧从洗手间里冲完澡出来的时候，布兰妮正瘫在床上，连一根手指头都不想动弹。她那头巾发被汗水彻底浸湿，一绺一绺的贴在泛红的脸颊上，眼神里还残留着一丝没回过神来的失焦。法克，你到底是不是人类？看着李牧神清气爽的样子，布兰妮有气无力的翻了个白眼，但那眼神里却没有半点幽怨，反而全是那种被彻底征服后的满足。我算是明白了，难怪泰勒那个碧池那天早上连路都走不稳。他拿枕头挡了脸，闷声闷气的嘟囔了一句，然后又忍不住掀开枕头一角，看着正在穿衣服的李牧，眼里突然闪过一丝兴奋的神色。李，跟你商量个事儿呗。什么事？李牧一边扣着衬衫的扣子，一边随口问道。下次，布兰妮伸出舌尖舔了舔有些发干的嘴唇，声音里带着一种让人无法抗拒的媚语。下次我把泰勒那小婊砸也叫上，我们3个人，你说好不好玩？李牧扣子的手顿了一下，我倒是想看看。布兰妮咯咯的笑着，趴在枕头上晃着2条白花的长腿。你这头蛮牛，能不能同时把我们姐妹俩都给放倒？这提议不得不说是个男人听了都得气血翻涌。2个身材火辣、柔韧性又极佳的顶级瑜伽教练，这要是凑一块儿，那画面简直不敢想。行啊，李牧转过身捏了捏他的脸蛋，嘴角勾起一抹邪笑。只要你们俩敢挑战，我随时奉陪，就怕到时候你们俩一起还是得跪在地上唱征服。切，就你嘴硬。布兰妮啐了他一口，脸上却飞起一抹红霞。又赖了小半个小时，布兰妮才依不舍地爬起来，穿上那套有些发皱的运动装，心满意足地离开了典当行。天已经彻底黑了下来，街上的霓虹灯一盏接一盏地亮了起来。李牧站在门口，目送他扶着腰有点不太自然地钻进车里，汇入了夜色，这才深吸了一口外面带着凉意的空气。他转身回到店里，重新把卷帘门拉了上去。虽然这个点已经过了平时打烊的时间，但他这会儿还精力旺盛，干脆又把灯打开，准备再守一会儿夜场。李牧坐在柜台后面，打开了旁边的点钞机，把柜台里的现金过了2遍，听着点钞机哗啦啦的清脆响声，他感觉自己那颗刚才还在躁动的心彻底平静了下来。女人是生活的调剂，搞钱才是男人的底气。在这异国他乡，钱和实力才是安身立命的根本，其他的都只是锦上添花的乐子罢了。没过一会儿，门口的迎客铃响了，走进来的是个看着挺面熟的老莫大妈，应该是这附近街区的居民。她从兜里掏出一个有些发黑的金戒指，放在柜台上。老板，这戒指是我年轻时候买的，现在戴不下了，看看能换多少钱？大妈用一口带口音的英语问道。李牧拿起戒指，用侧金石划了一下，含金量不算高，估计是14K 的，样式也老土得很。大妈，这戒指成色一般，我只能给你150刀了。李牧报了个实在价。哎呦，这么少啊？200行不行？大妈习惯性的还了个价。李牧今天心情不错，也懒得跟他扯皮。行吧，看您是街坊，180，当就签字拿钱。大妈一听，乐呵的点头答应了。李牧麻利的开单付款。就在大妈拿着钱满心欢喜的走出店门时，李牧脑海里准时响起了系统的提示音，叮，触发暴击奖励，获得800美刀，蚊子腿也是肉。李牧看着手机里到账的提示，端起早就凉透的咖啡抿了一口，一天下来人也爽了，钱也赚了。这种枯燥又充实的市井生活，还真他娘的让人上瘾。第67章，冰山学姐发照片勾搭，对面来了个过江龙。第2天上午，秋老虎的余威依旧不减，外面热得连流浪狗都躲在阴凉处直吐舌头。李牧慢悠悠地拉开典当行的卷帘门，把空调温度调到了19度，整个人像没有骨头一样窝在宽大的老板椅里。他手里拿着手机，屏幕上停留在和朴恩珠的聊天界面。自从那天在酒店里彻底将这座高在上的南棒冰山融化成一滩春水后，朴恩珠就像是变了个人似的，那种拒人于千里之外的高冷虽然还在，但只要面对李牧，那层坚硬的 宾客下，就会流露出一种近乎病态的依赖。屏幕上是一张刚刚发过来的照片，照片的角度是从上往下拍的，背景是朴恩珠那间装修的极简，甚至透着一股子冷色调的单身公寓。但照片的主体却是2条交叠在一起，被超薄黑丝紧紧包裹着的修长美腿，那腿型笔直匀称，黑丝的质感在光线下泛着一种极其高级的光泽，脚上还踩着一双带攻击性的尖头细高跟。照片下面跟着一条消息：早上没课，一个人在家好无聊，这双袜子欧巴喜欢吗？这看似平淡的询问，其实字里行间全是在疯狂的暗示。如果是那种没见过世面的小年轻，估计这会儿已经火急火燎的开车冲过去了。但李牧只是笑了笑，手指在屏幕上敲了几下，还行，就是看着有点容易破。对方几乎是秒回，这次不是文字，而是一条语音。李牧点开，听筒里传出朴恩珠那刻意压低，带着一点南半国特有鼻音的清冷嗓音：“那就你过来试试它到底容不容易破。”这反差极大的诱惑，简直比直接发视频还要命。改天吧，这2天店里走不开。李牧毫不留情地拒绝了。欲擒故纵这套把戏，对付这种平时高高在上的千金大小姐，效果出奇的好。你越是不把她当回事，她心里那股子不甘和征服欲就越强，下次见面的时候爆发的也就越彻底。果然，那边过了足2分钟，才回过来一个字：哦。虽然只有一个字，但李牧隔着屏幕都能感觉到那股子幽怨。他正准备再回个表情包逗他，门外却突然传来了一阵极其嘈杂的喧闹声，轰隆隆，一阵重型卡车倒车的巨大轰鸣声，混合着几个人用大声的西班牙语互相吆喝的叫喊，打破了唐人街这难得的宁静。李牧皱了皱眉，站起身走到店门口的阴凉处，靠着门框往外瞅了瞅，声音是从斜对面传来的，那是唐人街一处位置极好的2层商铺，比李牧这间破店当行要宽敞亮堂得多。那家店之前的老板因为赌博跑路了，铺子一直空置了好几个月，铁卷门上贴满了各种办证的野广告，直到大半个月前，那家店突然不知道被什么人盘了下来，铁卷门一拉，里面开始没日没夜的搞起了装修，电钻和砸墙的声音响了足有半个月，最近几天才刚消停。今天这阵势显然是装修完毕，准备正式进场了。只见一辆巨大的厢式货车停在店门口，几个光着膀子满身大汗的墨西哥裔搬运工正喊着号子从车厢里往下抬东西。李牧眯着眼睛看过去，那些被防尘布包裹着的东西体积都不小，有看着像是大型双开门冰柜的设备，有不锈钢的料理台，甚至还有几个像是用来做烤炉或者蒸箱的大家伙。路边已经堆了不少红木色的餐桌和椅子，几个路过的老街坊也都停下了脚步，凑在一起指点的看热闹。老李头，你看对面这阵势是要开个大饭馆啊？隔壁卖杂货的老板嗑着瓜子，冲着对面的搬运工努了努嘴，看着像这桌椅板凳都拉来了，估计这几天就要开业了。一个拿着蒲扇的大爷摇了摇头，不过这年头在唐人街开大饭馆，这老板胆子可够大的，也不怕赔个底朝天。李牧听着街坊们的议论，没有插话，心里倒是生出了一丝好奇。对面这铺子的租金可不便宜，光是这半个月的装修，加上这批看着就不便宜的设备，前期投入绝对不是个小数目。在这个经济不景气的大环境下，敢在唐人街砸这么多钱开店的，这背后的老板要么是个家里有矿的富二代来体验生活，要么就是个有着绝对自信的狠角色。有意思。李牧摸了摸下巴，这来的怕是调过江龙，不过跟他关系也不大，反正他开的是典当行，对面开的是饭馆，八竿子打不着的生意，谁也碍不着谁。搬运的动静一直持续到快中午，那辆大货车才卸完货，轰鸣着开走了。那家店的卷帘门又被重新拉了下来，只留下一层刚贴上的红色喜字窗花，连个招牌都没挂上去。李牧看了看时间，肚子也有点饿了，他把典当行的门锁好，溜溜达的朝着隔壁走去，该去苏婉清那儿蹭顿午饭了。午市这会儿，老苏家常菜的生意还是一如既往的稳定，店里的5、6张桌子坐了大半，大多是些来吃工作餐的熟面孔街坊。李牧一进门，苏婉清正在柜台后面给人结账，她今天穿了件水蓝色的旗袍，头发盘得一丝不苟，虽然脸上带着点忙碌的疲惫，但那股子成熟女人的温婉韵味依然让不少吃饭的男客人都忍不住多看2眼。看到李牧进来，苏婉清那双桃花眼里立刻闪过一丝亮光，她麻利的给客人找了铃，然后从柜台后面走出来，引着李牧去了最里面那个常留给他的小包间。苏姐生意不错啊。李牧大马金刀的坐下，看着外面热闹的厅堂，午市人多，你来也巧。苏婉清一边说一边给他倒了杯热茶，他把茶杯递过来的时候，眼神看似无意的往斜对面的方向瞟了一眼，柳眉微蹙了起来。小李，你刚才在店里，对面那动静你也看到了吧？他压低了声音，语气里带着一丝本能的不安。看到了，搬了一上午的设备，看着阵势挺大。李牧喝了口茶，随口说道：怎么，怕人家抢你生意啊？我这小本买卖做的都是街坊熟客，有什么好抢的？苏婉清虽然嘴上这么说，但脸上的担忧却没有减少半分。我就是觉得对面那家店搞得神秘秘的，连个招牌都不挂，不知道底细，这心里总觉得不太踏实。同行是冤家，这是自古以来的道理。苏婉清这家店虽然做的是家常菜，但在这一小片区域也算是独一份。要是对面真开了一家规模更大的饭馆，对他的冲击肯定是有的。李牧当然看出了他的心思，他伸手轻轻握住了苏婉清那只不安的小手，安抚似的捏了捏，天塌下来有高个顶着，你一个弱女子瞎操什么心？李牧看着他，嘴角带着一抹自信的笑。再说了，就算真做不下去，这不是还有我养你吗？感受着手背上传来的温热，听着这句让人安心的话， 苏婉清脸颊一红，心底那点对未知的恐慌瞬间就被一股巨大的甜意给冲散了。她白李牧一眼，反手在他的手心上轻轻挠了一下，就你嘴甜，等着，姐去给你弄2个硬菜。说完，他扭着那被旗袍包裹的极具诱惑力的腰肢，风情万种的去了后厨。第68章来者不善。送礼的港岛女老板2天后，一大清早，李牧还没睡醒，就被外面一阵阵天响的锣鼓声给吵得皱起了眉头。他从阁楼的床上坐起来，揉了揉眼睛，听着外面那乒里乓啷的动静，估摸着是对面那家神秘的新店终于要揭开面纱了。他洗漱完下了楼，把卷帘门拉开一半，果然斜对面那家铺子门前，此刻正被围得水泄不通，2头披红挂彩的醒狮正在门前的空地上上下翻飞，旁边4、5个光着膀子的汉子正卖力地敲着锣打着鼓，周围还聚拢了一大帮看热闹的街坊和路人。在漫天飞舞的彩色礼花中，一块崭新的红木招牌被扯下了红绸，玲珑阁3个烫金大字在洛杉矶明晃晃的阳光下显得格外扎眼。看着这阵仗，李牧打了个哈欠，转身走回柜台后面。他对这种吵吵闹闹的场面实在提不起什么兴趣，不管是开酒楼还是开火锅店，只要不耽误他收档赚钱就行。一上午的时间，外面敲敲打打了好几阵才算消停，李牧倒是没受什么影响，稳坐钓鱼台。期间来了个碰运气的黑人小伙，拿了个看着像刚从网吧顺出来的旧显卡，想换点精神粮食钱。李牧随口给了30刀乐，打发叫花子一样把他打发走。系统倒是挺给面子，随手赏了个600刀月的小暴击。临近中午的时候，又来了个老莫大妈，当了对品相不怎么样的金耳环。李牧验明了成色，压价收下，又入账了1000出头。这就是典当行的日常，不是每天都有几10万的大漏可捡，这种细水长流、一刀一刀割肉的快感，才是维持这家店运转的根基。就在李牧把刚收来的金耳环扔进保险柜，准备点个外卖对付一口的时候，门口那清脆的迎客风铃伴随着一阵极其好闻，带着点侵略性的高级香水味，叮咚作响。打扰了，老板在吗？一个带着明显粤语口音，声音清亮且透着古熟透了的女人韵味的嗓音在店里响了起来。李牧抬起头，然后他的目光就不由自主地在来人身上停顿了2秒。是个女人，一个让人只看一眼脑子里就会不由自主蹦出尤物这2个字的女人。她看着大概30出头，一头浓密的大波浪长发随意地披在肩上，脸上画着极其精致的港风浓妆，红唇烈焰。最惹眼的是那双眼睛，眼角微微上挑，眼波流转间，活脱脱就是一双勾人魂魄的狐狸眼。她身上穿着一件剪裁极其贴身的墨绿色复古长裙，料子丝滑，这裙子就像是长在她身上一样，将她那不盈一握的水蛇腰，以及那因为常年走动而显得极其丰满挺翘的臀部曲线，勾勒得淋漓尽致。哪怕是见惯了各种极品美女的李牧，也不得不承认，这女人身上的那股子成熟又带着点野性的味道，确实够劲儿。买东西还是当东西。李牧很快收回了打量的目光，靠在老板椅上，语气平淡：哎呦，既不买也不当。女人咯咯一笑，那笑声听着都让人觉得骨头有点发酥。她走上前来，手里还提着一个包装极其精美的红色礼盒，轻轻搁在了李牧面前的玻璃柜台上。我是斜对面新开的那家玲珑阁的老板娘，叫蒋玲。她一双狐狸眼直勾勾地盯着李牧，目光里带着毫不掩饰的欣赏。今天小店开张，特意来给街坊四邻送点我们店里师傅手做的广式点心，大家以后就是一条街上做生意的邻居了，全当是认个门，交个朋友。这番话说的滴水不漏，八面玲珑。李牧看着柜台上的点心盒，这女人显然是个深谙人情世故的老江湖，初来乍到，先把这条街上的商户都拜访一遍，礼数周全，以后不管遇到什么事，大家看在这点情分上，多少也得给点面子。那就多谢蒋老板了，祝你生意兴隆。李牧客气了一句，没有伸手去拿那个盒子，见靓仔你吉言了。蒋玲也不见外，双手撑在柜台边缘，身体微微前倾，那被长裙紧紧包裹的惊人弧度，极具压迫感的呈现在李牧眼前。说实话，我盘下那间铺子，在里面盯装修这半个月，光听周围的街坊聊八卦了。他一双狐狸眼微微眯起，眼神里透着一股子精明。他们可没少跟我提这间当铺的老板，说是个年纪轻轻的龙国人，不仅生意做得精，还特别能打。前阵子来了个拿枪的劫匪，都被你空手给撂趴下了。李牧心里暗笑一声，这娘们果然不是省油的灯，这送礼是假，探底才是真。看来他这半个月没少做功课，估计整条街商铺的底细早就被他摸了个底儿掉。街坊们闲着没事瞎传的，就是运气好碰上个新手而已。李牧随手拨弄了一下桌上的打火机，语气漫不经心，我这就是个做小买卖的正经人，哪会什么打架，是吗？蒋玲显然不信他这套说辞，他深深地看了李牧一眼，那眼神仿佛要看穿他平静外表下的伪装。靓仔这么谦虚可不好，他半开玩笑半认真地说道，我一个女人在这异国他乡做点餐饮生意，三教九流什么人都有，最怕的就是遇到那些不讲理的地痞流氓，以后咱们两家门对门的。靓仔你这身手这么好，可得多照应照顾我这小店啊。这女人顺杆爬的本事倒是一流，好说好说。李牧打了个哈哈，没把这茬接死。蒋玲见好就收，知道这种事急不得，他站直了身子，冲李牧挥了挥那做了精致美甲的手，那就这么说定了，得闲过来饮茶，我请客。说完，他扭着那盈盈一握的水蛇腰，踩着高跟鞋哒哒哒的走出了典当行。李牧看着他的背影，摸了摸下巴，这新来的女老板跟隔壁苏婉清那温婉隐忍的性子完全是两个极端，精明泼辣，极具侵略性，还带着点不见兔子不撒鹰的野心。这唐人街以后怕是有的热闹看了。没过半个小时，苏婉清就端着每天雷打不动的保温饭盒进来了。 他今天脸色明显有点不太好，一进门就把一个跟蒋林刚才送来的一模一样的红色点心盒重重地搁在了旁边的空桌子上。哟，苏姐这是怎么了？谁惹你生气了？李牧明知故问，一边帮他打开饭盒，一边笑着打趣，还能有谁？苏婉清没好气地瞪了他一眼，然后凑到李牧身边，压低了声音，语气里透着一股子浓浓的戒备和不安。小李，你看到对面新开的那家茶餐厅了吧？那个老板娘刚才也去我店里送这个破点心了。我跟你说，那女人一看就不是什么省油的灯，那走路扭的，那眼睛放电放的，恨不得把店里吃饭的男客人都给勾过去。他一边抱怨，一边有些心虚的看了看李牧的反应。大家都是做餐饮的，虽然他做的是家常炒菜，对面做的是港式茶点，但在唐人街这巴掌大的地方，客源就那么多，这明摆着就是要来抢饭碗的。更何况女人最了解女人，苏婉清虽然性子温婉，但并不傻。她敏锐地察觉到，那个叫蒋玲的女人身上有着一种极度危险的攻击性，不仅仅是在生意上，更是在作为女人的魅力上。人家那是会做生意，八面玲珑嘛。李牧一边吃着饭，一边随口安抚道：“再说了，你们卖的东西又不一样，你的老顾客都是冲着你这手艺来的，他抢不走，你懂什么？”苏婉清急了，伸手在李牧腰上轻轻掐了一把。他刚才去我店里，眼睛就没闲着，四处乱看。我看他那是黄鼠狼给鸡拜年，没安好心。看着苏婉清这副如同被侵犯了领地的护食小母鸡一样的表情，李牧笑着摇了摇头。他一把抓住苏婉清那只作乱的手，将她拉进怀里，用下巴在她肩膀上蹭了蹭。行了，瞎操什么心？他声音低沉地说道。一个卖点心的而已，翻不起什么大浪。这唐人街谁不认你苏老板的面子啊？听到这句话，苏婉清的身体瞬间就软了下来，她把脸靠在李牧的胸口，听着那强有力的心跳声，心里那点因为强敌环伺而产生的慌乱和醋意，奇迹般的被抚平了。就你嘴甜，她小声地嘟囔了一句，嘴角却忍不住扬了起来。第69章。开车兜风逛夜景，海边散心的超模店里有条不紊的进着账，对面那个新开的茶餐厅也没再整出什么幺蛾子。李牧这几天的心情可以说是相当不错。傍晚，在苏婉清那吃完饭后，实在待得有点无聊，他干脆拿上车钥匙，开着那辆白色的宝马 M4 出了唐人街。洛杉矶这地方，一旦太阳落了山，没有了那种烤人的燥热，开着车在街上兜风其实挺舒服的。李牧也没个明确的目的地，就是顺着宽阔的大道一路瞎开，全当是消食了。车子不知不觉就开到了圣莫尼卡海滩附近的沿海公路，这边算是富人区比较偏爱的地段，路上没几辆车，旁边就是黑乎乎的一望无际的大西洋，只有海浪拍打沙滩的声音顺着车窗飘进来。李牧把车靠边停在一个空旷的观景台旁边，推开车门，点了一根烟，溜溜达达的顺着小道往海边走去。海风带着点新鲜的凉意，吹在身上挺提神。走着走着，李牧的脚步突然顿了一下，借着步道旁边昏暗的路灯，他瞅见前面不远处的栏杆边靠着一个人影，那是个女人，即便只是个背影，也能看出来个子极高，身上穿了件挺普通的卡其色长款风衣，下半身是一条紧身牛仔裤，脚上踩着一双平底的马丁靴，一头铂金色的长发被海风吹得有些凌乱。他就那么静静地趴在栏杆上，看着黑漆漆的海面，手里还夹着半根快要燃尽的细长女士香烟。李牧只是随便扫了一眼，原本打算直接走过去，但这背影越看越觉得眼熟，直到他走到那女人侧后方大概几米的位置，那女人似乎听到了脚步声，警觉地回过头，两人四目相对，都愣了一下。是你？娜塔莎那双冰蓝色的眼眸里闪过一丝惊讶，她今天脸上只化了极淡的妆，没有了万圣节派对那天晚上那种惊艳全场的冰雕感，反倒多了一丝疲惫和接地气的真实感。这要求李牧也没觉得有什么尴尬，夹着烟走到他旁边，靠在了同一节栏杆上。大晚上的，一个人跑这来吹冷风，刚参加完晚会，出来透透气。娜塔莎把手里燃尽的烟头扔进旁边的垃圾桶，双手插进风衣口袋里，身体微微缩了缩。那些应酬太无聊了，里面的人看着就像是一群戴着面具的小丑，待久了，我觉得自己都快不会呼吸了。他的声音听起来没有了平时的冷硬，带着一丝卸下防备后的沙哑。不知道为什么，面对这个在派对上唯一一个对他不屑一顾的东方男人，他竟然觉得有一种莫名的轻松，不需要端着架子，不需要防备那些带着情色意味的目光，也不需要去想那些虚伪的客套话。这不就是你们这行的常态吗？李牧弹了弹烟灰，语气平淡地说道，端着酒杯到处陪笑脸。为了抢个版面或者上个封面，什么话都得听着。他这话说的可以说是相当不客气了。要是换了平时，那些围着娜塔莎转的男人，哪个不是把他捧在手心里，夸他是最耀眼的星星，哪会用这种近乎刻薄的语气跟他说话？但娜塔莎听了，非但没有生气，反而转过头，深深地看了李牧一眼。你说话一直都这么直接吗？实话实说而已。李牧随意地吐出一个烟圈，说白了，大家都一样，为了在这个名利场里混口饭吃，谁比谁高贵啊？娜塔莎沉默了一会儿，海风把她的长发吹得糊在脸上，她伸手将头发别到耳后，突然自嘲地笑了笑。你说的对。她靠在栏杆上，望着远处海面上偶尔闪烁的航标灯。其实很多时候，我都觉得自己不像个人，更像是个摆在橱窗里的高级商品。那些品牌方和那些围着我转的男人，他们看着我的眼神，不是在看一个人，而是在看一个可以用来炫耀的战利品，或者一个能帮他们卖出更多衣服的漂亮衣架。他们只关心我今天穿了什么牌子，妆容精不精致，根本没人在乎我一天只吃一顿沙拉会不会饿死，也没人在乎我站得脚抽筋的时候有多想骂人。这位平时高高在上的冰山超模，此刻就像是一个终于找到了情绪出口的普通女孩，一股脑的把肚子里的苦水全倒了出来。李牧就那么安静的听着，等他抱怨的差不多了，才慢悠悠的转过头看着他。那不然呢？李牧的嘴角带着一丝玩味的笑意。他们花那么多钱请你去，不看你的脸和身材， 难道看你解微积分的能力吗？还是看你能不能徒手劈砖？噗！正沉浸在感伤情绪里的娜塔莎被他这突如其来的脑洞给干懵了，随后实在没忍住，直接笑出了声。这一笑就像是春风化雨，把他脸上最后那点清冷的壳子给彻底敲碎了。你这人真讨厌！他白了李牧一眼，但那眼神里却没有半点责怪的意思，反而带着一丝连他自己都没察觉到的娇嗔。不过谢谢你。他止住笑，长长的舒了一口气，感觉压在胸口好几天的闷气随着这一阵笑声散了个干干净净。谢我什么？谢我骂你？李牧把烟头掐灭。谢你把我当个正常人看。娜塔莎站直了身子，转身看着他，那双冰蓝色的眸子里此刻没有了派对上的疏离，也没有了刚才的疲惫，只剩下一种对眼前这个男人毫不掩饰的好奇和探究。他发现跟这个男人聊天真的很有意思，他不需要你去迎合，也不会刻意来讨好你，他就像是一面镜子，能让你看到最真实的自己，也能让你放下所有的戒备。时间不早了，这海风吹多了容易头疼。李牧看了一眼手腕上的欧米茄，这会已经9点多了，走吧，我车停在那边，顺路送你回去。他没再继续那些深刻的话题，很自然地结束了这次短暂的交心。好，娜塔莎没有拒绝，她紧了紧身上的风衣，迈开长腿，很自然地走到了李牧的身边，两人并肩顺着木质步道往停车的公路上走去。夜色渐深，只有偶尔驶过的汽车大灯在两人身上扫过，虽然谁也没有在说话，但两人之间的距离却在不知不觉中拉近了许多。第70章生死时刻。娜塔莎被救后的依赖和娜塔莎并肩往停车的方向走，两人之间的气氛比之前在海边时又融洽了不少。娜塔莎似乎是彻底放下了心防，不再是那个高在上的冰山超模，反而像个对东方文化充满好奇的女孩，时不时会问李牧一些乱七八糟的问题。李牧也乐得跟她闲扯，有一搭没一搭的回着，从唐人街最地道的广式早茶聊到他那间小破典当行里收过的各种奇葩玩意儿。娜塔莎听得津有味，那双冰蓝色的眼眸里一直闪烁着一种李牧从未在她脸上见过的兴致。眼看着就快走到停车的观景台了，前面还剩下一个岔路口，距离李牧那辆宝马 M4 也就不到100米的距离。就在这时，一阵极其刺耳由多台改装发动机混合在一起的巨大轰鸣声突然从街道的另一头由远及近的炸响开来。李牧下意识地转头看去，只见远处的公路上5-6辆五颜六色的改装跑车正排成一排，像一群发了疯的钢铁野兽，风驰电掣地朝着这边飙了过来。打头的是几辆低趴的日系战神，紧随其后的还有一辆骚红色的福特野马，每一辆车的排气管都喷着幽蓝的火焰，车里的音响开得震天响，隐约还能看到几个年轻人正把身子探出天窗，随着音乐疯狂的嘶吼。这帮蠢货迟早得把自己玩死。李牧皱了皱眉，心里暗骂了一句，下意识地拉着娜塔莎往人行道内撤退了退。这种深更半夜在街上组队飙车的二愣子，在洛杉矶简直不要太多，离他们远点总没错。前面那几辆日系跑车眨眼间就贴着路边呼啸而过，卷起的一阵狂风吹得娜塔莎的头发都乱了。李牧正准备等这帮疯子过去了再走，可就在那辆红色野马冲到他们身边的一瞬间，一变陡升，不知道是车里的那帮家伙磕嗨了，还是那司机的操作出了岔子。那辆原本还跟着车队直线狂飙的红色野马，车头突然猛地向内一甩，竟然脱离了原本的车道，带着一声凄厉的轮胎摩擦声，斜刺里就朝着两人站着的位置直冲了过来。刺眼的远光灯像2把利剑，瞬间就将两人笼罩。几乎是在野马车头甩过来的同一时间，李牧的后颈猛地炸开一股冰冷到极致的寒意，那股寒意像一根冰锥狠狠地刺进了他的脊椎，头皮瞬间都麻了。这是蜘蛛基因面临致命危险时才会触发的最高级别预警。李牧的整个世界在这一刻被强行按下了慢放键，他能清晰地看到那辆红色野马的车头正在无限的放大，他甚至能看清驾驶座上那个年轻人脸上那因为酒精和惊恐而扭曲的表情，以及他那双因为想要猛打方向盘却已经完全脱手而僵住的手。身边的娜塔莎彻底被这突如其来的变故给吓傻了，他就那么直愣地站在原地，看着那辆朝他冲来的钢铁猛兽，那张平日里冷艳无比的脸上写满了惊恐，但身子却怎么也没办法挪动，来不及思考，也根本不需要思考。在这千钧一发的生死瞬间，李牧那被蜘蛛基因强化过的身体凭着最原始的本能爆发出了他全部的潜力。他一把拦住娜塔莎那因为惊吓而变得僵硬的纤腰，另一只手死护住她的后脑勺，然后腰腿的肌肉猛地一拧，整个人抱着怀里的女人向着人行道内侧猛地一跃。轰！几乎就在他们跃起的同一时间，那辆失控的野马带着一股足以撕裂一切的狂风擦着两人的脚跟呼啸而过，强烈的风压甚至将娜塔莎那头铂金色的长发都吹得整个倒卷了起来。砰！李牧抱着娜塔莎重地摔在了内侧的绿化带草坪上，好在他反应及时，落地前用后背和手臂做了个缓冲，倒是没觉得多疼，只是被震得胳膊有点发麻。而那辆冲过去的红色野马却根本没有停下来的意思，它像是脱缰的野马一样继续朝着前方狂冲。车里传来了几个年轻人凄厉的尖叫声，咣当一声惊天动地的巨响，那辆红色的野马一头就撞上了岔路口旁边那根粗壮的水泥电线杆上，巨大的冲击力下，那辆造价不菲的跑车车头瞬间就被撞得凹了进去，整个引擎盖都掀了起来，冒出了滚的黑烟，车头的玻璃 碎了一地，车身也扭曲变形成了一坨废体。李牧从草坪上坐起来，回头看了一眼，借着昏暗的路灯，他能看到那辆变形的野马车里，几个年轻人的身体正以一种极其扭曲的姿势瘫在座位上，一动不动，那副样子明显是没救了。李牧皱了皱眉，收回了目光，作死的人多了去了，这帮半夜飙车的蠢货也算是求人得人，要不是他反应快，这会儿被那几个亡命之徒连累着一起送走的，可就是他和娜塔莎了。喂，没事吧？李牧拍了拍怀里还在剧烈发抖的女人，低声问道。娜塔莎没有回答，她只是把脸死的埋在李牧的胸口，双臂紧紧地缠着他的脖子，仿佛一松手，他就会被卷进刚才那场死亡的漩涡里。他刚才可是清楚楚地看到那几个还在车里狂笑的年轻人是怎么在一瞬间就变成了一堆冰冷的尸体的。如果不是这个男人，那么现在瘫在地上一动不动的就得加上一个他了。李牧能清晰地感觉到有温热的液体正透过自己的 T 恤浸湿了他的胸口，这个平时高冷的像座冰山的顶级超模，此刻哭得像个迷了路的孩子。李牧叹了口气，也没再多问，只是伸出手一下子轻轻拍着他那不断颤抖的后背，像是在安抚一只受了惊的小动物。过了好半天，娜塔莎那剧烈起伏的身体才算慢慢的平复了下来。他从李牧怀里抬起头，那双冰蓝色的眼眸里蓄满了泪水，早已没有了半点平日里的高冷，只剩下劫后余生的极致恐惧和一种对李牧毫不掩饰的依赖。李，他的声音抖得不成样子，如果不是你，我刚才就已经……行了，都过去了。李牧伸手用指腹擦掉他脸上混着泪水的睫毛膏，远处已经隐约传来了有人呼救的声音，显然是有目击者报了警。走吧，我们不是当事人，没必要留下来做笔录填一晚上表格。李牧拉着他站起身，走吧，我送你回去。娜塔莎顺从的被他拉着往停车的方向走，他走的有些深一脚浅一脚，整个人的重量都软绵绵的靠在了李牧的身上。第71章，今晚别走。被怪物征服的超模宝马 M4 在夜色中平稳地行驶着，车厢里一片寂静，只有娜塔莎那还带着一丝颤抖的呼吸声，她整个人都像是没骨头一样，软绵绵的靠在副驾驶座上，侧着头，一双冰蓝色的眼眸就那么一眨不眨地盯着正在开车的李牧，眼神里充满了复杂的情绪，有劫后余生的后怕，有发自内心的感激，但更多的是一种他自己都说不清道不明的依赖。去哪？李牧打破了沉默，目不斜视地看着前方的路。市中心先驱者大厦。娜塔莎报了个地址，那是洛杉矶市中心最顶级的一栋豪华公寓，能住在那里的非富即贵。李牧点了点头，没多问，调转车头朝着市中心的方向开去。十几分钟后，车子稳稳地停在了公寓楼下的停车场。李牧熄了火，转头看向娜塔莎，到了。娜塔莎应了一声，却没有要下车的意思，她就那么静静地看着李牧，那双漂亮的冰蓝色眸子里，之前的高冷和疏离已经消失得无影无踪，只剩下一片让人心悸的柔弱。李，他突然开口，声音沙哑，我今晚不想一个人待着，所以呢，上去陪我喝一杯好吗？他看着李牧，眼神里带着一丝近乎恳求的意味。我需要点烈的东西，压压惊。面对一个刚刚救下身高178，正用这种眼神看着你的顶级超模的邀请，是个男人都很难拒绝。行，李牧言简意赅，两人下了车，走进电梯。在狭小的电梯空间里，娜塔莎一直紧紧地跟在李牧身后，那姿态像是一只寻求庇护的小动物。她的公寓在顶层，是一个视野极佳的大平层，一进门，一股简约又带着点野性的奢华气息就扑面而来。巨大的落地窗外是整个洛杉矶璀璨的夜景，房间里没有什么多余的装饰，黑白灰的色调看起来极其冷淡，但地上却铺着一张巨大的熊皮地毯，墙边的壁炉里还跳动着温暖的火焰，就像他这个人一样，外表是冰山，内里却是一团火。娜塔莎脱掉脚上的马丁靴，光着脚踩在柔软的熊皮地毯上。她走到吧台前，从酒柜里拿出了一瓶伏特加和2个杯子，只喝纯的，可以吗？她回头问了一句。随意。李牧走到那巨大的落地窗前，看着脚下那片如同星河般的城市灯，娜塔莎倒了2杯酒，端过来递给李牧一杯。为了我的新生命，也为了你。他端起酒杯，跟李牧碰了一下，然后仰起头，将那杯烈酒一饮而尽。辛辣的酒液顺着喉咙滑下，让他那张本就煞白的俏脸瞬间就染上了一层动人的红晕。感觉好点了吗？李牧看着他，淡淡的问道。好多了。娜塔莎长长的舒了一口气，感觉那股子因为恐惧而冰冷的血液总算是重新变得温热了起来。她靠在落地窗边，看着李牧的侧脸，那张在壁炉火光映照下显得棱角分明的脸。李，我很好奇。好奇什么？你到底是个什么样的人？他那双冰蓝色的眼眸里充满了探究。你说你开着一家看起来快要倒闭的典当行，却开着一辆崭新的宝马 M4， 你看起来像个普通的亚裔学生，却能在派对上对所有美女都视若无睹，又能在生死关头爆发出那种匪夷所思的力量。他顿了顿，声音里带着一丝他自己都没察觉到的颤抖。刚才你抱着我跳开的时候，我甚至感觉自己整个人都飞起来了，可能是你吓出幻觉了。李牧笑了笑，随口胡诌道，那叫肾上腺素，人在极度紧张的时候都会爆发出超乎寻常的力量，是吗？娜塔莎显然不信，但她也没再追问，她只是端着酒杯一步步的朝李牧走了过来。他很高，1.78米的身高，再加上那双逆天的大长腿，即便李牧也不算矮，在他面前也感受不到任何身高上的优势。他走到李牧面前，两人之间的距离不到半米，他身上那股高级冷冽的香水味混合着伏特加的酒气，形成了一种极其醉人的味道。不管那是什么，他抬起头，那双冰蓝色的眸子直勾勾地盯着李牧的眼睛，里面仿佛有火焰在燃烧。今晚你是我的英雄。说完，他主动地踮起脚尖，将自己那带着烈酒味道的嘴唇印了上去。李牧没有躲，他伸手揽住他那纤细却充满力量感的腰肢，反客为主， 这个吻不像之前跟任何一个女人的吻，没有艾丽娜的声色，没有苏婉清的温婉，没有林诗雨的羞怯，也没有艾薇的挑逗。这个吻充满了毛熊国伏特加的烈度和一种劫后余生的热情。娜塔莎像一头发了情的雌豹，疯狂地索取着，仿佛想用这种方式来证明自己还活着。李牧抱着她从落地窗前一路到了那张铺着兽皮毯的大床上。当那件卡其色的风衣落在地毯上时，这具上帝杰作的完美杰作终于毫无保留地展现在了李牧面前，修长、紧致，充满了力量感，不愧是能站在 T 台顶端的超模。李牧看着眼前这在壁炉火光下泛着像牙色光泽的艺术品，感觉自己的呼吸都变得粗重了。他没有再给他任何喘息的机会，直接就迎了上去。接下来的过程是一场势均力敌的较量。178的身高让娜塔莎在体型上丝毫不落下风，更别说那双逆天的大长腿，就像2条柔韧的巨蟒，仿佛随时能把人绞成2段的一般。但李牧被蜘蛛基因强化过的身体，又岂是他一个普通人能抗衡的？从一开始的棋逢对手，到后来的节节败退，再到最后的彻底溃不成军，这座来自西伯利亚的冰山也逃离不了变得支离破碎，最终化成一滩春水的结局。不知道过了多久，壁炉里的火焰渐渐弱了下去。娜塔莎像只被抽掉了骨头的猫科动物，浑身瘫软地趴在李牧的胸口，连一根手指头都动不了。她那张高冷美艳的脸上，此刻写满了被征服后的满足。法克，她有气无力地吐出了一个字，声音沙哑得不成样子。李牧点了一根事后烟，悠悠地吐出一个烟圈。现在知道我的厉害了。知道了。娜塔莎把脸埋在他的胸口，声音闷闷的，你根本就不是人，你是个怪物。他顿了顿，又抬起头，那双冰蓝色的眼睛亮晶晶地看着他，突然笑了。不过我喜欢怪物。他伸出舌尖舔了舔有些红肿的嘴唇，感慨道，那个叫凯尔的傻瓜花了2000刀的香槟，连我的手指头都没碰到，而你1分钱没花就把我整个人彻底征服了。他看着李牧，眼神里全是毫不掩饰的欣赏和占有欲。李，你这笔买卖做的可真划算。李牧闻言笑了笑，伸手掐灭了烟头。划算？这何止是划算，这简直就是血赚。第72章，这征服的大洋马与转型的陵园购大哥。第二天清晨，李牧是在一阵柔软的触感中醒来的。娜塔莎那毛熊国大洋马也不知道什么时候醒的，正趴在他身上，一双冰蓝色的眼眸亮晶晶的，像研究什么稀有物种一样盯着他。早，我的英雄。他伸出一根纤长的手指，在李牧的嘴唇上轻轻划过。需不需要来个晨间的唤醒服务？李牧看着他那副食髓知味的妖精模样，又感受了一下自己那再次变得精力充沛的身体，也不客气，翻身就把他重新压在了身下，又一次把这位体力惊人的超模折腾得瘫软在床，连比中指的力气都没有之后，李牧才神清气爽地爬起来，冲了个澡，穿戴整齐。他开着那辆白色的宝马 M4，在娜塔莎有气无力的咒骂声中，驶离了这栋市中心的顶级公寓。回到唐人街的时候，天已经大亮了。刚拐进这条街，李牧就注意到了斜对面的动静，那家新开的玲珑阁，此刻的生意可以说是相当火爆，店门口甚至还排起了一条不算短的队伍，几个穿着旗袍的服务员端着一笼笼刚出锅的虾饺和肠粉，在店里穿梭忙碌，进进出出的客人脸上都带着满足的笑容，一股港式点心特有的香味顺着风飘了过来。这港岛来的狐狸倒是有点做生意的本事。李牧把车在自家店当行门口停稳，心里暗自评价了一句。他刚推开车门下车，斜对面那火爆的店里，那道穿着紧身包臀裙的惹火身影，就像是长了眼睛一样，立刻就捕捉到了他。只见蒋玲回头跟店里的领班交代了一句什么，然后便不慌不忙地扭着那盈盈一握的水蛇腰，踩着高跟鞋，径直穿过马路，朝着李牧这边走了过来。他就这么当着一整条街的面，抛下自己那火爆的生意，主动走到了李牧那辆白色的宝马 M4 旁边。嘿，靓仔！蒋玲走到车头，那双涂着鲜红指甲油的手，像是在抚摸情人的肌肤一样，轻轻地拂过宝马 M4 那光滑锃亮的车身。他微微俯下身子，那件包臀裙下惊人的弧度瞬间就绷得更紧了，然后他才抬起那双微微上挑的狐狸眼，似笑非笑地看向李牧，声音里带着一丝毫不掩饰的调侃，昨晚去哪里威风快活了，搞到日上三竿才舍得回来开门啊。李牧闻着从他身上飘来的那股子若有若无的高级香水味，不知道这女人到底想搞什么幺蛾子，做点小生意，晚上应酬多。他随口胡诌了一句，锁上车门。应酬？蒋玲意味深长地笑了笑，那双眼睛在他脸上和那辆宝马上来回打量，又是开跑车，又是夜不归宿的。李老板这生意做的可真是有声有色啊，不像蒋老板，生意火成这样，还有空跑出来跟我这些人聊天。李牧反将一军，用下巴指了指他那还排着队的店。哎呀，那点小生意交给底下人就行了。蒋玲满不在乎地摆了摆手，身子又往李牧这边凑了凑，一股温热的气息扑面而来。我这个人吧，别的爱好没有，就喜欢研究点有意思的东西，比如说像李老板你这样看着人畜无害，实际上却深藏不露的靓仔。他这话说的暧昧又直接，几乎就差把我对你有兴趣这几个字写在脸上了。蒋老板过奖了，我就是个普通做小买卖的。李牧不动声色地往后退了半步，拉开了两人之间的距离。对付这种主动出击的老江湖，越是着急，越是会被他拿捏，是吗？蒋玲见他躲闪，也不恼，反而觉得更有意思了。他直起身子，冲李牧嫣然一笑，行，那我就不打扰李老板做生意了，得闲过来店里饮茶，我请客。说完，他才恋恋不舍地又扭着腰肢，穿过马路回了自己的店。李牧看着他那摇曳生姿的背影，摇了摇头，这女人不仅生意做得精，聊起人来也是一把好手。比起苏婉清那含蓄温婉的性子， 这奖铃简直就是一团直往人身上扑的火。李木刚把店里收拾利索，泡上咖啡，门口的迎客门铃就响了。一个熟悉的身影背着一个巨大的运动品牌手提袋，鬼鬼祟祟的探头探脑走了进来，是老黑德里克。嘿，兄弟！德里克看清店里只有李木一个人，这才松了口气，把那个巨大的手提袋砰的一声扔在了柜台上，袋口敞开，里面露出一堆花花绿绿的鞋盒。今天这么早就来上货，李木瞅了一眼那些鞋盒，上面印着耐克、阿迪达斯、AJ 的 logo， 都是全新的。怎么，德里克，你最近是落魄了？不捣鼓你那些高科技的数码产品，改行倒腾鞋了？法克兄弟，你可别提了。一听这话，德里克那张黑脸瞬间就垮了下来，跟死了亲妈一样，一屁股坐在柜台前的椅子上，开始大倒苦水。我也不知道是哪个孙子在背后搞我现在在罗迪欧大道算是彻底出名了，这不是好事吗？好个屁！德里克一拍大腿，声音里都带上了哭腔。我跟你说，我现在只要一靠近那些卖手机、卖电脑的数码店，都还没等我进门呢，里面的店员看见我就跟见了鬼一样，然后就用一种极其热情、极其真诚的笑容，当着我的面把店门给锁上了。前2天我去那家苹果店，想再去上一次经济课，结果我刚走到门口，那个2米高的白人保安直接就拿着我的照片把我拦住了，问我是不是又想进去搞零元购。兄弟，我他妈都上黑名单了，我现在是彻底被罗迪欧大道的数码圈给拉黑了。别说搞新款了，我连进去摸一下展示机的机会都没有。李木听着他这番声泪俱下的控诉，差点没当场笑喷出来。合着这哥们是因为偷得太频繁，被整个行业的商家给联合抵制了，也是个人才，所以你就被迫转型改搞运动鞋了？那不然能怎么办？德里克一脸的生无可恋，总得恰饭吗？不过你还真别说，这运动鞋的生意也不比数码差。现在这些年轻人为了双限量版的破鞋，几百上千的往里砸，比买手机还疯狂。行了行了，别吹你的业务了。李木不耐烦的摆了摆手，把你的货拿出来我看看吧，要是成色不行，我可不收。放心吧兄弟，绝对全新。德里克献宝似的从袋子把一个个带着品牌 logo 的鞋盒在柜台上摆了一排。第73章，老黑的货掺了架，隔壁店要盘出去了5、6个崭新的名牌鞋盒，被一个个整齐的排列着。怎么样兄弟，这批货色不错吧？德里克搓着手，一脸的期待。全是现在市面上最火的款 AJ 的倒钩，椰子的新款，还有这双最新的联名，外面都炒到天上去了。李木瞅了他一眼，没说话，只是戴上手套，随手拿起一个 AJ 的鞋盒打开。他拿出那双棕色的倒钩，先是掂了掂分量，然后凑近了看鞋身上的皮质和走线，连看了3双都没什么问题。德里克在一旁看得心花怒放，感觉今天又能小赚一笔。然而当李木拿起第4个鞋盒，打开那双号称最新款联名的椰子鞋时，眉头就微微皱了起来。德里克，李木把那双椰子鞋扔回他面前，你这批货里怎么还掺假啊？哈，假的！德里克瞬间就蹦了起来，跟被踩了尾巴的猫似的。不可能，绝对不可能，是吗？李木冷笑一声，指着重底，正品的 Boost 大底踩下去有回弹，你这双软绵绵的跟踩烂泥一样，还有这些标字都糊成一坨了，你闻闻这味儿，一股子廉价再生橡胶味。德里克被他这一连串的专业打击说得哑口无言，他拿起那双鞋，自己按了按，又闻了闻，那张黑脸瞬间就长成了猪肝色。但他气的却不是自己，而是猛地一拍大腿，一脸的义愤填膺。法克，这帮黑了心的资本家！他指着那双假鞋，痛心疾首的骂道：兄弟，你敢信吗？这鞋可是我今天大摇大摆走进那家品牌专卖店里拿出来的，他们摆在正规货架上卖的，居然特么是假货！我德里克好歹也是个讲究人，我拿货那都是奔着货真价实的正品去的。结果呢，他们这些开专卖店的，明面上人五人六，背地里居然用假货以次充好来坑消费者，这世道还有没有王法了？他们这些正规军都开始不讲武德了，这不是砸我们这行的饭碗吗？简直是没有一点商业道德。李木听着他这番声泪俱下、颠倒黑白的控诉，差点没当场笑喷出来。一个专门干零元购的贼，义正辞严地谴责品牌专卖店卖假货没有商业道德，这世界可真是太魔幻了。行了行了，别在这跟我上升到商业道德了。李木不耐烦地摆了摆手，这2双假的你拿走，剩下这4双真的，成色还行，我给你1200刀了。德里克看着那2双假鞋，一脸的生无可恋，但也只能捏着鼻子认了。行，算我倒霉，回头我非去把那家黑店给曝光了不可。他愤愤不平地签了单子，叮，触发暴击奖励，获得300美刀，叮，触发暴击奖励，获得500美刀。4双鞋，4次普通暴击，又给了李木1000多美刀的现金返利。打发走还在念叨着要维护消费者权益的德里克后，李木把那4双真鞋拍照挂到了网上，一直到傍晚时分，店里都没来什么客人。门口的迎客门铃响了，苏婉清端着饭盒走了进来。今天的苏婉清明显是精心打扮过的，她没穿那身端庄的旗袍，而是换了一条酒红色的高领针织长裙，那细腻的针织料子极其贴身，将她那前凸后翘熟透了的曼妙身段勾勒得淋漓尽致，尤其是那盈盈一握的腰肢和圆润挺翘的臀部，随着她走路的动作画出一道道让人心动的曲线。她走进来，很自然地把饭菜摆好，然后从柜台下面拿出抹布，系上那条白色的小围裙，弯腰帮李木擦拭起低处的货架来。这一弯腰，那针织长裙便将她那浑圆的臀部曲线绷得更紧了，看得李木有点心猿意马。他悄无声息地绕到苏婉清身后，一把就从背后环住了她那柔软的腰肢，下巴还搁在她的肩膀上。哎呀，你干嘛呀？苏婉清被他这突如其来的举动吓了一跳，身体瞬间就软了半边，脸颊也飞上了红霞。门都没关呢，让人看见多不好。门口没人，李木凑在他耳边，温热的气息喷洒在他那白皙的耳廓上，惹得他一阵酥麻。苏姐今天这身衣服可真好看。他一边说，一边那双手还不老实的在他那纤细的腰肢上轻轻摩挲着。 就你嘴甜。苏婉清嗔怪地拍了拍他那作乱的手，虽然嘴上说着不要，但身体却诚实地靠近了他的怀里，任由他抱了一会儿。行了行了，快松开，让我把活干完，你也把饭吃了。打情骂俏了一会儿，苏婉清红着脸从他怀里挣脱出来，继续擦着货架，只是那眼角眉梢的春意却是怎么也藏不住了。李牧这才心满意足地坐回去，拿起了筷子，他一边扒着饭，一边随口跟苏婉清聊了起来。对了，我今天看对面那家新开的玲珑阁，门口排了老长的队，生意火爆得很啊。李牧夹了口菜，一脸好奇地问道：对面搞得那么火，你这边生意没受什么影响吧？我这影响倒是不大。苏婉清一边擦着货架，一边头也不回地说道：我做的是正经的炒菜正餐，走的都是中午和晚上的饭点，他那玲珑阁卖的是港式茶点，奶茶、肠粉那些，做的是下午茶和早点的生意，我们俩的客源冲突不大。哦，那就好。李牧点了点头，我这没事，但有人可就遭了大殃了。苏婉清擦完货架，转过身，一边解着围裙，一边压低了声音：谁啊？还能有谁？你这店另一头老周的早餐店呗。李牧夹菜的筷子顿了一下，那家早餐店他熟啊，老板老周头也是个老华侨，跟自己爷爷是几十年的老交情了。李牧刚来那会没少去他那蹭豆浆油条吃。老周头那早餐店怎么了？你想啊，老周头那早餐店卖的不也是包子、豆浆、肠粉、粥这些吗？苏婉清叹了口气，一语道破了关键，他这卖的东西跟对面那玲珑阁的早点和茶点几乎是一模一样，客源完全就是重叠的。对面又是新店，又搞什么开业大促销，一杯奶茶2块9，一份肠粉3块9，摆明了就是赔本赚吆喝。这一下可把老周头那些光顾了几十年的老街坊全都给吸引过去了。今天早上老周头那早餐店冷清的都快能跑满了。唉，本来老周头年纪就大了，前阵子还生了场病，一个人也干不动了。苏婉清继续说道：这么一折腾，他干脆就心灰意冷了，跟我念叨着说不想干了，准备找个时间把店给租出去，回龙国老家养去。租出去，李牧吃饭的动作彻底停了下来，他心里莫名的一动，他下意识的转头看了一眼自己这间小的典当行，麻雀虽小五脏俱全，但空间确实太局促了，很多收来的大件物品和奢侈品都只能堆在狭小的库房里吃灰。而隔壁老周头那家早餐店面积跟他这店差不多大，如果能把隔壁那家店给盘下来，两家店的墙一打通，那他这典当行的规模可就完全不一样了。一边继续做正常的典当生意，另一边完全可以装修成一个高档的奢侈品和大件展示区，专门用来招待那些出手阔绰的高端客户。这个念头一冒出来，就在李牧的心里疯狂的生根发芽。他现在手头宽裕，盘下隔壁那家早餐店简直是绰有余，而且老周头是爷爷的老相识，跟自己关系又好，这店要是盘给自己，价格上他肯定能给个天大的优惠，这简直是瞌睡了就有人送枕头。看着李牧那双突然变得亮得惊人的眼睛，苏婉清冰雪聪明，瞬间就猜到了他的想法。小李，你该不会是想把老周头那店给盘下来吧？李牧没有回答，只是转头看着他，嘴角勾起一抹意味深长的笑容。看来对面那只狐狸精搞出来的阵仗倒是歪打正着，给他送来了一个扩张的好机会。第74章，找老周头盘店，不足而是买。第二天一大早，李牧没有像往常一样先开店门，他心里装着事，在阁楼里冲了个澡，换了身衣服，直接就溜达到了隔壁老苏家常菜。这会儿刚开门，苏婉清正系着围裙在店里打扫卫生。苏姐，早啊！李牧靠在门框上，冲着里面喊了一声：小李，今天怎么起这么早？苏婉清看到他有点意外，他放下手里的拖把，走过来嗔怪道：不多睡会儿，今天这么勤快，来吃早饭了，早饭等会儿再蹭。李牧笑了笑，开门见山：我今天来是想让苏姐你陪我去办趟正事。正事？什么正事啊？还能有什么事？就昨天你跟我说的那事。李牧用下巴指了指另一边隔壁的方向，我想去找老周头聊聊，把他那店给盘下来。苏婉清愣了一下，随即那双好看的桃花眼里就闪过一丝喜色，他就知道以李牧现在的心气，绝对不会一直守着那间小破店。行啊，这是大好事。他擦了擦手，解下围裙，你等着，姐换身衣服就陪你去。我跟老周叔叔有我帮腔，他肯定给个实在价租给你。老周头的早餐店就在李牧那间典当行的另一边隔壁，店面不大，装修也是几十年前的老样子，墙壁被油烟熏得有些发黄，但桌椅板凳都擦得干干净净。两人走进去的时候，老周头正一个人坐在角落里抽着旱烟，看着墙上那张已经褪色的菜单发呆。店里冷冷清清，一个客人都没有。斜对面那家玲珑阁的开业，对这家传统早餐店的冲击是致命的。周叔，苏婉清先开了口，声音放得很轻柔。唉，是婉清啊。老周头抬起头，看到苏婉清那张布满皱纹的脸上挤出一丝笑容，但当他看到跟在后面的李牧时，又愣了一下。哎，小牧也跟着来了啊。周爷爷。李牧笑着走上前打了个招呼，你小子可有阵子没来我这吃早饭了。老周头站起身，上上下下打量着李牧，眼神里满是感慨，跟你爷爷年轻的时候真是一个模子刻出来的。三人坐下叙了会儿就聊起李牧的爷爷，老周头又忍不住红了眼眶，叹了口气，周爷爷，您这店我听苏姐说您准备盘出去了，看气氛差不多了。李牧切入了正题，是啊。老周头又叹了口气，指了指斜对面那家装修的金碧辉煌的茶楼，满脸的无奈，斗不过了，人家是大老板，有钱有人，我这一把老骨头也折腾不动了，干脆就关了门，回龙国老家养老去。那您这店是打算往外租，还是直接卖啊？李牧继续问道。先租吧，时间太仓促，也卖不出什么好价钱。老周头下意识的回道，随即又像是想到了什么，看着李牧，怎么，小牧你有兴趣？你要是想长租，周爷爷给你个便宜价。苏婉清也在一旁帮腔，是啊，周叔，小李他那典当行地方太小了，很多东西都堆不下，正想着扩大一下呢，你要是能租给他，那可真是太好了。 在他们看来，李牧就算是最近生意好了点，但撑死也就是个小老板，能租下隔壁这家店就已经顶天了。谁知李牧却摇了摇头，他看着老周头，一字一句极其认真地说道：“周爷爷，我不租，我想买。”空气瞬间就安静了，老周头愣住了，苏婉清也愣住了，两人都用一种看外星人一样的眼神看着李牧，以为自己听错了。买？老周头最先反应过来，他有点不敢相信地问道：“小莫，你知不知道我这铺子真要卖的话得多少钱？这可不是租啊，在洛杉矶唐人街这种寸土寸金的地方买下一个自有产权的商铺，那可不是一笔小数目。大概知道。”李牧点了点头，表情平静的像是在谈论今天的天气。我查过了，这一带的商铺市场价大概在70万到85万美刀之间。周爷爷，您跟我爷爷是几十年的老邻居了，我也不跟您绕弯子，您开个实在价，我要是能拿得出来，今天咱们就把这事给定下来。老周头和苏婉清已经彻底被李牧这番话给震懵了，他们做梦都没想到，眼前这个在他们印象里还只是个守着破当铺的穷小子，竟然张口就要买下这间价值70、80万的商铺，他哪来的这么多钱？抢银行了吗？小莫，苏婉清张了张嘴，想说点什么，但又不知道该怎么说。他原以为李牧是想长租，没想他竟然想直接买下来。周爷爷，您说个数吧。李牧没理会苏婉清的震惊，只是看着老周头。老周头沉默了，他低头抽着旱烟，烟雾缭绕中，那张苍老的脸上阴晴不定。过了足足有5分钟，他才像是下定了某种决心一样，把烟杆在桌上磕了磕。行，既然你小子有这个心，周爷爷我也不能不识抬举。他抬起头看着李牧，我这铺子按市场价是得80万刀，但你既然是老李的孙子，也算是我孙子一样，我给你个实在价。他伸出7根手指，70万刀了，一口价，不能再少了。苏婉清在一旁听得心惊肉跳，70万美刀，这可不是一笔小数目。李牧他真的拿得出来吗？可以。李牧的回答再次让两人震惊的无以复加，他不仅没有还价，甚至连眼睛都没眨一下，就直接答应了。不过周爷爷，我手头现金没那么多，一次性拿不出70万。李牧顿了顿，说出了自己的方案。您看这样行不行？我先给您30万的首付，剩下的40万我分2到3年还清，利息就按银行的商业贷款走，我再额外给您加2个点，就当是孝敬您老人家的。30万的首付，这几个字就像一颗炸弹，直接在老周头和苏婉清的脑子里炸开了。苏婉清那只端着茶杯的手猛地一抖，茶水都洒了出来。老周头更是惊得直接从椅子上站了起来，那双浑浊的老眼里满是不可思议。他们本以为李牧说买店，也就是有个想法，然后找银行贷款，谁能想到他竟然能随口就说出先付30万这种话，那可是30万美刀啊！别说他这个开破当铺的了，就是整条唐人街能一口气拿出这么多现金流的商户都屈指可数。这小子到底是在外面干了什么？小莫，你没跟周爷爷开玩笑吧？老周头声音都有点发颤了。当然没有。李牧笑了笑，从兜里掏出一张银行卡，只要您点头，我们下午就可以去找律师签合同，30万的首付款当场就能到您账上。看着李牧那副云淡风轻的样子，老周头知道这小子不是在吹牛。他沉默了，他看着李牧，仿佛想从这张年轻又熟悉的脸上看出点什么端倪。最后他长长的叹了口气，重新坐回了椅子上。罢了，长江后浪推前浪啊。他摆了摆手，脸上露出一丝欣慰的笑容。行，就按你说的办，30万首付，尾款分3年好了。至于利息吗？就按银行最低的那个走就行了，多的那点就当是周爷爷我这老家伙送给你开业的贺礼了。把铺子交给故人的孙子，总比卖给一个不认识的外人要强。而且李牧给出的条件也确实优厚的让他无法拒绝。那我就多谢周爷爷了。李牧站起身，冲着老周头恭恭敬敬的鞠了一躬。第75章坐立不安。苏婉清拿出3万老婆本。当天下午，李牧就带着苏婉清和老周头一起去了唐人街一家小有名气的华人律师事务所。接待他们的是一位姓张的女律师，看着挺年轻，长得也漂亮，穿着一身干练的职业装，办事也极其利索。在张律师的见证下，双方很快就签好了店铺的转让合同，各项条款白纸黑字，清楚楚。签完合同，几人又马不停蹄地赶到了附近的银行。在 VIP 室里，李牧拿出自己的银行卡，当着老周和苏婉清的面，在转账单上龙飞凤舞地填下了30万美刀的数字。当那位银行经理再三跟李牧确认金额，然后用一种看待大客户的恭敬态度，麻利地办完了所有转账手续时，一旁的苏婉清那双漂亮的桃花眼都快瞪出来了。30万美刀就这么眼皮都不眨一下的赚了出去。他知道李牧最近赚了钱，但直到亲眼看到这一幕，他才真切地意识到眼前这个男人到底已经有钱到了什么地步。办完了所有手续，老周头拿着那张转账凭证，激动得手都有点抖。小莫啊，周爷爷这辈子就没见过你这么爽快的后生。他拍了拍李牧的肩膀，感慨万千。行了，你们忙吧，我这就回去收拾东西，争取早点把店给你腾出来。送走了乐呵呵的老周头，李牧看了看时间，拉着还在发懵的苏婉清，走吧，苏姐，正好在附近找个装修公司咨询下，把方案先定下来。两人又去了附近一家口碑不错的装修公司，跟设计师聊了将近1个小时，最终敲定了初步方案，先全力装修新盘下来的那间店铺。李牧这边的典当行照常营业，等那边完全弄好之后，再把中间的墙给打通，这样一来既不耽误做生意，也能有个循序渐进的过程。从装修公司出来，天已经黑了。李牧开着宝马 M4，载着苏婉清往回走。一路上，苏婉清都异常的安静，只是不时的偷偷瞟一眼开车的李牧，那眼神里的情绪复杂极了。车子在典当行门口停下，熄了火，苏婉清却没有下车的意思，她 他在副驾上纠结了半天，最终还是没忍住，转过头一把抓住了李牧的胳膊。小李，你得跟姐说句实话。他那双漂亮的眼睛里此刻满是化不开的担忧。你这钱到底是从哪来的？你一个开典当行的，姐是看着你这店过来的，一年到头能赚几个钱，姐心里有数。他越说越是着急，声音都有些发颤。可你现在又是换豪车，又是能一口气拿出30万来买店，你老实告诉姐，你是不是在外面跟人干了什么不干不净的勾当？姐不求你大富大贵，咱们平安安的比什么都强。你要是缺钱，千万别去挣那种没良心要掉脑袋的钱啊！看着他这副快要哭出来的模样，李牧心里那根弦被轻轻的拨动了一下，他就知道以苏婉清的精明，这件事肯定糊弄不过去。苏姐，你想到哪去了？李牧失笑，伸手把他额前的碎发别到耳后，柔声安抚道：我一个良民能干什么违法的勾当？那你这钱，你还记得我前阵子跑去参加那个废弃仓库的储物柜拍卖吗？李牧决定给他一个能接受的解释。记得啊。苏婉清点了点头，那阵子李牧没少跟他念叨这事。我运气好，赌中了一个。李牧半真半假的说道，那里面开出来的东西值老鼻子钱了，光那一票我就赚了个盆满钵满。后来我又用赚的这笔钱，趁着行情收了好几个别人不识货的大漏，然后经过我的手一倒腾，转手卖出去，利润都是翻着倍的往上涨。说白了就是运气好，赶上了，再加上我这双眼睛毒，识货。李牧拍了拍胸脯，典当古玩这行就是这样，3年不开张，开张吃3年，一旦让你捡个大漏，普通人干10年都不一定有这个赚头。我这钱来路正得很，每一分都干净的，你就把心揣回肚子里吧。苏婉清靠在椅背上，仔细地琢磨着李牧这番话，赌集装箱、捡漏、二手倒卖，这些他都不算陌生，也确实是典当这行来钱的路子。再想着李牧平时看货鉴定确实有几分本事，他那颗悬着的心总算是慢慢地落回了原处。真的，你可别骗姐，我骗你干嘛？李牧笑道，我要是真干了那种事，还能这么大摇大摆地开着车带你到处跑？这话在理。苏婉清彻底信了，长得舒了一口气，整个人都松弛了下来。只要钱的来路是正的，那就比什么都强。可下一秒，他想起了什么，又重新蹙起了眉头。可是小李，你就算再有钱，这一下子拿出去30万，剩下还欠着老周头40万呢。他一脸的心疼，这么大一笔债压在身上，你这压力得多大？说着，他像是下定了什么决心，弯腰从随身的包里掏出了一张银行卡，塞到李牧的手里，这里面有3万多，是姐这几年攒下来的。他抬起头，眼神里满是认真。姐知道这点钱对你来说不算什么，但你现在背着几10万的债，这个你先拿着周转。密码是打住打住。李牧哭笑不得，直接把那张银行卡重新塞回了他的手里。苏姐，你这是干什么？我用得着花你的钱？可是没什么可是的。李牧握住他的手，把银行卡连同他的手一起按了回去，脸上满是笑意。这40万的尾款是分3年还，我要是走运再捡几个大漏，1年赚的拿来还债都绰绰有余，压根就没什么压力。你的这点棺材本还是自己好收着吧。他看着苏婉清那还想说什么的样子，话锋一转，笑了笑，这样吧，你这卡就当是替我保管着，给我存个老婆本，等哪天我真周转不开了，第一个就找你拿，行不行？这话一出，苏婉清那点被拒绝的失落瞬间就烟消云散了。他能感觉到李牧这是既心疼他的钱，又给足了他参与感。行，那姐就替你先存着。他把银行卡重新收回包里，脸上露出了一个甜蜜的笑容。只要能帮上他，哪怕只是帮他保管，他心里也是美滋滋的。看着他这副小女人的娇态，李牧心里一动，探过身子，一把将他揽了过来。第76章，急着回国的老周头。蒋林闻风上门较量。第二天一大早，李牧刚拉开卷帘门，隔壁就传来一阵响动。老周头正指挥着2个托运工人往一辆小货车上搬东西。他今天穿了身崭新的唐装，头发梳得整整齐，那张布满皱纹的老脸上一扫昨天的愁云，满是如释重负的轻松。小穆，你可终于起了啊！看到李牧，老周头笑呵地招了招手。李牧走过去一看，老周那家早餐店已经收拾得七八八了，要带走的家当都已经打包搬上了车，就剩些不值钱的旧桌椅、锅碗瓢盆，还有一些杂七杂八的破烂，被随意地堆在了店铺角落里。墙上那张已经褪了色的手写菜单还挂着，灶台的墙面上还留着几10年积下来擦不掉的油渍，一股混杂着油烟和面粉的味道依旧在店里弥漫着。周爷爷，您这动作可真快。那可不，昨晚连夜收拾的。老周头把最后一箱东西看着搬上车，然后从兜里掏出一大串还带着油渍的旧钥匙，直接就塞进了李牧手里。这店从今天起就是你的了。他拍了拍李牧的肩膀，满眼都是感慨。剩下的过户手续，张律师那边会处理妥当，你不用操心。我买了下午的机票，回国养老去喽。老人家归心似箭，说起话来都透着一股子轻松。那祝您一路顺风，有机会再回来看看。行嘞。送走了乐呵呵的老周头，李牧捏着那串沉甸甸的旧钥匙，走进了这间属于他的店铺。他站在这堆还带着烟火气的旧物中间，脑子里已经开始勾勒未来的蓝图。这堵墙一打通，那边做成个亮堂的奢侈品展示区，专门招待那些出手阔绰的主。想着想着，李牧的嘴角就忍不住往上翘。中午12点，昨天联系的装修公司准时上了门，2个穿着工作服的设计师拿着专业的激光测量仪，在2间店铺里来来回仔仔细细地量着每一面墙的尺寸和承重结构，又勘察了水电线路的走向。李先生，您这2间打通的想法没问题，而且中间这堵不是承重墙，好办。 设计师一边在平板上记录，一边说道：“今天我们主要是现场勘察测绘，走一下装修前的报件手续，回去出了详细的设计图和效果图，您过目满意了，咱们再敲定具体怎么施工。”行，你们尽快。李牧把自己的要求又细说了一遍，一半做大件物品摆放，一半做高端展示区。设计师一记下，忙活了1个多小时，才收拾东西离开。送走装修的人，李牧正靠在椅子上，盘算着手头那点刚付完首付就见了底的存款，寻思着是不是该催珍惜那边，让他赶紧把待售的货款给结一部分过来。门口的迎客门铃响了，一股带着点侵略性的高级香水味飘了进来。不用抬头，李牧都知道是谁来了。哟，李老板，大喜的日子啊！蒋玲今天穿了一件酒红色的低胸连衣裙，那道惊心动魄的深沟随着她走动的动作若隐若现。她径直走到柜台前，双手撑在玻璃上，身子微前倾，笑盈盈地看着李牧：“我可是听说了，你把隔壁那间店都给盘下来了，真人不露相啊，靓仔，你这生意做的可比我想象的要大得多。”小打小闹让蒋老板见笑了。李牧给自己倒了杯水，语气平淡：“小打小闹。”蒋林哥一笑，那笑声听着骨头都发酥。他绕过半个柜台，凑到了李牧身边，一股温热的香风扑面而来。你这又是开跑车，又是买店铺的，随便就是几十万往外掏。他一双狐狸眼似笑非笑地盯着李牧，声音压得又低又软：“靓仔，跟姐透个底呗，你到底是走了什么发财的门路？姐姐我也有点关系，说不定还能帮衬你一把呢。”他一边说着，一边伸出一根涂着鲜红指甲油的手指，看似无意的在李牧的手背上划了一下，那动作充满了毫不掩饰的挑逗。李牧低头看了一眼那只在自己手背上作乱的爪子，心里乐了，这狐狸精是看自己动作不小，坐不住了，想用美人计来探底呢。想在他这儿套话，那也得看他有没有这个本事。李牧非但没躲，反而反手一翻，一把就握住了蒋玲那只软绵的手，然后顺势轻轻一带。蒋玲一个没防备，身子晃了晃，半边身子就靠近了李牧的怀里。靓仔，你这是？蒋老板不是想跟我沾光吗？李牧搂着他那不盈一握的腰肢，凑到他耳边，用一种更加暧昧的语气笑道：“可这发财的门路不是随便什么人都能听的，得是自己人才行。蒋老板，你想不想当我的自己人啊？”温热的气息喷在蒋玲那敏感的耳垂上，换了一般的女人被李牧这么突然一抱一撩，早就慌了神了。但蒋玲是谁？她这种摸爬滚打了这么多年的老江湖，什么样的人没见过？这点程度的反击还远动摇不了她。只见她被李牧搂在怀里，非但没有半点惊慌失措，那双狐狸眼反而更亮了。她顺势就是，整个人都软得贴了上去。那只被李牧握着的手，反手就勾住了李牧的脖子。哎呦，我当靓仔是个正人君子呢。他媚眼如丝，用另一只手的指尖在李牧的胸口轻轻画着圈，声音娇媚的能滴出水来。原来也是个恶狼啊！不过嘛，他话锋一转，凑到李牧耳边，反将了一军，想让姐当自己人，光说漂亮话可不行，你得拿出点真本事，让姐姐看看你这个自己人到底值不值得我交心啊！好家伙，李牧差点没笑出来。他本想着调戏一下这狐狸精，让他知难而退，结果这娘们儿不仅没被吓退，反而顺着杆子就往上爬，一来一回，反倒把球又踢回了他这边。这可真是个不见兔子不撒鹰的老江湖。两人就这么面对面，一个搂着腰，一个勾着脖子，你来我往的过了几招，谁也没占到绝对的上风。空气里的火药味混着荷尔蒙，暧昧的能拉出丝来。对视了半晌，蒋玲最先咯咯的笑出了声，她主动从李牧怀里退了出来，不慌不忙的理了理自己有些凌乱的裙摆和头发，脸上没有半点吃亏的窘迫，反而带着一种棋逢对手的兴奋。行了，不逗你了，我店里还一堆事呢。她重新恢复了那副精明老板娘的从容，冲着李牧抛了个媚眼。不过靓仔，你这个人是真有点意思。他扭着那银衣握的水蛇腰，走到门口，又回头身的看了李牧一眼，那眼神里的钩子勾人的很。有空了再来找你玩。说完，他才摇曳生姿的出了门，回了自己那家火爆的茶楼。李牧看着他那摇曳生姿的背影，摸了摸下巴，饶有兴致的笑了。这女人有点意思。第77章憋不住的高冷学姐，欧巴是不是不要我了？送走了那个比猴还精的狐狸老板娘。李牧靠在老板椅上，脑子里不由自主的就回放起刚才那一幕。不得不说，蒋玲那女人虽然野心不小，但这身体的本钱是真足，那水蛇一样的腰肢，还有刚才靠在怀里时那惊人的柔软触感，确实是个不可多得的尤物。李牧搓了搓手指，嘴角勾起一抹玩味的笑容。这邻居以后的日子可有盼头了。接下来的几个小时，店里又陆陆续续来了2、3个零散的客户，一个是非主流打扮的年轻人，当了一台 Switch 游戏机，李牧给了100刀，触发了800刀的暴击；另一个是来赎回首饰的白人小女孩，赎回时哭得稀里哗啦，李牧按规矩收了利息，客客气气的把人送走。生意不大，但细水长流，也算惬意。到了傍晚，苏婉清照例端着饭盒来了。她今天似乎是听说了下午蒋玲上门的事情，一进门就拉着李牧，旁敲侧击的打听那个女人过来做什么。李牧一边吃着饭，一边插科打诨的跟她胡扯，把蒋玲的试探轻描淡写的带过，顺便又用几句荤话把苏婉清逗得满脸通红。那点因为危机感而产生的醋意，很快就被抛到了九霄云外。吃完饭，苏婉清腻歪了一会儿才走。李牧看了看时间，还早，也就没急着关门，继续在店里守着夜场。他拿出手机，点开那个加密相册，又回味了一遍艾薇那个小妖精的各种 cos 私房照，正琢磨着今晚要点哪个牌子时，就在这时，门口那清脆的迎客门铃突然叮咚响了一声。李牧懒洋洋地抬起头，以为又是哪个来当破烂的，结果看清来人的一瞬间，他整个人都愣了一下。一个穿着黑色紧身连衣裙，外面套着一件白色小西装的身影，正踩着一双黑色的细高跟，快步走了进来，一头乌黑的长发随意地披散着，那张原本冷若冰霜的俏脸上，此刻却带着明显的急促，胸口还在微微起伏着。是朴恩珠，这冰山美人自 自从上次在酒店分开后，也有一阵子没见了。李牧是真的有些意外，他完全没料到他会在这个时候突然出现在他这破典当行里，而且他今天的打扮简直可以用惹火2个字来形容。那条黑色的紧身连衣裙紧紧地绷在他那高挑又有料的身段上，将他那惊人的曲线勾勒得淋漓尽致。特别是那2条被超薄黑丝包裹着的大长腿，在店里昏暗的灯光下泛着一层极其诱人的光泽。这哪里是那个生人勿近的冰山学姐，这分明就是个深夜出来索命的妖精。你怎么来了？李牧靠在椅子上看着他，虽然心里惊讶，但脸上却很快恢复了那种似笑非笑的表情。朴恩珠走到柜台前，原本气势汹汹的脚步在对上李牧那双带着玩味笑意的眼睛时，突然就有点虚了。他咬了咬嘴唇，那双平时总是高高在上的凤眼里，此刻却满是掩饰不住的幽怨。他本来在家里一直等着李牧的宠幸，结果这混蛋就像是把他忘了一样，连个标点符号都没发过来。他实在憋不住了，换上这身衣服，自己打车就跑了过来。我来这边办点事。被李牧这么一问，他骨子里那点傲娇又冒了出来，强行找了个蹩脚的借口，办点事。李牧瞅了一眼他那深恨不得把所有曲线都勒出来的打扮，心里乐开了花。这女人明明就是急不可耐的跑来找自己，还非得找个借口。他决定好好逗逗她。这大晚上的，唐人街可没什么好办事的地方。李牧身子往前探了探，故意装出一副公事公办的样子。朴小姐大驾光临，不会是又有首饰要当给我吧？你朴恩珠被他这句不解风情的话给气着了，他瞪着李牧，眼眶都有点红了。他都穿成这样，大老远的跑过来了，这个混蛋居然问他是不是来当东西的。我不当东西。他气呼呼的说道。不当东西啊？李牧故作遗憾的叹了口气。那可真不巧，我这马上就要打烊了。朴小姐要是没别的事，不如早点回去休息吧，这附近治安可不太好。听到这句赶客的话，朴恩珠彻底绷不住了，那层苦苦支撑的冰壳在李牧这几句轻飘飘的逗弄下碎得连渣都不剩。他那双漂亮的凤眼里迅速蒙上了一层水雾。阿西，你这个混蛋！他突然绕过半个柜台，踩着高跟鞋哒哒哒的直接冲进了柜台里。在李牧还没反应过来的时候，他一屁股就坐到了李牧的大腿上，伸出2条莲藕般的手臂，死死地搂住了他的脖子。这么多天，你连一条消息都不给我发。他把脸埋在李牧的颈窝里，声音带着浓浓的鼻音和委屈，跟个小女孩似的抱怨着：你是不是把我睡完就打算不要我了？感受着怀里这具温香软玉，还有那因为激动而微微颤抖的身体，李牧不再逗他了。他双手顺势揽住了他那盈盈一握的水蛇腰，嘴角勾起一抹得逞的坏笑。我怎么会不要你呢？这不是最近店里太忙了吗？他低头在他那散发着淡淡香气的脖颈上轻轻咬了一口。而且我知道我的小恩珠要是想我了，肯定会自己跑过来的。你讨厌！朴恩珠被他咬得浑身一软，这才反应过来自己是被这坏家伙给耍了。他气恼地在李牧胸口捶了一下，但那点力气比撒娇好不到哪去，这就讨厌了。李牧看着他那张满是春情的俏脸，眼神变得充满了侵略性。他没再废话，直接伸手在柜台底下一个按钮位置按了一下，轰隆隆，伴随着一阵沉闷的金属滚动声，典当行外面的那层厚重的铁卷帘门缓缓地降了下来。几秒钟后，随着咔嗒一声落锁的脆响，整个店铺瞬间与外面的世界彻底隔绝，陷入了一片充满荷尔蒙气息的昏暗之中。走，带你去阁楼，好好给你赔个罪。李牧一把将还坐在他腿上的朴恩珠横抱了起来，大步流星地朝后面的楼梯走去。呀，欧巴放我下来，我自己走。朴恩珠惊呼一声，脸红得像个熟透的苹果，但那双被黑丝包裹着的大长腿却有点言不由衷起来。